Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Barbara Stanwyck and Robert Taylor in Smilin' Through with H.B. Warner. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we bring you a romance of two generations in a play that I believe will last far beyond our own generation in the American theater. Smilin' Through had a long run on Broadway and also has to its credit 2 hit motion pictures. And the reason is that it's truly a great love story. Of course, it takes 2 to play at that game, and we couldn't think of any stars better suited to the parts than Barbara Stanwyck and Robert Taylor. But as Bobby Burns once observed, the best laid schemes of mice and men gang off to glee. In this case, our best laid schemes went to glee 3 specific times during the past several weeks, because Barbara had a date with a motion picture camera, or Bob had, or they both had. But we played a waiting game, as this combination of play and stars was well worth waiting for. Smilin' Through is really 2 love stories, because the haunting secret of a romance in the past is the barrier between Kathleen O'Hara and Kenneth Wayne at the time of our play. Barbara Stanwyck is Kathleen O'Hara in the modern day and Munyin Clare in the past generation. Robert Taylor will be heard as Kenneth Wayne and then, going backward in time, as Jerry Wayne. So both our stars do double duty tonight, just as our product, Lux Flakes, does double duty all the time. Clever women have learned that Lux Flakes is both kind to their clothes and easy on the budget. Now we begin the dramatic story of Smilin' Through. As our curtain slowly rises on Act One, starring Robert Taylor as Kenneth Wayne and Jerry Wayne, and Barbara Stanwyck as Kathleen O'Hara and Munyin Clare, with H.B. Warner as John Carteret. It's June 1914, just 2 short months before the rumble of guns from France will shatter the dreamy quiet of the English countryside. In a pleasant old garden near London, 2 elderly men are seated beneath the trees, a table before them, on which is set a never-ending game of dominoes. No move has been made for the last 10 minutes. With a gesture of impatience, one of the men picks up his cane and raps it smartly against the legs of the table.
John, wake up.
What? Oh, my play?
This is a very exciting game, John, with you going to sleep after every move.
Let me see, 12 and 3 of 15 and 5 of 20. And I wasn't asleep, Owen.
Then if you weren't asleep, why didn't you play the double 6 there, where I expected you to?
You and I have been playing this game for 50 years. You ought to know I never do what anybody expects me to.
Funny how an otherwise upright man can be so low down about games. By the way, what time are we expected at Fred's tonight?
8:30. And I'm not going.
Not going? Why? You don't often refuse a chance to play whist.
There'll be a moon tonight. A full moon. I never leave here when it's moonlight.
Oh, John, are you going to start that? I wonder if you know how I dread to see you in these moods.
Moods?
Do you mean to say you're going to sit here in this garden all night again and try to conjure up spooks? Really, John, sometimes you give me the creeps. Do you know what people think?
They think I'm a little touched, don't they, Owen?
I don't blame them, this constant playing with the supernatural.
Yeah, there's nothing supernatural about it. It's beautifully natural.
The past is dead, John. You ought to forget it.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong, Owen. The past is with us. It's here about us all the time. It's merely a question of making some sort of contact with it.
I don't believe it. It's ridiculous.
For a man of science, Doctor, you have a very small mind.
Your move. Where's Kathleen? I said, where's Kathleen?
Oh, I don't know. Off riding with Willie Ainley, I suppose.
Over by the Wayne estate?
I believe so. Hope she's not jumping those fences again.
I came by the Wayne estate on my way here, John.
Yes?
Yes, it'll be quite a job fixing it up after all this time. Place has gone completely to seed.
Well, what do you mean, fixing it up? No one's lived there for 50 years.
There's someone living there now. Kenneth Wayne.
What's that?
Kenneth Wayne. Jerry Wayne's son. Yeah, he arrived from America yesterday.
Jerry Wayne's son.
I thought I'd better tell you, John.
Why didn't he stay away? Why did he have to come back here?
It's only natural that the boy should want to look after his father's property. You heard that Jerry Wayne had died, I suppose.
No, I hadn't.
Yeah, in America 3 years ago. From all I can understand, his wife never knew that Jerry had been guilty of...
Stop it, Owen. Stop it. I don't want to hear any more about Jerry Wayne or his wife or his son. It's a subject I finished with 50 years ago. I don't want it reopened.
I imagine it may be reopened in spite of you, John. Kenneth Wayne is your neighbor. You naturally come here to pay his respect.
I won't have it. I won't have him in my house.
John, the boy knows nothing of what happened here, and after all, you can't hold him responsible for what his father did. 50 years is a long time to hold a hatred, John.
Oh, so that's what you meant. The past is dead. Forget it.
Yes, John.
Well, I can't. I'll never forget it. I want nothing to do with Kenneth Wayne, and Kathleen shall have nothing to do with him either. Ellen.
Yes, Mr. Carteret?
Ellen's my niece returned from her ride?
No, sir, she hasn't.
When she does, tell her I want to see her. At once, please.
I look at it, Ellen, as Kathleen, as this. We've known each other for years, ever since we were children.
Oh, I know, Willie. Perhaps that's the trouble.
I suppose that means you won't even think about it?
Oh, I have thought about it, Willie, but my thoughts keep going around in a circle, and they always come back to the same place. I'm really sorry, Willie, but the answer's still no.
Well, I didn't expect anything else, so I'm not disappointed.
Willie, you're a darling. And if you didn't ask me to marry you at least once every month, I'd miss it horribly.
I will say that I'm a sort of solid person, Kathleen. Substantial, if you know what I mean. I won't ever change.
Oh, I'm sure of that, Willie, but now I think we'd better ride back. Will you give me a hand up?
Be careful now, Kathleen. And please don't ride as if the devil were after us.
Come on, Willie. I'll race you home.
Kathleen, wait! Kathleen! Kathleen, pull up. Pull up. We're going too fast for this ground.
Across the Wayne Meadow, Willie. We'll take the gate on the west side.
You can't jump that gate. You'll kill yourself. Go around the wall, Kathleen.
I'm taking the gate, Willie. See you at home.
Kathleen, come back. The top post is up. Kathleen! Whoa. Kathleen, are you hurt?
Oh, I don't... No, I don't think so. Let me see. Oh, no. No, I'm not hurt.
Oh, thank heaven. I
Oh,
told you not to take that jump.
well, I almost made it.
You are hurt.
Oh, just my ankle. I must have turned it when I fell.
Is it very bad?
No, only a sprain. I think I'll live.
Can you walk?
Oh, I doubt if I... Oh, no, Willie, I can't.
Well, that's awkward. What do we do now?
We go home as soon as you can get me there.
Well, I'm afraid the horses have run off.
Oh, dear.
Of course, I could carry you, I suppose, but...
Oh, could you, Willie?
Well, perhaps I'd better get a car, Kathleen.
Oh, all right.
I think you'll be more comfortable. I won't be long.
And don't tell Uncle John. He'll be furious.
Oh, I won't.
Oh.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
I thought I heard voices over this way. Oh, what happened to the other one?
You mean the other voice? He went home for a car.
Oh. It's a grand afternoon, isn't it?
Lovely.
Nice view from here.
Beautiful.
Did you walk all the way up the hill?
No, I came on a horse.
Horse?
Yes, he went home, too.
Oh. Well, I didn't mean to poke my nose into your business. Maybe I'd better go home.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You're American, aren't you?
Yes, that's right. How'd you know?
Deduction.
I just arrived yesterday.
Are you going to be staying in the neighborhood?
I hope so.
Well, then we ought to know each other. My name's Kathleen O'Hara.
Kathleen O'Hara. Irish?
How did you know? I live in that house down there, see?
Oh, the Carteret place.
Yes, he's my uncle.
I was going to drive over there this evening and say hello. Not sure it's done that way in England, but I thought I'd plunge in and see what happened.
Oh, you won't find us very hard to get along with. Just on the other side of the house is Dr. Harding's, and this is the old Wayne place here. No one lives here anymore.
Oh, yes, someone does. I live here.
Huh? Oh, Oh, then you're Kenneth Wayne.
Yes.
Oh, I remember now. I heard you were coming. How do you do, Mr. Wayne?
How do you do, Miss O'Hara?
Well, since we're going to be next-door neighbors, we must be friends.
Yes. Shall we start now?
How do you mean?
Come up to the house for tea.
Well, I'd love to, except for one thing.
What's that?
I can't walk.
You can't... What'd you say?
I tried to jump your gate over there, and instead I landed over here. I've sprained my ankle.
Do you mean to tell me that all the time we've been talking... Why didn't you say something?
Oh, it's not very bad.
Here, put your arms up.
What for?
I'm going to take you home, of course.
You mean carry me? Ha! I'll bet you don't make it.
No harm trying. Up you go.
I think I can walk to the chair. You can put me down now.
Oh, no. When I start a job, I finish it. Right here.
Thanks. Now I'll have to give you tea.
Oh, Miss Kathleen, what's happened to you?
It's nothing, Ellen. Will you tell Uncle John I'm home?
Yes, Miss.
And bring some tea, Ellen. Sit down, please.
Thank you, but don't you think you'd better do something about that ankle?
Oh, it's much better, really. I told you I could have walked halfway.
Kathleen, you all right?
Of course, Uncle John.
I've sent for Owen. He'll be here right away.
Oh, Uncle John, please stop fussing. There's nothing the matter except this gentleman thought he had to carry me home.
Oh,
How do you do, Mr. Carteret?
you're Kenneth Wayne, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
I'd know you anywhere. You're just like him.
Just... Oh, I suppose you mean my father, sir.
Yes, I mean your father.
Uncle John.
Thank you for bringing my niece home. Is there anything we can do for you?
No.
Uncle John, Mr. Wayne is staying for tea.
I see. Excuse me.
Well, I'm dreadfully sorry. There must be some... Oh, well, I can't imagine.
Oh, it's quite all right. I don't pretend to know what it's all about, but, well, I'll run along.
Oh, you can't. Please don't.
Oh, you really don't want me to stay. Let's not try to be polite. Well, perhaps we'll meet again sometime.
Of course we will.
Goodbye, then.
Goodbye, and thank you. Ellen. Ellen.
Yes, Miss?
Will you ask Uncle John if he can come here a moment?
Well, he's in the garden, Miss Kathleen. He said that he didn't wish to be disturbed. He'd be there all evening, he said.
Oh.
You know how he is, Miss, when there's going to be a moon. It might be better if I didn't...
Yes, never mind, Ellen.
Wrong, John. For the first time in your life, you're completely in the wrong.
I'd rather not talk of it.
I came here to talk of it, and you must listen to me. You might as well know that Kathleen has been seeing young Wayne.
Against my wishes.
Why shouldn't she? You've explained nothing to her. You're being unfair to her and to the boy.
Why are you so sympathetic all of a sudden, Owen?
Because I've met him, I've spoken to him, and I know he's lonely. People round here can't forget what his father did, but he doesn't know what it's all about. He's proud. He feels it. I'm surprised he's staying here as long as he has.
If he feels anything besides arrogance and egotism, he's the first Wayne who ever did.
You're blind, John. Your hatred has blinded you to everything. Don't you know that Kathleen's in love with him?
Now, that's impossible. She can't be.
She is, John. And who are you or I to say her heart isn't telling her what's best? Our lives have jogged along 3/4 of their way. Her life is just budding, and the lad's fine.
He's the son of the man who was responsible for the greatest sorrow I ever knew. His son. His own son. The same stock. In this very garden 50 years ago. Why, you were here. You saw her little white face. And you've seen me live on here for 50 years without her. And you dare to tell me...
John, stop it.
I don't want you ever to speak of it again, do you hear, Owen? Never.
Dr. Harding. Dr. Harding.
Yes, Jimmy?
Dr. Harding, sir. They want you in the village. You're to come at once, sir.
Who? Where?
At the recruiting station, sir. War's been declared.
We'd better say goodnight here. I'll go the rest of the way alone.
Again? I never quite get past the garden wall, do I?
I'm sorry, Ken.
I know. But some evening I'm going to climb into that garden of yours. It's becoming an obsession with me, like that seventh door that must never be opened. Oh,
Kathleen, what is it? Why do people hate me so? What have I done? What haven't I done?
I don't know, Ken. If I did, I'd tell you.
You must know something. I've been here for 3 months, and the only people who've even spoken to me are you and Dr. Harding. There must be some reason for that.
I know this much, Ken. It's something to do with your father and my Uncle John's sweetheart, my Aunt Mooneen, years and years ago. Dr. Harding told me, but that's all he'd say. And then, every night when there's a moon like this, Uncle John goes into the garden. He'll stand looking at the gate hour after hour. And then he'll hold out his arms in front of him as if he's waiting for someone. And he'll call her name. Mooneen. Mooneen.
And then?
I don't know what happens then. I'm afraid to look.
You don't believe that someone does come to him?
I'm Irish, Ken. We can believe a great deal that we can't see.
Kathleen, whatever this thing is that stands between us, will it always be there?
I don't know.
There must be something we can do. We can go to him, tell him that we love each other.
Ken.
I've never said that to you before. Never thought I had to. But you've known, haven't you?
Yes, I've known.
Well, then let me speak to him. Let me tell him.
Oh, no, Ken, not yet, please.
But why? Why, Kathleen?
Because he hates you so. And because he loves me. He's done everything for me. When my mother died, I was alone in the world. He sent for me. He's like my father, and he's old, and I think unhappy. Well, let me tell him, Ken, at the right time.
Will it be soon?
Perhaps.
It must be soon. I've joined up, Kathleen.
Joined up?
Yes, I'm waiting for word now. I may leave in the morning to join my regiment.
But you're an American.
I'm not sure what I am. My father was English.
But you don't have to go. They can't make you go.
Now, would you want me to hide behind that?
Oh, Ken. Ken.
That's why it must be soon, darling. It'll be so much easier leaving you if I know that when I come back, you'll be here.
Kathleen.
It's Uncle John.
Kathleen, is that you out there? Ah,
Good evening, sir.
it's getting late, Kathleen. You coming in?
Uncle John, there's something we have to tell you.
Tell me inside. Good night, Mr. Wayne.
Mr. Carteret, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I should like to stay if you don't mind.
You've made that evident in the past. In spite of the fact that you realize you're not welcome here.
Uncle John.
Will you go into the garden, please, Kathleen? Well,
Mr. Carteret, I don't deserve the treatment I get from you.
that's a matter of opinion.
You've nursed a prejudice against me that has no foundation.
You are a Wayne. That's its foundation.
If you'll forgive me, sir, that's unfair. You're holding a grudge against me for some injustice my father did you.
Injustice.
I don't know the facts, but I did know my father.
So did I.
I resent that, sir. Speaking of a man who's dead.
I'd gladly say it to his face if he were alive.
Mr. Carteret, I'm entitled to stand on my own merits. Because I happen to be the son of a man with whom you disagree.
You speak very lightly of the disagreement between your father and me.
I've heard vague hints. Now I want to know the facts.
Your mother didn't enlighten you before she died.
No, sir.
She evidently wished to spare you. It's not fair to disclose a secret she tried so hard to keep.
Just a moment, Mr. Carteret. I joined up last week. I'm leaving for the front tomorrow. I run the same risk as anyone else, and it's quite possible I may not come back. I should like to say goodbye to Catherine.
I shall deliver your message.
I'd like to see her, please.
I'm afraid that's impossible.
Mr. Carteret, I love Kathleen, and she loves me. You're going to find it difficult to keep us apart.
I shall do my best.
Then let me advise you, sir. Don't count on my being killed because I won't be. I'll come back. I promise you that.
Kathleen, are you crying? Kathleen, oh, my child. Do you hate me so?
I love you, Uncle John. But I love Ken, too.
Kathleen, can't you trust me? I've taken care of you ever since you were a child. Believe me, darling, I'm only trying to take care of you now. Time will heal your heartbreak, Kathleen.
Has it healed yours? Aren't you still holding a grudge against Ken's father? Aren't you still cherishing a love that doesn't heal? Has time cured your heartbreak?
Kathleen, it's time you knew the truth about the man whose son you say you love.
Am I disturbing you, John?
No. I'm glad you're here, Owen. I think Kathleen should know what happened in this garden 50 years ago. You were here that night. You can bear me out.
Let me tell her. At some other time, John.
No. She must know now. Come here, Kathleen. Sit here, dear, beside me.
The curtain falls on Act One of Smilin Through. In a moment, Mr. DeMille brings you Act Two, starring Barbara Stanwyck, Robert Taylor, and H.B. Warner. And now, a word of thanks to the women of our audience who have given such a warm reception to the product which sponsors tonight's play, New Quick Lux Flakes. You know, it isn't easy to improve a famous product like Lux, which has become such a friend to so many millions of women. But women everywhere are saying that now Lux is even better than before.
That's true, Mr. Wright. Though I used to hear girls say Lux just couldn't be improved.
Yes, I'm sure many women have thought that, Sally. Now, here are 3 points women especially like about new Quick Lux. 1, these delicate flakes are so fast. They bubble into suds at the touch of water. In water as cool as your hand, new Quick Lux dissolves 3 times as fast as 10 other leading soaps tested. That's 1 point women appreciate. 2, new Quick Lux is so thrifty. A little goes so far. In fact, ounce for ounce, it gives more suds than any of the 10 other soaps tested. And that's true even in hard water. The 3rd point is purity. New Quick Lux has the same perfect gentleness you've always depended on. It hasn't any harmful alkali, no builders or fillers. Anything safe in plain water is safe in new Quick Lux. Speed, thrift, safety. Those are the 3 reasons women are so enthusiastic about the new Quick Lux. It comes in the same familiar box at no extra cost to you. So why not get a big box tomorrow and use it for stockings, underthings, and all washables. For dishes, too, to save your hands. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of Smilin Through, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Kathleen O'Hara and Muneen Clare, and Robert Taylor as Kenneth Wayne and Jerry Wayne, with H.B. Warner as John Carteret. In the old garden, the full round moon shines down on the shadowy figures of John Carteret, Dr. Harding, and Kathleen. Slowly, John Carteret begins his story, his eyes bright again, as they were some 50 years ago.
50 years ago, on the 18th of June, this old house was in a hubbub of excitement. It was a lovely summer night like this. Over the gate yonder, the honeysuckle and roses grew just as they do in the dunes of today. Everything was the same except for some witches' lanterns placed here and there. It was the night Muneen Clare and I would have been married. She had arrived that day with her sister, Mary, your mother, Kathleen. As the long twilight faded into darkness, the old house was lit by 1,000 candles. Snatches of laughter and bits of bantering chatter floated out into the garden. Someone was playing something softly, liquid, on the harp. I could hear it still. It was her little song, Muneen's song, the one I taught you to sing so many years ago. There was still an hour before the ceremony. Suddenly there was a ringing at the gate bell. Ellen went quickly to answer it.
Why,
Why, Dr. Harding, it's about time.
Good evening, Ellen. Am I late?
Mr. Carteret's been worried to death.
Is that you, Owen?
Good evening, John.
Oh, good Lord, I thought you'd never get here. Did you bring the ring?
Now, don't worry. Everything's all right.
Well, come inside, man. There are 1,000 things to attend to yet.
John, I've something to tell you.
Oh, what, Owen, what?
I stopped in at the George and Dragon on my way here to get something to steady my nerves.
Well.
Jerry Wayne was there, John, drinking more than was good for him and talking about her.
Munyin? He was talking about Munyin?
Now, John, there's nothing you can do about it, only I think you ought to be on your guard. He's not been asked to the wedding, of course.
Of course not.
I'm wondering if that was wise. Oh, I know how you feel about him. No man has the right to make threats merely because he's refused by a woman. But Wayne's a strange, bitter nature. At any rate, he was making some vague threats that there was still time and the wedding wasn't over yet.
You've nothing to worry about, Owen. That kind of man usually takes it out in talking. Come inside. Ellen. The bell.
Coming. Who is it? Oh, Mr. Wayne. I thought it was...
A guest, Ellen? No, just a visitor.
Who is it you want, sir? We're very busy just now.
First, I want to come in.
I don't think you're expected, Mr. Wayne.
I know that. No place for the rejected suitor amidst the wedding guests, is there? His great crime was that he loved the lady and the lady didn't love him.
You've been drinking, Mr. Wayne. I do hope you'll go quietly away and not make any disturbance. Tonight of all nights.
Take this note to Miss Munyin. I'll wait.
Miss Munyin is dressing, and I don't think she wants to hear from you.
Do as I tell you.
No, sir. I will not.
I want that message taken to her before the wedding. Understand?
Ellen, Mr. Carteret wants you.
Oh, Miss Mary.
Ellen, what is it? What's the matter?
It's Mr. Wayne, Miss Mary.
Oh.
My respects, Miss Mary. Will you have the goodness to deliver this note to your sister?
Jerry Wayne, you had no right to come here. It's not Munyin's fault at all if she doesn't love you. Oh, why can't you take your dismissal like a man and not come round to trouble her on the most wonderful night of her life?
If you'll take her that note and let me wait for an answer, I'll go quietly. If not, I'll stay and watch the wedding like a welcome guest. Only I don't vouch for what I'll say or do. Now, will you take the note or won't you?
I'll take it. But I don't like this, Mr. Wayne. I don't like your being here.
I'll go when I receive an answer to my note.
Wait here, then, please.
Jerry, where are you, Jerry?
Munyin, I'm here.
Ah, Jerry, 'twas nice of you to come around. I knew you'd never let me get married without wishing me well.
Munyin, you're so lovely. You're so beautiful. Oh, my darling.
Jerry, don't.
You're not going to marry him. It isn't true. Tell me it isn't true.
Oh, now you mustn't begin this all over again, Jerry.
I won't let you. I've as much to offer as he has. I was a fool to give you up without a fight, but it's not too late. You must come away with me now, Munyin, tonight.
Jerry.
Oh, don't look at me like that, as if you hated me. I love you. It's killing me. I can't stand it. Oh, Munyin, I know I'm behaving like a crazy man, and that's what I am, crazy with love and jealousy. The thought of you belonging to another man drives me mad. I don't know myself. I can't think. I must stop it somehow. He won't have you, not if I can prevent it.
Jerry, how much do you love me?
More than all the world. More than life itself. I can't give you up to him.
Then listen to me. Do you know what you're going to do to prove your love for me? You're going to leave me now, bravely and wishing me joy. And you're going to go along home and let me be married to the man I love. Because you love me.
I can't.
You can. You will. Look at me, Jerry. Look at me and tell me that you want me to be happy, even though it means unhappiness for you.
I can bear it when I'm with you, Munyin. It's when I'm alone.
Ah, when you're alone, say over and over to yourself, I'm doing it for her. Then it'll come out all right. Will you try?
Yes, Munyin.
Thank you, Jerry. Sure, it's a dog's life I'd be leading you, Jerry, not loving you. You don't deserve that. Now, you must go. You promised that if I came down...
Munyin, shall I never see you again?
Often, I hope, when I come back here to live. If you'll promise to remember what I say. Now, wish me well, Jerry. And mean it.
Goodbye, Munyin. I love you. I shall always love you.
Ah, Jerry. Goodbye, my dear.
Is everything
ready. Mary, where's John? Have you seen him?
Why, you're the best man, Owen. He's your responsibility.
John! John! Where are you? John!
Ah, they're calling you, John. We'd better go in.
In a moment.
I'm not supposed to see you till the ceremony. Didn't you know that? It's the very worst of bad luck.
I've heard rumors of this nonsense, Munyin. Is it really true? Do you know when I came out here before and saw you? When you turned around to me with the moonlit all silver in your hair, you looked like a little white ghost coming down on a moonbeam to greet me.
I'm not a ghost, John. I'm real. But I love you till I am one. And after.
Nothing shall ever part us, Munyin. Promise me.
Not even death itself. Because if I should die and leave you, John, I'd be so lonely for you, I'd come back to you. You'd never be without me for a single minute.
Munyin.
John, what was that, the gate?
Who's there? Who is it?
Jerry.
Yes, it's Jerry. I've come to wish you well, John.
Jerry, you promised you'd go away.
But I didn't. Go into the house, Munyin. I want to talk to him.
Jerry, wait. You can't.
Get her away.
Go in, Munyin.
I won't leave you.
Please.
Not till I know what he wants.
If you've come here to create a scene at the wedding...
There isn't going to be any wedding.
Threats like that won't do you any good. I'll settle with you afterwards. And I'll leave the place.
You'll settle with me now. I wasn't able to keep you from winning her, but I can keep you from marrying her.
John, he has a gun.
Get back, Munyin.
No! Oh! John.
Munyin. Munyin. Oh, my darling. My darling.
Hurt. Yes.
I never meant that. I didn't mean to. I never meant that. I swear it. I never meant it. I never meant it.
Munyin.
John, what is it? He's killed her. He's killed her.
The doctor, quick. I want Owen. Send somebody after him and Wayne. Head Wayne off. He mustn't get away.
John.
Oh, my darling. Try with all your strength to help me save you. Owen will be here.
Too late. I know. It's a pity, isn't it?
It's only a wound. Owen will know what to do, darling.
John, I said not even death itself. It's funny when you think of it like a warning.
Munyin, don't leave me.
Never fear. Love like this can't die. I'll find a way to come back. Just you wait and see.
No. Munyin.
John, I love you. That's all that counts. Oh, please. Don't be sad. And, John...
Yes?
I've always been such a vain creature, and I can't help thinking what a charming ghost I shall be. Listen, John, do you remember my song? There's a little green gate at whose trellis I wait, while two eyes so true come smiling through. I'll be there, waiting, just at the end of the road.
Munyin. The way she died. In my arms. Here in this garden 50 years ago. Love like that, Kathleen, is like the smile of God. And when it's taken from you, it's as though the smile of God had ceased for you forever. But year after year, she has come to me. Sometimes every moonlight night. sometimes with long, lonely times between. But always, when I needed her, she was beside me. Whenever I met with trouble or sickness, she was there. And the comfort of it was so great that it made little difference whether I lived 1 year after her or 100. If only she was with me now and then.
Uncle John, if you've known love like that through the years and after the years, how is it you can be so hard on me? I love too, Uncle John. Can't you understand?
You're the stock of my Munyin herself, and his is the blood of the Waynes. And you don't belong to Kathleen.
I love him.
You must forget him and make an end of
Now,
this.
don't ask me that. I can't.
You must.
Uncle John, you talk of love being like the smile of God. You're not the only one God smiles upon. He smiled on me, too, and on Ken. And I'm not going to let you come between us. You can't.
Kathleen, where are you going?
I'm going to Ken.
Kathleen! Kathleen!
John, let her go. It's her right.
You're against me still. After all that I've recalled of what happened that night, you're against me still.
All that was 50 years ago.
He's his son.
That's not the boy's fault.
And Kathleen's her flesh and blood.
That's not Kathleen's fault. They love each other. You're hard and cruel, John, and I'm against you. You're doing a wicked thing, and someday you'll bitterly regret it. Good night.
Munyin. Munyin. Why don't you come to me? I need you, Munyin.
Oh, John. Is it so hard to learn the lessons of love? I'm here, my darling. But you'll never be able to see me while you've hate in your heart. It breaks the spell. And 'tis so light and slender a thing. I know you want me. But you'll have to sweep out all the cobwebs of revenge and hatred from your thoughts before we two can talk together. Love of me is not enough. There must be no dark shadows of unkindness or of anger. Love must shine all around. Goodbye, John. Goodbye, my darling.
After a brief intermission, Robert Taylor, Barbara Stanwyck, and H.B. Warner will return in Act 3 of Smilin Through. Meantime, I'd like Lou Silvers to play a few bars of music. Thank you, Lou. Ah, that lovely theme always says spring, doesn't it? And spring to a housewife often means...
Spring house cleaning.
Aha, go to the head of the class, Sally. And spring house cleaning should remind women of...
New quick Lux.
Yes, because it can be a maid-of-all-work to you at this time. To give you an idea of all the things you can do with New Quick Lux, we've worked out a special alphabet for washables. Come on, Sally. Give us your Lux ABCs.
Okay. A is for Afghans. Lux keeps them so cozy. B is for blankets.
Blue, green, or rosy.
C is for china and curtains. I'm meaning you save a lot when you give them Lux cleaning.
Good poetry and good sense, too, Sally.
D is for draperies, and keep this in mind. To color and fabrics, New Quick Lux is kind. E for embroideries, your linens and such. F is for furniture. Dirt flies at the touch of those rich, quick suds that help you so much. And,
Well, G, H, and I come next, Sally. Or used to when I learned the alphabet.
Oh, yes. Glasses, hairbrushes, ice boxes, and keys. The keys of pianos Lux cares for with ease.
How about J, Sally?
Oh, jewelry, of course. Lux leaves it so bright. And K for the kitchen, all shining in white. L is for lampshades, the washable kind.
I'll interrupt here. I hope you don't mind. Ladies, these are just a few of the many ways you can use New Quick Lux in your spring house cleaning. It's so easy to use, so fast, and a little goes so far, it's thrifty.
Don't forget, it's wonderfully gentle, too.
That's right. New Quick Lux has no harmful alkali to hurt anything safe in water alone. Why not use it for all your soap and water tasks? To save cleaning bills, to save fabrics, to save your hands. It's in the same familiar Lux box, and it doesn't cost a cent more. Right now, many dealers are featuring it in their spring house cleaning sales. So don't miss this chance to stock up. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of Smilin Through. More than 4 years have passed. It's June again, June 1919. Once more there's peace in the world. But in Kathleen's heart, only misery and despair. For 6 months she's had no word of Kenneth Wayne. Every morning she waits for the postman at the garden gate. Every morning he passes the time of day with her, but leaves no letter. Now in the garden, Willie Ainley has come to call.
Kathleen, are you expecting someone?
No, why, Willie?
You've been standing by the gate all morning.
Oh, I'm sorry, Willie.
You know, I find you changed, Kathleen. I noticed it the minute I got back.
Changed how?
Oh, every way, except one. You're no nearer accepting me than you were before. Are you?
Willie, if you ask me to marry you again today, I shall... Oh, Willie.
I know. You'll slap me. Well, that'd be something. I'd rather be slapped by you than any girl I know. Shall I change the subject?
Please.
Very well. Oh, by the way, who do you suppose I saw before I came down from London?
I can't imagine who.
Kenneth Wayne.
Ken Wayne? Oh, did you?
I must say he wasn't very anxious to speak to me. Had to call him twice before he turned around.
How long ago was this, Willie?
Well, let's see. I came down the 1st, about the middle of May sometime.
Then he's been in England over a month.
At least. Why do you ask?
I was just curious.
Kathleen, I shouldn't have mentioned this, but I have to know. You're in love with him, aren't you? I'm sorry, Kathleen.
You needn't be.
Has he written to you?
No, not for months before the armistice.
Kathleen.
Willie, don't pity me. I don't want pity.
Forgive me, Kathleen. Would you rather I go?
Thank you, Willie.
Of course. Bye, Kathleen.
Ken. Oh, Ken.
All right, I think that's enough. Put your jacket on, Captain Wayne.
Thank you. Well, Doctor, what's the verdict?
Oh, just about what you told me yourself. The army surgeon did rather a good job on that leg.
You mean as good as could be done, huh?
Yes, that's about it. Of course, your nerves are all shot, but time will take care of that.
How much time?
Can't say. That will depend on you, Captain Wayne.
Yes, I know. Don't worry. Try to relax. Eat plenty of greens. Sleep 10 hours a night.
Yes, it's easy to prescribe. How much sleep do you get a night?
What do you think?
About 3.
If I'm lucky.
Well, I could give you something for that, of course.
I've had it. Every doctor in London has given me something. Getting so it doesn't work anymore.
How long were you at the front?
I saw most of the show. I got this leg in last month.
Yes. There are a great many like you, Captain. See them every day. I might as well tell you there's very little I can do for them.
There's only one thing I really want to know, Doctor. When I came back out of this, I was going to be married. Is that... Do you think I should?
You mean, is it fair to the girl?
I'll be an invalid, won't I?
For a time.
But you won't say how long.
I can't.
Maybe years. Maybe all of my life. There's a future to offer a girl, isn't it? To spend the rest of her days waiting on an invalid?
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Doctor. You've been very kind.
Wayne?
No. Thank you, Jane.
It's good to have you back, sir. I was worried when we didn't hear from you.
I'm sorry. I should have let you know. Did you send my note to Mr. Carteret?
Yes, sir.
Good. That's all, Jane.
Yes, sir.
Oh, by the way, don't unpack my things. I'm not staying.
Not staying, sir.
I'm leaving for America tonight.
But, Mr. Wayne, you've only just come.
Will you answer that, please, Jane?
Yes, sir. Mr. Carteret. Come in, sir. Mr. Wayne is in the drawing room.
Come in, Mr. Carteret. It was kind of you to come.
I'd rather come here than have you come to the house.
I'm sure of that. However, what I have to say won't take very long.
You can save your breath. You'll never marry Kathleen.
That's why I came back. To tell you that I'll never marry you.
To tell me?
I'm not going to see her. So, if you'll explain things to her, I'm sure you can. It might be better all around.
I don't understand you.
I want you to speak to her. Make her understand that I have nothing to compensate for all she'd lose.
Suppose she insists on seeing you anyway.
Well, then tell her that I'm not the same man who left here 4 years ago. That war makes changes in a man's viewpoint it has in mine. Tell her that I don't feel as I did. She'll believe it from you.
And you no longer wish to marry her?
I've no right to marry her. Can't you see that? Look at me. You understand now?
I see that you've suffered. We all have. You've been wounded. But I'm afraid that would make no difference to Kathleen. It wouldn't matter to her.
It must matter. I've done a lot of thinking these past 4 years, especially since I was put out of the running. I'm glad that you refused to let Kathleen marry me. I'd only be a burden now.
That possibility had nothing to do with my refusal.
I know. But sometimes a mistaken motive works for good in the end. I'm not blaming you for your refusal, not anymore. You'd be something more than human if you could forget what my father did.
You know?
Yes, I know. Dr. Harding told me the whole story, and so it's better as it is. She'll realize that, too, someday.
Ken, where are you? Ken! Oh, Ken, darling, I heard you were here. Why didn't you tell me? Oh, Ken!
Kathleen.
It's all right. Would you mind leaving us, Mr. Carteret? Kathleen.
Oh, darling, I didn't believe it. I couldn't. You're back and you're alive. Oh, let me look at you. If I could stop crying for a minute, I could see you better.
Not much to look at, I'm afraid.
But you've come back. Aren't you glad to see me? You haven't said so.
Yes, of course I am.
Oh, it's been so long, darling, and when I didn't hear from you, I thought that... Oh, Ken, forgive me.
Well, I was going to write to you, but when I got up to London, everything seemed to break at once. I was pretty busy.
Oh, of course you were.
Then I thought I'd come down, make a few last-minute arrangements.
About what?
Oh, the house, and... You see, I'm selling it.
Selling this place? Why, Ken?
Now, Kathleen, please try to understand. I shouldn't have come back at all. I was hoping that... Well, I thought when you didn't hear from me, you'd know.
Ken, what is it? Look at me. Are you telling me that you don't love me? Is that it, Ken? Well, it's a fine spectacle I've made of myself, isn't it? Waiting here. Yes, you're right. I should have known. But I guess I'm too conceited. You'll have to forgive me, Ken. I didn't mean to throw myself at your head. It's just that... Oh, it's so silly, so stupid.
Kathleen.
Kathleen, my dear.
Oh, Uncle John, I've been such a fool.
Don't, Kathleen. Don't, my darling.
He doesn't want me. Uncle John, why didn't you let us alone? He wanted me once. You took him away from me, just as surely as Jerry Wayne took away your Moonine Claire. And my heart's just as bitter and just as lonely.
Kathleen, do you think I haven't suffered for it? She hasn't come to me, not once, since that night.
She'll never come to you again. Never. And then you'll know how I feel now.
Do you love him that much?
I've never loved anyone so much. I never will.
Kathleen, go back to him. Tell him...
Oh, how can you say that now?
Go back in the house. I've been so wrong, my darling. He loves you, too. And he needs you so.
Uncle John.
He's sick. He's been hurt. That's why he pretended he'd forgotten you. He was trying to give you up, Kathleen.
Then it isn't true. He really wants me?
Go to him, my dear.
Who is it? Are you Jane?
Ken.
Oh, I thought you'd gone.
Let me look at you, darling. Let me see you now. Oh, why didn't you tell me, darling?
Kathleen.
Did you think it would matter to me? Did you think that my love was so small that I wouldn't want to care for you and make you well again? Oh, why did you send me away, darling?
Kathleen, I may never be well. There's no telling.
Oh, but you love me. You do love me. Tell me that, Ken.
Kathleen, don't make me say it. Don't you know what it means to be tied to me all your life? No gaiety, no real happiness. Is any love strong enough for that?
Mine is. Even stronger. And my love will make you well again.
Kathleen. Kathleen.
Oh, my darling. My darling.
Munyin. Munyin. Why don't you come to me? I've waited so many nights here in the garden. Munyin.
John, dear.
You're here. Oh, you've come at last. Munyin.
I've been here all the time. Only you couldn't see me because you've been so obstinate, darling. Keeping those two children apart.
You won't go away anymore? Now that I've made it right?
Never.
Why, you're in your wedding dress.
Yes.
Just as you were that night. And as beautiful, as fresh, as young, as if 50 years were only a day. But I'm old. I'm old.
I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about.
How can you bear to look at me? I'm old. My face is all lined.
I see no lines.
My hair is white.
Why, it's as brown as it ever was.
I'm bent. I'm bent and feeble.
No, you're as straight and tall as a poplar.
You see me like that?
I see you like that.
It's a miracle.
It's love.
You've never let me ask. But tell me now, when shall we be together? Always?
Look there, John. Do you see that old man there in the chair? Do you know him?
Why,
Yes. It's you, John.
But how can I be there and... Munyin, is this what they call dying?
Yes. Isn't it glorious? And isn't it stupid to be afraid of it?
Why, who's afraid?
Some poor dears are. But they'd go smiling through the years if they knew what they'd find at the end of the road. Come, John. Come, my darling.
The curtain falls on Act 3 of Smilin' Through. Before our stars come back for their curtain calls, I'd like to speak to a special group of girls. There are nearly 1.5 million of these girls all over the country, and something very special has happened or is going to happen to them during 1940. You know what it is? They'll be married this year, and many will begin right away keeping house and washing dishes. Now, no bride wants her hands to grow rough and red and unattractive, and they needn't. With new Quick Lux, even busy hands can stay soft and smooth and lovable. These gentle flakes are so kind to hands. Yes, indeed, this has been proved by hundreds of women in a most unusual kind of test, a one-hand test. Each woman put one hand in Lux suds, the other in suds from a different soap. Now, that's absolutely fair, isn't it? And conditions were similar to home dishwashing. For instance, each woman did the test for 20 minutes, 3 times a day, average dishwashing time. Altogether, 5 leading soaps, including Lux, were tested. Well, sir, the results were amazing. Oh, Sally, will you read what Mrs. Edna Tessel of Brooklyn said about her results?
I have always used Lux for my own dishes and know how very gentle it is. But I didn't realize what a difference there was between new Quick Lux and the other soap I tested. After 19 days of the test, my Lux hand still looked smooth and white. My other hand was so red and rough that I was really embarrassed to have people see it.
Yes, the scientists conducting these tests reported they proved Lux milder than any of the other soaps tested. Proved it kindest to hands. Now, one reason new Quick Lux is so kind to your hands is that it contains absolutely no harmful alkali. I wish you'd give it your own private test in your own dishpan. Try it for a week, and I don't think you will ever change. Your grocer has new Quick Lux in the same familiar box at no extra cost. Now, Mr. DeMille is bringing our stars to the microphone.
Although Barbara Stanwyck and Robert Taylor are neither of them strangers here, tonight they're taking their first curtain call together on our stage.
Thank you, C.B. Barbara and I have been looking forward to doing this play for quite a while.
Smilin Through has always been a favorite of mine, Mr. DeMille, and with
Bob Taylor at the same microphone, it was a perfect performance for all of us.
You know, I hate to bring in a note of complaint, C.B., but I happen to be a committee of one.
Oh, nothing to do with the play. It's, well, Bob, tell him.
Yes, you can't turn my hair any grayer.
It's about your attendance at the Hollywood ballpark since the season opened. The directors are complaining. Don't you like baseball anymore?
It's still my principal vice, Bob, but I haven't had time to indulge it lately. There's a play a week to produce in the Lux Radio Theater. And over at Paramount, the little matter of a motion picture called Northwest Mounted Police.
I don't call it little. I saw 500 Indians the other day.
500 Indians? Well, bring them along.
I'd like to, Bob, but I don't believe the umpires would appreciate it.
Well, in the meantime, keep your fingers crossed for the rest of us stockholders. We may have a pennant winner in the Hollywood Stars. We hope. But to get back to the Lux Radio Theater, what's the play next week?
Next Monday night, we're going to present another Pulitzer Prize winner and Broadway hit. Thornton Wilder's play, Our Town. Saul Lesser has just given this play a fine motion picture production to be released within a few weeks. But next week, we'll do it with the original cast of the picture before you see it on the screen. And here are the stars we'll have. William Holden, Martha Scott, Fay Bainter, Beulah Bondi, Thomas Mitchell, Guy Kibbe, Stuart Irwin, and in the famous role he created on the stage, Frank Craven. Our Town has something of the story of your town and every town in America. Headed by a cast of 8 stars from the picture, we'll bring you this stirring human drama next Monday night.
And next Monday night, we'll be listening at home, C.B. Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. We're starting right now to find you two another play. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents William Holden, Martha Scott, Fay Bainter, Beulah Bondi, Thomas Mitchell, Guy Kibbe, Stuart Irwin, and Frank Craven, the original motion picture cast in Our Town. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Eric Snowden as Dr. Owen, Frank Martin as Willie Ainley, Julie Bannon as Mary, Lou Merrill as Doctor, Christina Wayne as Jane, and James Eagles as Jimmy. Robert Taylor stars in the MGM picture Waterloo Bridge, soon to be released. Barbara Stanwyck's current picture is Paramount's Remember the Night. The play Smilin Through was written by Jane Cowell and Jane Murfin. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Barbara Stanwyck, Errol Flynn, Mary Astor, and an all-star cast in These Three.
Lux presents Hollywood. This program tonight is your program, made possible, ladies and gentlemen, by your purchases of Lux toilet soap. You will hear Errol Flynn, Barbara Stanwyck, Mary Astor, Constance Collier, Alma Kruger, Marcia May Jones, and Helen Parrish, enacting Samuel Goldwyn's great screenplay, These Three, while our special guests are those young writers, the three Abbey children, and their mother. The Lux Radio Theater Orchestra is conducted by Louis Silvers, and your host and producer is Hollywood's pioneer director. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. A wedding in the film capital is often front-page news, but there was one the other day which completely escaped the headlines, and properly so, for you never heard of the bride nor the groom, and perhaps you never will. The groom, in fact, is a stable boy, and the scene of the ceremony was the bunkhouse where he and the hired hands lived. But I doubt if Hollywood ever witnessed a happier wedding, because one of our most distinguished stars supplied the wedding feast, and she herself attended, danced with everyone, made them all forget that she's the groom's boss, and that her name is Barbara Stanwyck. That's the true character of the girl who returns to our stage tonight, starring for us as Martha Dobie in These Three. Errol Flynn, the Dublin-born globetrotter who came to Hollywood after a daring career in the South Seas, plays Dr. Joseph Cardin. Errol these days is twanging the longbow on the Warner Brothers lot, where he starred in The Adventures of Robin Hood. Mary Astor, whom you've seen this year in Dodsworth, Prisoner of Zenda, and Hurricane, makes her debut tonight in the Lux Radio Theater, where you hear her as Karen Wright. From the cast of the film are Alma Kruger as Mrs. Tilford and Marcia May Jones as Rosalie. Helen Parrish plays the part of Mary Tilford. And I'm delighted to announce the presence of Constance Collier, veteran of the stage and films, whom we welcome in the role of Aunt Lily. Time won't allow me to say all I'd like to about these 7 important personalities, so we let them speak for themselves as the Lux Radio Theater presents These Three, starring Errol Flynn, Barbara Stanwyck, and Mary Astor. Graduation day at a women's college in New England. In the fading light of a May afternoon, students stroll aimlessly about the campus, many of them for the last time. On the edge of the college grounds, 2 girls in the robes of graduating students sit quietly beneath a tree, listening to the distant song. They've been silent for some time. At last, one of them speaks.
What train are you taking, Karen? I don't know. I don't know what time my train goes or where it's going to. Funny. I always thought graduation would be a happy day. It isn't.
What was it the dean said? Let me see. Starting a new life may sometimes be a lonely business.
What are you going to do, Martha?
Oh, I don't know. Teach somewhere, I guess. If I can get a job. I'd hate to tag along with Aunt Lily, and she's the only relation I've got.
That's just one more than I have. Do you think I could teach?
Maybe we could find someplace together. 2 well-educated young women, all so neat and clean, wish positions.
Martha?
What?
Martha, I've got a farm. It's about all I have got. My grandmother left it to me. I haven't seen it in years, but I used to spend my summers there when I was a little girl. We could go there. We could work there.
Teaching the farm?
No, there's no one there anymore. Hasn't been for years. Martha, do you know, we might start a school, something of our own. It'd be fun, and we'd be good at it, too.
Yes, but it isn't practical, Karen.
We can't just sit here. We've got to do something.
Yes, but...
We can get a train tonight. Oh, Martha, take a chance with me and come.
A chance. It is a chance, but... Well, it might be worth it.
Of course it is. Now, look, I'll tell you what we'll do.
Here you are, girls.
Oh, but is this the old Wright place? Are you sure?
This is it. $2, please.
I have it, Karen. Here, driver.
Thanks, lady.
Oh, Martha. Just look at it. It's a shack.
Well, it's a large shack.
It's ready to fall down. Oh, Martha.
It doesn't matter, Karen.
It matters a great deal. I remember it as it was when I was a kid. Very dangerous, Martha, remembering things that way.
You know, maybe it wouldn't cost too much to fix it up.
No, not much. I should guess about $2 million would do it. What's that?
Somebody hammering.
It's over this way. Come on.
There, up on the roof.
Up on the... Martha, do you see what I see?
Well, I don't know what you see, but it looks to me like a man.
Well, what's he doing up there anyway? Say, you. Hey, you up there on the roof.
Hello.
Would you mind coming down here, please?
Not at all. Look out below. How are you?
We're all right, thank you. We were a little worried about you.
Oh, I'm all right. I was up there getting at some honey under the roof, but I didn't get stung once.
Well, that isn't what we were worrying about. You see, this is a house. And while it isn't the best I've ever seen, it belongs to me, and I'd rather not have its roof knocked off.
Oh, no. I really wasn't doing any harm. I'm very fond of this old place, and I come over here whenever I have a day off from the hospital.
Oh, the hospital. I see. You been there a while?
Oh, in a way. I'm a doctor. Will you have some honey?
No, thank you.
It's yours, you know. Very good, too. Better take it.
We won't be needing it. We're not staying here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Why aren't you staying here? This is a lovely old house.
It's old, all right.
Are you afraid of work?
No, we're not afraid of work.
Then there you are. You know, my place wasn't nearly as nice as this, and it needed much more fixing, too. It doesn't cost much less than you think, and it's fun doing it. So much fun that I'd like to start all over again.
Well, anything you could do, we could undoubtedly do.
Well, sure, that's just what I said.
We wouldn't starve, Karen. We'd have free honey.
And free help. I'm a good carpenter, a good house painter, a good plumber.
Why are we talking to this man this way, as if we'd known him all our lives?
Well, that sometimes happens. Now, the first thing I'd do is to knock down this old fence.
Here, stop that. You're knocking the whole thing down.
Oh, think nothing of that. Then when the ground's all cleared, we can start working on the inside, you see, and... There you are. Hey, Karen, is this picture hanging straight?
It's beautiful, Joe.
Joe Carden and his little hammer. How could we ever have done without you?
Oh, you couldn't. Hold that stepladder, will you, Martha?
Mm-hmm.
There we are, all fixed up. Now all you need's a couple of students.
Oh, we have one, you know.
What?
Mary Tilford. She's old Mrs. Tilford's granddaughter.
Say, that's all right. Mrs. Tilford's the works around these parts. How'd you come to get the kid?
Well, I think she's been thrown out of the last 3 schools.
She's a little bratty, but she ought to bring in business.
Martha!
Uh-oh.
Martha, darling, how are you?
Aunt Lily.
Martha, I'm so glad to see you.
Where do you want these grips, lady?
Oh, just put them down any place, any place. No, wait. Take them upstairs, please.
All right.
Martha, how well you look. Almost pretty.
Thank you, Aunt Lily.
And Karen, prettier than ever.
How are you, Mrs. Morton?
Aunt Lily, I thought you were still in the play.
I was. But the theater isn't what it used to be. Now, who's this young gentleman? Your assistant?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
This is Dr. Carden, a friend of ours.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Glad to meet you.
Aunt Lily, is this a visit? You see, we're not very well equipped here now. We've been having a hard time.
Oh, I know, dear. And I know all about the school, too. That's why I'm here. I've come to put my shoulder to the wheel with you. I knew you needed an elocution teacher and a general supervisor. That's why I came.
But, Aunt Lily, this is Karen's house.
But I came here to help you both. And until you're started, I shall take only the smallest fee for my services.
It's all right, Martha.
Now I'll go upstairs and unpack, and then I'll come right down and help you arrange the furniture. I shall have to rest for an hour or two. Martha, will you come and show me to my room?
In a moment.
Hurry, dear.
Well.
The Duchess?
The Duchess.
Yes, the Duchess. Gosh, I better stop her before she takes one of our rooms.
Mrs. Morta is an actress.
Oh, I gathered that.
I suppose we'll just have to put up with her.
Well, not all the time. What about dinner tonight, Karen?
Well, I guess I could manage it, but...
Swell. I'll pick you up about 6:30. See you later. Oh, and give my love to the Duchess.
Well, I was right.
About what? She picked your room. Where's Joe?
He'll be back later.
For dinner?
Well, no. He asked me last week about having dinner in town. And you don't mind, do you? I've been feeling a little guilty about leaving you alone at night.
Oh, don't be silly, Karen. You have all the fun you can. It won't be so easy when the term begins. And Joe, well, he's a grand fella.
He is, isn't he?
Yes. And, of course, I won't be alone.
What?
Don't tell me you've forgotten Aunt Lily.
Oh.
Will you translate that, please, Rosalie?
Yes, ma'am. But Pius, Aeneas, when the last right were paid.
Very good. Mary, will you take the next few lines? Mary Tilford.
Yes, ma'am. Closely they skirt the shores of Circe's land, where the rich daughter of the sun held sway.
That's a lovely translation, Mary. It was just as lovely when Professor Hobson of Harvard published it about 10 years ago.
I did it myself.
That will do, Mary. All right, girls, it's a fine day for your hockey game. Run along now.
Gee, Miss Dobie certainly caught you that time.
You shut up, Rosalie.
I didn't.
Never
say.
mind.
Maybe someday other people will be caught doing other things. What? Maybe someday Miss Dobie will find out who stole Helen Burton's bracelet. I don't know what you mean.
Oh, yes, you do. I think I'll borrow your sweater this afternoon, Rosalie.
Well, all right.
Come on.
Well, Martha, everything going all right?
Oh, the Tilford kid's been cutting up again. Nothing very serious.
She's a vixen, that child. If she were mine...
But she isn't, Aunt Lily.
Where's Karen?
She went out.
Where?
Oh, Aunt Lily, please. She went out with Joe. She went to the fair with him. What difference does it make?
Oh, very well, very well.
Joe, this is marvelous. I love merry-go-rounds. How did you know?
I like 'em too, but 5 times round's enough. Let's get off this thing.
What?
I want to tell you something.
Can't hear you.
Listen, Karen. Listen, darling.
What?
I want to tell you something. Get off this thing.
The brass ring? I'll get it the next time around.
Listen, will you? This is important.
Oh, that was grand.
I'm glad you think so.
What was it you were saying before? I couldn't hear you.
Oh, never mind.
What's the matter with you? You're an awful grouch.
Well, this is what's the matter with me. I'm in love with you. I've been trying to tell you for an hour, and now I'm tired out, see, and I can't tell you.
Oh, Joe.
I can't ever tell you. I won't be able to. There aren't words enough to tell you with. But I love you. I love you with all my heart, Karen.
And I love you, Joe, with all my heart.
Karen, where are you?
Shh, Joe, be quiet.
Oh, hello, Martha. Karen upstairs there?
No, come on up and help me paint a table.
Sure.
In here, Joe.
Oh, is this your room, Martha?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Sit down. Karen forgot something, and she had to go back into town. How's the hospital?
Oh, just the same. No money, bad lab, everybody growling at everybody else. Quiet here. Is it late?
No, only 10:30. But the girls are in bed, and Aunt Lily is worn out from doing nothing. Oh, hand me that paintbrush, will you?
Yeah. Karen tells me your aunt was showing the girls how to play King Lear the other day. You know, that's going to come in handy later on in their lives.
Oh, wait until she does Portia standing on a chair.
Ooh.
Sir Henry taught her to do it that way. Said it was the test of a great actress.
You must have had a fine childhood, Martha.
Oh, I did indeed. I lived with Aunt Lily from the time I was 5. I went to 16 schools altogether. And every time the stock company would move, I'd move with it. But school wasn't the worst part. It was after school and never anything but hotel bedrooms to go home to. And then in the evening, I'd have to do my homework sitting on a dirty box backstage. And jump up to help Aunt Lily change from one blousy costume to an even blousier one. Oh, I used to be so alone and so sorry that I couldn't have what other kids had. You know, I think that's really why I wanted to teach. Being young is awfully hard, and when I grew up, I sort of wanted to make it easier for other kids. Say, I'm running out of paint. Do you want a glass of milk? Joe, I said, are you asleep, Joe? Joe? Oh, darling Joe.
Hey!
Do you always wake up so violently?
Oh, I'm sorry. What was that I knocked out?
Oh, just the milk. I thought you'd like a glass before you left.
Oh, well, thanks, Mother. Oh, how long have I been asleep?
An hour or so. Maybe a little more.
Martha, what was that crash I heard? Oh,
It was me, Mrs. Morther. I was wrestling with myself.
aren't you rather a late visitor, Dr. Carter?
Oh, no. As a matter of fact, I've been here for 4 days. I was hiding in your trunk. Good night, Martha.
Oh, don't go. Karen will be home any minute.
Oh, no, ma'am. I gotta get home now. And warn Karen that when we're married, she'll have to stay at home and watch me knock over milk glasses. Good night.
Good night.
I hope I'm not hurrying you away.
No, not any more than usual.
Joe's so in love with Karen, isn't he? I do hope they'll have the wedding in the spring. We could stage it so well in the garden. Of course, when they're married, it'll be rather hard on you. But Karen says she intends to go right on with the school.
There's never been any question of that.
And it really won't be so lonely for you because you'll be seeing her all the time. And you'll be seeing Joe, too. Perhaps you'll be seeing more of him than usual. You'll like that, won't you?
Oh, that's enough, Aunt Lily.
Good night, darling. Oh, God.
You've just heard Act One of these three. In just a few moments, we will continue with Act Two of our plays, starring Barbara Stanwyck, Errol, Flynn, and Mary Astor. But now it's intermission time in the Lux Radio Theater. While we are waiting for Act Two, we want you to go with us to Beverly Hills. There we meet a lovely young Deb and her co-ed sister.
Mary, darling, may I borrow one of your dresses? I'm going out with a senior at Stanford, and I don't want to look too utterly childish.
So baby sister's growing up, is she? Well, let's go and see what's in the closet. Oh, let's see now. Well, this black one's a little too sophisticated. Now, what are you doing at my dressing table?
Just putting on some fresh makeup. It's pretty late, you know, and I've got to start getting ready.
I don't care how late it is. Don't ever let me catch you putting on makeup without first using Lux toilet soap.
But my face isn't dirty.
You may not think so, but if you want to guard against cosmetic skin...
Oh, heavens, yes. It would be horrible to have those little blemishes and enlarged pores.
You're right, dear. Cosmetic skin is horrid. That's why you ought to use Lux toilet soap always before you put on fresh makeup.
And that will keep my skin really lovely.
Oh, please don't be flippant, dear. You know it's true. It's the active lather in Lux toilet soap that removes dust and dirt and stale cosmetics thoroughly. Prevents pores from getting choked.
Well, even if you are my own sister, I must say it's obvious you practice what you preach. Because your skin is swell.
Never mind my skin. Just look at the screen stars. 9 out of 10 of them use Lux toilet soap.
And with that good advice, we return now to Mr. DeMille and our play.
Our curtain goes up on the second act of these three, starring Errol Flynn, Barbara Stanwyck, and Mary Astor. Several weeks have passed. For Karen and Joe, happy in the thought of their approaching marriage, time has slipped by almost unnoticed. For Martha, watching their happiness with hopeless yearning, the weeks have seemed like years. In the library of the farmhouse, Mrs. Mortar is conducting her class in elocution. A girl in pigtails recites in sing-song rhythm.
The quality of mercy is not strange. It falleth as the gentle rain from heaven
Upon the place we meet, it is twice blessed.
Good morning, girls.
Good morning, Miss Wright.
Everything all right, Mrs. Mortimer?
Yes. Aren't these flowers beautiful? Mary Tilford just gave them to me. Aren't they lovely?
Yes. Where did you get the flowers, Mary?
She picked them just for me. The first wild flowers of the season.
But not the very first. Where did you get them, Mary?
Near Conway's cornfield.
Are you sure?
Yes, ma'am.
It wasn't necessary to go so far, Mary. There was a bunch exactly like that in the garbage can this morning.
Oh, what a nasty thing to do, Mary.
All right, children. Mary, will you come outside with me, please? Mary.
What?
Mary, why do you do these things? Why do you lie to us so often?
I'm not lying.
If you have to do things, come and tell us about it. We'll try to understand. We'll try to help you. But this kind of lying is so bad for everybody.
I got the flowers near Conway's cornfield.
All right, Mary. You'll have to be punished. No horseback riding, no hockey. Don't leave the school grounds for any reason.
But you said I could go to the boat races Saturday.
I'm sorry, you can't go.
I'll tell my grandmother. I'll tell her how I get treated here and how you punish me for everything. I'll tell her.
Mary, go upstairs.
I don't feel well. I've got a pain. I've had it all morning. It hurts here. It's a bad pain. I've never had it before. My heart, it's my heart. It's stopping or something. I can't breathe. I can't. Oh!
Mary. Mary, get up off the floor. Mary. Mary!
Raise her head up just a little.
What do you think, Joe?
Can't tell much yet. Hand me my stethoscope.
Oh, this is terrible. Perhaps if we put our feet up and our head down. Or is it just the opposite?
Oh, Aunt Lily, Dr. Carden knows.
Well, that's what I did in the theater once when Delia Graham fainted.
And did this Delia survive?
Oh, yes, I saved her.
Then perhaps you'd like to take charge here.
Oh, if that's how you feel.
I think she's annoyed.
Oh, I'll take care of her. Aunt Lily.
That's a nice thing. That man in there practically turned me out of the room.
Oh, Aunt Lily, be quiet.
Then you don't object your aunt being snubbed and humiliated. I, who worked my fingers to the bone here.
Don't tell yourself that too often, Aunt Lily. You'll come to believe it.
To the bone, to the very bone.
Aunt Lily, you've wanted to go to London for a long time. You can go now. I can spare the money and...
Oh, you want to get rid of me? Turning me out at my...
Oh, how can anybody deal with you? You've been talking about going for years, and now when you can go, you...
Don't raise your voice, please. I decline to be shipped off to England. Next year, I'm going back to the theater.
No, I'd like you to go sooner. The truth is, the school isn't quite the place for you.
The truth is, I ought to have known enough to stay out of your way when he was here.
When who was here?
You don't think you can fool me, my dear. I wasn't born yesterday. I know what I know, and I know what you feel about him. You don't want them to be married, and I know why.
Be still.
I know what's going on here. You were never very clever at hiding things, Martha. You're in love with him.
Be still, Aunt Lily. Be still. These lies
can't close people's eyes. The way you rush over to him on the slightest pretext. And that night when he was coming out of your room late, I saw...
Aunt Lily, there's been no trouble in this house, and I won't let you do your usual job of starting any. I want you to leave as quickly as... There's someone at the hall door. Wait a minute.
Oh!
Rosalie. Helen. What were you doing outside this door?
We just came down to see how Mary was, Miss Dobie. Yes, Miss Dobie, that's all.
Did you deliberately listen?
Eavesdropping is something nice young ladies just don't do.
Oh, you girls never used to do things like this. I'm afraid we'll have to separate you. Mary, Tilford, and Rosalie. Go on up to your rooms now. Miss Wright will speak to you later.
Yes, Miss Dobie.
Well, oh, Aunt Lily, it's very bad having the children hear the things you say. There's money in the bank for you. I'd like you to leave as soon as it's convenient.
Do you think I'd take your money? I'd rather scrub floors first. I'll be out of here before it's dark.
Whoops. Excuse me.
Excuse me, Joseph.
The Duchess coming up again?
Oh, yes, she's particularly good today. What about Mary?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I could have managed a more convincing faint when I was 6 years old.
We've reached the end of our rope with her. I don't know what we're going to do.
Martha, what's wrong?
Aren't you taking this kid too seriously?
Yes. I'm taking everything too seriously. Everything.
Are your things ready to move, Rosalie?
Yes, Miss Wright, almost.
Mary?
I'm getting them as fast as I can. I'm awfully sorry, Miss Wright.
I am too, Rosalie. But I think it would be better if you and Mary are separated.
And it's all because I had a pain. You're always mean to me. I get blamed and punished and picked on for everything that happens around here.
Go on with your moving, Rosalie.
Rosalie, what were you and Helen doing outside the door down there? We heard Miss Dobie and Mrs. Mortar having an awful fight. A fight? What were they fighting about? Well, Miss Dobie wants Mortar to go to England, and Mortar got sore at that and said she knew why they wanted to get rid of her. Go on. Why does Miss Dobie want to get rid of Mortar? Because Miss Dobie is in love with Dr. Carden. Oh, so that's it. And Mortar knows about it. And then she said an awful lot of funny things about them, and all about how one night Dr. Carden was up in Miss Dobie's room, late or something. Did she say that? Yes, why? I'm going home. Home? You can't do that. Can't I? You just wait and see, and you're coming with me. You got any money? No. Don't lie. You've got $2.45 in your drawer. Get it. Why, no, I won't. Then I'll get it myself. Get away from me! Well, where did you get this bracelet? It's mine. It is not. It's Helen Burton's. Now, will you give me the money? I can give you part of it if you won't. Get it, and get your hat and coat. We're going to my grandmother's.
Mary, look at me. Do you mean you left school without permission?
I couldn't help it, Grandma. I couldn't help it. I got Rosalie to come with me, and I ran away. I had to.
That was a very bad thing to do. Now, you're going right back, both of you. Where is Rosalie?
No, Grandma, don't do that. Please don't do that. Grandma, please, they'll kill me.
Mary.
I can't go back. I can't. They'll kill me, Grandma. They will. They will.
Mary, stop it. What makes you say such awful things?
They're true, honest. I fainted today.
Fainted?
Yes, I did. My heart. I had a pain in my heart, and Dr. Carden said I didn't have any pain, and I'm scared, Grandma. I'm scared. They've got something against me, and they punish me for everything. Today they even said I couldn't go to the boat races.
Oh.
But it wasn't that. It's things. Funny things.
What nonsense are you talking?
They've got secrets, Grandma. Funny secrets. All about Miss Dobie and Dr. Carden, and Mrs. Mortar told Miss Dobie that she knew what was going on, and...
What?
That she knew what was going on, and she always had known what was going on.
Stop using that silly phrase, Mary.
But that's what she kept using, Grandma. Miss Dobie said she'd have to get out of the house. And that's why we have to remove our room, I bet, because they're frightened that we'll hear things, too. Like we did that awful night.
What awful night?
Well, Dr. Carden was in Miss Dobie's room late, and other times when things happen, too, and I can't say them out loud, Grandma. I've got to whisper.
Oh, nonsense. Why must you whisper?
Because I just got to, because it's bad. It's late at night, and Miss Dobie's room is right next to ours. And then Miss Dobie...
Oh.
And just about that time...
Mary! Do you know what you're saying? Are you telling me the truth?
Honest, honest. And then later on...
Oh.
There's Dr. Carden. Mary, where were you so long? Keep quiet. I was talking to my grandmother. Well, what's going to happen? Aren't we going back to school tonight? Maybe I'm never going back. Maybe none of us will. Well, I want to go back. Why shouldn't we go back? Oh, you'll find out. Ah, you're always pretending you know everything. Anyway, I don't want anything to do with your silly secret. No? Suppose I told you that maybe you're in on the silly secret. Suppose I told you that I may have said you told me about it. Why, Mary Tilford, I didn't tell you anything. I'm going right into your grandmother and tell her I didn't tell you anything, whatever it is. You're just trying to get me into trouble. Wait a minute. I'll go in with you. I've got something to tell her, too. About Helen Burton's bracelet. What about it? Just that you stole it from her, that's all. Shut up. I didn't do any such thing. I borrowed it and I was going to put it back and I forgot it. I never meant to keep it. Oh, nobody will ever believe that. I guess I ought to go and tell Grandma anyway. And she can call the police.
No.
And you'll spend the rest of your life in one of those solitary prisons, and you'll get older and older, and when you're very old, they'll let you out. Maybe with a sign on your back saying you're a thief. And you won't have any place to go, and you'll beg on the street.
No, please.
Stop bawling.
You won't tell. Say you won't tell, please.
Maybe, if you'll take the oath. Say, from now on, I, Rosalie Wells, am the vassal of Mary Tilford, and will do and say whatever she tells me under the solemn oath of a knight.
I won't say that. I won't. That's the worst oath there is.
All right, then.
No, Mary, please don't tell
Will you
her.
swear it?
But then you can tell me to do it.
You'll have to do it. Say it quick.
I'll say it.
From now on, I, Rosalie Wells, am the vassal of Mary Tilford, and will do and say whatever she tells me under the solemn oath of a knight.
Good afternoon.
What is it, please?
Miss Wright, Miss Dobie, and Dr. Carden. We'd like to see Mrs. Tilford, please.
I'm sorry, but Mrs. Tilford...
We want to see her.
Who is it, Agatha? If it's anything... Oh,
Good afternoon, Mrs. Tilford.
good afternoon. You may go, Agatha.
Yes, madam.
We want to see you, please. You know what it's about.
We've lost 10 students since yesterday evening. The rest are leaving today.
You know why, I assume?
We heard why. From Mrs. Burton's chauffeur when he came to take Helen home.
I don't think you should have come here. I was coming to see you tomorrow to explain my position in all this and to ask you to explain yours. I'm sorry this had to happen.
I think we'd better understand each other. There is nothing for us to explain, and I very much dislike your sympathy.
So you don't think we should have come? Then what were we expected to do, Mrs. Tilford? Lie down and grin until you'd finish kicking us around with these lies?
No amount of words that we can throw at each other, Dr. Carden, can do any of us any good now.
Do any of us any good? Listen, Mrs. Tilford, you're not playing with paper dolls. We're human beings. It's our lives you're fooling with. Our lives. That's serious business for us. Can you understand that?
I understand that. And I understand a lot more. You've been playing with a lot of children's lives, and that's why I stopped you. I think I know how you must feel, Miss Wright.
You don't know anything about how I feel. You can't know how any of us feel. You get lost trying to fight alive, very lost.
I did what I had to do. I had to tell those mothers. Whatever went on in your school may possibly be your own business. But it becomes a great deal more than that when children are involved.
But it's not true. Not a word of it is true.
I'm sorry that I can't believe that.
But you can believe this. We happen to be people who've worked hard for what we've got. That school meant things to us. It meant self-respect and bread and butter and honest work. And now it's gone.
There must be something we can do to you. Something that will make you feel the way we do tonight. Don't think we'll let you whisper this lie. You made it, and you'll come out with it in a courtroom. Tomorrow, Mrs. Tilford, you will have a slander suit on your hands.
That will be very unwise. It was wrong of you to brazen it out here tonight. It would be criminally foolish for you to brazen it out in public.
It's already quite public, Mrs. Tilford. Yesterday, we had our lives decently to ourselves. Now we've nothing left but the dirt you've made of us.
Or the dirt you've made for yourself. Clean your house, Miss Wright, and in time count yourself very lucky.
You have understood nothing. Nothing. These are my friends. When we clean house, the three of us will clean it together.
Mrs. Tilford, perhaps we should clean your house for you. Where's Mary, Mrs. Tilford?
Under no circumstances. I would not allow that.
So that's where you really got it. We couldn't believe it. She's a bad girl, your Mary. She always has been.
She's hated us for a long time.
I won't have any more of this. You've been in my house long enough. Get out.
The wicked very young and the wicked very old. Let's go home.
Wait. Mrs. Tilford, when three people come to you with their lives spread on a table for you to cut to pieces, then the only honest thing to do is to give them one last chance to come out alive. We'd like that last chance. If you're honest, you'll give it to us.
Very well. Will you come this way, please?
Thank you.
She's in the library. Oh, Mary.
Yes, Grandma?
Come here, dear. Dr. Carden wants to ask you a few questions.
Hello, Mary.
Well?
Sit down, Mary. I want to tell you something first. Everybody lies all the time. Sometimes they have to, sometimes they don't. I've lied for a lot of different reasons myself. But there was never a time when if I hadn't had a second chance, I wouldn't have taken back the lie and told the truth. You're a lucky girl, Mary, because we're giving you that second chance. Were you telling your grandmother the exact truth about us?
Why, yes, Dr. Carden.
Remember, you're not going to be punished. You didn't make a mistake, did you?
No, Dr. Carden.
There you are.
We're not finished, Mrs. Tilford. Why don't you like Miss Wright and Miss Dobie, Mary?
Oh, I do like them. They just don't like me. They're always punishing me for everything.
Just tell your grandmother why you were punished yesterday.
Just because Rosalie and Evelyn heard things and you took it out on me.
That's not the reason you were punished.
Heard what things, Mary?
Mrs. Mortar was telling Miss Dobie that she knew what was going on and that she knew what Miss Dobie felt about you and things that happened.
Mrs. Tilford, my aunt is a stupid woman. What she said wasn't pleasant. It was said to annoy me. It meant no more than that.
What do you think Mrs. Mortar meant by all that, Mary?
I don't know, but funny things did happen. She said things about the times when you'd come at night and we'd listen. I'd get frightened.
Be still.
No. You don't want her to be still now. What did you hear? What did you see?
I don't know. There was just things.
What things?
I don't know, but I saw plenty of things. We all did. And one night, Dr. Carden was up in Miss Dobie's room late, and I was listening.
Why did you think it was wrong for me to be in Miss Dobie's room?
Because it was at night, and I was leaning down by the keyhole, and I saw things, and I got scared. And then you left him.
Ask her again how she could see us.
I was leaning down by the keyhole, and
There is no keyhole on my door.
What?
There is no keyhole on my door.
It wasn't her room, Grandma. It was the other room. I guess it was Miss Wright's room. She was up in
And how did you know anybody was in Miss Wright's room?
I told you, because we heard you. I heard you.
My room is on the first floor at the other end of the house. It is impossible to hear anything from there.
Mary, what is this?
Everybody is yelling at me. I don't know what I'm saying with everybody mixing me all up. I did see them.
I want the truth now. All the truth, whatever it is.
We're finished here, Mrs. Tilford. We've cleaned your house. You can go home now.
No, please. Mary. Oh, stop that crying. I want the truth.
All right.
What is the truth?
It was Rosalie who saw them. I just said it was me so I wouldn't have to tattle on Rosalie. You ask Rosalie. You just ask her. She's here. She told me all about it.
Ask her, Mrs. Tilford.
Very well. Rosalie.
Mrs. Tilford, you deserve whatever you get.
I don't know.
Did you call me Mrs. Tilford?
Yes, Rosalie. Rosalie, Mary tells me that there's been a lot of talk in the school about Miss Dobie and Dr. Carden. Is that true?
I don't know what you mean.
What was the talk about?
Don't be frightened, Rosalie.
I don't know what Mrs. Tilford means, Miss Wright.
Rosalie, Mary has told her grandmother that certain things at school have been puzzling you girls. You particularly.
History puzzles me. I guess I'm not very good at history, and Helen...
No, that's not what she meant. She said that you saw certain things between Miss Dobie and Dr. Carden that weren't right.
Oh, no. I didn't. I never said such a thing. I never saw any such thing.
Oh, yes, you did, too.
You told me what you saw. You're just trying to get out of it. I remember when you said it. I remember it because it was the day Helen Burton's bracelet... I never did! It was the day Helen Burton's bracelet was stolen, and nobody knew who did it. And Helen said that if her mother found out, she'd have the thief put in jail. Oh, no!
There's nothing to say about Rosalie. You must help us by telling the truth.
Yes, the truth.
Well, Rosalie?
Grandma, there's something I've got to tell you. It's about Helen Burton's bracelet.
Yes! Yes! I did this! I saw Mary when Mary said was right! I said it! I said it! I said it!
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Barbara Stanwyck, Errol, Flynn, and Mary Astor return to us shortly in the third act of our play.
Since a child figures so conspicuously in these three, I thought it appropriate to invite here three youngsters who last year startled the literary world by writing the bestseller Around the World in 11 Years. They are Patience, Richard, and Johnny Abbey. And knowing them, I can assure you they're nothing like the Mary Tilford of these three. Their mother is here with them on our stage. Their father, James Abbey, is the noted newspaper photographer who liked to have his children near him during his assignments in Europe. A few months ago, the Abbey children came to Hollywood to gather material for another book. They called this one Of All Places. Published in October, it already has reached a sale of 20,000 copies and contains some of the shrewdest observations on Hollywood I've ever encountered. Patience is 13, Richard is 11, and Johnny, I'd say you're about 10, aren't you?
I, Johnny, am 10 years old, and Mom here is 38.
And I, Cecil, don't believe Mama wants you broadcasting her age.
I, Johnny, like Mr. DeMille because he has a nice bald head like Papa's. I, Richard, think Papa's head is balder and bumpier.
And I think we should change the subject. Richard, the phrases I, Patience, I, Johnny, and I, Richard have become so well known that it might be a good idea for you to explain how you happen to refer to yourselves in that manner.
Well, when we were children, living in Paris, Mama would be downstairs a lot of the time, and we would be upstairs playing. Mama would say, "Which one of you is making all that noise up there?"
And I would say, "It is I, Patience, if it was I."
So we got in the habit of saying, "I, Patience, I, Richard, or I, Johnny."
Very sensible. Now tell us about your new home in Colorado. Don't you miss tall buildings and exciting things that happen in the city?
I, Richard, like tall mountains better than tall buildings. And there is nothing more exciting than building a new home out of logs, which we are doing now on our ranch. I, Johnny, would just as soon keep on taking a bath in a tin tub in front of the fire like we have to do in our present house. Our present house is not very high class.
I, Patience, think one of the nicest things about taking a bath is the Lux toilet soap we use.
I, Richard, think you are trying to make an impression with Mr. DeMille.
But it's so, Mr. DeMille, as Mama can tell you.
That's quite true, Mr. DeMille. The children have liked Lux soap for a long time. Even while we were living abroad, we could get Lux toilet soap almost any time and any place. When we were in Hollywood this summer, we visited the homes of any number of stars. And it was really quite amazing to see how popular Lux toilet soap is with picture stars.
I, Johnny, like Hollywood very much. The stars let us swim in their swimming pools and didn't mind if we stayed till 10 o'clock.
Who are some of the stars who entertained you?
I, Patience, remember Bing Crosby especially. He's like a nice farmer. His eyes are blue and very beautiful.
They may call him a crooner, but as far as we're concerned, Bing Crosby is a fine man. Cary Grant is a wonderful man with black eyes and fine teeth that are not false.
I, Patience, think Hollywood is one of the most beautiful places in the world. At night it is like the Arabian Nights, full of jewels. And as you can forgive anything, if there is anything to forgive, when you see a city that is such a sight as that at night, and figure that it would not look that way if there was anything wrong with it.
And I, Richard, think we have talked long enough and would rather sit down and hear the play, so let's beat it.
If you had any manners, you say thank you first to Mr. DeMille. Thank you, Mr. DeMille.
Thanks, Mr. DeMille.
You're very welcome. Barbara Stanwyck, Errol, Flynn, Mary Astor, and an all-star cast resume our play, These Three. More weeks have gone by. Weeks which have dragged interminably through a trial for slander, ending in a judgment against the two girls. At the deserted farmhouse, Karen stands near the window, looking out at the bleak countryside. Martha comes from the hall and throws her coat on a chair.
Oh, it's getting cold.
Thought you were going out for a walk.
I thought so, too. I think so every day, but I can't stand being stared at anymore.
I know. It's raining again. I used to like it here when it rained. When this house and this room were full of girls and our life was full, all kinds of weather seemed good then.
Oh, you'll be getting married soon. Things will be all right then.
Yes.
Karen, there mustn't be anything wrong between you and Joe. Never.
Nothing's wrong. Nothing.
Boo, girl.
What?
Oh, Aunt Lily, she's come back.
That's nice.
Here I am. Hello, Martha. Karen, darling, how are you?
What about these bags, lady?
Upstairs, please.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh, the Duchess, returned at long last. We're delighted to see you.
And I'm so glad to see you both. I'm so glad to see the dear old place again. Dreadful weather. How's everything?
Everything's fine. We're splendid, thank you.
That's good.
Where have you been?
Around and around. I've had a most interesting time.
Why didn't you answer our telegrams?
Things have changed in the theater drastically, I must say.
Why didn't you answer our telegrams?
Oh, Martha, there's your temper again.
Don't bother about my temper. Answer me.
Well, I was moving around a great deal.
Was that why you refused to come back and testify for us?
Oh, that's not the way to look at it. I didn't refuse.
Listen, Aunt Lily. We've been trying for months to defend ourselves in the courtroom against the lies of a child called Mary Tilford.
Oh, what a dreadful girl that is.
A great part of the Tilford case was based on remarks made by Lily Morter, actress, against her niece. That's me. And a greater part of the case rested on the telling fact that Mrs. Morter would not appear in court to deny or explain those remarks. As you probably read in the papers, we lost the case.
But it couldn't have done any good for all of us to be mixed up in that unpleasantness. And now that I'm here, I'm going to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. I'm going to help.
There's a train at 6 o'clock. Get on it.
Martha!
You've come back to pick the bones dry. Well, there aren't even bones anymore.
When you wish to apologize, I shall be temporarily in my room.
Please see that it is only temporary.
Joe, please sit down. You've been pacing the floor ever since you got here.
Sorry, Karen. I've got something on my mind. I'd like to get rid of it.
Yes? Well?
Karen, we're going away. You and I. We're going to Vienna.
You mean you're leaving the hospital? Why?
Well, I think it'll be better. I've cabled Dr. Fisher. He says I can have my old place back. It'll be nice seeing Vienna again.
You don't want to go to Vienna.
No, I don't. But we can't stay here. We've got to start all over again, with all this behind us.
Yes, what you've done, you've done.
What I've done? Karen, what do you mean, what I've done?
Oh, I didn't mean anything, Joe.
Karen, what's the matter with us? Everything we say to each other seems to mean something else. Look at me. Your face is the way it was that last day in court, ashamed. And sad at being ashamed. What is it, darling?
I don't know. I just don't know whether people can start again.
Are you telling me that you believe what that child said? That Martha and I
No,
were...
Joe, I don't. I don't know anymore.
Karen, Martha and I have never even thought of each other. Do you believe that?
People don't believe just because other people ask them to believe.
Oh.
It's that I'd never know, really know.
Well, that child certainly did a fine job on the three of us, didn't she?
If we could only take back these months, take them back and forget them, but we can't. Joe, go to Vienna. Go alone. I can't go with you now.
Karen,
No.
darling.
Words aren't any good. They won't help us anymore.
Karen, I'll always love you. If ever you can believe in me again, I'll be there for you. Goodbye, Karen.
Goodbye. I love.
Well, dinner's almost ready. Oh, where's Joe?
Gone.
Gone where?
Out, away. To Vienna.
Vienna? Oh, Karen, what's the matter? What's happened?
I told him that I believed you and...
Oh, no. No, you couldn't have. You couldn't have thought that. Didn't he tell you it wasn't true?
Yes, he told me.
You don't believe him?
I don't know what I believe anymore.
Oh, things can't be like this, Karen. It isn't true. You can't think
Oh,
that...
no, it's beyond that now. Don't talk about it anymore.
You've thought that all these months, and yet you stood by it. Oh, Karen, you've been a good friend. Karen, that woman said clean our house. Well, then, let's finish cleaning it. It makes no difference now. We might as well pull all the pieces down. I do love Joe. I have loved him. He never knew about it, and he never even thought about me. I think I've loved him since the first day we came here. There it is, Karen. That's all of it.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the three of us.
And can't you believe me now?
Strange. He asked me the same thing.
I see.
Martha? Martha, I'm ready to leave now. You hear, Martha?
Yes. Wait a few minutes. I'll be leaving with you.
Well, the whole thing was most unpleasant. You're well out of it, if you ask me. Martha, I tell you, when I read what those children said about you...
Oh, I don't want to talk about it, Aunt Lily, now or ever.
I know, but you'll be thinking about it. I know. I knew that girl from the first. She never took me in. I saw through her at once, deceiving me with those flowers and bullying the other girls. Why, she had that little Rosalie right under her thumb.
Oh, Aunt Lily, let's not go into this anymore.
She made that child do dreadful things. I never thought about it at the time. But you know, I thought for months that she made Rosalie steal Helen Burton's bracelet.
What?
Well, it was the day they left to go to Mrs. Tilford's. Of course, I didn't know they were leaving. I heard them in their room. They were talking about a bracelet, and I'll bet...
Conductor!
Yes, ma'am?
What's the next stop?
Glenville.
Why, Martha, what on earth you...
I'm getting off. I want to see Rosalie, and I want to see Mary Tilford. I want to see them together.
This is a rather unusual request, Miss Dobie.
Yes, but the girls are here, Mrs. Tilford. You sent for Rosalie?
Yes. Oh, come in, Rosalie.
Miss Dobie.
Good afternoon, Rosalie.
Come in, Mary.
What does she want?
Rosalie, I want to speak to you.
Me, Miss Dobie?
Yes, Rosalie. I want to ask you about Helen Burton's bracelet.
Oh, please. Please, Miss Dobie. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean to take it.
Then you did take it.
Yes, but I meant to give it back. I did. Honest.
All right, dear, all right. No one's going to punish you. But now, tell me one thing more. Those stories about me and Dr. Carden, they weren't true, were they?
No, ma'am.
Then why did you say they were?
She made me. Mary made me. She knew I had the bracelet. She was going to tell. She said I'd go to prison.
Oh.
She made me do it. I didn't want to. She made me.
Grandma, don't believe her.
Don't believe a word she says. She's just trying to get out of it. She's making it all up. She lies all the time. Everybody knows she does. Grandma, don't believe her. You heard what she said that day. You heard her say about it.
Quiet. All my life, the mistakes I've made have been honorable ones. You made me make the first that was dishonorable. Go upstairs to your room, Mary. And Rosalie, you wait inside, please. Well, Miss Dobie, there's no use pretending that I know any way to take back what I've done. But whatever little there is to do, a public apology, the damage suit paid in full.
A public apology and money. You think that fixes everything? That's very neat, Mrs. Tilford. If we were puppets on a string whose hearts could be put together again, but... well, that's not the way things ever happen.
Oh, but let me try to help you. Let me do what little I can.
Help me? No. But I'd like you to take the message to Karen. Tell her everything that's happened today, and then tell her to go to Joe, wherever he is. Tell her I said that. Tell her I want her to go.
She said Tell Karen to go to Joe, wherever he is. Tell her when that happens, I'll be all right. She said you'd know what she meant, Miss Wright.
Yes, I know what she meant. I know so well. You'll excuse me, won't you, Mrs. Tilford? I've got to pack. I'm leaving tonight for Vienna.
The music swells, the audience applauds. The curtain slowly falls, bringing our play to its happy conclusion. Checking up on the current doings of our principals, I learned that this first week of December finds Mary Astor just finishing a new film at MGM. Barbara Stanwyck is casting a proud eye on the racehorses at her San Fernando Valley ranch, preparing for the Santa Anita track opening. While Errol Flynn, as I mentioned before, is swinging the quarterstaff and wearing Lincoln green as Robin Hood. I hope, Errol, that your picture is as big a hit as when Douglas Fairbanks played the role just 15 years ago.
Well, thanks, Mr. DeMille. I hope so, too. I remember the old version distinctly. I was at school in Ireland at the time and sneaked out of classes and spent my lunch money for a ticket. By the way, what else were you people in Hollywood turning out those days?
Well, many of our listeners will recall Orphans of the Storm with the Gish sisters, produced by D.W. Griffith. I tried to rival it with Fool's Paradise and Manslaughter. My big stars were Dorothy Dalton, Conrad Nagel, Thomas Meehan, and Beatrice Joyce. Sound pictures were 4 years away, and Rudolph Valentino was silently elevating the blood pressure of the feminine world. Barbara Stanwyck, in her very early teens, was already dancing in a New York chorus. And Mary Astor... Well, Mary, what does 1922 mean to you?
Well, for one thing, it brings back the hours I spent in my father's room playing with a contraption he'd just built. It consisted of a wire coil, a pair of earphones, a piece of crystal, and a couple of inches of wire known as a cat's whisker. I think Dad called it a radio.
It was the year that The Sheik was no kind of a book for any respectable girl to read. And did we eat it up? And the whole country was humming a tune called April Showers, written by the musical director of this program, Lou Silvers.
Yes, and girls began bobbing their hair, and some of them got fired from their jobs for doing it. Not long afterwards, Lux Toilet Soap came along, and I hear it's made the same fine impression on the Hollywood stars of the 20s as it does today. To me, it's the finest complexion care in the world, and I think Barbara will back me up.
Of course I will, Mary, because I use Lux Toilet Soap every day in the year, and I think that's the best recommendation I could give. Thank you, Mr. DeMille, for another grand evening, and to all our listeners, good night.
And may I add just one word of gratitude to the members of our cast, Alma Kruger, Constance Collier, Marcia May Jones, Helen Parrish, and all the others who helped us so splendidly.
Let me thank you for them, Errol. We look forward to having you, Mary, and Barbara with us again during the new year.
Good night. Good night.
Good night. Good night.
Another gala program awaits you next Monday night in the Lux Radio Theater, and Mr. DeMille returns shortly to tell you about it. This is your announcer, ladies and gentlemen, Melvyn Ruick. Tonight's cast included Dorothy Gray as Helen, Helena Grant as Agatha, Lou Merrill as taxi driver, and Frank Nelson as conductor. Barbara Stanwyck is currently seen in the RKO film Breakfast for Two. Marcia May Jones and Helen Parrish are making Mad About Music at the new Universal Studios. And now, here's your producer, Mr. DeMille.
It's a play of melodrama, romance, and strange, dark happenings that awaits you in the Lux Radio Theater next Monday night. A play that carries you from the fog-bound streets of London to the bleak and misty moors of Scotland. Its title, The 39 Steps. Filmed by Gaumont British, it's one of the most successful modern mystery stories ever brought to the screen. As the polished adventurer, caught in the web of violence and intrigue, we star Robert Montgomery. And at the other end of the romantic seesaw, one of the cleverest of our rising young stars, Miss Ida Lupino. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino in The 39 Steps. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Barbara Stanwyck in So Big, with Preston Foster, Fay Ray, and Otto Kruger.
Lux presents Hollywood. Tonight we journey through a lifetime, the life of a brave and simple woman, her loves, her struggles, her ultimate victory, told under the title So Big. You'll hear Barbara Stanwyck, Preston Foster, Fay Ray, and Otto Kruger. Our special guest is Mrs. Sarah Delano Roosevelt, the mother of our president. The music of the Lux Radio Theater is conducted by Louis Silvers. But first, just a word about the splendid product behind this theater. Our lovely screen stars have found that their complexion soap, Lux Toilet Soap, makes a wonderful beauty bath, too. Just a few minutes in a warm tub and a generous lathering with Lux Toilet Soap leaves you refreshed and sure of daintiness. Fragrant white Lux Toilet Soap has active lather, you know, that removes thoroughly every trace of dust, dirt, and perspiration. Try it for your daily beauty bath. You'll love the delicate, clinging fragrance it leaves on the skin. And now, the producer of the Lux Radio Theater. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. One of the exciting things about writing is that writers never know how the public's going to receive their work. For example, Edna Ferber thought so little of her first novel, Dawn O'Hara, that she threw it away. It was published only after her mother dug it out of a wastebasket. Of So Big, Miss Ferber said, "I thought I'd written a complete non-seller. I didn't think anyone would ever read it." She was wrong. Hundreds of thousands were fascinated by the book, and tonight, millions more will meet her characters as Barbara Stanwyck, Preston Foster, Fay Ray, and Otto Kruger bring So Big to the air. Barbara Stanwyck was about to play a small part in one of Willard Mack's productions when he decided that he didn't like her real name, Ruby Stevens. So he and David Belasco created a new one, taking it from old theater programs pasted on the green room wall at the Belasco Theater. On these programs were the names Barbara Frietchie and Jane Stanwyck. They served to change more than Ruby Stevens' name. They changed her luck. Barbara's, whose home was once an orphan asylum, and who at 13 was wrapping bundles in a Brooklyn department store, was on the high road to brilliant success. For the past several months, she's been working with me in Union Pacific, in which she plays the role of a little Irish postmistress, and proves again that she's one of the really great women of the screen. Barbara starred in the picture So Big and plays the part of Selina again tonight. And we're happy to welcome Preston Foster, a newcomer to our microphone. Preston's boyhood ambition was to become 6 feet tall and sing in opera. He achieved both. He's 6'2" and sang for a time with the La Scala Opera Company in Philadelphia. Preston's new Paramount picture is Geronimo, and tonight we hear him in the role of Dirk de Jong. Fay Ray, one of the loveliest of the screen's lovely ladies, is no stranger to our stage. The last time she was here, we almost prevailed upon her to recite some of her own poetry. Perhaps we'll have better luck tonight. Fay is heard as Dallas O'Mara. Otto Kruger, one of Hollywood's famous importations from Broadway, plays Purvis de Jong. And now for the play. The Lux Radio Theater presents Barbara Stanwyck in So Big, with Preston Foster, Fay Ray, and Otto Kruger. It is Chicago, 1908. Here in the sprawling, rapidly growing city, Simeon Peake has brought up his motherless daughter, Selina. But Simeon has been shot in a gambling house brawl. Alone in the world, Selina occupies a dreary room in a cheap boarding house, bravely trying to face the blank future, when a schoolgirl friend, Julie Hemple, her only friend, comes at last to see her.
Selina, I'm so terribly sorry about your father. I came as soon as I could.
I know, Julie.
And I think it's horrible what the newspapers are saying. Horrible.
No, Julie, it's only the truth. My father was shot and killed in a gambling house.
But Selina...
I never knew he was a gambler, Julie. When he sent me to school and gave me so much, he always told me he was in the market. And he was good to me. I don't care what he was. He was good to me.
But, Selina, what are you going to do? Did he leave you anything?
$70 in a ring. Well, it's not a very big diamond, but I'll never part with it because it was his.
But, Selina, you've got to live.
I can work.
Oh, you can't. What kind of work could you do?
I can teach. I've already got a position.
Where?
In High Prairie. I'm to live with a farmer and his wife.
Farmer?
Class Poole, his name is, and, well, I think it should be fun teaching in a country school.
Oh, Selina, I think you're being very brave.
I'm trying to remember what my father said, that life is just one big show, and the trick is to act in and look on at the same time. And no matter what happens to you, good or bad, it's all velvet.
I hope it will be for you, Selina.
Thank you, Julie. I hope so, too.
Most there now. You can see the house up ahead there.
Oh, Mr. Poole, how beautiful it is here.
Beautiful? What is beautiful?
This, the fields, the cabbages.
Cabbages is beautiful? Cabbages? Cabbage?
But they are beautiful. They're like jade and burgundy.
Cabbages. Cabbages.
I believe you said you had 3 children, Mr. Poole. Will they all be my pupils?
No, not all, teacher.
Why not? Which ones won't?
Gertrude goes to school. Josina goes to school. Rolf works by the farm.
How old is Rolf?
Rolf is 12.
Only 12? And no longer in school?
Rolf, he works by the farm.
Doesn't he like school?
Sure.
Well, then why doesn't he go, for pity's sake?
Rolf, he works by the farm. Well, this is my house.
Oh, it's a very comfortable-looking house.
Oh, it's not very fine. Farmers is poor. Marcia, here's teacher. You go in. Supper is ready soon. Cabbages is beautiful. Cabbage.
Think you like it here with us, teacher?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mrs. Poole.
Sure. Gertie and Josina, they make good pupils for you. More to eat, class?
No, too tired. The West Field tomorrow. Well, time to bed down the horses. Oh, teacher, you still think cabbages is beautiful?
Cabbages. That's good. He told me what you said. Ralph, stop the reading and go do the chores. We're needing wood.
All right.
All the time he is reading like anything. Hurry, Ralph, you hear? And bring in the water. Getting late.
What are you reading, Rolf?
A book. The last teacher gave it to me.
May I see it? Why, it's a dictionary. You're reading the dictionary.
It's got more than 100,000 words, all different.
Rolf, your father tells me you're not coming to school.
Yeah, Pa needs me by the field.
Oh, I suppose so, but it's too bad. Are you going to be a farmer too, Rolf?
Well, Pa wants me to be, but I don't like farms.
What do you like to do?
I like to make pictures.
Pictures?
Yes, draw things.
Oh, how nice. Could I see one of your pictures sometime, Rolf?
I don't show them to anybody, because they might laugh.
I wouldn't. I love pictures. Someday you might be a great artist, Rolf.
Yeah, but farm work takes all the time. I don't get much chance.
Rolf, I have a book called Ivanhoe. Would you like to read it?
Well, I don't get much time.
Rolf, do you work all the time? Don't you have any fun at all?
Sure. I'm going to the church sociable next Wednesday night. Are you going?
I haven't heard about it yet.
Well, the women bring the supper in baskets, and Adam Ohms raffles them off. And you eat with whoever buys your box.
Oh, that sounds like fun.
Well, I guess I'd better get the chores done.
Good night, Rolf.
Teacher.
Yes?
Cabbages. Fields of cabbages. What you said. They are beautiful.
What to my feet, what to my feet. Remember, the lucky gent gets the fair owner of this basket as his supper partner.
Goodness, I had no idea there'd be so many people, Rolf.
Better give your supper box to Adam Ohms,
All the others are up there on his table.
Oh, and look at the size of them. Baskets full. And mine's just a shoebox. Oh, Ralph.
Oh, don't you care? It looks pretty the way you fixed it.
Oh, excuse me, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Ralph, who was that?
Well, his name is Purvis de Jong.
Oh, I saw him in church the other day. Is he a farmer, too?
Well, everybody's farmers here. I guess he'll buy the widow Parlenberg's lunch basket. She makes eyes at him all the time. She's stuck on him.
What about Purvis de Jong? Is he stuck on her, too?
Well, I don't know. But all the girls make eyes at him because they say he's good-looking. I bet you make eyes at him, too.
Oh, Ralph, don't be silly. Well, I better take my lunchbox up if I can ever get through this crowd. Excuse me, please. Couldn't I get through? Oh, would you please let me through?
Here, what?
Oh, I'm sorry, but I want to get my lunchbox up there.
That? Is that a lunchbox?
Yes, for the raffle. I'm the schoolteacher, Selina Peake.
Yeah, I saw you in church Sunday. I'm Purvis de Jong.
Oh, did you see me? I didn't think you...
Wait here. I take your lunchbox up.
Look what we have here, folks. The Vito Parlenberg's basket. Well, what am I bid? What? Speak up, young man of High Prairie. What am I bid?
75 cents.
Johannes, I'm full with 75 cents. Who'll make it 80?
I put your box on the table.
Thank you.
Did I hear you bid that, Purvis de Jong?
No, and he ain't going to.
You're not going to bid. Why, I thought you...
80 cents. Did I hear you say $1, Purvis de Jong? Don't miss a chance like this. Are you going to let roast duck go for a mere 80 cents? Going, sold. The glory of our golden for 80 cents.
Oh, you've lost it, Mr. de Jong.
Yeah? How goes it, school teaching?
Oh, it goes pretty well for the first few days.
You're little to be a school teacher anyway, ain't you?
Well, I didn't know teachers were judged by their size.
Now, here's a dainty little tidbit, folks. If the Vito's basket was too much for you, maybe this box will do.
Oh, dear, it's mine.
If you like little ribbons and you ain't feeling especially hungry, it may be all right. But the lady herself goes with it, gents. Miss Selina Peake, that's who. Miss Selina Peake. Well, what am I bid with this lovely little toothful, gents?
5 cents.
$1. Purvis de Jong bids $1. Purvis seems to be waking up.
$1.50.
Why, that's Ralph.
160.
$3.
Oh, no, Ralph shouldn't do that. He's only got $4, and he's been saving it for a set of paint.
$5.
Oh, please.
Purvis de Jong bids $5.
And 10 cents.
6.50.
Oh, let him have it, Mr. de Jong. The cupcakes fell a little.
$10. $10, gents. 10 ones, 10 fives. Gone to Purvis de Jong.
Come on, teacher. Let's get out of here.
What made you do it? All that money when you might have been eating roast duck.
I don't know. You look so little. They were making fun of you.
That's a very foolish reason for throwing away $10.
So, you're a school teacher, huh?
I thought we went all over there.
I can't hardly write at all. Only to sign my name in like that.
Oh. Can you read?
Oh, only to spell out words. I don't get time for reading. But figuring, I wish I knew. Arithmetic, I can figure some, but... Oh, those fellas in the market are too sharp for me. They do numbers in their head like that so quick.
Would you like me to teach you?
Huh? How do you mean, teach me?
Evenings.
Well, what would you take for pay?
Pay? I don't want any pay.
Oh, I tell you what. My farm is near the school. I could start for you the fire mornings this winter, and taw the pump and bring in water. And I could come maybe 3 times a week evenings to Pool's place.
3 evenings a week? Well, I'd love to do it. I'd love to.
All right, teacher. Thanks.
Fine, Purvis. You did all those examples without one mistake.
Yeah. It's easy when you know it once.
Your English is getting better, too. But you shouldn't say know it once.
Oh, yeah. Once know it.
That's right.
Oh, it's you, Rolf. Aren't you going to study with us tonight, Rolf?
I've got things to do.
Oh. All right, Purvis, we'll go on now. Now, let's see. The square root of 576. The remainder must contain twice the product of the tens by the unit. Oh, Rolf, please. Oh, I don't know what's the matter with Rolf. It seems that every time we're having a lesson, he...
I know. I think maybe he doesn't like it that I come here to study.
Oh, that's silly. Why shouldn't he like it?
I don't know. Maybe, he won't be mad much longer. 2 more weeks is the last lesson.
2 weeks? Let's get on, shall we?
I'll be sorry. Will you be?
Well, yes, I suppose so.
I've liked the lessons here. In my house, always it's so quiet. Too quiet. Selina.
Well, now let's see. Twice the tens, time the units. Add 4 units to the 40 and multiply the result by 4.
Selina.
Yes?
Selina, I don't know how to tell you.
Oh, don't look so frightened, Purvis. What is it?
I want you to marry me, Selina.
Purvis. Do you think I'd make a good farmer's wife?
A good one for me.
I don't know very much about farms. I've always lived in the city.
You will learn, little Lena. I will be teacher this time. You will keep the house for me while I work the land. Oh, my house, it's sort of run down, but I would fix it.
Oh, we could paint it white, Purvis, with green shutters. And I'd put pretty curtains at the windows and plant hollyhocks all around us.
Selina, you mean you will marry me?
Oh, I want to, Purvis. Very much.
Oh, little Lena. Little Lena. There's not a farmer in High Prairie will have such a pretty wife.
Barbara Stanwyck, Preston Foster, Fay Ray, and Otto Kruger have completed the first act of So Big. They will continue with Act Two shortly. But first, in this brief intermission, we would like you to meet Betty Gray, a young lady who is going to have a starring role in a June wedding. Right now, Betty is talking to her future sister-in-law, Marion.
Honestly, Marion, I'm so happy I could burst. And so much in love with Tom.
Tom says the same thing about you every 5 minutes. I ought to be used to it. It's been going on ever since he and you ate your ice cream together at the 6th grade party.
Oh, isn't it wonderful? Wait, I'll get my diary. I'll give you a real summary. Look, this is 11 years ago. September 18th, 1928. I bet the 6th grade is hard, but I don't care. Tom said he'd help me with my arithmetic. He teases me, but I like him.
You had one setback, Betty, in high school. Remember Nancy Allen?
Ooh, do I? She's writing this diary. Here, listen. May 15th, 1935. I hate Tom. He hangs around that Nancy Allen all the time. I wish I had curly hair like hers. Oh, and Marion, the next day I wrote, I feel better today because I talked to Tom's lovely big sister, Marion.
Why, you little flatterer.
And she says, with your nice complexion, you don't have to worry about not having curly hair. Oh, dear diary, I certainly hope she's right.
I certainly was right. You had beautiful skin then, and you still have it.
Congratulations, Betty, on your engagement and June wedding. And congratulations on your lovely complexion. A really beautiful complexion is a priceless possession that every girl should cherish. Lux Toilet Soap, the soap 9 out of 10 screen stars use, helps you keep the priceless loveliness of your complexion, the loveliness that means romance. And remember this, it's foolish to rob yourself of complexion beauty by allowing your pores to become choked with dust, dirt, and stale cosmetics. That's when cosmetic skin develops, with its dullness, enlarged pores, and little blemishes. Use rouge and powder all you like, but be sure to remove them thoroughly with Lux Toilet Soap's Active Lather. Use this fine, gentle care before you put on fresh makeup during the day, always before you go to bed at night. Our producer, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with the second act of So Big. starring Barbara Stanwyck with Preston Foster, Fay Ray, and Otto Kruger. Three years have passed since Selina married Purvis de Young. For her, each day of those 3 years has begun in the darkness before dawn and plodded relentlessly through broiling suns and icy blasts with life, love, everything subservient to the cruel, unending demands of the farm. Selina's dreams of beautifying the place have been forgotten under the crushing burden of daily living. When she can, she helps Purvis in the fields, her young son Dirk playing at her side.
Look, darling. Look how big our carrots are and how golden. Aren't they pretty?
Pretty. Want some?
There we are. A nice fat one. Oh, how big is my baby? How big is my man? Oh, stretch your arms wide as you can. Now how big are you?
So big.
Oh, what a big little man.
Lena.
Yes, Purvis?
Lena, I've told you I don't like you should work in the fields.
Oh, but Purvis, why not? You and one hired man can't do it all.
The women of our family never worked in the fields, not even in Holland.
But the vegetables will rot in the ground.
And let them rot.
Oh, can't things ever change, Purvis?
Look, he pulled a radish all by himself. Already he's a farmer.
No. Oh, no.
What?
Nothing.
Well, tomorrow we must start pulling the beets. They are ready.
You look so tired, Purvis. Why don't you rest? You haven't stopped a minute since 4 this morning.
Vegetables must be picked when they are ready.
I suppose so. Purvis, I've been thinking about that West 16 section. Can't we drain it and plant there?
Oh, that's clay land. Drain, and you have yet got clay.
I know. You've got to use tile drainage and humus. Then with potash and phosphoric acid.
Well. The schoolteacher is a farmer now, eh? Tell me, little Lena, from where did you learn all about this truck farming?
Out of a book I sent to Chicago for it.
Huh? A book? A book? A truck farmer out of a book?
Why not? The man who wrote it knows all the new ways to farm. Oh, you're running the farm just the way your father ran it.
Yeah. What was good enough for my father is good enough for me.
It isn't. We're not getting anywhere, Purvis. And Dirk is growing up. He's going to need things. He'll be going to school. Oh, there'll be so much.
No, fine talk. A farmer must take what God sends, Lena. And all your books can't change that.
All right. If you won't listen, you won't. Who is it? Oh, Ralph. Come in, Ralph. How are you?
Oh, all right.
Why, you have your best suit on. What is it?
I'm going away.
Away? Why?
I'm going away. There's nothing for me to stay for here. Everything I do, they say it's dumb. They laugh.
I know. Where are you going?
I don't know. Chicago, maybe. I brought you this picture you always liked. The one I made at the Haymarket.
Oh, thank you, Ralph. I'll always keep it. Oh, but, Ralph, you'll need some money. I have a little saved. Let me get it for you. You must write to me, Ralph, and let me know how you're doing. You know, I'll want to hear it. Oh, and you must work so hard at your drawings. You have a great talent. Here, Ralph, it isn't very much, but... Ralph, where are you? Ralph! Oh, he's gone. He's free.
Mom? Hey, Mom?
Yes, so big.
Isn't it time Pop was home from market, Mom?
Oh, it's way past time, and it's such a bad night. I do hope he didn't sleep out in the wagon last night. I told him not to.
There's a light, Mom, in the barn.
Is that you, Purvis?
It's me.
Purvis, dear, you're so late. What happened?
I had to go by New Harlem. The bridge was washed out already.
Gee, is it that bad, Pop?
Oh, you're soaked. Get your wet things off. You're shivering. Dirk, put more wood in the stove.
Yes, Mother?
Did you manage to sell out, Purvis?
Oh, less than half the load. So sick I am of this crazy.
Oh, I know. Now you wrap up in that blanket and sit here by the fire while I get you some dinner.
Oh, I don't know if I can eat.
Oh, but you must. It will do you good. What was the matter at the market?
No, I don't know. When I have carrots, everybody by the market has them. When I have radishes, they have them too. They rot in the wagons. You remember once you say, farm work is grand.
It isn't, but I think it could be.
Farm work is slave work. Oh, last night we load the wagon with carrots. From 4 this morning I drive. I don't make enough. I should buy tomato plants for summer.
Oh, Purvis. Why won't you put in asparagus?
Oh, asparagus. And wait 3 years for a crop?
Planting is good for 10 years once it's started. I've been reading up on it.
Reading up. School book farming, that's no good.
It is, Purvis, if you'd only give it a chance. I've tried and tried to show you some new ways.
I don't want new ways. The old ways is the best.
How can you say that?
They are. The old ways is the best.
Purvis, you're sick.
Yeah, I feel badly now.
You did sleep in the wagon last night in all the rain.
Yeah. I wanted to save the money.
I begged you not to. Dirk, run and get the doctor.
All right.
Now go to bed, Purvis. Come. I'll help you. Lean on my arm, darling. Lean on me.
Try to get some rest, Mrs. DeYoung.
I'm all right, Doctor. Really, I am.
It's been hard on you.
I still can't believe it.
Pneumonia comes fast, and it needs a strong heart.
And he was so tired. He worked so hard. Oh, sometimes I hate the earth. It takes and takes until you have no more strength to give. What do you get for it? What does...
Mom?
Dirk, come here.
What is it, Mom? What's the matter?
I just want you by me. We're alone so big. You're the only man I have now. Get up, Hen. Get up, Maud.
Are we going to market, Mother? Just you and me?
Well, I can't let my little man go alone.
Soon I'll be big enough.
Oh, perhaps we'll see.
Oh, look, Mom. It's the Reverend Decker. He's waving at us.
Oh. Good afternoon, Reverend Decker.
What's this I hear, Mrs. DeYoung? That you are going to Haymarket with the garden stuff? A woman alone?
No. Dirk is going with me.
Mrs. DeYoung, the Haymarket is no place for a decent woman. There is card playing, drinking, all sorts of wickedness.
Really? But what can I do? Dirk and I must live.
Better to stay home. Let the men folks go.
But, Reverend Decker, my men folks are going.
Get up, Maud. Get up.
Dirk, wake up. This is Haymarket. Look at all the people.
Oh, don't want to see
Oh, wake up, darling. Wake up. Oh, it's like an army, isn't it? An unarmed army bringing food to feed the great city. Oh, now if we can only find a place on the curb for the wagon.
There's a good place, Mom. Right ahead.
Oh, if I can just beat that other wagon to it. Get up.
We're going to get there first.
Hey, you can't go in there. That's my place, you... Oh... Hey, you can't go in there, missus.
Oh, yes, I can.
Yes, we can.
Where's your man?
Here, right beside me.
Well, I'll be... women ain't got no business here in Haymarket anyway. Better you stay at home in your kitchen where you belong.
Don't you talk to me like that, you great stupid. What good does it do to stay in my kitchen if I'm going to starve there and the boy with me? I'm here to sell vegetables I helped raise, and I'm going to sell them. Now get out of my way or I'll report you to the policeman over there.
Oh, all right, then. What a woman, what a woman.
He was mad, wasn't he, Mom?
Well, I've as much right to this spot as he has. Oh, now, Dirk, we're going to sell.
Have a
Mom, why don't they buy you vegetables?
I don't know, darling. They just stare at me and go on.
You're making out, Mrs. de Jong.
Oh, not very good.
Well, no place for a woman here. Morning.
Oh, they won't buy. Everything will wilt. Come on, Dirk.
Where are we going, Mom?
We'll go to Prairie Avenue, where the rich people live. Do you remember those big stone houses we saw driving in? Well, maybe somebody there will buy from us.
Mom, I'm awful tired.
This is the last house so big, the very last one. After this, we'll go home. Hand me my basket, darling.
Now then, where's your license?
License?
You heard me. Where's your peddler's license? You got one?
Why, no.
Well, where do you think you are peddling without a license? You know, I've got a good mind to run you in. Now, go on. Get out of here.
What's the trouble, officer?
Huh? Oh, a woman peddling without a license, Mrs. Arnold. You know, you got to watch him like a hawk. Get along with you now. Come
Take
on.
your hands off me. How dare you touch me? How dare you? You take your hands...
Wait. Selina. Selina.
Why, Julie. Oh, Julie Hemple.
Oh, Selina. Oh, my dear. My dear.
Oh, there. It's all right, Julie. It's all right.
What are you doing?
Oh, don't cry. What is there to cry for?
Oh, Selina.
It's all right. Oh, Julie, it's good of you to take so much interest.
Nonsense, Selina. Father always has good ideas. He might have one for you.
You want to sell this farm, Selina?
No, Mr. Hemple.
Good. A few years from now, this land will be worth money. Well, what do you want to do?
I want to stay here and make my farm pay. By next spring, my asparagus is going to bring in money. And I want Dirk to have things. I never want my son to go to Haymarket. Never.
Yes, but what about you, Selina?
Me? My life doesn't count except as something for Dirk to use. I want him to have all the worthwhile things in life all mixed up. Rooms and candlelight, leisure, travel, books, music, people. Work that he loves. Work that's worthwhile. That's what I want for Dirk. And the farm can give it to us.
Well, how much money do you need to start the improvements?
Oh, Mr. Hemple, I didn't mean...
Don't be silly, Selina. Father can well afford it.
Well, I do need it. But I'm borrowing the money, not taking it. I want to give you an IOU, Mr. Hemple. A promise to pay you back. That's business, isn't it?
Sure, that's business.
Well, that's the only way I'll take it. I hope you won't have to hold it very long, Mr. Hemple.
You just forget about it, Selina. You deserve a few things for yourself.
I'm doing it for Dirk. Only for Dirk. So he can go to good school, so he can do big things in the world. That's what matters. Giving something that will live after you. Building something, creating. Oh, I want his life to be rich and full. And I'll work, I'll do anything. So I can give him all these things myself. And I want to do it all myself. For him.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is the Lux Radio Theater presentation of So Big, starring Barbara Stanwyck with Preston Foster, Fay Ray, and Otto Kruger. In a few moments, the curtain rises on Act 3. Now it's intermission time. Time to hear from the evening's special guest. But just a brief word first about the product bringing you this program. 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap. Such popular stars as Joan Blondell, Madeleine Carroll, Claudette Colbert, Irene Dunn, almost every lovely star you can think of uses this gentle, mild white soap to help protect the priceless beauty of her complexion. Screen stars win the hearts of millions. You want to win, to hold,
the heart of one. The same gentle care that screen stars use for their million-dollar complexions will help you keep the smooth, lovely skin that wins romance and holds it. Now, Mr. DeMille.
The story of So Big is one of mother love. A mother love so deep and true that no obstacle is too great to overcome in the struggle for her child's existence. There are mothers everywhere, like the Selina of our play. Mothers who, by their silent courage and patient understanding, make life worth living for their sons and daughters. As a tribute to mothers everywhere, and deeply conscious of the honor which is ours, we bring you our guest of the evening, the first mother of our land, whose son achieved the goal of millions of American boys and is now in the White House. Speaking to you from New York City, Mrs. Sarah Delano Roosevelt.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille, very much indeed. It's a pleasure to be here and a privilege for all of us to hear Miss Barbara Stanwyck's lovely portrayal of a fine woman in American literature. As Mr. DeMille has so truly said, Miss Edna Ferber's story is a tribute to the mothers who make life richer and nobler for their sons and daughters by their courage and patient understanding. It is also a tribute to the mothers who have made great sacrifices, sacrifices that no mother ever regrets, without losing their own identities, without giving up their own interest in life and living. Selina in this evening's play is, I think, a type of mother, a mother who, if I may use the expression, grows up with her children. Many mothers have given all for their children, and in giving it sometimes sacrificed the very thing that has endeared them most to their families. In all lands, in all times, mothers have lived for their children. Our American mothers have been able to go beyond this ideal. They do not stop living in the full sense of that word when their children enter into life as independent individuals, for from their children they derive inspiration to make their own lives more beautiful and more interesting. Selina gave to her son the ideal of beauty, as many another mother has passed on to her children that which she herself most cherished. But Selina also lived up to that ideal in her own life, so remaining young and vibrant and alive through the years and the tribulations of the years. She taught him to find happiness in the place where happiness must first be sought, in the home. In a world troubled by conflicting theories of life, when sometimes we wonder what course civilization will take, it is good to encounter the common sense and humanity of a woman like Selina. And I like to think that she is a prototype of many mothers, a wise and tolerant guide, one who makes the world better not only by influencing the lives of her children, but also by living her own life fully and joyously. All of us may take new heart and courage from Selina. She is not only the symbol of American mothers, but a wonderful example of mothers in this day and generation.
Thank you, Mrs. Roosevelt. While we have mothers like you, there's hope for the world. Back now in Hollywood, Barbara Stanwyck, Preston Foster, Fay Ray, and Otto Kruger bring us Act 3 of So Big. More years have passed, and Selina's son Dirk is now a man. Selina has made good her promise to Mr. Hemple to pay back the money he gave her, and with her farm running profitably, has been able to give Dirk a college education and many of the fine things of life she always wanted him to have. Now he seems well on his way to a career as an architect. It's late afternoon, and Selina is working in her room when Dirk arrives at the farm.
At it again, are you? Going through that old chest? What a sentimental generation yours must have been, Mother.
So it was. Your father gave me this arbutus.
Pressed flowers. They went out with the tandem bicycle, didn't they?
I suppose they did. And here's a picture Rolf Poole did when he was a boy of the Haymarket. And now he's one of the most famous sculptors in Europe. Oh, and here's your college diploma.
Slave and sweat 4 years for that. And go into an architect's office at $35 a week.
Architecture is the most thrilling thing in the world, Dirk.
Is it? I've spent the past week drawing washrooms for a glue factory.
Oh, but 10 years from now, who knows?
10 years. I don't want to wait that long for success.
What do you mean by success, Dirk?
To be rich. Make a lot of money while I'm young enough to enjoy it.
Oh, no, Dirk, that's not success. Rolf, the thing Rolf does, that's success.
Oh, well, if you have money enough, you can buy the things he makes and have them. That's almost as good, isn't it?
Oh, Dirk, you don't understand, do you?
Listen, Mother, I've got to do things my own way, and I'm giving up architecture.
Dirk.
Paula Storm says that...
Is that the young woman you've been seeing so much of?
Well, I've seen her off and on. Anyway, her husband is in the bond business, and I'm going in with him.
Bonds? Oh, Dirk, there's no fun in that.
Well, it's good enough for me. 5 years in the bond business with the right connections, and I'll clean up.
You're sure that's what you want, Dirk?
Yes, Mother. Look, I'm sorry I can't have dinner with you tonight, but I've got an important appointment in town.
I understand you. Run along.
Goodbye, Mother.
Goodbye. Goodbye. So big. Selina, I'm so glad you came to see me. I got tired of the farm, and when I feel that way, I come to Chicago and just browse around. You look wonderful. I don't know how you do it. Your eyes are as bright as a baby's. It's from seeing so many things, Julie. You know, you've got to have a vulgar curiosity about people and things to get the full flavor of life. That's the trouble with Dirk. He keeps revolving in the same circle of friends over and over and over. He's doing very well, I hear. He's making money. And very popular. Invited everywhere. I suppose so. Don't be unhappy about him, Selina. If that's what he wants... Oh, but it isn't good enough for him, Julie. Yesterday, that society editor in the Tribune called him a playboy. That isn't what I worked in the sun and cold for, pulling vegetables, planting. Selina. Oh, I'm not reproaching him. I didn't mind the work, but I don't want my son to be known as the playboy. Not my son. He ought to be a little more careful. He's seeing too much of Paula Storm. Paula Storm? People are talking. Oh, that's the woman who got him to give up architecture. I asked her the other day if she was going to divorce Storm and marry Dirk. She said, no, she hadn't enough money of her own, and Dirk wasn't making enough. Dirk's salary is thousands, but she's used to millions. Oh, Julie, he's on the wrong road all the way, isn't he? A dead-end street. I can't stop him. He won't listen. I can't do anything. All these years, I've always found a way, and now I can't do anything.
Well, the deal's as good as closed, Dirk. I played golf with Jackson yesterday and sold him solid.
Good work. The whole 100,000?
All of it.
My hat's off.
Miss O'Mara's here, Mr. DeYoung.
Oh, yeah, send her in.
Well, I'll run along.
You don't have to. Just an artist to do an advertising picture for me. Probably some crazy female of 40 with a bundle of drawings under her arm.
And I know I'm going. I'll see you at the club.
I'll be around Saturday. Going to try polo.
Good boy.
Mr. DeYoung, Miss O'Mara.
You're Miss Well, please sit down.
Thanks.
Now, Miss O'Mara, this drawing we want is for a national advertising campaign to get women more interested in bonds, appealing directly to them.
I see.
Now, my idea was something like this.
Well, aren't you hiring me to get an idea for the drawing and to draw it? Suppose I think about it for a day or two and work one out. I think you'll like mine better.
Oh, I see. How much would you expect to get for a drawing?
$1,500.
Well, that's ridiculous.
I'm sorry, but that happens to be my price. Anyway, it's been nice meeting you, Mr. DeYoung.
Now, wait a minute. Of course, if that's your regular price, I suppose we could pay it.
Could you?
Still, $1,500 is a lot of money.
I think so, too. I remember when I used to get 25 cents for sketching hats.
And now you've arrived. You're successful.
Arrived? Heavens, no. I've just started.
Who gets more money for a drawing than you do?
Nobody, I suppose.
Well, then?
Well, then, in another minute, I'll be telling you the story of my life. Goodbye, Mr. de Jong.
When you get something definite worked out, may I see it?
Sure. Drop around to my studio in about a week.
I'll be there. Thank you. Mother, sit down. Well, this is an honor. At last you visit my office.
I hadn't seen you for so long. I thought I'd see where you work.
Well, how do you like it?
Oh, it's very fine, isn't it? How are you, Dirk?
Well, a bit all in at the moment. The boys at the university club are trying to make a polo player out of me.
I know. You ache all over. A nice kind of ache. I used to feel like that when I'd worked in the fields all day.
Oh, Mother.
Oh, you didn't like my saying that. I'm sorry. I didn't say it to annoy you, dear.
I know you didn't.
Oh, Dirk, I saw in the paper that Ralph Poole is in America. He's coming to Chicago.
Yes, Paula. Mrs. Storm's giving a big reception for him. He's doing all right, I guess.
Yes, he is. Dirk, just what is it you sell behind this big mahogany desk of yours?
Bonds, Mother. You know that perfectly well.
Dirk de Jong, bond salesman.
The way you say it, it sounds like some low criminal pursuit. I make more in a month than I made in a year as an architect.
And what are you going to do with all this money, Dirk? Why don't you marry?
No, there's no one I want to marry.
No one who's free, you mean?
I mean no one.
I see. Well, I must go, dear. Goodbye, so big.
You haven't called me that in ages.
Oh, Dirk, are you ever going back to architecture, to your profession?
No, Mother.
Then I'm a failure.
Oh, that's nonsense, Mother. I'm happy, and after all, it's my life.
I know. But, Dirk, you can't desert her like that.
Desert whom?
Beauty, self-expression, whatever you want to call it. You wait, she'll turn on you someday. Someday you'll want her, and she won't be there.
You wait, too, Mother. Someday your wayward son will be a real success. Wait till the millions roll in, then we'll see.
Yes, Dirk. We'll see.
Like it?
Oh, it's grand, Alice. Well, now that the picture's finished, I won't have any excuse for hanging around your studio. But maybe you'll still have dinner with me, go places.
Of course, Dirk. Why not?
Dallas, you know I'm in love with you. I could give you a lot of things you haven't got.
Sorry, Dirk, but you'll have to send them by express. I'm going back to Paris in a few weeks.
Paris? What for?
To study. I want to do portraits. In oils.
Dallas, is it because I'm a successful businessman that you don't like me?
But I do like you.
You know what I mean. Must a man be an artist to interest
you? Oh,
you?
good heavens, no. No, someday I'll probably marry a horny-handed son of toil. And if I do, it'll be the horny hands that'll win me. I like them with scars on them. You know, there's something about a man who has fought for it. A look in his eye, the feel of his hand.
Well, I haven't got that.
There isn't a mark on you, Dirk. You quit being an architect because it was an uphill, disheartening job at the time. Oh, I'm not criticizing, but if you'd loved it enough to struggle, to fight for it, why, that fight would show in your face. But you're all smooth. I like 'em bumpy. Now, that sounds funny, I know.
Oh, never mind. I know what you mean.
Oh, that must be Rolf.
Rolf Poole? But he's supposed to be at Paula Storm's reception this afternoon, right now. I am myself. But I'd much rather see you.
Well, so would Rolf.
Hello.
Oh, Rolf, it's so good to see you again.
Same, Dallas. You haven't changed a bit, even to the smudge on your face.
Well, I've been working. Rolf, this is Dirk de Jong. Mr. Poole, Dirk.
How do you do, sir?
Dirk de Jong. Why, say, don't you know me? I'm Ralph Poole.
I've heard a great deal about you.
Oh, but I mean I knew you when you were just a kid. You're Selina's Dirk, aren't you? My Selina.
That's right. Where did you and Dallas get to know each other?
In Paris. Rolf and I took the town apart and put it together again.
We certainly did. Do you remember the time we crowed the sun up under the Arc de Triomphe?
What idiots we were. What grand idiots.
I thought you were to be at Paula Storm's reception this afternoon, Ralph.
I couldn't go it. Hate that sort of thing. I'm taking Dallas out to meet your mother.
Yes, Rolf told me all about her in Paris. She must be wonderful. I've asked you to let me meet her, but you never did.
Oh, I meant to, but I just never seem to get around to it.
Come with us, Dirk, will you?
Sure I won't be intruding?
Nonsense. It'd be grand. Come on.
The White House with green shutters. That was always Selina's dream.
It smells clean and earthy. Somehow it makes me feel as if I were in a church.
Look, here she comes. Just as I've imagined she'd be. Still slim and straight, plodding across the field in that old gray sweater and that battered felt hat. Isn't she magnificent?
Mother, I've brought company.
Dirk, I'm so glad you came. Who?
She recognizes me, only she can't quite believe it. Yes, Selina, it's really me.
Ralph Poole. Oh, Ralph. You did come to see me.
I came to America mostly to see you, Selina. And why wouldn't I? Everything I know about beauty, you taught me.
I only helped you find it. But, oh, I'm so proud of you, Ralph.
Selina, this is an old friend of mine, Dallas O'Mara.
I've been waiting a long time to meet you, Mrs. de Jong.
I'm so glad you came. Dirk has told me so much about you. Ralph, let me look at you. The little boy I used to know, a famous sculptor. Oh, you've done all the big men in Europe, haven't you?
Well, there are a few left.
To think of it. You've seen the world and you've got it in your hand. Little Ralph Poole. And you did it alone, in spite of everything. What are you smiling at?
I just remembered. Cabbages are beautiful.
Oh, I still think so. Oh, Ralph, I must show you something. Your picture of Haymarket.
Do you still have it?
Do you want to go too, Dallas?
No. Let her have Rolf. Oh, Dirk, she's what I mean when I say I want to do portraits. Character portraits of great people. Like your mother.
Like Mother?
Yes. Her fine, splendid face all lit up with the light that comes from inside. The jawline, like that of the women who came over in the Mayflower or crossed the continent in a covered wagon. Her eyes, and that battered, gorgeous old hat she wears. And her hands. She's beautiful.
Yes, she really is, isn't she? And I see what you mean about me.
Do you, Dirk?
I suddenly feel very empty.
It's not too late.
Dallas.
Shall we go inside now? I want to say goodbye.
They left. I knew somehow that you would reach the high places.
What a fine life you've had, too, Selina. A full life, and a rich one, and successful.
I? Why, Ralph, I've been here all these years, just where you left me when you were a boy. I think the very dress I'm wearing might be the same I wore then. I've been nothing, done nothing, seen nothing. When I think of all the places I was going to see and all the things I was going to do.
You've been everywhere in the world. You've seen all the places of great beauty and light. You remember you told me your father had once said, when you were a little girl, that there were only two kinds of people who really mattered in the world. One kind was wheat, and the other kind was emeralds. You're wheat, Selina.
And you're emeralds.
Goodbye, Selina.
Goodbye, Ralph.
I'll see you soon again.
Mother?
Yes, Dirk?
Mother, I've made a decision, and I want you to know. I'm going back to architecture.
Oh, Dirk.
There's something you have, Mother, and Ralph, and Dallas, too. I never realized till this afternoon just how much I'm missing.
Oh, so big. I'm so glad.
But I'll need your help, Mother. It's going to be a long, long road.
But a good one, Dirk. Full of beauty and living. And in the end, you'll find that you possess all things. For you will have carried them with you all the way.
After hearing Edna Faber's story and the performances of our cast tonight, I think another appropriate title for the play might be So Great. My compliments, Mr. Foster, Miss Ray, and Mr. Kruger. And I can pay you no greater tribute, Barbara, than to say that you reached and held our hearts as surely and so big as, well, as you do in Union Pacific. And having pulled the pin on our play, shall we hit the stovepipe?
What? What is this all about?
Oh, you'll have to humor Mr. DeMille, Preston. We've been so immersed in that picture of his, Union Pacific, that he can't help giving out now and then in railroad lingo.
You recognized it, but can you translate it, Barbara?
Certainly. It simply means that the play is over, but let's go ahead without stopping.
Correct. Now I suppose I owe you another nickel.
Well, now it's my turn to ask questions. What's going on?
Oh, let Mr. DeMille explain.
You see, Fay, since Barbara's been working for me in Union Pacific, I've spoiled her by giving her one of the new Jefferson nickels every time she plays a scene flawlessly. And it's cost me a fortune.
And it's destined to be my downfall. I'm applying all your beautiful nickels, Mr. DeMille, to the purchase of a pair of skis.
Skis? Well, I know you ride a horse, Barbara, and since Union Pacific, you obviously can ride a railroad.
Yes, I've heard that you once rode an elephant for Ziegfeld, but how good are you on the mahogany runners?
Well, Otto, I'll let you know after I get back from a trip to Sun Valley. Skiing will be practically tobogganing for me.
What are you planning next, Fay? An epic poem?
Who? Me?
Well, you are a poet, aren't you?
Oh, let's hear some.
Well, don't let them gang up on you, Fay.
Just a line or two.
All right, here it goes. Of the sea, of the soul, of the stars I love to sing. But I've got no poem for you tonight, which is probably a mighty good thing by Fay Ray.
You're an ornament to literature, Fay.
But Fay would be ornamental if she never wrote a line.
Oh, now, thank you, Preston. And I want to thank you, Mr. DeMille, for asking me back to the Lux Radio Theater again. This theater has become more than a radio program, Mr. DeMille. It's become a definite part of Hollywood.
And so has the product that's responsible for our being here tonight, Lux Soap. About every actress I know uses it, Mr. DeMille, and that speaks volumes in praise of it. Screen stars just have to keep their skin smooth, and I'm very grateful to Lux Soap, Mr. DeMille, to its makers, and to you. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
As we say on the railroad, see you along the line.
Louis Silvers appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studios. He directed music for their new film, The Little Princess. Be sure to listen to the new Lux daytime radio program, The Life and Love of Dr. Susan, the story of a courageous woman in search of her destiny. You can hear it over most of these stations in the United States every afternoon, Monday through Friday, at 2:15 Eastern Time, 1:15 Central Time, 3:15 Mountain Time, and 2:15 Pacific Time. This new daytime program, The Life and Love of Dr. Susan, comes to you in addition to the Lux Radio Theater. Mr. DeMille.
In the screen's entire history, only a handful of pictures can match the tremendous popularity of our play for next Monday night. That great romantic comedy, It Happened One Night. It won more Academy Awards than any film before or since, for production, direction, and for the performances of both its leading lady and its leading man. And these two superb stars will repeat their classic roles for us a week from tonight, Clark Gable and Claudette Colbert. And with them, Walter Connolly and Roscoe Carnes. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Claudette Colbert and Clark Gable in It Happened One Night with Walter Connolly and Roscoe Carnes. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Barbara Stanwyck and Melvyn Douglas in Dark Victory.
Lux presents Hollywood. Our play for tonight, Dark Victory, an inspiring play of a surgeon and a girl. Fate tried to separate them. Love brought them together forever. We want you to know how sincerely we appreciate your enthusiasm for this program and our products. Your purchases of Lux Toilet Soap and Lux Flakes, which enable us to bring you these productions, tell us in the best way possible that you like the Lux Radio Theater. Headline tonight are Barbara Stanwyck and Melvyn Douglas in Dark Victory by George Brewer, Jr. and Bertram Bloch. Our guest is Miss Nina Roberts, hairstylist of Hollywood stars, and Louis Silvers conducts our orchestra. Our producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille, is unable to be with us tonight. As guest producer, we're happy to welcome back, through courtesy of B.P. Schulberg, one of the screen's outstanding celebrities. You've heard him before on this program in both this capacity and as a dramatic star. A great actor, a genial host, a splendid gentleman. We're proud to present Mr. Edward Arnold.
Thank you, Melville Roig, and good evening, everyone. I considered it one of the greatest compliments I ever extended me when last January I was invited to the Lux Radio Theater to take the place temporarily of Cecil B. DeMille. I feel still more flattered and grateful to have been given that honor again, though I sincerely regret the occasion of Mr. DeMille's absence. But illness overtakes even the best troopers now and then, and while I know my regret is one you all share, you'll be happy to learn that his illness is not serious and that DeMille will be back with us next week or the week after, producing the Lux Radio Theater as heretofore. I'm particularly happy working with two such charming and important people as Barbara Stanwyck and Melvyn Douglas. Miss Stanwyck may not know it, but she's assumed a major importance in the Arnold household, being the idol of my 13-year-old daughter, Jane. The love of my daughter's life happens to be horses, and ever since Miss Stanwyck acquired a ranch in the San Fernando Valley and began raising fine horses, Jane's invariable greeting when I come home is, "When are we going to get a ranch like Barbara Stanwyck's? Hello, Pop." When it comes to off-screen activities, I have a little more in common with Melvyn Douglas. We're both pretty fond of good music, both have wives who are singers, and at present, Melvyn and I are hard at work in a drive for the Symphony Society of Southern California. Miss Stanwyck comes to us from 20th Century Fox Studios, where her new picture is called Always Goodbye. Tonight we hear her as Judith Traherne. Mr. Douglas, who plays Dr. Frederick Steele, is a Columbia Studios and Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer star and is now at work with Louise Reiner in The Toy Wife. Our curtain goes up. The Lux Radio Theater presents another outstanding Broadway play, Dark Victory, starring Barbara Stanwyck and Melvyn Douglas. A country cottage on the north shore of Long Island. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. In the darkened living room, a telephone jangles wildly. From the hall comes Dr. Frederick Steele, a robe thrown hastily over his pajamas. He switches on a lamp over the desk and lifts the receiver.
Hello? Yes? This is Dr. Steele speaking. Who? But I'm a brain man. Well, I haven't been taking any calls down here. I'm on a vacation. Have you tried Dr. Parsons? Oh, I see. I thought he'd be back by now. Of course, I'll come if you think it's important. What's the name, please? What's the matter with her? She had it long? All right, I'll be there as soon as I can.
Did you get the doctor, Alice?
No, Mr. Hearn, not Dr. Parsons. There's another one coming, Dr. Steele.
Steele? Who is he?
Judith, what kind of a hostess are you? Come and join the party.
Oh, Leslie, please, Martha's sick.
Oh, she'll be all right.
Well, I'm worried about her. Leslie, see if you can keep them quiet in there, will you? And for heaven's sake, turn off that radio.
I beg pardon, Mr. Hearn. Dr. Steele is here.
Thank you, Harvey. See what you can do, Leslie. Dr. Steele?
Good evening.
I'm glad you could come, Doctor.
Thanks. I've been wondering if I came to the right place.
Oh, you mustn't let the noise confuse you.
I'll try not to. Where's the patient, please?
It's Mrs. Blaine. My maid will show you to her room.
This way, Doctor.
Thank you.
I'll be up in a few minutes.
On me all of a sudden, Doctor. I had a pain here. Then I got dizzy just like that. And then I don't know what happened. I feel a little better now, though. But I'd feel terrible if I thought I couldn't ride tomorrow. We're having a hunt, you know.
Really?
Riding to hounds. Oh, you think I'll be all right, don't you?
Yes, I think you'll be all right. Excuse me.
But aren't you going to prescribe something?
I'll take care of it. Good night.
Well, Doctor?
Did I leave my hat in here?
Are you going already? How is she?
Oh, she'll be all right with proper nourishment and care, and if my advice is followed, to the T. I dare say she'll be able to ride to the hounds tomorrow.
I see. And what is your advice, Doctor?
Don't give her any more to drink.
Thank you. I'm sorry to have bothered you, Doctor, but I didn't know.
It's all right. She's like a lot of women of your class, stomachache cases. Does your right eye always twitch like that?
Only when I'm flirting with someone. Good night, Doctor.
Good night. Lots of luck tomorrow. I hope you catch the fox.
We're way off.
What's the difference?
Well, they've all gone down the road.
Well, we'll cut across the field and meet them. I'll race you to the fence, Leslie.
It's a go.
Come on, Stardust, come on.
The rails are up. We can pass right through.
First one through the gate.
Keep to the left or you'll miss it.
Oh, stick to your riding, Leslie.
Over this way. Bear to the left.
I know where I'm going.
You're too far over. You missed the gate.
Come on, Stardust, come on.
Judith! Judith, for God's sake, you're going right for the fence.
Come on, come on.
Judith, look out for the fence. Look out, Judith. Judith! Judith, are you all right? Judith.
I asked you a question, Judith. Won't you answer me, please?
What is it, Doctor?
Did you take the medicine I prescribed?
Yes.
Did it do you any good?
Yes, I told you it did. Why do you keep after me all the time?
Because I'm not satisfied with your condition.
Well, I am. I'm all right, I tell you. I had a bad fall. It didn't kill me. I'll get over it.
You had that fall almost 4 months ago. You should be over it now.
Well, I might be if you'd stop feeding me pills for a few days.
Now, Judith, look at me. I saw you into this world, my dear. I only want to keep you in it, in health.
I'm sorry, Dr. Parsons.
Now, what about those headaches? Do you still have them?
At times.
When did you have the last one?
I don't know. Yesterday, I think. They're nothing. I've had them before.
Before? Before you had the fall?
Yes.
Judith, I want you to do a favor for me, will you?
Well, what is it?
Now, please don't refuse me. I want you to go into New York with me. I want you to see a man there. A doctor I have great faith in.
Oh, Dr. Parsons.
Now, please, Judith. I just want to satisfy myself that everything is all right. Now, would you do it? For me?
Very well, Doctor.
Good. I'll go and call him now. I won't be long. Hello? Hello? I want to put a call through to New York, please. Yes. To Dr. Frederick Steele.
I tell you, Parsons, I can't do it. I told you on the phone I couldn't do it.
Oh, but you've got to help me. It's important, Steele. This girl
I
is
don't
one...
care who she is. I can't see her. I quit New York practice. Closed my office yesterday. I'm leaving here in about 20 minutes. Why don't you get Findlay?
Findlay's in Europe.
All right, then get Park.
I don't want Park or any of the rest of them. They're no better than I am. I want you.
Can't be done. I'm leaving for Vermont.
Very well. It's going to be a little embarrassing for you.
Embarrassing? Why?
Because she's out there in your waiting room. I brought her with me.
I see.
Now, Steele, you're always crying out about the sad lot of humanity. Well, there's humanity waiting for you in that room. You can't turn your back on it.
All right, Parsons, you win. I'll see your patient.
Oh, good.
But I'm still leaving here in 20 minutes.
Come in, Judith. Judith, this is Dr. Steele.
Dr. Steele? How do you do, Doctor?
Oh. Mr. Hearn, isn't it?
Yes.
Do you know each other?
Slightly, yes.
Well, that simplifies matters considerably. I'll wait outside, Doctor.
Sit down, Mr. Hearn.
Thank you. I had no idea you were this Dr. Steele.
I had no idea you were that, Mr. Hearn. Does it make any difference?
Not to me.
Fine. I know something of your case, Mr. Hearn. I understand you had a fall.
Yes.
I also understand you don't like to talk about your health.
I don't?
Why?
It bores me, that's all.
Most people love it. Is that light from the window too strong for you?
No.
But your right eye seems to...
It's, just the same little failing, Doctor.
Oh. How old are you, Mr. Hearn?
I'm 27 years old, an only child, an orphan since I was 20. I weigh 115 pounds. I've had mumps, measles, and whooping cough, all at the proper ages. Shall I go on?
Please.
I'm interested in horses. I take plenty of exercise. I smoke to excess, but seldom drink. I'm said to have a sense of humor.
Your headaches must interfere with that.
I see you have my case history.
They're pretty bad, aren't they? Those headaches.
I can stand them.
Mostly on the right side.
Yes.
How'd you happen to fall from your horse?
We were riding for the gate. I misjudged the distance and missed it. My horse didn't clear the fence.
How far to the right of the gate were you?
They tell me it was about 15... How did you know it was to the right?
I guessed it.
Clever of you, Doctor. About 15 feet. I suppose you think I got what I deserved.
How do you mean?
Oh, that night you came to the house, you had a great contempt for the pastimes of the idle rich.
Oh, I was a bit cranky that evening. You must make allowances for the hour.
But you have a contempt for them?
They don't appeal to me, that's all.
Well, it's the only thing I know. What does appeal to you? Just your practice, I suppose.
No, that least of all.
You seem to be doing pretty well.
Too well. It comes a little too easily, this feeding sugar pills to a Park Avenue clientele.
Oh, I know. Stomachache cases.
Yes, you can call it that.
It sounds awful.
It is.
Then why do you do it?
Because, like you, Mr. Hearn, I'm caught in the swim.
Oh, Doctor, what a relief to find out you're no better than I am.
But I'm leaving my practice. Clearing out.
Retiring?
No, just the contrary. I'm going back into medicine.
That's a little deep.
Well, I'm going to a remote village in northern Vermont to be a country doctor.
Oh, yes, I remember now. But why? And why Vermont?
I was born there.
Oh, it's just sentiment then.
If you like.
All the same, I think I envy you. It must be swell to believe in what you're doing.
Don't you?
No, not the way you do. Oh, I'm not complaining, take it all in all. They dealt me a very good hand. I'm young. I have no particular responsibilities. I won't cultivate them either. I'm freer without them. I'll probably marry someday. No hurry about that. And when I do, I'll build a house on a ridge I know with a glorious view. I'll have my horses, and with luck, I'll have, about 40 years of it. I think that's a pretty good setup.
Do you? That light is in your eyes, isn't it?
I wish you wouldn't keep harping on that. There's nothing the matter with my eyes.
But you're squinting.
I'm not squinting.
I'll pull down the shade. That's better.
Suit yourself at your office.
What did you do yesterday, Mr. Hearn?
What?
Yesterday, what did you do?
Why, I went to the theater in the afternoon. I played bridge in the evening.
But yesterday was Tuesday. There were no matinees. You're sure it wasn't the other way around?
Oh, yes, I guess it was.
What was the play?
I can't remember the title. It wasn't very good.
Too bad. How'd you come out at bridge?
Let me think.
Quickly.
Well, I can't remember.
You lost, didn't you?
Yes, I lost.
How much?
How can I remember? I played bridge every day.
You've been losing a lot lately, haven't you?
Yes.
Playing badly?
I suppose so.
Forgetting what cards are out and what's been bid.
Why do you ask me all these silly questions?
I told Dr. Parsons I'd try to make a diagnosis.
Then all this talk... You've been examining me, haven't you? Watching everything I say, every move I make.
Yes. Do you mind?
Well, I guess it's all right.
Thank you.
Well, what have you discovered?
I don't know. I'd like you to put yourself in my hands for a few hours to make a complete test. Will you do that? Will you?
Oh, I'm going to surprise myself. I'll do it.
Steele, I thought you'd never finish.
It took a little time, Doctor.
You've missed your train, of course.
Train? Oh, yes.
Well, how is she? Did you find anything?
She has everything to live for, hasn't she? Money, position, everything.
What's the matter? Well, don't stand there looking at me like that. What is it?
Glioma. Brain tumor.
Good God. Where?
Temporal and parietal lobes. She has a right visual defect.
Is it, can we operate?
Yes.
Will you do it?
Yes. Probably won't help much.
She'll be an invalid?
No, there'll be a recurrence in about 10 months. A short period of blindness. That'll be the signal.
The signal?
For the end.
Oh.
She'll die within 10 months.
One of Dark Victory, starring Barbara Stanwyck and Melvyn Douglas. In a few moments, our stars will return in Act Two. During our brief intermission, we are going to give you an opportunity to determine your movie IQ. That is, to find out how well you really know your movie stars. A young lady is going to read some sentences which don't seem to have much significance. But hidden in each is the name of a famous screen star. Just the last name. See if you can spot it. Listen carefully, and remember, it's only the last name you're to watch for. Let's go. First sentence.
She's a blonde. L is not her first initial. I'll repeat that. She's a blonde. L is not her first initial.
Did you get it? That's Joan Blondell. She's a blonde. L is not her first initial. Oh, Mary, maybe you'd better read that just a little bit more slowly. I can see some people in the audience straining to think.
Surely, Mr. Ruick. Sentence 2. A ton of coal barely lasts us through the winter. Now I'll say that again. A ton of coal barely lasts us through the winter.
That was easy. Claudette Colbert. A ton of coal barely lasts us through the winter. Sentence 3.
On payday, vistas of joy confront us. Here it is again. On payday, vistas of joy confront us.
Now, that's not quite so easy. Davis. Betty Davis. On payday, vistas of joy confront us. We named 3 of the loveliest, most charming women in Hollywood. Joan Blondell, Claudette Colbert, and Betty Davis. They each represent a different type of beauty. But about complexion care, they all agree and use Lux toilet soap regularly. And they give you another tip. We use Lux toilet soap as a bath soap, too, they say. They find this soap with active lather a sure way to protect the daintiness that is so essential to feminine charm. Its active lather removes perspiration, every trace of dust and dirt. Leaves the skin really fresh, perfumed with a delicate fragrance you'll love. And now, Edward Arnold.
We continue with Dark Victory, starring Barbara Stanwyck and Melvyn Douglas. With a strange willingness which she herself did not understand, Judith placed herself in Steele's hands and underwent the difficult operation. But she still doesn't know that her cure is only temporary, that certain death is waiting for her before a year is gone. In her hospital room, she's propped up in a wheelchair by the window, gazing up at Steele, who stands in front of her.
And I'm going home in a week, you promise?
I promise.
Oh, I'm glad. It'll be grand to be home again. There's so much I want to do.
You'll have to go easy, Fro.
Oh, I will. What about riding?
Well, not for a while.
But soon.
I hope so.
You'll come to see me, won't you? Of course you will. You're going to come often.
I'm surprised you want me.
Oh, I've forgiven you, Doctor. Everything you said. I'm feeling very noble just now.
Are you?
Mm-hmm. I guess everyone feels that way after flirting with death. Was I brave, Doctor?
You were very brave. You'll always be, I think.
Thank you. I like to believe I was, anyhow. I'd like you to feel I was worth the trouble.
Trouble?
Dr. Parsons told me you were planning to leave the morning I came to you.
Oh, that was nothing.
I just want you to know that I appreciate it, that I'm grateful to you. You know, it's funny, I never had faith in anyone before. Not real faith like I have in you. What have you done to me, Doctor, besides effecting a cure? What are you thinking about?
I'm thinking you'd better go back to bed. You've got a lot of resting to do before you leave here. I'll drop in again in the morning. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Doctor. Give him a good rub down, Michael.
Yes, miss.
How are you, Martha?
I'm stunned. Is this really you?
Yes.
Well, Alice told me you were out riding. I thought she'd been drinking.
Did you just get here?
10 minutes ago.
Oh, you must be the first. Come inside. I've got a lot to tell you.
Who else is coming?
Oh, it's a big weekend. Harker, Les Clark, the Todds, Mabel, Jerry Levitt for you, and Dr. Parsons.
To lend a medical flavor.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Martha.
Anyone else?
Well, I mentioned Fred Steele, didn't I?
You very pointedly did not.
Well, he's coming, of course.
I've rather bitter memories of Dr. Steele. He's very rude.
Oh, he's not really. He's marvelous when you get to know him.
You seem to know him quite well.
I'm trying to.
You've been pretty hard hit, haven't you?
I'm in love with him.
And he? That's always the first question one asks.
I don't know. He's so hard to see into. Oh, he's conscious of me. I affect him pleasantly, and he may be in love with me. But if he is, he doesn't show it.
Why couldn't the Spaniards or the French have landed on Plymouth Rock instead of the Puritans?
Well, he enjoys being with me, I know that. And he's opened my eyes to a new world. He's the first thoroughly fine person I've ever come close to. What's the matter?
English is your common tongue. What else have you in common?
Oh, don't joke about this, Mother.
I'm not joking.
If I married him, I could teach him.
Well, my pet, get him if you can, and my blessings. Only, remember the man who went hunting with a butterfly net and routed out a panther.
A panther. Yes, that would be just the thing for my farm.
Farm? You have no farm.
Oh, but I might have one of these days. In Vermont, darling. Fred, come in. Oh, I didn't expect you until dinner time.
I thought I'd come early if you didn't mind.
Oh, I'm glad you did. We can have a talk before the crowd gets here. Sit down.
I'd like that. I may not see you again for quite a while.
Why, Fred? Oh, you mean you're going to Vermont?
I'm leaving tomorrow.
So soon?
It has to be sometime.
Of course.
How have you been, Judith?
What? Oh, fine.
Let's have a look at you. No headache?
None.
Been sleeping well?
Beautifully.
Appetite good?
Marvelous. You see? I know all the answers.
Good. Now stand with both feet together. Close your eyes. How's the balance?
Perfect.
I find nothing wrong.
There isn't. I rode today.
Oh. How'd it go?
How did it go? I wish I had a gift for words, Fred. For the first few minutes, I was tense. I couldn't forget that day when I crashed into the fence. I saw the whole thing happen again. And then my horse responded. I put him to a hedge. We cleared it beautifully. The fields lay clear and green before us. I was free. And what was better, I was myself again. Oh, Fred, how can I ever thank you?
Oh, don't let's talk of thanks.
I owe you so much.
I've been repaid 1,000 times for anything I've done. And I never want you to feel under any debt to me.
I think that's the nicest thing anyone has ever said to me. Are you so generous to all your patients, Dr. Steele?
Judith, you know what I mean.
Oh, perhaps I do, and perhaps I don't. How much of what you say do you ever mean?
I mean that I care so much that I'll be ready to come to you halfway across the earth whenever you call me. Is that better?
You sound so serious.
Well, it was a serious speech.
It had such finality to it. Fred, what's disturbing you?
Nothing.
Yes, there is. Why do you choose just those words whenever you call me?
I was trying to fit the role you picked for me.
Oh, you're not telling me the truth, but that's your privilege. I'll get it from you sometime. Perhaps later in the summer if I should see you.
What?
Well, you see, a real estate friend of mine told me last night that I ought to have a place in the mountains. And where do you think he suggested I buy a place?
Vermont.
No, really?
Uh-huh. Maybe I'll buy it. And then I can come up once in a while and stand godmother to the babies you bring.
Well, I'll have to arrange for them to be born between your horse shows.
You think it's all nonsense, don't you? My interest in showing horses. But I love it, and I do it well. That's something, isn't it? Oh, I know. But what of the more serious side of life, my child? Oh, don't worry. That's coming, too, when I'm married.
Married?
Mm-hmm.
Are you thinking seriously of getting married?
Why not? Is it unnatural? Look at me. Is it so hard to think of me in love? What's the matter?
Nothing.
Fred, what's happened?
Nothing has happened.
What are you hiding from me?
Judith, why should I hide anything from you?
Oh, don't evade. You're trying to protect me. From what?
I tell you, there's nothing.
That strange, solemn note that comes into your voice whenever we talk about me and my future. I've noticed it before.
You're imagining things.
Oh, don't lie, not to me. What's frightening you so?
Judith, you're frightening yourself.
Oh, I see. I see. This terrible thing in my brain is coming back. It is, isn't it? And this time it's going to... I'll die, won't I?
Judith.
I'm going to die. That's it, isn't it, Fred?
Oh, God, Judith. Please.
I'm all right. Just give me a minute. Light a cigarette for me, will you? Thanks. I'll have those headaches again and that awful confusion.
No, you're not going to suffer again. That's all behind you now.
How will it come?
Quietly. Peacefully.
God's last small mercy. I'll have no warning. No chance to be ready.
There may be a moment. Near the end. When you won't be able to see quite as usual.
You mean I'll go blind first?
Just for a moment. Then you'll be perfectly all right again for a few hours.
Fred, how long have I? A year? 8 months? 6?
Possibly more. Judith.
I'd rather you didn't touch me just now. Do you mind? I think I'd like to be alone, Fred.
Why?
I won't do anything reckless.
I'd rather
I want to be alone, Fred.
Mr. Hearn, about...
Mr. Hearn can't see you now, Harvey.
Well, it's about dinner, sir.
There'll be no dinner tonight. Tell the guests that when
No,
they come.
no, don't tell them anything, Harvey. I'll see you in a few minutes.
Yes,
Judith, you can't do this. You're in no condition to...
Oh, please, Fred, it can't make any difference one way or the other, and I want to do it this way.
Pretty gay, aren't they? What are you doing out here, Steele? You ought to be inside with the young people.
I'm doing the same thing you're doing, Parsons. Watching her.
Yes. Strange, isn't it? That girl in there, so full of life, so entitled to live, and a contemptible, meaningless organism puts a period to it. It's rather a bitter commentary on advanced medicine.
She'd be the first to tell you that. She's found out.
What?
She knows she's going to die.
Good God. How did she find out?
I told her this afternoon.
You told her? Oh, how could you?
We won't go into that. She caught me off guard. She was thanking me for saving her, talking so hopefully of her future.
How did she take it?
You know how she'd take it. Magnificently. But she's a lonely girl. She'll be lonelier now.
She has courage. Thank God for that. She has friends, many of them.
Friends? Those chattering fools in there, do you think they can help her? One word from me and they'd run from the house like rats.
Steele, you wouldn't.
No, I won't tell them.
Where are you going?
To be entertained, Dr. Parsons.
Oh, come in, Dr. Steele. You're just in time to hear the punchline.
Mother, stop it. You'll be sent home.
Without her supper?
Without her supper.
Because of one little story?
Oh, one of your little stories, yes.
Oh, you Now, Judith, my suspicions of you are right. You're not sophisticated at all. Actually, you're a woman who's destined to be a mother and to have loads of children. There'll be Oscar and Judith and Peter and little Frederick.
Why don't you shut up?
What?
Fred. It's all right, Martha.
It isn't all right. Judith isn't well.
I am. I'm all right, I tell you.
Will everyone please get out?
No one is getting out.
Judith, I want to speak to you. Will you come outside, please?
I'll be right back, everyone. That was rotten of you, Fred.
It was the only intelligent thing I've done today. I'm not going to stand by while you put yourself through an ordeal like that.
What do you want me to do? Sit upstairs by myself and think how in 6 months...
This isn't the time to face people who expect you to be gay and happy.
I would have carried it off tonight if you hadn't interfered.
And then what?
Then? Nothing.
You're wrong, Judith. There is something. Something more important than you think. You can find peace.
Oh, he takes away my life and offers me peace. You left me too much for peace. 6 long months. Oh, God, how long they seem.
Now, give yourself a chance, Judith. Don't try to adjust yourself to this thing. All in a minute, you can't do it. You're only going to make it harder for yourself if you try. Judith, trust me. I'm your friend.
Too much, my friend. Oh, much, much too much. Oh, I'm talking in riddles. I dislike people who evade. But suppose I don't like myself. What of it? It'll be that much easier 6 months from now. Must be horrible to die loving oneself. I'm shocking you.
No.
Disappointing you, then.
No.
Well, why do you stand there and say nothing? Your eyes searching me, your mind, that beautiful scientific mind judging me. Well, what do you think of this exhibition? What do you think now of your calm, brave Judith who went into the operating room without a tremor?
What I've always thought of you. I only want you to have the same faith in yourself that I have in you.
Oh, you've never had faith in me. You thought there were too many bad spots. You dislike my world. You despise it. Well, thank heaven for that world now. At least my friends will help me cram my days and nights to overflowing.
You mustn't tell them, Judith. Don't ever do that.
No, I don't want sympathy. I want action. I want to move, to live. The night shall be filled with music. I'll put on a good show, believe me, and I'll be satisfied with that for my epitaph.
No, you won't be. You're too vital a person to be satisfied with that. There's the truth, and you've got to face it.
The truth is I'm going to die in 6 months. There is no other truth.
We all must die. The tragic difference is that you know when. And we don't. But the important thing is the same for all of us. To live our lives completely.
The doctor talks.
Because I know that you want so much more than your friends can possibly give you. Because I want you to find some measure of fulfillment.
Fulfillment. Haven't I been dreaming of fulfillment? Hoping and praying? Fulfillment. Oh, you fool, you poor fool. Can't you see? Don't you know? I'm in love with you.
Judith.
Oh, I shouldn't have done that. It was unfair of me.
Judith. I never dreamt.
Oh, it doesn't matter, Fred. It would have been much worse if you'd loved me, too. I know you don't think there's a place in your heart for love, and now I can never teach you. Never. Never, never. That's a terrible word, isn't it?
Judith, I'm taking you away with me.
Yes? Why?
Because you need my help.
Still my friend. Oh, go away and leave me alone. I can't rise to your height. I only wanted you to hold my hand. You can't even do that. You're no good to me. You're no good to me at all.
Sit down, Judith.
No, I'm not in your office now. You can't do that to me. Oh, don't you see? You'll only stop me living the few hours left to me. My friends can lift me out of this, but you mean defeat, futility, and death. Always and always that, and I won't have it. I won't let you spoil what's left.
Judith.
I want you to go away.
I want you to go and stay away. I don't want to see you again. Ever.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
With the second act of Dark Victory completed, and with the third act to come in a few moments, we go from the serious mood of our play into a lighter vein. We devote this brief intermission to a meeting with another backstage Hollywood personality who helps make motion pictures what they are. She is Nina Roberts, chief hairstylist of the United Artists Studios. Miss Roberts has been parting the hair of glamorous stars for 12 years, starting with Mary Pickford and Norma Talmadge. At the moment, she's working on the Walter Wanger production, Algiers. And the efforts of her 20 assistants are seen in such recent films as The Adventures of Marco Polo, Stella Dallas, Stand-In, and The Goldwyn Follies. In the latter film, Miss Roberts achieved the distinction of giving Master Charles McCarthy his first shampoo, Finger-Waving Marcel.
And I've been picking splinters out of my fingers ever since, Mr. Arnold.
Didn't Charlie feel like a sissy getting his hair done?
Indeed not. He was a little scared that his scalp might warp. But apart from that, he didn't open his mouth.
Well, probably because Edgar Bergen wasn't around. But why, Miss Roberts, was it necessary to operate on Master McCarthy's curls for the movies?
Because the picture was done in Technicolor, Mr. Arnold, which demands much more attention to detail than black and white films. And here's a fact that might be particularly appropriate. Each star in a Technicolor picture uses special Technicolor makeup. Before this makeup is put on and when it is taken off, you will find that the stars make generous use of Lux toilet soap. They prefer it because its active lather makes it such a fine complexion soap. A soap that removes stale cosmetics thoroughly.
Well, we're glad to hear you say that, Miss Roberts. A fact like that should be interesting to the women in our audience who also use Lux soap. Now about hair. From my casual observations, the present mode seems to have come directly from the history books. The modern girl apparently wants to look more like a page boy.
Right you are, but the page boy bob is now at its peak, which means another style will soon replace it. The pompadour. You'll first see it in modified form, with the hair swept up the back of the head and curls on top in the form of paillettes or ringlets. Hair will be worn sleek and tight to the head, so it will really look bobbed, and women will once again reveal the fact that they have ears.
Well, there are many types of girls and faces in our audience, Miss Roberts. Would you make an attempt to distribute a little specific advice?
You name them, and I'll try.
Well, let's begin with the general classification of brunettes.
Good. Dark hair usually looks best when it's sleek and well-groomed, because dark hair around the face usually shows a definite hairline. Blonde hair doesn't show a definite hairline, and therefore usually looks better curled.
Very good. Now, what about the girl with a round face?
She should wear her hair drawn smoothly from the forehead and a soft knot in the back. In the evening, a high dress will subdue the roundness of the face.
Now, the girl whose nose is a trifle larger than she'd like it to be.
She should avoid both the high hairdress and a lot of waves on the top. She should keep a flat hairline in the head and fullness at the sides in the form of curls or waves.
And for those who wear glasses?
My suggestion is never wear the hair pulled away from the face. A softly waved hairdress with some fluffiness around the temples is most becoming. And speaking of fluffy hair, Mr. Arnold, did you know that Lux toilet soap makes the hair grand as shampoo? And we use it at the studio all the time. But getting back to girls with glasses, they should choose hats with widely flaring brims, never off-the-face hats or turbans. You'll find all these types on the screen. So watch the pictures not only to see specific examples, but also to learn what's new in style. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Roberts. Barbara Stanwyck and Melvyn Douglas in Dark Victory. It's late October. 4 months have passed, and Judith is living desperately, cramming a lifetime into a few short weeks. But she finds no satisfaction in her mad existence, no relief from the gnawing thought that her days are numbered. She's in a car now, on her way home from a late party.
Faster, Leslie. Oh, you can go faster than this, can't you?
Maybe I can, but I'm not going to try.
Well, what are you doing?
We're stopping. You might not care about your neck, but I'm very sentimental about mine.
Now, don't you think we ought to turn for home, Judith? It's almost dawn.
Well,
You ought to get some sleep.
sleep. Oh.
What's the matter with you? What are you doing to yourself? You can't go on this way much longer.
No, I can't.
Well, then why don't you stop? Everybody's talking about you.
Not you, Les.
Oh, not me, no. But I don't like to see you throwing yourself around. Not unless you throw yourself at me.
Would you like that, Les?
Judith, what is this?
You can kiss me if you want.
Judith, I never knew you could be like this. What's got into you?
Oh, it's no good, Les.
Judith.
Let me go. Let me go, please. Oh, you were right. I can't go on this way. I can't die like this.
Die? What are you talking about?
I'm going to die in 2 months, Leslie.
What?
It's as certain as the night is passing now. You're practically holding a dead woman in your arms. Does that frighten you? It is rather repulsive, isn't
Judith,
it? That's why I've been living as I have, so cheaply, so stupidly. But it's over now. I'm leaving tomorrow.
Where, Judith?
Oh, away from all this, as far as I can get. The stars are so bright, aren't they? It's been a grand autumn, with all the colors. The old year puts on a fine show near the end. That's what I have to do. I have to learn how to die. I'll go home now, Leslie.
Good evening, Jenny.
You're late tonight, Dr. Steele.
Yes, I had to stay at the Fraser's house longer than I expected.
It's after 9 o'clock.
I know. I saw the train pull out as I came by the station.
You're tired, aren't you?
I hadn't thought about it. Maybe I am.
Well, I don't like your looking so tired.
Oh, don't worry about me, Jenny, and don't fuss. Remember, I'm not in the second grade any longer.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Oh, so am I, Jenny. Don't pay any attention to me. I'm all right.
Oh, I thought coming back here it'd make everything different. It hasn't. You're not contented here, are you?
No, nothing's ever complete, Jenny. There's no such thing as perfection. I've learned that.
Now, you didn't used to think so.
But I've learned. You see, I came very close to it once, Jenny. Almost to the thing itself. I held it in my hand. But there was a little flaw, and because I couldn't compromise, I lost it.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Good night, Jenny.
Good night.
Who is it? Who's there? Judith. Judith, darling. Darling, it's cold. Come in.
I came to you, Fred. I came to you after all.
Oh, Judith, darling. Here, sit down. Are you all right?
Yes.
Give me your coat. How'd you get here?
I walked.
You walked from the station?
There wasn't any taxi. Fred, I've got to speak to you.
No, not tonight. Let it wait until tomorrow.
No, I've got to tell you now. I've come a long way. You'd better hear me.
All right, go on.
I've done what I said I would, Fred.
Yes.
Everything. It was no good. It didn't work, Fred.
I was afraid it wouldn't. I should have brought you with me. I failed you, Judith.
No, I failed myself. But last night I reached the end, so I've come. I won't demand much. Your strength can help me face myself.
Oh, darling, I'll give you so much more than that.
I don't want more. I wouldn't know what to do with it. Now.
I love you, Judith. I want you to marry me.
Fred.
I want you to marry me, Judith.
You do. You really do. Oh, that's very precious.
I'm lonely, too. I need your companionship. And your love. to make me whole again.
Oh, darling, be careful. We mustn't make it harder for ourselves.
Oh, you're still afraid that I'm just your friend.
No, I'm not. You do love me, and I'm grateful. But it's too late. A shadow's fallen on my earth. It mustn't fall on yours.
But, darling, it's been falling since time began. Even as we speak, the earth is shouldering eastward. Come here, darling. Between now and now, there's been birth and the passing of life, sunset and dawn, weariness and answering sleep. And your shadow's mine. And your victory over it, that's mine, too.
I must never interfere with your being a doctor. Your kind of a doctor. You must promise me that. It must be part of our bargain together. Oh, I want to help you. I must give you something of me that will live on in your work after I've gone. When I've done that, I shall have done everything.
I understand. I promise, darling.
Jenny, we have a deficit for the month of $43.17.
That's splendid, Mrs. Steele. As I recall, it was over 100 last month.
At this rate, we'll soon be living within our income.
No, don't tell the doctor. He won't even mail out his bills.
Oh, Jenny, who did collect the bills before I came?
The patients collected them.
And still doing it, some of them. Here's John Hunter with a bill of $8 rendered 4 months ago.
My dear, if John Hunter ever paid a bill, the entire country would rock on its foundation.
I know, and he's such a kind man. He looks just like a horse. I'll take it. Hello? Yes? Montreal? Well, Dr. Steele isn't here. Is it person to person? I see. Well, he ought to be home soon. All right. An emergency call. I don't like that. Oh, Jenny, they wouldn't call him to Montreal, would they?
It's possible. You mustn't fret every time he goes out of the house.
I know. I grudge every minute he's away, every second.
Well, then you shouldn't have married a doctor.
Oh, please don't say that.
Oh, I didn't mean it, ma'am.
Jenny, what was he like when he was a little boy?
Who?
Dr. Steele. Was he a nice little boy?
He was not. He was nasty. All little boys are nasty.
Oh, he wasn't.
Oh, very well, then, just as you wish.
Oh, dear, I wish it wouldn't cloud up like this.
What?
I don't like it getting overcast so suddenly. It means a storm.
Storm? But the sun's out. Well, it's bright out today.
Oh, it was, you mean. It's getting dimmer every second. It's getting so dark, Jenny.
What is it? What is it, Mrs. Steele?
Nothing. I'm just dizzy.
Well, sit down here. Yeah, sit down here. There. Is it all right?
Yes. Yes, it's all right now, Jenny.
Oh, you frightened me, ma'am.
Oh, it was nothing. And Jenny.
Yes?
You mustn't tell the doctor. You mustn't. Do you hear?
Oh, but...
Do you hear, Jenny?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, Montreal? Hello, I'm waiting for a call from Montreal. All right. Hello, Platt? Steele speaking. Do you want me? Oh. Yes. Is the skull fractured?
Fred.
Shh, Montreal. Well, what are the chances? Well, no one very sick at the moment, but anything might happen. No, not from what you say. No chance unless you operate. Yes, it is. Very delicate. Yes, I've had good results, but I...
Oh, you must, Fred. You've got to go.
Wait a minute. But, darling, it means at least 3 days.
But you must. You can save a life up there, Fred. Tell him you'll go.
Hello. How about the trains? Yes, I can make that one. All right. Goodbye. There's a train at 6 in the morning. But I don't like this, Judith.
It's all right, Fred. Believe me. Almost time, darling.
I know. Decent of you to sit up with me. I'll have to leave in a few minutes.
Yes.
I don't see why Platt can't get someone else up there. There are plenty of doctors in Montreal.
But none like you, darling. I was going over your books last night.
Yeah. What'd you find?
Oh, certain debts owing my husband that cannot be paid.
Not one that you haven't repaid 1,000 times.
Have I really been a good wife?
You've been a wonderful wife.
Oh, I've loved it so every minute. How can I make you understand? Fred, look out there. Out of the window. Somehow it's been like that. Shining and quiet.
It's deep winter.
Deep winter. And behold, snow was upon the earth in silence. And all things had been fulfilled that were to be. And there was no emptiness under heaven.
Judith, dear. If anything should happen... Oh, my God, Judith.
Shh, darling. I walked to the mill dam yesterday.
I haven't been there lately.
Oh, we must go soon.
Yes?
There's snow on the evergreens.
Is there?
Fred, I found out at last.
What?
What it means to live up here. Why you wanted to come back. You must never leave here, Fred. You must go on living here. Always. You'd better go now, darling.
I'm not going, Judith. I'll call Platt and tell him.
Oh, darling, come here.
No, I thought I could, but I can't.
Fred, remember our bargain.
No, words, that's all. I didn't know what they meant. I didn't know what I was to lose. It's my life now. Mine, this little time in all my life, and then to have it taken away from me. My wife, whom I love. I can't stand it. There's a limit to what a man can bear.
Fred, we have just 1 minute together. Look at me. I was never to fail you or keep you from your best. We've had our love, and we're complete. Nothing can hurt us now, for what we've had can never be destroyed. That's our victory. Our victory over the dark. And it is a victory because we're not afraid.
Thank you, darling.
And you'll never, never look back?
Never.
Hold me close, darling.
Oh, God, I'll hold you this way forever.
Forever is now. Isn't it?
Yes. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye.
Good luck. Come on,
Good luck.
darling.
Mrs. Steele, is the doctor gone?
Yes.
He left this piece of paper with me. It has the address where he's going to be. He said in case you needed him.
Give it to me, Jenny.
Yes, ma'am. But, Mrs. Steele, you're tearing it.
I'm not going to need him, Jenny. Because someone else needs him more.
Who? Who needs him more?
Someone who's going to live.
Slowly the curtain falls and our play, Dark Victory, is ended. And now let me observe one of the happiest customs of the Lux Radio Theater by bringing back for a curtain call Barbara Stanwyck and Melvyn Douglas as themselves.
There are two things in particular, Eddie, for which I want to thank the Luxo people. Dark Victory is certainly one of them. It's such a grand play to me because it presents a down-to-earth problem that might confront any of us. But more than that, it proves that a kind of happiness can be found apart from the usual boy-gets-girl variety. It also shows that when you're faced with a situation which you're helpless to change, that you can be happy through honest acceptance of facts and by making the best of circumstances.
That's an admirable philosophy, Barbara. I'd like to add just a little to what you've said. A word about doctors.
Oh, you should be able to do that, Melvyn. You came pretty near to becoming one yourself.
Well, the nearest I came at it was to serve for a while in the Army Medical Corps. There are times, as Doc Victory's pointed out, when surgeons and doctors are quite helpless to aid materially certain conditions. But they're constantly seeking. And little by little, they're constantly finding. For all we know, in some obscure laboratory, a doctor at this very moment may be making a tremendous discovery. Believe me, it's rather heartening to realize that in these troubled times, there are men who forget color and race and creed in a battle for all humanity. But, Barbara, you said there were two things for which you were grateful.
Yes, I want to go on record once again for the product behind this program. I'm sure if all our listeners could come to Hollywood and see how popular Lux Soap is in all the big studios, they'd realize how much we depend upon it as it keeps our complexions exactly right for the camera. I always use Lux Soap at home, too, for the very excellent reason that, to me, it's the finest complexion care in the world.
Coming from you, Barbara, we're especially glad to hear that.
And now, Eddie, what about giving us another one of your recipes? I understand that poem of yours on how to make sauerbraten was quite a sensation.
Oh, I can do other things besides cook.
Really?
Oh, yes. Yeah. I've been doing a bit of vocalizing, singing.
Well, I know you're just begging to be asked, so go ahead.
Well,
what are you going to sing?
Won't exactly be singing. It's a sort of a recitative,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, it was written by Franklin P. Adams and set to music by my friend Richard Hageman. He's the noted musician, composer of Kapensaki, and former conductor of the Metropolitan. It's called Rich Man, and Mr. Hageman was brave enough to come here tonight to play it for me. Are you ready, maestro? The rich man has his motor car, his country and his town estate. He smokes 50-cent cigars and jeers at fate. He fribbles through the livelong day. He knows not poverty, a pinch. His lot seems light. His heart seems gay. He has a cinch. Yet though my lamp burns low and dim, though I must slave for livelihood, think you that I would change with him? Ha! You bet I would.
Actor, poet, musician, Eddie, you're wonderful. Good night.
Actor, poet, Oh, well, what's the use? Good night, Eddie.
The play you will hear next Monday night is The Drama of a Hunted Girl, our radio adaptation of that highly successful film, Mary Burns' Fugitive. Filled with excitement and romance, it's the story of a small-town girl who thinks she's in love with a man who later turns out to be a ruthless gangster. How real love and sanctuary finally come to Mary Burns provides an hour of great radio entertainment, especially when our stars will be three such superb and popular performers as Miriam Hopkins, Henry Fonda, Mary Astor, and Lloyd Nolan. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Miriam Hopkins, Henry Fonda, Mary Astor, and Lloyd Nolan in Mary Burns' Fugitive. This is Edward Arnold wishing you all good night.
Melvyn Douglas is currently seen in the MGM picture Arsenal of Hand Returns. And in the Columbia film, There's Always a Woman. Mr. Arnold begins work shortly on the Columbia film You Can't Take It With You. The screenplay, Dark Victory, is owned by Selznick International Studios, producers of the recent Technicolor picture, The Adventures of Tom Sawyer. Louis Silvers is from 20th Century Fox Studios, where he directed music for Shirley Temple's new picture, Rebecca of Sunnybrook Farm. Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the National Columbia Broadcasting System. Lux presents Hollywood. the Lux Radio Theater brings you Barbara Stanwyck, Ray Milland, and Charles Coburn in The Lady Eve. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, the Lux Radio Theater will be curtailed to 45 minutes so that we may all hear the President of the United States, Vice President Wallace, and Secretary of Agriculture Wickard. Keep tuned to this station, and you will be sure to hear them. Now, compared to what Barbara Stanwyck does to Ray Milland in tonight's play, The Lady Eve, the woes of Adam seem like the life of Riley. Eve used an apple. Miss Stanwyck, aided and abetted by Charles Coburn, uses a deck of cards, a treacherous disguise, and a tropic moon. After what Barbara did with this blitzkrieg combination in the Paramount picture, Ray Milland should be forewarned of what's ahead of him tonight. But the Lady Eve gets her just desserts. She may be a card sharp, but she's helpless when love deals aces from the bottom of the deck. This time every year, I take on a little extra job, one that seems to go very well with producing pictures and radio plays, and also with Lux toilet soap. Schools and colleges all over the country send photographs of the girls in their graduating classes and ask me to pick the most beautiful. A very simple request, but not easy to answer. At first glance, it usually looks like a tie. In those cases, I suspect that all the girls have been using Lux toilet soap since they were able to talk. And a girl can say, Lux, very young. Now the curtain and the first act of The Lady Eve, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Jean Harrington, Ray Milland as Charles Pike, and Charles Coburn as Colonel Harrington.
He's coming on board now, Charles Pike.
There he is, Myrtle. Charles Pike himself. Who's he, Mama? What do you care? He's worth a fortune and he's single. Go put on your shorts.
The catch of the season is just coming aboard the steamship Southern Queen, anchored at the mouth of the Amazon. Returning from a scientific expedition in the Brazilian jungle, young and single Charles Pike climbs the ship's ladder, and every mother with an eligible daughter gives him a sickening smile. At the rail of the boat are Colonel Harrington and his daughter, Jean. The Colonel and Jean, however, are not interested in marrying the Pike fortune. They have a better way to get it.
A very likely prospect, my dear.
Yeah, I hope he thinks he's a wizard at cards.
My fingers are itching already. Maybe I ought to go to the cabin and fix up a nice cold deck.
I wish he had a fat wife so I wouldn't have to dance in the moonlight with him. I don't know why it is, but a sucker always steps on your feet.
A mug is a mug in everything.
Well, I don't see why I have to do all the dirty work. There must be plenty of rich old dames just waiting for you to push them around.
Don't be vulgar, Jean. Let us be crooked, but never common. Ah, here's Gerald. Gerald!
Oh, there you are, sir.
Well, Gerald, did you get the lowdown on him?
Oh, yes, sir, I did.
Come on, Gerald, forget the butler act. Is the sucker rich?
As the purser so picturesquely put it, the sucker is dripping with dough.
Good.
What does he own, Pike's Peak?
Oh, no. Pike's Pale, the ale that won for Yale.
Bartender, another bottle of Pike's, please.
Pike's ale, please. 2 more Pike's ale. Straighten your seams, darling.
Oh, why, of course. I mean, it's very, very interesting.
Look at them ordering ale. Every dame at the bar is going to pass out with galloping hiccoughs.
They don't seem to be making much of an impression on Mr. Pike. I think it's time you got acquainted with him, my dear.
Look at that girl over to his left. Look over to your left, sucker. See those nice store teeth all beaming at you? Nope, he doesn't like them. Now he's getting up to go.
He's coming this way, Jean.
Move your chair back, Harry. I'm going to trip him on his face.
You think that's a good way to meet him?
Well, nobody else is getting any place. Look out, here he is. Oh! Oh, why don't you look where you're going?
Why don't I look? You stuck out your foot and...
Look what you did to my shoe. You knocked the heel off.
Oh, I did? Well, I'm certainly sorry.
If you didn't, you can take me right down to my cabin for another pair of slippers.
Oh, well, I guess it's the least I can do. By the way, my name is Pike.
Oh, everybody knows that. Nobody's talking about anything else. This is my father, Colonel Harrington. My name is Jean. It's really Eugenia. My cabin's down this way. Come on. All right, you can come in.
Say, this is quite a cabin you've got here.
Yes. Pretty cozy, isn't it?
Yeah. Say,
Something burning?
holy Moses.
What's the matter?
That perfume.
What's the matter with it?
Oh, nothing. It's just that I've been up the Amazon for a year and they don't use perfume. Smells good.
Oh. The shoes are over here in the trunk, and because you were so polite, you can pick them out and put them on if you like.
Put them on? You?
Well, not on you. Go ahead.
Holy Moses, look at all those shoes.
See anything you like?
Yeah. Gosh, it doesn't seem possible for anybody to wear anything this size.
Oh, that's pretty. You'll have to kneel down, Mr. Pike. To put them on me.
Oh, sure.
That's right. You know, you should have been a shoe salesman. Don't you feel well?
Oh, I'm all right.
Tell me, what were you doing up the Amazon?
Looking for snakes. I'm an ophiologist.
I thought you were in the beer business.
Beer? Ale.
What's the difference?
Between beer and ale?
Yes.
Listen, my father would burst a blood vessel if he heard you say that. There's a big difference. Ale's sort of fermented on the top or something, and beer's fermented on the bottom, or maybe it's the other way around. Anyway, there's no similarity at all.
Oh.
You know, it's funny to be kneeling here at your feet talking about beer.
You've probably heard a lot about it.
Yes, all my life. Ever since I was 6 years old, the kids called me Hopsy. Hopsy Pike.
Hello, Hopsy.
Oh, make it Charlie, will you, please?
All right. But there's something kind of cute about Hopsy. All finished?
Yes. You know, maybe you were right about the shoe business. I never realized before how lovely it could be.
Oh, thank you. Well,
Well,
we'd better get back now.
yes, I guess so. You see, where I've been, I mean, up the Amazon, I mean, when you haven't seen a girl in a long time, there's something about that perfume.
Don't you like my perfume?
Like it? I'm cockeyed on it.
Why, Hopsy, you ought to be kept in a cage. Come along, Hopsy.
There you are, my dear. Well, it certainly took you long enough to get back in the same dress.
Mr. Pike wanted to hold hands. He's been up a river for a year.
Oh, now, look, I am sorry if
Pay no attention to my daughter's ribaldry. It always comes out in the women of our family. The men are all missionaries, with the exception of myself.
And what an exception.
Won't you sit down, Mr. Pike? I've just been amusing myself with a little solitaire.
Oh, cards. Oh, well, by the way, have you seen this one? Now you see the card, and now you don't.
Oh, he does card tricks.
Well, bless my soul. Do that again, will you?
Certainly. Now you see it, now you don't.
Amazing.
Wonderful.
You see, you palm it in this hand. Of course, it takes a good deal of practice.
Oh, I can well imagine it might. It's a good thing I know who you are, or I wouldn't play cards with you.
Sir?
Well, you know what they say, my boy. Gamblers on boats.
Oh, you don't really think that...
Oh, of course not, silly. You look as honest as we do.
Oh, thank you.
Not at all.
Just joshing you, my boy. How about a rubber of bridge right now?
Oh, I'd like to.
Oh, you're probably much too good for us, Mr. Pike.
Well, I don't have to play my best.
Well, aren't you sweet?
Who'll we get for a fourth?
Isn't there a three-handed game I seem vaguely to remember having?
Of course there is. Then it'll be much cozier. Will you shuffle?
Well, I'll try. Now, let's see. I am not very good at this. There you are, my boy. At 10 cents a point, I owe you $498.
Oh, now, wait. I didn't want to win from you.
Oh, Father's in the oil business, Mr. Pike. It just keeps bubbling up out of the ground. How much do I owe?
Now, let me see. Roughly $100.
That's rough enough.
Oh, but look, I really feel...
Oh, don't you worry. We'll get it back.
Well, if that's a promise.
You can depend on it.
Well, if you don't mind, I think I'll toddle off and leave you young people to talk about whatever young people talk about.
Good night, sir. I'm really awfully sorry about this.
Oh, beeswax, my boy, beeswax. Good night, Jeannie.
Good night, darling.
Good night. Now, he's a nice fellow, your father.
He's a good card player, too.
Do you think so? Well, I don't want to be rude, but I thought he seemed a little uneven.
He's more uneven sometimes than others.
Well, that's what makes him uneven, of course.
Yes.
But now you, on the other hand, with a little coaching, you could be terrific.
Oh, you really think so?
Oh, yes, you have a definite nose.
Well, I'm glad you like it. Do you like any of the rest of me?
Oh, well, what I meant was in the card-playing sense.
I know what you meant. I was just flirting with you.
Oh, I see.
You're not going to faint, are you?
Who, me? Oh, no, it's that perfume.
Oh.
Do you think they're dancing any place on board?
Don't you think we ought to get some rest? You can see me to my cabin if you want.
Oh, you know, you're certainly a funny girl for anybody to meet who's been up the Amazon for a year.
It's a good thing you weren't up there 2 years.
Yeah.
Come on.
Say, I'm afraid we're on the wrong deck.
Well, isn't that a coincidence?
Well, for heaven's sake, here's my cabin.
Fantastic.
Would you care to come in and see Emma?
That's a new one, isn't it? All right, why not?
Shh. I don't want to wake her up.
Wake who up?
Emma.
Emma? Who's Emma? I thought that was just a gag.
Well, technically, she's a Columbrina marditsia, a rare type of Brazilian glass snake.
A snake?
Say, she seems to have gotten out of a box.
She's out!
No, don't worry. She's around here someplace. Be careful where you step.
Oh, let me out of
Now,
here!
wait, listen. She's as playful as a kitten. Oh, come back!
Don't you come in here.
Look, I'm terribly sorry. I wouldn't have frightened you for anything
Why
in the
didn't
world.
you tell me you had a slippery
But I thought you
crawly?
understood that Emma was a snake.
How could I understand anything of the kind? Why should I suspect an apparently civilized man?
please.
Look under the bed.
Now, how could you possibly get to
Oh,
your cabin?
please, please.
Oh, all right. What's this?
Oh!
Oh, it's just a stocking.
Oh. Oh, well, if you see any more, just leave them there. Oh, come over here. Hold me tight. Oh. Oh, you don't know what you've done to me.
Well, I'm terribly sorry. I wouldn't have frightened you for anything in the world. I mean, if there's anyone in the world I wouldn't want to frighten, it's you.
Oh, you're very sweet. Don't let me go.
I won't.
Thank you. How was everything up the Amazon?
All right, thank you.
What are you thinking about?
Nothing.
Are you always going to be interested in snakes?
Well, snakes are my life in a way.
What a life.
I suppose it does sound sort of silly. I mean, I suppose I should have married and settled down.
Why didn't you?
Well, it's just that I've never met her. I suppose she's around somewhere in the world.
Well, I suppose you know what she looks like and everything.
I think so.
How are her teeth?
Hmm?
Well, you should always pick one out with good teeth. It saves expense later.
Oh, now you're kidding me.
No, not badly. You have a right to have an ideal. I guess we all have one.
What does yours look like?
He's a little short guy with lots of money.
Why short?
What does it matter if he's rich? It's so he'll look up to me, so I'll be his ideal.
Funny kind of reasoning.
Yeah, well, look who's reasoning. And when he takes me out to dinner, he'll never add up the check, and he won't smoke greasy cigars or use grease on his hair, and, oh, yes, he won't do card tricks.
Oh. Well, I shouldn't think your kind of ideal was so difficult to find.
Oh, he isn't? That's why he's my ideal. What's the use of having one if you can't ever find him? But when I marry, it's going to be somebody I've never seen before. I won't know what he looks like or where he'll come from or what he'll be. I want him to sort of take me by surprise.
Like a burglar.
Yes, that's right. And the night will be heavy with perfume, and I'll hear a step behind me and somebody breathing heavily. And then What's the matter? You're looking sick again.
Oh, no. I'm not. It's just you. Being so near you, I'd like to be near you always.
Why, Hopkins. Are you proposing to me so soon?
Oh, no, of course not.
Well, then you ought to be more careful. People have been sued for much less.
Well, not by girls like you.
Oh. Don't you know it's dangerous to trust people you don't know very well?
But I know you very well.
No, I mean people you haven't known very long.
I've known you a long time, in a way. Jean.
Good night.
Huh?
Oh, you better go. I think I can sleep peacefully now.
Oh, I wish I could say the same.
Why, Hopsy!
Thank you, Gerald.
High card cuts are on the outside, cold hands in the middle.
Cold hands I love, row-dow-dee-da-da-dee.
Hello, Harry. Hello, Gerald.
Hello, Jean.
Greetings, my little minx. I hope I find you well, and that your little pal hasn't fallen overboard.
He's all right. He's just gone to dress for dinner.
Then I think, my dear, you'd better do the same, because we are going to play a little cards tonight, and I don't mean old maid.
Harry, I think Charles is in love with me.
No. Of course he's in love with you. Who is he not to be in love with you?
No, I mean on the level, Harry.
Are you suggesting that the others were on the bias?
Oh, stop kidding. You see, I like him, too.
Well, why shouldn't you like him? There's as fine a specimen of the sucker sapiens as I've ever seen.
I think he's going to ask me to marry him.
No.
Yes.
But that's wonderful, Jean. We shall play high card tonight. He won't know an ace from a deuce.
You weren't thinking of taking him, Harry.
Well, what were you thinking of?
Oh, I don't think you understand. This is on the up and up. I'm in love with the poor fish. And I want to be exactly the way he thinks I am, the way he'd like me to be.
I'm sure that's very noble, Jean. And I wish you all the happiness in the world.
And you'll go straight, too, won't you, Harry?
Straight to where?
You know what I mean. You can come and live with us. Think how peaceful you can be.
Playing cribbage with Gerald? I can just see myself. You tend to your knitting. I'll play the cards.
Not with him.
Do you happen to remember that sucker has $600 of ours in his pocket?
Well, I suppose you could take that back.
You bet I could, and a little dividend along with it.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Oh, no.
Yes.
No. And that settles it.
Children don't respect their parents anymore.
I think I've had enough, Colonel. I'll make you out a check for what I owe you.
No, my boy. I wish you wouldn't do that. Here, we'll cut the cards once more. Double or nothing.
No, thanks. I'd rather pay $32,000 than lose a really large amount.
Well, now, this is very embarrassing. Make it out to cash.
It could even be more embarrassing. $32,000 and no cents. Here you are, sir.
I feel terrible, my boy.
Oh, by the way, I'd prefer if you wouldn't tell Jean anything about this.
You may depend upon it.
You certainly may.
Jean.
My sweet.
Charles, you promised me you wouldn't play anymore.
Well, we didn't play anymore, Jean. We were just wiping out my loss.
You need a keeper. And now, Father, that you've taught Charles not to play double or nothing, what are you going to do with that check?
Just this, my pretty child. I shall tear it up.
You mean it was just a joke?
Of course. You don't actually think I'd bleed my own daughter's friend, do you?
Perish the thought. Come on, Charles. You can take me for a walk on deck. Oh, the air is good, isn't it? It makes you feel all clean inside and nice.
Yes. Jean, don't move.
What is it?
You know, I've just understood something.
Yes?
It came over me all of a sudden. I'm in love with you, Jean. I've never loved anyone but you. I know that sounds as dull as a drugstore novel, but it's what I feel. I wish we were married and on our honeymoon right now.
Oh, so do I. But it isn't as simple as all that, Hopsy. I'm terribly in love, and you seem to be too, so one of us has to think and try and keep things clear. Maybe I can do that better than you can. They say a moonlit deck is a woman's business office.
I'm going to kiss you, Jean.
Of course you are, darling.
None of our business, Mr. Pike, but I said to Myrtle, I don't care for those people.
Mrs. Bullock, what are you trying to tell me? What are you talking about?
The Harringtons. Myrtle, show Mr. Pike what we got from the purser's office, dear.
Yes, Mama. You see, Mr. Pike? It's a photograph, and there's something on the back. Listen. Handsome Harry Harrington and his daughter, Jean, professional card shops.
Let me see that.
It's the Harringtons, all right.
Also bunco, oil wells, and occasional gold mines. Card shops.
We're sorry we had to tell you, Mr. Pike, but it's for your own good, of course. And like I said to
May I
Myrtle,
keep this picture?
Certainly. And if you would
Thanks,
like...
goodbye.
Oh, Mr. Pike, will you have dinner with us tonight?
No, I will not.
Why, the ungrateful...
Mama, I thought you said he'd be glad to hear about it.
Shut up!
Straight scotch, double.
Yes, sir.
Why, Hopsy, what are you doing at the bar at this hour?
Good morning.
Good morning, darling. You look like the last grave over near the willow. Are you worried about something?
Should I be?
Of course you should, falling in love with an adventuress on the high seas.
Are you an adventuress?
Of course I am. All women are. If you waited for a man to propose to you from natural causes, you'd die of old maidenhood.
Jean,
Yes, darling?
you'd better take a look at this photograph.
Oh.
rotten likeness, isn't it? I never did care for that picture.
I can understand that.
Oh, please don't look so upset, darling. I was going to tell you when we got to New York. I would have told you last night only. Well, you never know how a person will take a thing like that. Well, maybe I wanted you to love me a little more, too. You believe me, don't you? All right. Anyway, I'm glad you got the picture this morning instead of last night.
You thought you were having a lot of fun with me, didn't you?
Oh, I was having a lot of fun with you, Hopsy. More fun than I've ever had with anybody. You were certainly very funny showing Harry how to palm a card.
You were pretty funny yourself.
When?
Trying to play me for a sucker when they told me who you were the morning after I met you.
Who told you?
Never mind who told me.
You mean you were playing me for a sucker? I don't believe it. But if you were just trying to make me feel cheap and hurt me, you succeeded handsomely. You ought to be very proud of yourself, Mr. Pike. Very proud of yourself.
After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Barbara Stanwyck, Ray Milland, and Charles Coburn, will bring us Act Two of The Lady Eve. And now we place our imaginary microphones on a rehearsal stage over at Columbia Studios, where two young extras are just finishing a dance routine.
My goodness, I feel like a wilted lettuce leaf. That certainly was a workout. And me with a date tonight.
Me, too. Say, we better get going. What we need is time for a nice, warm, soothing bath. Mary, isn't that Rita Hayworth over there? Boy, she looks like a million, doesn't she?
She sure does. And after the hours, she danced in that ballroom scene today.
Well, we're not the only ones who know what a nice, relaxing Lux toilet soap bath can do for a gal.
Yes, lovely Rita Hayworth and other Hollywood stars use their complexion soap, gentle white Lux toilet soap, for their daily beauty bath, too. Try this Hollywood beauty bath, and you'll see why. You'll find Lux soap's creamy, active lather is soothing and gentle, and thorough, too. That rich, caressing lather just floats away every trace of dust and dirt, leaves you feeling exquisitely fresh from head to foot. And most important of all, you'll find, as screen stars do, that this beauty bath makes daintiness sure. Lovely Rita Hayworth says,
"A daily Lux soap beauty bath protects daintiness. It leaves skin really fresh and sweet, fragrant, too, with a delicate, clinging perfume."
Why not take Hollywood's tip? Make this fine white soap with its flower-like fragrance your daily bath soap. It's a luxury that any woman can afford. For Lux toilet soap costs but a few cents a cake. Buy it the economical 3 cakes at a time way. It's thrifty. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act Two of The Lady Eve, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Jean Harrington, Ray Milland as Charles Pike, and Charles Coburn as Colonel Harrington. Jean is not the kind of girl to grieve over a blighted romance, but she still thinks occasionally of Charles Pike. It's 2 months later, and her father at the racetrack. Jean imagines that she sees Charles in the crowd.
Here you are, my sweet. We grabbed down and each 700 on the last canter, Jean. Jean, I'm talking to you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was that Pike fellow over there.
Now, let me see. What do you like in the next one?
Pardon me, is this seat taken?
Well, for the love of...
Well, bless my soul, handsome Harry.
William at the moment.
William, of course. I'm enchanted to see you again. And you, Jean, as pretty as a bag of aces.
Hello, Pearlie.
Sir Alfred at the moment, my child. Sir Alfred McLennan Keith, at your service.
How do you do, Sir Alfred?
Well, you're certainly a sight for lame peepers. You know, I haven't seen anybody of our set since the boat stopped running.
What's your pitch, Pearlie?
I have a little nest on the edge of a town called Bridgefield. A town full of millionaires, in the heart of the contract bridge belt.
Bridgefield, Connecticut?
Precisely. Wonderful pickings.
Tell me, do you know the Pikes?
Do I know them? I positively swill in their ale. Good old Horace. Oh, what a card player.
Do you know Charles, the son?
Is he the tall backward boy who's always toying with toads? Yes, I think I've seen him skulking about.
He isn't backward, he's a scientist.
Oh, is that what it is? I knew he was peculiar.
Pearlie, could I visit you sometime as your niece?
As my niece? My dear girl, there's only one thing. You have to be English.
Well, I've been English before. I shall be as English as necessary.
Why don't you stop talking nonsense?
Because I want to see that Pike guy. I've got some unfinished business with him. Can I come, Pearlie?
Of course, my dear, if you think you can get away with it.
You can't, Jean. That snake charmer will spot you in a minute.
No, he won't. He may suspect, but he'll never know. Get me a name, Pearlie, but British.
As a matter of fact, I've mentioned a niece. One Lady Eve Sidwich.
Lady Eve Sidwich. Oh, I can see her in the Pike's drawing room now. Old Bridgefield at her feet. Lady Eve Sidwich. Boy, will that ring the bell.
Go on, Lady Eve. Tell us some more.
Well, when I arrived in New York, I wanted to find Uncle Alfred, of course, but I didn't know where he was. All I could remember was that he had said Connecticut.
Good evening, Sir Alfred.
Oh, Horace, old boy, I want you to meet my niece, Lady Eve Sidwich.
How are you, Lady Sidwich?
This is Mr. Pike, Eve. Mr. Horace Pike, our host.
How'd you do?
My niece was telling rather an amusing incident, Horace.
Well, go on, please.
Thank you. Now, where was I?
You didn't know where Connecticut was.
Oh, yes. So I took the tube.
The tube?
The subway, old boy.
Yes, and to the official I said, be so good as to let me off at Connecticut. So he said, lady, I don't know where Connecticut is, but this train goes to Harlem. But I don't know how he knew I was a lady.
Here's my son, Charlie. Charlie, come here.
Yes, Father.
Oh, Charlie, I want you to meet Lady Eve Sidwich.
How'd you do?
How do you do, Lady Eve?
Oh.
So nice to see you.
Oh, but.
What's the matter, son?
Who, me? Oh,
Is he ill?
Charles, what's wrong?
Nothing. I mean to say, haven't we met?
But of course we have. Your father just introduced us.
Aren't you feeling well, Charles?
Oh, sure, but I mean...
Oh, I'm so sorry. You meant, of course. Hadn't you met me before someplace?
Yes.
Oh, very probably. Let me see. Where could it have been? Deauville?
No.
Biarritz?
No.
Then I give up.
It couldn't have been on the Southern Queen between here and South America, could it?
I'm afraid not. You see, I've never been in South America.
You've never been in South America?
As a matter of fact, I've never been in North America until about 3 days ago.
Oh, you haven't? Well, then you weren't on the Southern Queen.
Say, what's the matter with you?
Well, I'm sorry.
Oh, were you in love with her?
Yes, he was in love with her, but he doesn't remember what she looked like.
Don't let them tease you. You can tell me all about her.
Yeah.
Dinner is served.
Ah, dinner.
May I take you in?
Oh, ripping. Thank you.
This way, then. We,
Be careful. Oh! Are you hurt?
No, I just tripped over the sofa.
Oh, look, you have hors d'oeuvres all over your shirt.
Yes, I'll have to go up and change.
Oh, yes, you are a little sticky.
Now, look, son, you haven't been hitting the bottle lately, have you?
Oh, of course he hasn't. Anybody's apt to trip.
Not over a sofa. That sofa's been there for 15 years. No one ever fell over it before.
Oh, well, now the ice is broken. You go upstairs, Charles, take a bath, and I'll like you just as much as ever. Toodaloo.
So long. Excuse me. Thank you.
Be careful! Oh!
He did it again.
Entirely disgraceful. I've never seen such a farce in a respectable house.
If I didn't hate him so much, I would have felt sorry for him last night. Do you know why he didn't recognize me?
Yeah, I think so.
No, you don't. I hardly recognized him myself. He seemed shorter and bonier. Because we don't love each other anymore. On the boat, I saw him as very tall and very handsome. And he probably thought I had big melting eyes and a rosebud mouth and a figure like Miss Long Beach.
And so you have, for that matter. Well, now that you've got him, what you going to do with him?
Finish what I started. I'm going to dine with him, dance with him, swim with him, laugh at his jokes, canoodle with him. And then one day, about 6 weeks from now, he'll propose.
But you won't accept.
Oh, yes. That's part of the plan.
Gee.
I know just how it will happen. We'll be out riding, and we'll come to a view that will be so gorgeous we'll have to get off our horses to admire it. I think that's when he'll kiss me. Look, Charles, isn't it lovely?
Let's get off, shall we?
Oh, righto.
Here, let me help you.
Thank you. Why, Charles, you kissed me.
Yes, I did. Eve.
Yes, Charles?
Eve, I suppose you know what I'm thinking about.
I have an idea.
The union of two people for life, that is, marriage, shouldn't be taken lightly.
Oh, how wise you are, Charles.
I think that if there's one time in your life to be careful, to weigh every pro and con, this is the time.
Oh, yes. You can't be too careful.
That's right. Now, you might think that having known you such a short time...
Oh, I feel I've known you always.
That's the way I feel about you.
Charles.
Eve, darling, I don't need to tell you of the doubts I've had, but I want you to marry me. Oh, Eve, you're so beautiful. You're so fine. You're so... Oh, I don't deserve you.
Oh, but you do, Charles. If anybody ever deserved me, you do. Richly.
Eve.
Charles.
Here's a telegram, Gerald. I have caught the sucker Sapien, leaving for Miami on honeymoon tonight. I still despise him. Love, Jean.
If she hates him, why did she marry him? To teach him a lesson or something?
I don't know. Maybe she's going to shoot the beggar.
Comfortable, Eve?
Oh, yes. Oh, darling.
What are you laughing at?
Oh, it's nothing. It's just that it's so different. It reminds me of that other time.
Oh, what time was that?
Oh, goodness. I must be a little bit hysterical. You see, we didn't have any money, so we won third class, and there was a farmer on the opposite bench with a cheese in his lap. Oh, it was very unromantic.
Oh, where were you going?
We eloped.
Who eloped?
Me. Oh, it was really nothing, darling. I was only 16 at the time. I'm sorry I even mentioned it. Let's pretend I didn't.
Who did you elope with?
Oh, now I've planted a seed in your mind. Are you sure you want to know?
Who was it?
Oh, Angus.
Angus?
Oh, I assure you, darling, he was no one of the slightest importance. He was just a groom on Father's estate.
A groom?
Well, not really the groom, of course. He used to put on the groom's uniform on his day off, and then he'd be the groom that day. The rest of the time, he was just the stable boy.
A stable boy?
Yes. The boy who cleans up the stable. Oh, now you're upset. But it was nothing, darling, nothing at all. We ran away, but they caught us and brought us back, and that's all there was to it. Except, they discharged him.
Good. And when they brought you back, it was before nightfall, I trust?
Oh, no.
You were out all night?
Oh, my dear, it took them weeks to find us. You see, we'd made up different names all the time. Oh, you'd die laughing at some of the names we thought of.
I'm sure I would.
Oh, now you're upset.
Well, who wouldn't be?
Oh, Charles. Charles, please stop pacing back and forth. You're making me dizzy.
Eve, listen to me.
Yes, dear.
Eve, if there's one thing that distinguishes a man from a beast, it's the ability to understand, and understanding forgive. Surely the qualities of mercy, understanding, and sweet forgiveness...
Sweet what?
Sweet forgiveness!
Oh, yes, go on, darling.
I won't conceal from you that I wish this hadn't happened, but it has. And I want to thank you for being so frank. The name of Angus will never cross my lips again, and I hope that you will do likewise.
Oh, Charles, I knew you'd be that way. I knew you'd be both husband and father to me. I knew I could confide in you.
Thank you.
I wonder if now would be the time to tell you about Herman.
Herman? Herman? Who is Herman?
And that's all. I said goodbye to Vernon the next day.
Vernon? I thought you said Herman.
Vernon was Herman's friend.
What a friend. Now it's Cecil! Cecil!
Darling, it's pronounced Cecil. What did you say, dear?
I said, which one are you talking about now, Hubert or Herbert?
Well, I'm not sure. You see, they were John's twin cousins.
John, who in the name of... Let me out of here!
What's the matter with you, Gene? They want to make a settlement. His father's on the phone right now.
Tell him I don't want to talk.
Hello?
No. Hold on, Gerald. Hold on. Now, listen, Gene. They'll give you half when you leave for Reno and the balance at the end of 6 weeks. For once, we have a chance to make some honest money.
Oh, tell him to go peel an eel.
I don't think you realize the beauty of your situation. You're holding a royal flush.
You got him right by the ears, Gene.
You know I had nothing to do with this arrangement, but now that you're in it, you might as well go all the way.
All right, I will. Give me the phone.
That's the girl.
Here you are.
Hello, Mr. Pike. This is Eve. I'm awfully sorry about the trouble I've made. I thought I had a reason, but now I just wanted to tell you this. I don't want any money.
Jeannie.
I don't want anything. He can have back his jewelry and anything else there is.
My own daughter knifing me in the back.
There's only one thing I do want, Mr. Pike. I want to see him first, and I want him to ask me to be free. That's all. No money, no nothing, but there's something I want to say to him before we part. What? He's already gone? Gone where? Havana. Oh, I see. Thank you, Mr. Pike.
Well, you certainly fixed it.
Hurry, get your things packed.
I refuse to go to Reno with you.
Reno? We're going to Havana.
I don't see him, my dear. Do you suppose he missed the boat?
He didn't miss it. There he is at the bar.
Well, oh, yeah.
Now he's turning away. He's coming over here.
Do you suppose he's seen us?
He will in a minute.
Stick out your foot, my dear.
Oh! Oh, why don't you look? Why, Hopsy!
Gene, what are you... Oh, Gene.
Hello, my boy.
What a surprise, Hopsy!
Oh, Gene, if you only knew what it means for me to find you again. Can we go to your cabin or someplace, huh?
Now, just a minute.
Oh, Colonel, I'm delighted to see you again, too. We must play cards this trip. Lots and lots of cards. Come on, Gene, come on.
Hopsy.
Oh, Gene, I'm going to kiss you.
Hopsy, darling. Oh, why didn't you take me in your arms that day on the boat? Why did you let me go? Don't you know you're the only man I ever loved? Don't you know I waited all my life for you, you big mug?
Will you forgive me, Gene?
For what? Oh, you mean on the boat? Well, the question is, can you forgive me?
What for?
Oh, you still don't understand, do you? We'll have to have a long talk.
I don't want to understand. I don't want to know. Whatever it is, keep it to yourself. All I know is I adore you. But there's just one thing I feel it's only fair to tell you. It would never have happened except that you look so exactly like you. And I've no right to be in your cabin.
Why?
Because I'm married.
But so am I, darling. So am I.
In a moment, our stars will return for their curtain call. And after that, the president will be on the air. But first, here's a young lady who's just had a bright idea.
Hands up, Bill.
Hey, Ruthie, what's this?
Just a skein of wool for that service sweater I'm making you, and you can help me wind it. Here, let me slip it over your wrists. Now I'll start winding. There, see how fast it goes?
Oh, don't hurry. This is a break for me. Why, I can just sit here and look at you. Oh, gosh, honey, but you're pretty.
Well, that's how it is with Lux girls. You know, there's something quite irresistible about a fresh, lovely complexion. A lovely Lux toilet soap complexion. And clever girls don't take chances with this charm. They use gentle Lux toilet soap regularly. They know what this fine white soap can do to help keep skin soft and appealing. For Lux toilet soap has rich, active lather that removes stale cosmetics and every trace of dust and dirt from the skin. Here's the active lather facial our pretty Lux girl depends on. Never neglects a single day.
I pat the creamy Lux soap lather lightly in, rinse with warm water, then a dash of cool, and pat with a soft towel to dry. My skin feels so beautifully smooth afterwards.
Try this Lux toilet soap beauty facial for 30 days. See what it can do to make your complexion lovelier. Remember, famous screen stars use this simple care. It's right for delicate skin. Get 3 cakes of smooth white Lux toilet soap tomorrow. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
We've said goodbye to the Lady Eve, but here come Barbara Stanwyck, Ray Milland, and Charles Coburn for a curtain call.
Thank you, C.B. It's grand being back again.
You know, I was rather glad to see Ray getting that rough treatment tonight.
There's a pal for you. What did I ever do to you, C.B.?
Well, I just thought that after you had spanked Paulette Goddard, thrown her overboard, and put her through a hurricane and reaped the wild wind, you had a little punishment coming from the fair sex.
The heroine really seems to take a beating in all those DeMille pictures, Barbara.
I should know, Charles. I went through it once.
I never had a lady in my life until I worked for him, Barbara.
Well, don't make it a habit, Ray. It isn't something women are sure to enjoy like Lux soap, for instance. I may have said this before, C.B., but it'll stand repeating. I think Lux soap is wonderful for the complexion. I've used it for years.
Like old friends, Barbara. Lux soap never fails.
What have you got on the schedule for next Monday, C.B.?
Just about a thrill a minute, Charles. Because our play is the Warner Brothers hit Manpower. And starring in it will be Edward G. Robinson, Marlene Dietrich, and George Raft. It's an action-packed drama of the courageous men who work on the power lines of a nation. A story of the manpower behind the electric power and the woman power behind the manpower. The high-tension cast is headed by Marlene Dietrich, George Raft, and Edward G. Robinson.
That should mean standing room only, C.B. I certainly won't miss it.
And it's just about time for President Roosevelt, Vice President Wallace, and Secretary Wickard to speak now.
So we better get a comfortable seat and get ready to hear them. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. A bright red apple for the Lady Eve. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents George Raft, Edward G. Robinson, and Marlene Dietrich in Manpower. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Barbara Stanwyck will soon be seen in the Paramount picture, The Great Man's Lady, and Ray Milland in The Lady Has Plans. The picture, Lady Eve, was written and directed by Preston Sturgis, whose current picture is Sullivan's Travels, starring Joel McCrea and Veronica Lake. Heard in tonight's play were Keith Hitchcock as Sir Alfred, Eric Snowden as Gerald, Ferdinand Munier as Pike, and Verna Felton, Thomas Mills, Doris Cederholm, and Warren Ash. Tune in next Monday night to hear Marlene Dietrich, Edward G. Robinson, and George Raft in Manpower. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Cecil B. DeMille speaking to you from Hollywood, where 2 stars and a stage full of fine actors are at your command tonight. When we first talked about tonight's play, Ball of Fire, I thought then what a great show this will be for the boys abroad. Now, I hope you agree. And if you get a chance, let us know anything else you want to hear. But before the band strikes up tonight, I've asked Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray to say hello. Barbara and Fred, meet the Army, the Navy, the Marines, and the Coast Guard.
Hello, everybody. I mean you who've gathered around in a barracks in Ireland, the boys in that recreation hall in Alaska or Iceland, the group sprawled out on the deck of a boat plowing through the ocean. Looking over your shoulder are the shadows of another group around a fireside back in Buffalo or Brooklyn or 1,000 other hometowns. They're listening to and pulling for you every minute.
And so are we all. Say, by the way, fellas, I've been asked to give you a little reminder. Have you written home to your mother lately? She wants to know how you are and how you're getting along. It won't take but a minute. Good luck.
And now, from Belfast to Melbourne, on with the show. Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray in Ball of Fire. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Our play tonight is purely educational. It's the fascinating story of a group of professors writing an encyclopedia. But don't turn that dial yet. It seems that to write a really good encyclopedia, one of the professors must fall in love with a nightclub singer, knock out a dangerous gangster, and arrive at a certain wedding before a certain lady says, I do. That's one thing about writing an encyclopedia. You meet such interesting people, as screen audiences discovered when they crowded theaters to see the Samuel Goldwyn hit, Ball of Fire. Tonight you'll hear Barbara Stanwyck in the same glamorous role she played in the picture, and Fred McMurray as the professor who's making a scholarly study of modern slang. Made in America is stamped all over this picture. It couldn't happen anywhere else. And so I think it will be a welcome letter from home to the boys in the armed services throughout the world, who'll hear this play by shortwave and other methods. On my way to rehearsal the other day, I saw a soldier and his girl looking at the posters in front of the theater. I asked them if they thought it would be a good show. They both said they'd seen the picture, and for their money, it was right in the groove. And then the young lady added, and you know that Lux toilet soap is just out of this world. Naturally, after working with Ball of Fire all week, I was hep to this phraseology. It means that you have some fine entertainment ahead when you hear Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray tonight. And as for those people who haven't yet tried Lux toilet soap, they have an experience coming that's, well, what can Webster offer that's better than out of this world? Now here's Ball of Fire, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Sugar Puss O'Shea and Fred McMurray as Bertram Potts. In a very old-fashioned house in New York live 8 very old-fashioned gentlemen. The house is the Totten Foundation, where the 8 gentlemen are engaged in writing a new encyclopedia. These gentlemen are all very learned, all professors, all bachelors, and with one exception, all middle-aged. That exception is Professor Bertram Potts, the eminent authority on the English language. Now Professor Potts has made a devastating discovery. As the professors bend low over their desks, Potts enters the book-lined living room and clears his throat for attention.
Gentlemen.
Yes, Potts?
What's the matter, Pot?
Why aren't you at your desk?
Gentlemen, I am going out.
Going out?
At 9 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, gentlemen. Miss Bragg, my hat, please.
Yes, Professor?
Professor Gurkakov, what's your prognosis on the weather?
Light showers toward evening, but I don't think...
My galoshes, Miss Bragg, and my Macintosh.
Yes, Professor Potts.
What in Sam Hill, Potts?
Where are you going?
Research, gentlemen.
What research?
Gentlemen, I have just made an astounding discovery. I was at the back door when the garbage men arrived for the garbage. We had a long conversation.
You and the garbage man?
The garbage man.
What did he say?
I don't know.
What?
I don't know what he said.
Sit down, Potts. Sit down.
I am perfectly well, Professor Robinson.
But you don't know what the garbage man said. Did he speak English?
Yes, but colloquial English. He spoke in slang. Gentlemen, it's catastrophic. I have just finished my article on slang. 23 pages compiled from a dozen reference books. Everything from the idiotic combination absolutely to the pejorative use of zigzag. I traced the evolution of hunky-dory. I tracked down skidoo. I might as well throw it all in the wastebasket. 3 weeks of work.
Potts, you're hysterical.
My work on slang is outmoded, based on reference books 20 years old. Now take smooch, take dish, take hoy-toy-toy. Not one of them included. Do you know what smooch means, Professor Audley?
No.
Do you know the meaning of mouse, Professor Morgenbruch?
A mouse? A mouse is a member of the rodent family.
Wrong. A mouse is a young lady. So is a smooch. Money is moolah, and $1 is a smackaroo.
Who said so?
The garbage man. Gentlemen, living in this house off from the world, I've lost touch. That man talked living language. I embalmed some dead phrases.
But where are you going?
Out to collect new data. To tap the major sources of slang. The streets, the slums, the theatrical profession, nightclubs.
Nightclubs?
I know it's regrettable, gentlemen, this loss of time, but it must be done.
Your hat, Professor Potts.
Thank you, Miss Bragg. Just put the key under the mat. I won't be home tonight before 9. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Wextree, Neb, Benny the Creepin' Cement Killin'. Read all about it. Corpses, dogs, Duncan, Seaman. Wextree. Hey, brother, what are you hanging around me for?
Disregard me completely, please. I'm just making a few notes.
Well, beat it, will you, buddy? You give me the memes.
The memes?
The screaming memes.
Extremely picturesque. I must add that to my list.
Hey, listen, what goes?
Young man, could I interest you in a research project in which you could be very helpful?
Huh?
If you would come to this address at 9:30 tomorrow morning, you will be doing a definite service to society.
Hey, what are you promoting? Some kind of reform school?
Hunk of man, full of prunes, coolie drooly, lousarilla, pretty gestanko. Boogie woogie, jive, boogie woogie.
I want to look keen, so my dream will say, ain't I the lucky feller, so keen that he'll scream. Babies in technicolor, so make a brown gown with a top, with a hip slip, and a laced waist in the sharpest taste to see my Sunday man.
All right. Take it easy, you hepcats. Now look, good people, the boys in the band are going to swing out for you while I rest the vocals. I'll be back later with a little more jive, brute, zoot, and solid to boot. How's about it? Don't go away, you squitters.
Young man, what is the name of the young lady who just sang?
Her? Well, that's Sugar Puss O'Shea.
I beg your pardon?
Sugar Puss O'Shea. That's her name.
Sugar Puss O'Shea. An astounding specimen.
You ain't kidding, brother. Hey, Sugar Puss.
Yeah, Joe.
Hey, listen, there's a couple of guys here to see you.
Yeah, where?
They said they're waiting in your dressing room. A couple of characters.
Okay, thanks, Joe.
Hiya, Shuggy.
Hi, Shuggy. Well, hello, Pastrami. Hello, Asma. What are you boys doing here?
Come on, Shuggy, we're leaving.
Leaving? Who is?
You aren't quick.
Yeah, quick is right.
What's the fever?
Listen, Shuggy, you've got to take it on the lamp.
Yeah, they're looking for you.
Who's looking for me?
The district attorney.
Why?
Come on, we'll talk about it in the taxicab.
Well, why can't you tell me now? What is all this?
Well, it's on account of Benny the Creep had an accident.
I never heard of Benny the Creep. Who is he?
One of the boys.
Yeah. He was on kind of an errand when he grazed into a police car, the dope.
And for that, I've got to hide out? That don't make sense, Pastrami.
No. You see, when the bulls give Benny a ticket, they seen Dave Kinnick in the back of the car.
Yeah, dead.
In the accident?
That's what Benny was trying to tell him. Only they seen Kinnick's feet.
Yeah, they was in a cake of cement.
Benny was gonna dump him in the East River, see?
That was the errand, get it?
Hey, wait a second. Is Joe Lilac mixed up in this?
Sure. The DA had him picked up about a half hour ago. That's why we're here. That's why you gotta beat it, Shuggy.
Joe Lilac mixed up in a murder?
Yeah.
I don't believe it. Not for a second.
He was framed. Shuggy may have dropped down dead, wasn't he, Esma?
Yeah, and then there was them pajamas they found.
Pajamas?
Yeah, that's where you come in. You remember that dozen pink ones you give to the boss last Christmas? Before you knew that the only color Joe Lilac wears is lilac?
Yeah.
So he handed them out to the boys.
And in the suitcase right beside Benny the Creep when he gets caught is a pair with that big JL monogram.
Quiet. Huh? Who is it?
I'd like to speak to Miss O'Shea, please, regarding an investigation I'm conducting.
It's a copper. Get behind the curtain, Pastrami.
Listen, Sugar.
Shut up, Asthma. Get over there in the closet.
Okay.
Just a second. Well?
How do you do, Miss O'Shea? My name is Potts. I hate to intrude like
Come
this,
on,
but...
cut the corners. What do you want?
Well, this inquiry is one of considerable importance.
Listen, stop beating up with the gum, see?
What was that?
Get this. I don't know from nothing.
Oh, but you do. Every word you say proves as much.
Yeah? Well, suppose you tell the DA to take a nice running jump for himself.
A running jump? Bewildering.
Say, how many of you are on this job?
The entire project? 8.
Oh. The other 7 waiting outside?
Oh, no. They're at home. Sound asleep, I imagine.
Asleep?
Yes, they go to bed at 9 every night.
You mean to tell me with crime what it is? Say, are you a bull or aren't you?
Well, if bull is the slang word for professor, then I'm a bull.
A professor?
Yes, a professor of English.
Oh.
You see, I'm conducting an investigation on current slang. Would you object if I used you for observation and study?
Yeah, I would.
Well, if I could have your assistance for just a few days... it would be
Outside, Professor, outside.
Then you won't help me?
No, out. Shove in your clutch.
Shove in your clutch? That's exactly the kind of thing I want. Perhaps if I could come back
Save
again.
the gas. I won't be here after tonight.
Well, here's my card with the address of the foundation if you should happen to change your mind. It's my residence as well.
Listen, not now.
Well, I'll just leave it here by your purse.
Okay, now scrow, scram, scraw.
The complete conjugation. All right, I'll scrowl. Good night, Miss O'Shea.
All right, boys, you can come on out.
Okay, Sugar, let's go.
Listen, I gotta change my clothes. I can't go like this.
No time. Come on, Sugar.
Through the window and down the alley.
Give me my coat and purse. At least let me...
Grab the purse, Asma. Come on, Sugar.
Okay, only I think you're a pair of cracked ice.
Just keep cruising around, driver. We'll tell you where to go later. Okay.
Yeah. Joe Lilac's apartment, they got sealed up like a can of coffee.
Well, you live someplace, don't you?
Sure, and the cops nowhere.
Say, I got an uncle who's an undertaker. He's always got an extra slab.
Fine, that's all I need.
Look, Sugar.
Keep thinking. Hey, what's this?
What's what?
This card in my... Oh, it's that professor guy, Bertram Potts. Totten Foundation, 44 East... Hey.
Hey, what?
Well, why not? Driver, the Totten Foundation, 44 East 65th.
I want to hear all about it.
There's one thing I still don't understand, Potts. This girl you were talking about, her name you said was Sugar Puss?
Yes. I was just about to explain about that, gentlemen. You see, the word puss means face.
Yes, go on.
As, for instance, sour puss, pickle puss. Sugar puss implies a certain sweetness in her appearance.
You spoke to her?
Yes, in her dressing room.
In her dressing room? Backstage?
Yes, but unfortunately she disclaimed any interest in our project. No. In words so bizarre they made my mouth water. Shove in your clutch, for instance.
Why, it's amazing. Potts, could you tell us, what is it like backstage? Very vivacious, I imagine.
And perhaps ballerinas giggling up and down iron staircases?
Round and round? Possibly wearing tights?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't notice.
Oh. Listen, it's the doorbell. And at 12:25...
Strange. See who it is, oddly.
Oh, in my nightshirt?
I seem to be the only one dressed. I'll go, gentlemen.
It must be the figures on San Salvador, Saltpeter. I asked them to send it over.
Yes?
Heidi-ho, Professor. Don't tell me I'm too late for class.
Miss O'Shea.
It's a female.
Say, what's all that going up the stairs?
Those are my colleagues.
Oh.
I must apologize for the lack of costume.
Oh, that's all right, Professor.
And the fact that I haven't got my tie on.
Oh, think nothing of it. You know, once I watched my big brother shave.
Well, won't you come in?
Why not?
Frankly, your coming here was the last thing I expected. Your no was so explicit.
Well, I got to thinking it over, and fool, I said to myself, who am I to give science the brush?
Then I take it you've reconsidered?
Yeah, that's the big idea. That's a lot of books you got there. All of them different?
I trust.
Uh-huh.
May I have your coat?
Yeah, thanks.
If you'll just slip it off, I'll... Miss O'Shea!
What's the matter?
Well, your costume.
Oh, do you like it?
It's rather abbreviated.
Is it? I never noticed.
Are you sure you don't want your coat?
No, I'm fine. Well, how do we start, Professor? You see, this is the first time anybody moved in on my brain. Have you got some kind of a machine, an X-ray, or a vacuum cleaner maybe that sorts out the words you want? What's your method, Professor?
Well, it's quite simple. If you will be here tomorrow morning, not later than 9:30.
Tomorrow morning?
Oh, yes. I have arranged a roundtable discussion with a number of people of various backgrounds.
Oh, you don't think we could sort of begin the beguine right now?
Why, it's going on to 1 o'clock, Miss O'Shea.
Oh, fool, Professor. Let's get ourselves a couple of drinks, light the fire, and you start working on me right away.
Why, I wouldn't think of imposing on you at this hour.
Uh-huh. Okay, then, where do I sleep?
Well, I don't know. Where do you live?
Up on Riverside, but I'm going to sleep here.
Here? Oh, you don't understand, Miss O'Shea. You see, we're bachelors. Why, no woman ever, even Miss Bragg, who takes care of our needs, goes home every night at 7:30.
Listen, if you want me tomorrow morning at 9:30...
Oh, I do, Miss O'Shea, but even the most free-thinking people must respect the...
Come here, Professor. Take off my shoe.
What?
Take off my shoe. Come on, go ahead.
What?
Yeah, that's right. Now feel that foot. Okay, Tootsie Bell, what do you say?
It's cold.
It's cold and it's wet.
Oh, Potter, may we come in?
Sure. Come on in, kids. Just step right over here. I want you to see something.
Yes?
Come here. Look down my throat. All right, what do you see?
I don't know what to look for.
There is possibly a slight rosiness in the laryngeal region.
Slight rosiness? It's as scarlet as O'Hara. Who are you?
This is Dr. Magenbusch, our physiological expert.
Oh.
How do you do?
And Professor Robinson, Law. Professor Gurkakov, Physics. Dr. Pegram, History.
How do you do?
Professor Audley, Biology.
Very
Professor
happy.
Quintana, Fine Arts.
Hiya, boys. Come here, physiology. Feel my head. For all I know, I've got a fever.
It's possible.
Certainly. And this Potts fellow wants to throw me out of my tin.
With the street cold and the subway hot and full of germs.
Yeah, and I'm a pushover for streptococcus.
Oh, it will be quite all right. We'll call you a heated taxi and furnish you with woolen socks and warm slippers.
How do you like that?
Really, I don't understand you, Potts. Why take chances with valuable material?
Think of your article, Potts.
Yes. Think of the encyclopedia.
You see? They get the point.
If I might venture a suggestion, why couldn't the young lady sleep in my room?
Well.
Professor Audley.
Oh, I can bunk with Professor Robinson. I sometimes do when there's an electric storm.
Yes, he's afraid of thunder.
Well, then it's all settled. Well, I guess I'll turn in. Can I have my coat?
Oh, certainly.
Thank you. Well, hidey-ho, fellas.
Hidey-ho.
Gentlemen, just a moment, please, Miss O'Shea. Gentlemen, this is all highly irregular. What if this should come to the attention of the Foundation? And what about Miss Bragg tomorrow?
Listen, what are you talking about? This is research, isn't it?
Yes.
Certainly. And look, who was that guy learned so much from watching an apple drop?
Isaac Newton, 1642, 1727, the law of gravity.
Yeah, that's him. Well, I want you to look at me as another apple, Professor Potts. Just another apple. Good night, kids.
In just a few moments, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray, will return in Act Two of Ball of Fire. And now, in a busy department store...
Well, Mary, hello. Jane, what luck meeting you. You're just the person to help me decide about this blouse. Look, would you take it in the aqua shade or in the coral? It's for my black suit. Well, either shade will go then. It's just a question of which is more becoming. Hold this to your face. Now this. Oh, goodness, I don't know. You look lovely in either, with a skin like yours.
Isn't it the truth? The lady with a lovely complexion can wear just about any color she pleases, and always be told it's becoming. Yes, perhaps there's nothing that makes a woman seem more beautiful than soft, flower-like skin. That's why it's so important to give your precious complexion gentle, protecting care. To neglect it a single day, you know, is to take chances with good looks. Screen stars realize this. Madeline Carroll says,
complexion beauty should be cherished, so it's important to use a real beauty soap. I never neglect my daily active lather facials with Lux toilet soap. Any woman can give her skin this simple care that helps it stay lovely.
now there's a tip worth taking. This beautiful blonde star is famous for her smooth, creamy skin. Why not try her Lux toilet soap beauty care for 30 days? Here's the way Madeline Carroll takes an active lather facial.
I pat the wonderful creamy lather lightly in. I rinse with warm water and then with cool, and pat my face gently with a soft towel to dry. And when I touch my skin, it feels so smooth.
Yes, when you use Lux toilet soap, you know its rich, active lather removes stale cosmetics, every trace of dust and dirt thoroughly, but gently, too. Gives your skin real beauty care. You'll enjoy the caressing touch of that creamy, abundant lather on your skin. And because every satin smooth cake of Lux toilet soap is hard milled, it's truly economical to use. Get 3 cakes of this luxurious white soap tomorrow. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of Ball of Fire, starring Fred McMurray as Professor Potts and Barbara Stanwyck as Sugarpuss O'Shea. Sugarpuss O'Shea is in hiding, and the Totten Foundation is in an uproar. On the morning after her arrival, a delegation of professors appears at her bedroom door. 7 men, all carrying one small suitcase.
Hello, kids. Say, what time is it?
10 o'clock. Professor Potts started the round table discussion an hour ago.
He did? Say, that's devastating.
And this came for you, this suitcase.
Yeah, who brought it?
A couple of persons, peculiar names they had, too. One was called Pastrami.
Any message? What'd they say?
Well, they said it's getting hotter and to stay in the icebox like a good little salad.
And this is the dressing in the suitcase.
We wondered what it meant.
Yes.
Well, I'll tell you, sweetie. Dressing is short for a dress, you see?
Oh, yes, of course.
Gentlemen, where are you?
It's Miss Bragg.
Oh, my goodness.
Gentlemen.
Sounds like Mother calling, kid. You better get downstairs.
Yes, good morning, Miss O'Shea.
See you around, kid.
I must go.
Gentlemen, where are you?
We are coming, Miss Bragg. We are coming.
Here we are, Miss Bragg.
Good morning, Miss Bragg.
I would like to talk to you. I want to ask you what were all your trousers doing in my kitchen?
I wanted mine pressed.
That accounts for 1 pair.
I did, too.
I left mine pressed also.
7 pairs all at once? What's going on in this house anyway? What were you doing upstairs?
We took up a suitcase.
Suitcase? Whose suitcase?
Well, Miss Bragg, there's someone staying with us.
Who? Who's staying with us?
Well, under the pressure of a very trying assignment, Professor Potts has taken a temporary assistant.
Oh, so we're running a hotel now.
Not exactly.
It seems to me that... Professor Robinson, is that one of your socks over there?
Where?
On the floor.
No, not mine.
Why, look. It's a woman's stocking. Gentlemen, I know Professor Pegram explains the corset he wears is due to a floating kidney. But what is the explanation of this?
Hiya, kids. I'm stuck. Can any of you jerk a zipper?
Good heavens.
The darn thing's stuck. Oh, hello. Who are you?
This is our Miss Bragg.
Did you say bag?
Bragg, how do you do?
Greedo. You know anything about zippers?
I do not.
Oh, button girl, huh? Okay, come on, Gerkie. Hitch me up in the back.
Well, I can try.
Atta boy. Now, where's this little clam bake of Professor Potts?
In the dining room, just across the hall.
In the dining room. Swell. Well, good morning, Miss Bag. See you later, kids.
Oh!
Come in. Oh, yes, Miss Bragg.
May I have a word with you, Professor Potts?
Oh, yes, certainly. Miss Bragg, that music, is it from next door?
No, from this door. From the library. And that's what I want to talk to you about.
Well, what's going on in there?
It's that woman, Professor Potts. She's in there with the rest of the gentlemen.
Really? Well, what are they doing?
They have just formed a La Conga line.
What's that?
I refuse to describe it. Professor Potts, that's the kind of woman that makes whole civilizations topple. And I warn you, either she goes or I go.
I don't like ultimatum, Miss Bragg, but I shall look into the matter.
Don't look into the matter. Look into the library.
Very well, Miss Bragg.
Snap it up, Gerkie. 1 and 2. 1 and 2. That's it. That's it.
Gentlemen, please, turn off that gramophone.
Hiya, Potsy. Climb on the comet.
Thank you, no. As soon as you gentlemen catch your breath, we'd better have a conference. Will you please leave the room, Miss O'Shea?
But we've only just started.
If you please, Miss O'Shea.
Oh, loose tooth again. Okay, so long, boys.
Now, sit down, gentlemen.
Hey, Shuggy.
Who is it?
It's me, Pastrami. Open the window.
Hi, Shuggy. Hello, Sugar
Well, it's
Puss.
about time. I thought you two had amnesia and forgot where you parked me.
Hold it, Shuggy. Quiet.
Dropping me on the doorstep like a throwaway for a credit dentist. You said it was for one night.
Hold it, Shuggy, for Pete's sake. You're as hot as a pistol. The DA's got 100 men on the job. You tell her, Pastrami.
Yeah. They're tailing us, Shuggy. It'd take us 3 hours to get here from 48th Street.
Okay, stay right there. I'll get my things together in 2 seconds flat.
Hey, wait a minute, Shuggy. We got a surprise for you.
Yeah, you're not leaving, Shuggy. Not right now.
I'm not. Joe's out, isn't he?
Well, for how long? They're laying for you so as they can get him back.
That's the surprise.
I'm supposed to stay in this old man's home till the moths eat holes in me.
Say, when I say a surprise, I mean a surprise. Go on, Pastrami. Flash it to her.
Put on your sunglasses, Shuggy. We got a kind of little ring here for you. A kind of diamond one.
Oh, boy. Let me see it.
$7,000 boiled into that rock, Shuggy.
Oh, Joe doesn't have to bribe me just because I do him a little favor. Let him try and get it back, though.
Oh, say, it ain't your size, is it?
It'll do if I have to whittle down my finger.
Third finger, left hand, Shuggy.
Who do you think you're kidding?
The future Mrs. Joe Lilac.
Come again?
Wedding bells, sweetheart. Joe and the lawyer have got it all figured out.
Yeah. A wife cannot testify against her husband, see?
Don't put it like that, you dope. Huh? Shuggy, Joe's been that way about you ever since he first picked you out.
Yeah, but it took the DA to make him pop the question.
He sent you a love message. He said to tell you he gets more bang out of you than any dame he ever knew.
And he's the top, Shuggy. You realize that. He's the top.
Yeah, Mrs. Joe Lilac. 3rd Avenue girl in the major league at last.
Look, Shuggy, the wedding's got to be a fast one. Over New Jersey someplace. Now, here's the application for the license, and you sign right here.
Will I? You got a pen?
Yeah, here.
Unscrew it for Mrs. Lilac.
Right here. Go ahead, sign.
Oh, boy, were those pajamas a good investment.
You'll get the final dope by tomorrow morning. Joe will phone around 10 o'clock. Now, meantime, lay low and stick close to the Amici.
The what?
The telephone.
Oh, Miss Sugar Puss.
Oh, duck, you guys. 10 o'clock. I'll be waiting.
Okay.
Miss Sugar Puss?
Here I am, Professor Audley. Just getting a little air. What's buzzing, cousin?
Professor Potts. He wishes to speak to you alone.
Oh, yeah? Where?
In the library, Miss O'Shea.
Yes.
Okay. Say, what's the matter? Oh, don't worry, kids. Cheer up. Hiya, Potsy. What's cooking?
Shut the door, please.
Sure.
Take this chair, please, Miss O'Shea.
This particular one? Okay.
Open your mouth, please.
Huh?
Open your mouth. Wider. Thank you.
Can I close it now?
Please do.
Okay.
Miss O'Shea, the sky is perfectly clear. The thermometer stands at 76. Your throat seems quite normal. I must ask you to leave.
Leave here? Why?
Miss O'Shea, I want you to look at our project, I mean the encyclopedia, as a voyage from A to Z. When the Foundation launched our vessel, it very wisely followed an old rule of the sea. No women aboard. It chose a crew of single men with nothing to distract them from the course they were to sail.
Say, Junior, you couldn't stop walking around a little, could you?
For the last 4 days, we have been drifting, Miss O'Shea. The needle of the compass no longer points to the magnetic pole. It points, if I may say, to your ankles.
Oh, come now, Admiral. A bunch of grown men. They've seen a pair of ankles before.
Not for 9 years, except for the singularly uninspiring underpinnings of Miss Bragg. You must leave, Miss O'Shea.
But I can't leave now. How about that slang? It's not finished yet. There's a lot of words we haven't caught up with. For instance, do you know what this means? I'll get you on the Amici.
No.
Of course you don't. An Amici is the telephone on account of he invented it.
Oh, no, he didn't.
You know, in the movies.
Oh, I see what you mean. It's very interesting. Make no mistake, I shall regret the absence of your keen mind. Unfortunately, it is inseparable from an extremely disturbing body.
Why, Potsy. All right, I'll go, only don't shove. I'll leave sometime tomorrow.
No, not tomorrow. Right away.
But I tell you, I can't.
I insist, Miss O'Shea.
Oh, old Crabapple Annie. Listen, Potsy.
Crabapple Annie? Why, that implies I'm puritanical and narrow-minded.
Yeah.
I am a perfectly normal man with perfectly normal instincts.
But an awful high boiling point.
Not even that. I, too, have been acutely aware of your presence.
You have?
Twice, to be exact. Once when you leaned over my shoulder to correct my spelling of the word hepcat. I could feel your breath on my ear. And then yesterday afternoon when you happened to stand against the window with the sunlight in your hair.
Well, what did you do about it?
I left the room, dipped my handkerchief in cold water, and applied it to the back of my neck, right here where the nerve center is.
Oh, that's cute. Oh, a little sun in my hair, and you had to water your neck.
Well, perhaps I shouldn't have mentioned it. I'm merely trying to point out, Miss O'Shea, the fact that the success of our entire project is at stake. I want you to cooperate. I want you to leave.
Oh, all right, I'll go. But if I'm going to go anyway, I guess I might as well spill it.
Spill it? Spill what?
Why do you suppose I came here in the first place?
Why, to help with the research.
I did not. I came here on account of you.
Me?
And not on account of you needed some slang. On account of because I wanted to see you again.
Miss O'Shea, the construction on account of because outrages every grammatical law.
So what? I came on account of because I couldn't stop thinking about you after you left my dressing room. On account of because I thought you were cute and pretty.
pretty.
Yeah. Oh, maybe I'm just crazy, but to me, you're a regular yum-yum type.
Yum-yum?
Yeah. Don't you know what that means?
Well, no, we never got to that.
Well, we've got to it now, and I'm glad it's out. I'm wacky about you, just plain wacky. Can you understand that? Come here.
Oh, now, please, Miss O'Shea. Please,
Oh,
Miss O'Shea.
please, nothing. Put your arms around me, Patsy.
Oh, no. What are you going to do?
I'm going to show you what yum-yum is.
Oh, now, please, Miss O'Shea.
Here's yum.
No. Oh, Miss
Here's
O'Shea.
the other yum.
Miss O'Shea.
And here's yum-yum.
Oh, Miss O'Shea.
What's the matter, Patsy?
Excuse me. I'd better...
Hey,
excuse me.
Patsy, come back here. Well, come in.
What, Miss O'Shea.
What's the idea of running out of me like that?
Oh, nothing. I just...
Come over here.
Just a moment, please. Oh, Miss Bragg,
Yes,
will you call a taxi from the corner for Miss O'Shea, please?
I certainly will.
Oh, I'm leaving, huh?
Miss O'Shea, the last few minutes have only confirmed my former decision. Your further presence here would be fatal. You must get me out of your mind just as I must get you out of this house.
Your hair's wet.
Well, never mind, please.
Well, it is wet.
Well, what of it?
Nothing. I just happened to mention it.
Well, forget it, please.
Okay.
Now, to get back to the subject under discussion.
All right.
It would be idle of me to deny that I, too, feel the affinity that you mentioned a few minutes ago very strongly. Perhaps after 3 years, when my work is finished, we can take up where we left off. In the meantime, I hope we may keep up some kind of correspondence. Would you, Miss Sugarpuss?
Oh, Patsy.
I know. That's the way I feel, too, but it has to be. And Miss Sugarpuss, before you go, would you yum me just once more?
Professor Potts, the taxi is just... Professor Potts!
Yes? What is it?
The taxi is here.
Taxi? What taxi?
Miss O'Shea's or mine?
It's all yours, Crabapple Annie.
Who is it?
Hello.
Come in. Good morning, Patsy.
Good morning. I brought you breakfast.
Good. I'll have it right here in the snooze stand. Thank you.
How do you take your coffee?
Oh, just Jav, no cow.
Just what?
Black.
Oh. Sugar?
Straight.
Toast?
No thanks.
You're sure you don't want some toast?
Uh-uh.
Well, there's some jam to go with it. It's very good.
Never used it.
Not just one bite?
Sit down and take a load off your feet. Say, I found out what's wrong with on account of because. It's saying the same thing twice. You know, like calling somebody a rich millionaire. You call it a pleo... No, now, wait a minute.
A pleonasm.
Yeah, that's it.
Who told you that?
Oh, this room's full of books about grammar. I read for a couple of hours last night.
I couldn't sleep either. I walked in the park till the sun came up over the East 60s.
No kidding.
It's a very important moment. A new chapter, in fact, for me. It's the first chapter. For what has my life been up to now? A preface. An empty forward.
You couldn't talk a little plainer, could you?
Oh, not if you won't have a piece of toast. At least just look under the lid.
What for?
Please.
Oh, you went and bought me a present. Oh, Patsy.
I hope it fits. Gurkakov calculated the circumference of your finger. I woke up the jeweler at 7 o'clock this morning.
Oh, it's a lovely ring, Patsy. Really it is.
I hoped you'd like it. It's our engagement ring.
Patsy, do you mean that?
Well, yes, I do.
You mean you really want to...
Why not?
Well, what am I supposed to say?
Why, just say yes. After you've declared your feelings, it's the only logical step to take.
Patsy, don't you think you better take another turn around the park?
Oh, I'm just as surprised as you. Marriage. I thought I was married to my books, and then you... You see, I've had a rather curious life. I graduated from Princeton when I was 13. I recited Tiger, Tiger, Burning Bright when I was a year old. Before I was 2, I could read fluently. People like that just... Well, you see, dust just piles up on their hearts. And it took you to blow it away.
Yeah, but I didn't mean to blow it smack into your eyes.
hello, kids.
There's a telephone call for you, Miss O'Shea.
For me?
We didn't want to interrupt, but the man on the wire said it was from your daddy.
Daddy?
That's what he said.
Oh. Oh, yes, Daddy.
It's long distance.
Oh, yeah, I'll get it. Just tell him to hold on. I'll be right down. Hello? Hello?
Hello, Shuggy. This is Asma. Listen, Joe Lilac wants to talk to you, only we're relaying the call so it won't be traced. Dig me?
I got it.
Here she is, boss. Okay, Shuggy. Don't use no names, though.
Put him on.
Hi, Sugar Puss.
Oh, boy, did you call at the right minute. Where are you?
Some whistle snort in New Jersey. Red Cocos it's called. How you been, Shuggy? I hear you're hiding out with the 7 dwarfs.
8, and it's kind of indicated I'd better get out of here quick.
Yeah? Why?
Oh, one of the professors got off the beam a little. A slight case of Andy Hardy.
Oh, listen, Shuggy. Everything's all set. The license comes through this afternoon, and I got the justice of the peace all lined up.
Yeah, well, how am I going to get there?
That's what we're trying to figure out. I don't want you to take a train. It's much like a lead dime.
I don't care if I have to hook a ride on a hearse. I want to get out of here. I don't like it.
May we come in a moment?
Oh, what other news is there, Daddy?
Huh?
How is Mama, Daddy?
Hey, what are you talking about?
Oh, that's fine. Just a minute, Daddy. Potsy, I won't be long. Just wait in the library.
Do you mind if I have a few words with your father first?
Oh. Oh, well, sure. Daddy, this is the professor I was telling you about.
Are you nuts?
Here he is, Daddy.
Hello, listen.
Hello, Mr. O'Shea. My name is Bertram Potts. I judge your daughter has already told you of my aspirations in her regard.
Hey, what's going on there?
Oh, you're quite right, Mr. O'Shea. It's inexcusable for one to introduce oneself to one's future father-in-law over the telephone, but before entrusting your daughter's future happiness to my care, I'm sure you want to know all about me.
Oh, sure, why not?
Well, as character reference, you might get in touch with the head of the Rockefeller Institute, the foundation, and the president of Princeton. And I may say I'm in excellent physical condition, except for occasional trouble with my left sinus.
Uh-huh. How's your digestion, son?
Oh, very good. Very good, sir. And I draw a salary of $3,200 per year.
Oh, that's fine.
And, Mr. O'Shea, I'd like to marry your daughter as soon as possible.
Oh, yeah? Say, wait a minute. Sure, good idea.
Oh, I'm glad you understand, sir.
Look, what did you say your name was?
Bertram Potts.
Bertram. Well, Bertram, I don't know if Sugar Puss told you, but she's our only child.
Oh, I'll do everything I can, Mr. O'Shea, to make her happy.
Good. And one thing more, Bertram. Mama's kind of an invalid. Doesn't do any traveling, But it would just break her heart not to see Sugar Puss married. You understand that?
Oh, of course, sir.
Sure. So suppose you just bring the kid right down here. We want to see you, and let's have the ceremony in our hometown, Rancocas.
Why, of course, Mr. O'Shea. May I call you Father, Mr. O'Shea?
Sure, I like it.
Oh, thank you, Father.
Now, let me speak to my daughter.
Oh, certainly, sir. Here, he wants to speak to you.
Hello, Daddy.
Well, Shuggy, this solves your transportation. That jack was made to order.
I don't get it, Daddy.
Look, who's going to stop the Rockefeller Foundation at Princeton University? I'll get a couple of the other old beavers to come along in the car.
Yeah, well, maybe there's some other way. I don't want to take them for that kind of a ride.
Oh, that's quite all right. I'll take a couple of days off.
No, listen...
Cut out the mankanky, Shuggy. This gets you to Rancocas. Now, once you're here, we'll give the professors the boot easy like, where it won't blind them.
Yeah, but I don't
Now, just one thing. Watch out for the Washington Bridge. It'll be swarming with cops. So long, Shuggy.
Wait, listen, you...
What's the matter, dear?
Oh, he's always in such a rush.
Which is my great good fortune. The sooner the better.
Is it all settled, Potts?
Is everything fixed?
Everything is fine.
Oh, good.
Gentlemen, I now have the honor to announce our betrothal.
Very sensibly condensed as in the Reader's Digest.
I want to be an usher.
Yeah, we all want to be ushers. One kisses the bride, may I?
Oh, we'll all kiss the bride.
My dear, we are very happy.
Thank you.
We feel that you are marrying all of us a little.
Yes, indeed.
Thanks a lot. Well, if we're going to get started this afternoon, I better get going. I'll go up and pack my things.
Certainly.
Oh. What are you doing in my room, Miss Bragg?
I came up to show you the morning paper. Sugar Puss O'Shea missing in citywide search. Gangster's moll disappears.
Kind of a cheesy picture of me, isn't it?
Recognizable, thank heaven.
Wait a minute.
Get your things together and get down the back stairs before I call the police.
I've got something to say, Miss Bragg.
Gangster's moll thinking she'd marry one of my professors.
Oh, don't worry. I'm not marrying any professor.
Certainly not. We'll have this room fumigated when you're out of it.
Well, you ought to, I guess. Sit down a minute.
Let me pass, please.
Oh, no, Braggo. Any spilling that's done, I'll do, but not yet.
If you think I'll hold my
Now, look
tongue...
at it this way, Braggo. The harm's been done. Potsy's going to wear his heart in a sling whether he finds out sooner or later. Here or in New Jersey won't make any difference to him. Only in New Jersey is a darn sight better for me.
Better for you, indeed. Get out of my way.
Oh, no,
Open that door or I'll scream.
No, Braggo, I can't have you screaming, not now.
Let me go.
Braggo, you wouldn't want me to sock you.
Let go.
Cut it out now. Sorry, Braggo, but I got a date in Rancocas.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray in Act 3 of Ball of Fire. And now, for a moment, let's drop in at a party where boys in army uniforms are dancing with girls dressed in their prettiest.
Sweet and lovely, sweeter than the roses in May. I like that song, Betty. Sweet and lovely. You know something, Betty? That's the way I always think of you.
Sweet and lovely. Now, there's about the nicest compliment a man could pay a woman. And it's the way a man likes to think of the girl who's captured his heart. So it's a clever girl who does everything possible to live up to that ideal. It's a clever girl who knows the importance of sweet, fragrant skin and never takes chances with the charm that wins, the charm of daintiness. Especially when it's so easy to make sure with the Screen Stars Beauty Soap Lux Toilet Soap. Screen Stars, you know, use their gentle complexion soap as a daily bath soap, too. For Lux Soap has such rich, creamy lather, active lather that carries away every trace of dust and dirt from the skin, leaves it beautifully fresh and sweet. Now, here's what one of our loveliest Hollywood stars, Rosalind Russell, says.
The girl who wants to be attractive makes daintiness sure. A daily Lux Soap beauty bath does the trick. Leaves skin delicately perfumed, too, with a wonderful fragrance that clings.
If you haven't tried it, why not make this luxurious perfumed bath part of your daily beauty routine? You'll find Lux Toilet Soap lathers easily and quickly. Gives a creamy, soothing lather that's like a caress to the skin. So take a tip from Hollywood. Make sure you're sweet and lovely. Make sure of daintiness the easy, delightful Lux Toilet Soap way. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act 3 of Ball of Fire, starring Fred McMurray and Barbara Stanwyck. The wedding party is headed for New Jersey. In a rented car, they speed at 20 miles an hour along the road to Rancocas. Professor Gurkakov is driving, but he's none too sure of himself. Suddenly a signpost looms up in front of the car. The car swerves and skids.
Hello, Joe.
Shuggy, where are you?
Listen, Joe, we had an accident.
An accident?
Oh, nothing serious. It just shook the old boys up a little. I couldn't get to a phone before.
Well, where are you?
Oh, I don't know. It's in some kind of an auto court near Kingston. Poplar Grove, it's called.
What's the number of your bungalow?
What's the difference?
In case I want to reach you.
Wait a minute, I'll look. Ha! Lucky me. It's 13.
13, huh? Okay.
Listen, Joe, don't call me here. There's a midnight bus. I can grab that.
Midnight bus? What are you talking about? I'll have Esmond Pastrami pick you up in about 40 minutes.
Oh, Joe, why not do the thing right? I want to wait until the old boys have gone to bed. I can't walk out on them cold.
Maybe you'd like to sit down and knit them 8 sweaters to remember you by.
Well, I told you how it's going to be. Now, stop barking orders. So long.
I tell you, it was just bad driving. Nothing but bad driving.
Gentlemen, please. I could prove to you by the laws of relativity that it was not I who ran into the signpost, but the signpost which ran into me.
Turkey, before you go into this, I think I'll say good night. I want to hit the hay and get some sleep.
Why, the evening is young yet.
No, I don't belong here. This is a bachelor dinner.
But this one is different.
Well, that's the law.
We've heard from the garage. The car will be ready in the morning. Perhaps it will hold together till we get to Rancocas.
We'll be leaving early.
What time shall we awaken you? About 7:30?
Oh, I'll be awake all right. Well, kids, here's to you.
Sweet
dreams.
Good night.
Good night, Potsy.
Good night.
Potsy, you know, you boys still have time to warn him. A man is a goof to marry any woman.
Just let them try to warn me.
You'll have to console us that there aren't 7 more just like you.
Yes, one for each of us.
Of assorted ages, of course.
You know, I'd like to keep you all in a locket always. 8 squirrely cherubs right out of this world. Goodbye, kids.
Au revoir.
Good night, gentlemen. Gurkakov.
Yes, Potts.
Did you hear what Audley was saying about marriage?
Yes.
Well, I'm a little worried. I think I ought to talk to him again. What's his bungalow number?
Let me see. Audley is in 13.
13. That's right over there.
His light is out. He's probably ready for bed.
Oh, I don't think he'll mind. Good night.
Good night, Potts.
Audley, may I come in? Don't turn on the light, Audley. I prefer to discuss these things in the dark. Audley, the things you were telling me before, I recognize the beauty and delicacy of the relationship you described, but, well, I don't trust myself. I'm afraid I'm a lot bolder than you are, Audley. You see, I'm a man in love. It's the first time in my life. I want to take her in my arms. I think of her every waking moment. Why, if this marriage had been delayed, should have been delayed. Should be. Listen to that, Audley. I don't know my tenses anymore. I've gone goofy, completely goofy.
Potsy.
What? Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, don't leave, Potsy.
Well, I don't know how I could have made such a mistake. You'll have to forgive me, please.
Oh, don't apologize, Potsy. It was illuminating. Would you kiss me, Potsy?
Well, if you think.
Oh, yes. Yes, I do.
Professor Potts.
Somebody's calling me.
Are they?
Yes, maybe it's just as well.
Maybe. Good night.
Good night.
Professor Potts.
Right here. What's the matter?
Potts, something has come up.
Well, what?
Well, you'd better tell him, Gurkakov. Maybe he'd better tell him.
Yes.
He? Who?
Potts, there's a gentleman here. No, there's a man here. No, for me. And yes, they'll tell you.
Who are they?
Over here in the office. One of them is called Joe Lilac.
Come on in, gents. Just let me cover that door.
Sure, boss.
Esmond, watch the window.
Okay, boss.
Oh, so you're the bridegroom, huh?
Yes, this is Professor Potts.
Hiya, Bertram. I thought you'd look like these other squats, only with a beard and pea soup on it.
What is this all about?
Maybe you recognize my voice, Bertram. Oh, do you? How's your sinus?
Why, you're not her father.
You're getting warm. I'm her daddy.
I believe I'm entitled to some clarification.
Yeah? Well, so am I. What's that on your face? Lipstick? Lipstick? Shut up! I was kind of counting on Sugar Puss to tell you the score. Trouble is, when it comes to leveling off, she gets chicken.
He's trying to say that our wedding trip was nothing but a vast lie.
A vast lie. Don't you believe it, Bertram? There's going to be a wedding, all right. With Sugar Puss the bride, only I'm the bridegroom.
Potts, it seems that your bride-to-be...
His bride? That's a laugh.
It seems Sugar Puss has used us to circumvent the police.
We're serving as protective coloration.
Yes.
I don't believe it.
Now, Professor, you didn't really think she was going to marry you. With your $3,000 a year? She spends that much for having her toenails painted. You don't believe it. Look at him. All right. Suppose you go and tell Sugar Puss that Daddy's here.
Boss, listen.
It's a cop. Get away from that window, quick.
Come in. Potsy.
There's a Mr. Lilac waiting for you.
Yeah, I know.
The situation has been explained to me in simple terms. You don't have to worry about the police. I told them you and he left a half an hour ago. Probably we're in Trenton by now.
Thanks, Patsy.
Thanks. For what? You've given us all a fine course in the theory and practice of being a sucker. It was a very small tuition fee. Perhaps it wasn't quite worthy of you choosing us as the subjects of your demonstration. 8 pushovers, like shooting fish in a barrel.
I didn't want you to get it this way, not right in the face. I've been sitting here trying to write you a letter. Here are all my excuses.
This page is blank.
That's right.
The handwriting of a... What would be your word for it?
My word? A tramp.
Now listen, Shuggy, I'm losing patience, see? I got that justice waiting. Now what do you say?
I said no, and I still say no.
Boss, we gotta get out of here.
Shut up. Look, Shuggy, what's that professor guy got on you?
I love him.
She loves him.
Yeah, I love him. I love those hick shirts he wears with the boiled cuffs and the way he always has his vest button wrong. He looks like a giraffe, and I love him. I love him because he's the kind of a guy that gets drunk on a glass of buttermilk. I love him because he doesn't know how to kiss. Oh, I'll never see him again. But I'm not going to marry you. Not if you tie a ton of cement around my neck and throw me into the East River like you did all the others.
All right. I guess you'd better talk to your professor. Get him on the phone, Harry, that foundation joint.
Leave him out of this.
Imagine that big giraffe at the bottom of the East River. Now, you wouldn't like that to happen to him, would you, Sugarbush?
That ain't funny, McGee.
Who said it's funny?
Hello, New York. Endicott 215.
I mean business. That is, if you don't say I do, like a nice little bride.
You can't do this, Joe.
It's too late, Shuggy. The pressure's on already.
What is this, putting the screws on me?
You said it. And right where it'll do the most good. Neighborhood of the heart.
Hello, this is Harry. Hang on. Here you are, boss.
You take it, Shuggy.
Who's that on the phone?
The Totten Foundation. But you'll be speaking to Pastrami.
Hello?
Hello, Shuggy. How's the kid?
What are you doing there, Pastrami?
I was just dropped in on the professors. Yeah, Esme and me with our little old shotgun. We're all sitting around waiting.
Waiting for what?
Orders from the boss.
For orders. Oh, yeah, I get it.
Can we make a deal now, Shuggy?
Sure we can, Brother Rat. Pastrami put Potsy on. I want to speak to him.
Okay. Take it, Pot. It's a lady friend of yours. Hello?
Potsy, listen.
Your friends are here, Miss O'Shea. They're holding us all prisoners for some reason or other. I don't know the exact purpose of this maneuver or what can be gained from us, but I hope it works out to your advantage.
I'm sorry, Potsy. But it'll be all right in a little while. They won't hurt anybody. Just don't do anything foolish. Promise me, Potsy.
Yeah. Okay, Bertram. Put Pastrami back on.
He wants to talk to you, Mr. Pastrami.
Yeah. Hello, boss.
Now listen, Pastrami.
Yeah?
Shuggy and I getting married. When it's all over, I'll call you.
Okay, boss, we'll wait. We'll dismiss the class right after the ceremony.
That's it. So long.
So long. Congratulations, boss.
We can
Go on. Get back, you guys. Get
Pardon
back.
me, but did you say after the ceremony?
That's what I said.
Do you mean they're not married yet?
What do you think we're doing here?
Well, I didn't know. I thought...
Yeah, a little trouble with Sugar Puss's vocal cords. Wouldn't say yes.
She wouldn't say yes?
No.
Why, you very ugly young man, do you know that to me at this moment you look perfectly delightful?
Huh?
I mean absolutely beautiful?
Are you nuts?
Gentlemen, this visit is no longer a mystery. Apparently it requires those 2 machine guns leveled on us to force Sugarpuss to marry Mr. Lilac.
That explains everything.
Break it up.
We can't allow that.
No, indeed. Young man, you see, we all love this young lady very dearly.
Get back, you guys. I'm warning you.
In union, there is strength, Mr. Pastrami.
If we rush them all at once, gentlemen, perhaps only 2 or 3 of us will be killed.
Cut it out now.
Get him, gentlemen.
Hurry.
Mr. Pastrami said the ceremony was to be at Fulham, New Jersey.
Gentlemen, I've been meaning to ask. Was anybody shot?
Just I believe. A slight wound in the finger. See, gentlemen?
Oddly, you're a hero.
Oh, please.
Potts, what's that book you're reading?
A volume I picked up in the library. It's called The Manly Art of Self-Defense. A very interesting maneuver in here, gentlemen, is called the Old 1-2.
Come on, Justice. Let's get going.
Repeat after me, please. I, Joseph Lilac.
I, Joseph Lilac.
Head of Murder Incorporated.
Shut up, shut up.
Take thee, Catherine O'Shea.
Take thee, Catherine O'Shea.
Who hates and despises you.
To be my lawful wedded wife.
To be my lawful wedded wife.
For better or for worse.
For better or for worse.
For worse.
For richer or poorer, in sickness and in health.
For richer or poorer, in sickness and in health.
I'm sick right now.
For heaven's sake, what's all that?
Forget it. Keep going.
Huh?
Keep going. Keep going.
To love and to cherish.
To love and to cherish.
There they are.
Patsy!
Grab their guns, gentlemen.
Hey, let go of me. Hey, what is this?
This, Mr. Lilac, is what is known as an upstick.
No, I stick up.
Keep them covered, gentlemen. Professor Pegram, you call the police, please.
Delighted.
Oddly, stand by that window. Gurkakoff, you watch the door. Now, Mr. Lilac, just step up here, please.
Listen, you can't get away with this.
Mr. Lilac, put up your fist, please, in an attitude of defense.
Defense, huh? I'll murder you,
This, Mr. Lilac, is a maneuver known as the old 1-2.
Where shall we hold the ceremony? Right here?
Gentlemen, I suggest that Professor Potts and Miss Sugarpuss be married at once in Rancocas.
Oh, no. Listen, you squirrely cherubs, you eight-wise idiots. It wouldn't work. Remember, Potsy, no women aboard. And now, above all women, you want to take a dizzy dame like me.
If you'll allow me, I can prove to you the inevitability of this step by higher mathematics.
Oh.
I can cite examples from history.
Or
But I
from
tell you
geography. Two rivers converging irresistibly.
Oh, it
Yes,
wouldn't
indeed.
work.
I can prove it to you by examples from literature.
Yes, in biology, too.
Well, all of them.
Gentlemen, as a grammarian, I know when words cease to be of use. There remains one argument. Come here, dear. Kiss me, please.
Oh, no, please, Potsy. No, Oh, Potsy, darling.
You see, gentlemen?
Leaving the professor and Sugarpuss O'Shea to live happily ever after, we return to the Lux Radio Theater and a curtain call for Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray, who gave Ball of Fire quite a whirl tonight.
It's a pleasure to come back, C.B. The first time I ever worked here, Barbara was on the other side of the microphone, just as she is tonight.
5 or 6 years ago, wasn't it?
Nearly 6, Barbara. When we get a good idea, we stick with it. And one of our best ideas is the team of Stanwyck and McMurray. That sounds rather like a vaudeville act.
Oh, say, speaking of vaudeville, whatever happened to that saxophone you used to play, Fred?
It's under lock and key.
Oh, that seems a shame.
I guess you've never heard me play the saxophone.
We will, Fred. For 6 years, I've been looking for a play that will require your services on that instrument. I haven't given up yet, so you'd better start root tooting.
How are you going to fix it up with the neighbors?
Well, I'll tell you, Fred. Just send over a few cakes of Lux soap and everything will be all right. You know, there's something about Lux soap that makes friends for life. I've used it for years.
I think you're practically a charter member of the Lux Soap Fan Club, Barbara.
Have you picked out a play for next week yet, C.B.?
The audience picked it, Fred. They've been asking for this Paramount hit for weeks. The play is Arise, My Love. And our stars will be Loretta Young and Ray Milland. Arise, My Love is a romantic comedy with a background of exciting adventure. The adventures of an aviator and a newspaper woman caught in Europe as war sweeps the continent. Perfect parts for Ray Milland and Loretta Young.
Well,
And perfect entertainment for us next Monday night.
Got so excited. That's got everything it takes to thrill an audience, C.B. Good night.
Good night, C.B.
Good night. Good night. Call the Fire was a four-alarm performance. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Loretta Young and Ray Milland in Arise, My Love. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. Barbara Stanwyck will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers picture, The Gay Sisters. Fred McMurray's next picture is the Paramount production, Take a Letter, Darling. Heard in tonight's play were Felix Valley, Griff Barnett, Leo Cleary, Bruce Payne, and Norman Field as professors,
Warren Ash as Joe Lilac, Verna Felton as Miss Bragg, Edwin Max as Pastrami, Frank Penny as Asthma, and Arthur Q. Bryan, Charles Peck, and Tyler McVeigh. Tune in next Monday night to hear Ray Milland and Loretta Young in Arise, My Love. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Barbara Stanwyck, Brian Ahern, and Ida Lupino in Wuthering Heights. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's play is a powerful, gripping tale, written by a girl whose life was as bleak as the somber Yorkshire moors where the story is laid. It's already stirred many millions, as it will tug at your heartstrings tonight. And it's an actual fact that you, our listeners, are producing it, for it was your letters asking for Wuthering Heights that started me in pursuit of it. May I read you one of the many letters requesting Emily Bronte's masterpiece? This letter says, I'm wondering, could you give us Wuthering Heights? If I thought my request could be granted, I should be thrilled to the skies. I think it's one of the greatest love stories that's ever been told, and leaves you with something to think about. Then our fair correspondent adds, with a twinkle in her pen, if Wuthering Heights is staged, I shall use 2 cakes of Lux toilet soap each week instead of 1. It's very gratifying to me that the products behind this theater, Lux toilet soap and Lux Flakes, are of such incomparably high standards that I have no hesitation in asking you to purchase them. And now just a word about how I came to cast tonight's play. The part of Kathy requires great talent in an actress, but above all it demands sincerity. And that alone was enough to make Barbara Stanwyck our choice. I telephoned Barbara at our ranch to ask if she'd like to do Wuthering Heights, and found she was playing nurse in one of the stables where a blessed event had just taken place. Barbara reported that both mother and son were doing nicely, and gave me a confidential tip that the son looked like a sure winner in the Kentucky Derby of 1942. But of more immediate importance was Barbara's eagerness to do Wuthering Heights. Then we discovered that Brian Ahern had tramped over the Yorkshire moors many times, and that one of his secret ambitions was to play the part of Heathcliff. That solved a very knotty problem, for it's a role that demands rare strength and fire. For the part of Isabella, we selected Ida Lupino, one of Hollywood's rising young dramatic actresses, because she, too, has that emotional power which every character in this play seems to require. From the motion picture cast of Wuthering Heights, we have Sarita Woonton, Douglas Scott, and Rex Downing to play Kathy, Hindley, and Heathcliff as children. Now the players are on the stage, and our drama's about to begin. We raise the curtain on Act One of Wuthering Heights, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Kathy, Brian Ahern as Heathcliff, and Ida Lupino as Isabella. Desolate and lonely are the rolling moorlands of England, where in the winter night the snowdrifts stand like giant specters in the teeth of screaming gales. About 100 years ago, a stranger lost his way on such a night. Freezing, blinded, and stumbling, he saw at last the fitful lights of an old manor house, aged and crumbling on the hillside. He knocked desperately at the door. It was opened by a doddering old butler who stood staring at him. Then, without a word, he led the stranger into the musty living room, where, in the dim candlelight, a man and 2 women sat without moving. The man was tall and dark-skinned like a gypsy. On his face, the stamp of years of bitter suffering. At his feet, a great dog growled ominously. At last the man turned and spoke.
Who are you? And what do you want?
My name's Lockwood. I've lost my way on the moors.
Down, Wolf, down. Strangers have no business on the moors at this time of the year. And no business here at any time.
But I couldn't find the village. A man could die out there on a night like this. I'm afraid I shall have to presume on your hospitality until morning.
Do as you please.
I beg your pardon.
I don't keep accommodations for visitors. You'll have to sleep with one of the servants.
Heathcliff, you can't. He's our guest.
Then suppose you attend to his comfort.
Ellen, show the gentleman to the guest room, please.
The guest room, mistress?
Yes, there's no other place.
Yes, mistress. This way, sir. Now, if you'll hold the lamp, sir, while I unlock the door.
Of course.
Mind you don't stumble on the carpet. It's about falling to pieces, I'm afraid.
You call this the guest chamber?
It was once.
It's a trifle depressing. May I light a fire?
No fire'll burn in that grate, sir. The chimney's been clogged for years.
Must have been a fine old house once. What's it called?
This is Wuthering Heights, sir.
And the tall chap downstairs with the piercing eyes?
That'll be Master Heathcliff, sir.
And the once lovely lady who looks at him with fear?
That's his wife, Mistress Isabella. Well, good night, sir. If you want anything, there's the bell rope. My name is Ellen.
Thank you, Ellen. Good night. Good Lord.
The window, the catch broke in the wind, sir.
Stand back, I'll close it.
Let me in. I'm lost on the moor.
Listen. I heard a voice.
Let me in. I'm lost on the moor. Heathcliff.
Good heavens. A hand. A cold hand grabbed my wrist.
A hand?
Didn't you hear the voice? A woman shouting she's lost on the moor.
What's going on in here?
A voice out there, a woman crying that she's lost.
Then she's come. She's come again at last. Kathy, wait for me. Wait for me.
He's not going out there in that storm.
I'm coming, Kathy.
This is insane. Come back.
Close the window, sir.
But that man out there.
Close the window.
Am I mad? Why did he go out there? What was that voice?
You heard him call her name. It was Kathy.
Kathy? Who's she?
Kathy is a girl who died.
I don't believe in ghosts, if that's what you mean. I don't believe in phantoms sobbing in the night.
You don't believe. Perhaps if I told you her story, you'd change your mind about the dead returning.
Tell me her story.
It all began the time I came to Wuthering Heights as a servant. That was 50 years ago, in 1790. The place was different then, a sweet, well-kept estate. Mr. Earnshaw was master, a fine man who dearly loved his two children, Kathy and Hindley. One day Mr. Earnshaw returned from Liverpool with a foundling boy he had picked up. A dark, savage-looking gypsy lad with the most dreadful marks of beatings on his back. Mr. Earnshaw called for me the moment he arrived.
Give him a good scrubbing, Ellen, and put some of Hindley's clothes on him.
Yes, sir. Come with me, lad.
Don't touch me. Let me alone.
Goodness.
Now, son, Ellen won't hurt you. You're safe here. No one will ever beat you again, and you'll always have plenty to eat.
Papa's home. Papa's
Get
home.
out of my way. Hello, Father.
Well, Hindley. Well, Kathy.
Papa, who's that boy?
Yes. Who is he, Father?
Children, this little guest will pay us a visit for a time, as long as he wants a home here.
He's dirty. Look at him.
Kathy, don't make me ashamed of you. Hindley, he will sleep in your room.
In my room? I won't let him. He's a dirty gypsy.
That'll do, Hindley. You must learn to share things. Take charge of the lad, Ellen.
And what'll his name be, Mr. Earnshaw?
His name? Oh, I think we'll call him Heathcliff.
Yes, sir. Come, Heathcliff. That dark, brooding boy brought a subtle change to life at Wuthering Heights. The three children seemed to play together well enough, going scamping off over the moors on their ponies and climbing the crags together. But neither Kathy nor Hindley were open and frank anymore. And one day the children fought.
Your father gave me this pony. It's mine. Give me that pony, do you hear? Or I'll tell Father how you boasted that you'd turn us out when he died. That's a lie. I never said it.
Of course he didn't.
He did. He worms his way into everything Father does for us. He'll cheat us out of everything. You never had a father, you gypsy beggar. And you'll never get mine.
Hindley, don't hit him. No, don't. Heathcliff, look out. He has a stone.
Oh, there. Fancy that'll teach you.
Hindley, he's bleeding.
Serves him right. Gypsy scum.
Heathcliff, are you hurt?
He hit me with that stone.
Please, Heathcliff, don't look like that. Why don't you ever cry when you're hurt, like other people?
Why should I cry? I'll pay him back someday. I don't care how long I wait. If I can only pay him back.
Heathcliff, don't say those things. Come, Heathcliff. Now Hindley's gone, we can have our game at the castle again.
I don't feel like playing at the castle.
Please. You always smile and laugh when we're there. Come on, Heathcliff. We'll play our game. Don't frown so, Heathcliff. Sit here beside me on the stone, and we'll look out over the moors. This is our castle.
Castle? It's Penistone Crag, and you know it.
It's not either. This is your castle, and you're a prince in disguise.
Tell me about it. Again.
It's all true. Cross my heart. Your father was Emperor of China, and your mother, a Queen of India. You were kidnapped by wicked sailors and brought to England.
Don't make fun of me, Kathy.
I'm not making fun of you. You're a really and truly prince, and I'm your slave.
You're not my slave. You're my queen, Kathy. And you'll always be my queen. Nobody else will make you his queen. You hear?
Yes, Heathcliff. You're queen.
And that's the way they grew up, wild and free, roaming the moors together. But Hindley grew more and more jealous. Kathy was 18 and Hindley past 21 when Mr. Earnshaw died. Good man. He never saw the evil of life and had raised Heathcliff like his own son. But on the very day of his funeral...
You're not going into that room to look at my father's body.
Why? He loved me more than he did you?
He's past your wheedling now. I'm master of Wuthering Heights. If you want to stay here, we'd need for a stable boy.
A stable boy?
That, or get out.
And that's what he became. Heathcliff, who had lived under this roof as one of the family, was a stable boy.
Well, give me a hand up to my saddle.
Very well.
Sir, you gypsy beggar. How many times must I tell you?
Sir?
That's better. By the time I come back in the morning, I want these stables scrubbed. Scrubbed, you understand? And if they're not, I'll thrash you till my arm drops.
Heathcliff.
Yes, Kathy?
Heathcliff, I heard him. How much longer are you going to stand for this?
I don't know what you mean.
Look at you, dirty and unkempt and in rags. Why aren't you a man? Why don't you run away?
Run away? What, from you?
You could come back rich and take me away. Why aren't you a prince like we said long ago? Why can't you rescue me, Heathcliff?
Kathy, come away with me now.
Now? Where?
Oh, anywhere.
You mean leave as we are? Live in haystacks? Steal our food? Oh, no, Heathcliff, that isn't what I want.
Oh, you just want me to go off, alone. Well, it won't do. I've stayed here since your father died, been beaten and cursed like a dog, abused and driven mad, just because I could be near you. And like a dog, I'll stay to the end. To the end.
Yet Heathcliff did run away. The curses and insults were too much even for his great love, and he disappeared. Kathy found a new world in her first introduction at Linton Manor, with Edgar Linton and his sister Isabella, both Kathy's age. Music and laughter were there, shining eyes and dancing, and it was his escape from Wuthering Heights. Edgar Linton fell madly in love with Kathy. They were constantly together. Then, one evening, Edgar brought Kathy home in the pony cart. As quickly as I could, I tried to warn her.
My hand down from the cart, Miss Kathy?
Thank you, Edgar. Oh, Ellen, we had the most marvelous time. Judge Linton had guests from Liverpool.
Kathy, come here.
Excuse me, Edgar.
Certainly.
Something wrong, Ellen?
Heathcliff's back.
Heathcliff? When did he come?
Last night. He talked so strange. Here he is now.
Hello, Kathy.
Heathcliff. You said you'd stay away until...
Why were you gone so long?
I didn't expect to find you here.
Why were you gone so long?
Because I've met the Lintons. Because I was at their house. Because I've learned to dance and had a wonderful, delightful, fascinating time.
Are you the stable boy? Would you mind putting my horse up for an hour?
Yes, and you might wash your hands and comb your hair, Heathcliff. So I needn't be ashamed of you before a guest. And look after Mr. Linton's horse, please.
Let him look after his own horse.
Pleasant fellow. How can your brother allow such a beast of a gypsy stable boy to act like this?
Beast of a gypsy stable boy?
Of course. A roadside beggar giving himself airs of equality.
What do you know about Heathcliff?
Judging from this performance, all I need to know.
He was my friend long before you.
That blackguard?
Blackguard and all, he belongs under our roof, and you'll speak well of him or get out.
Kathy, are you out of your senses?
Get out, I said, or stop calling those I love names.
Those you love? That stable boy?
Yes.
Kathy, do you realize what you're saying?
I'm saying I hate you. I hate the look of that milk-white face. I hate the touch of your soft, foolish hands.
Some of that gypsy's evil soul has got into you, I think.
Yes.
Some of that beggar's dirt is on you.
Yes, now get out. Get out,
Kathy,
get out.
Kathy, please, come back.
Kathy.
Oh, Ellen, where is he? Where's Heathcliff? Tell me.
He's across the moors, towards Penistone Crag.
Heathcliff. Heathcliff. You've forgiven me. Oh, say you've forgiven me.
It wasn't your heart that spoke, Kathy.
No, my darling. Because my heart is yours.
Kathy. The clouds are lowering over Jimmerton Head.
Yes. Oh, see how the light is changing.
Oh, Kathy, you're such a part of all this.
Perhaps we belong to the moors, you and I. Oh, Heathcliff, make the world stop right here. Make everything stop and stand still and never move again. The moors never change. You and I never change.
The moors and I will never change. Don't you, Kathy?
I can't. No matter what I say or do. This is I forever.
Kathy.
Oh, smell the heather, Heathcliff. Fill my arms with heather, all they can hold.
Kathy, you're not thinking of that other world
Oh,
now?
don't talk, darling, don't talk. All this might disappear. Ellen, hurry, please. My hair's not nearly done yet.
What's the matter? Supposing you're not ready when young Mr. Linton gets here. Any young man who'll come sniveling back after the way you treated him.
But I sent my apologies to him, didn't I? Of course he'll come.
Kathy, I can't believe this change in you. Just yesterday, it seems you were just a stupid, harum-scarum child with dirty hands and a willful heart.
That's my other nature, Ellen. I still have it. It used to fly around wild. But now I can coax it into a cage whenever I want to. Heathcliff! Since when are you in the habit of entering my room?
I want to talk to you. Get out, Ellen.
I will not. I take orders.
Get out.
Now that we're so happily alone, may I know to what I owe this great honor?
He's coming here again.
Who?
You know who I mean. That stupid fop, Linton.
You're unbearable. Utterly unbearable.
Why are you dressed in silk?
Because gentlefolk dress for dinner.
And why are you trying to win his puling flattery?
I'm not a child anymore. You can't talk to me that way.
I'm not talking to a child. I'm talking to Kathy. My Kathy.
Oh. I'm your Kathy.
Yes.
Am I to take orders from you, a dirty stable boy? Allow you to select what dresses I shall wear and bow humbly to your horrible, wretched tempers?
Kathy, where's your heart?
You had your chance to be something else. You left here once. Oh, why didn't you stay away? Now let me alone.
That's right. The dirty stable boy can't come near you lest he soil your dress. But who soils your heart? Who turns you into a cheap, vain, ambitious fool? Linton does. You let yourself be loved by him because you want to be a fine lady, because it pleases your stupid, greedy vanity.
Stop it! Thief or beggar is all you were born to be. Kneeling beside the road, begging for favors, not earning them, but whimpering for them with dirty hands.
I see. All I am to you now is a pair of dirty hands. Well, have them then. Oh? Have them where they belong.
How dare you? How dare you?
It doesn't help to strike you.
Well, Heathcliff, I'll thank you to stay out of my kitchen.
Is Kathy still with him?
Yes, she is. What's the matter with you? What are you staring at?
I want to crawl to her feet. Whimper to be forgiven for loving her, for needing her more than my own life, for belonging to her more than my own soul. I want to beg for a smile. I don't care if she loves Linton or whom she loves, if only she'll look at me and say my name.
Oh, Heathcliff, you...
Ellen!
She's coming out. Get out, Heathcliff.
I'll wait outside the door.
No, you can't.
I want to be where I can see her and hear her.
Heathcliff.
Ellen, where are you? Oh, here you are.
Yes, Miss Kathy. Has Mr. Linton gone?
He just left. Oh, Ellen, I've some wonderful news
Well,
for
the
you.
kitchen's no place for that dress. Come inside.
No, listen. Edgar has asked me to marry him.
What did you say?
Well, I'm to give him my answer tomorrow.
Kathy, do you love him?
Of course.
Why?
Now, isn't that a silly question? Because he's handsome and pleasant to be with.
Not enough.
Well, then, because he'll be rich someday, and I'll be the finest lady in the county. Oh, Ellen, it would be heaven to escape from here.
What about Heathcliff?
Heathcliff. Ellen, you know he gets worse every day. It would degrade me to marry him. I wish he'd never come back. What was that?
I think... Oh, nothing. The wind, perhaps. Well, my darling, if Master Edgar and his beautiful home mean heaven to you, you'd better enter that heaven and take your place among the Linton angels.
The only thing is, I wonder if I belong in heaven. I dreamed once I was there, and I broke my heart with weeping to come back to earth, to the bleak moors. And I awoke, sobbing with joy, on top of Wuthering Heights. And so, you see, Ellen, I suppose I've really no more business marrying Edgar Linton than I'd have in heaven. But, oh, Ellen, what can I do?
You're thinking of Heathcliff?
Who else? He's sunk so low. He seems to take pleasure in being mean and brutal, and yet he's more myself than I am. Whatever our souls are made of, his and mine are the same. Everything he's suffered, I've suffered too. The little happiness he's known, I've known. If everything else in the world died, and only Heathcliff remained, life would still be full for me. Who was that? Ellen, I heard...
Miss Kathy. Miss Kathy.
Yes, Joseph.
Heathcliff's taken Master Hindley's best horse, and he's gone.
Gone? Ellen, did he hear what I said?
Yes, Miss Kathy.
How much did he hear?
Oh, I'm not sure, but I think to where you said it would degrade you
No.
to marry him.
No, Heathcliff! Heathcliff, come back! Come back,
Curtain falls on the first act of Wuthering Heights. Stormy conflict and adventure lie ahead for Kathy and Heathcliff in the second act of our play. But this is intermission time, and Mr. Ruick is going to tell you a little story that he told me at rehearsal yesterday.
Ladies and gentlemen, in this brief intermission before our stars, Barbara Stanwyck, Brian Ahern, and Ida Lupino, return in Act Two of Wuthering Heights, I should like to say a word about the product which brings you tonight's play, Lux Toilet Soap. I just want to tell you what a lovely and intelligent lady, whom I know here in Hollywood, said to me the other day. She knows that I talk to the Lux Radio Theater audience each Monday night, and we chatted about the program for a while. Then she said something I'd like to pass on to you. She told me that she thought I ought to tell our women listeners of her own experience with Lux toilet soap. You'll be interested to know that the lady in question was Joan Bennett. She said, I think you could be even more emphatic than you are about your soap. Here's what I mean. For example, some years ago, I used to buy an expensive soap. Then I found Lux toilet soap in a neighboring star's dressing room and tried it. I liked it better than the soap I'd been using. It seemed milder, gentler, and it agreed with my skin. Well, since then, I've been one of your most enthusiastic users. And here's what seems to me so marvelous. For a few pennies, literally, I get a beautifully made, subtly perfumed complexion soap that I like better than the very expensive one. Why don't you tell women what a bargain Lux soap is? It is interesting to realize that for a few pennies, any woman can buy the very same soap that the lovely screen stars use, 9 out of 10 of them, to help keep their complexions lovely. I'm sure I don't need to remind the women in our audience that taking care of your complexion, making the most of your looks, pays rich dividends in the admiration and love of those around you and in bringing you romance and keeping it. No woman ever quite outgrows the longing for romance, the need for it. No woman ever grows tired of hearing the lovely things that loveliness makes people say. There's a song you may remember that says the kind of things I mean exceptionally well.
If there is someone lovelier than you, then I am blind, a man without a mind. If there is someone lovelier than you. But no, I am not blind. My eyes have traveled everywhere in hope that I might find a creature half so fair. If there is someone lovelier than you, by all that's beautiful, such beauty comes through.
Our producer, Mr. DeMille. Act Two of Wuthering Heights, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Cathy, Brian Aherne as Heathcliff, and Ida Lupino as Isabella. On that stormy winter night, a century ago, the traveler Lockwood sat in the musty guest room at Wuthering Heights, listening to the story told him by the old servant, Ellen. Outside, the wind swept over the moors, shaking the ancient house to its foundations. The lamp on the mantelpiece flickered, casting eerie shadows.
That night, Heathcliff went away. Cathy ran far across the moors after him in the bitter cold, calling his name into the wind. Hours later in the morning, Edgar Linton found her, half frozen in her silken party dress, unconscious on the crag the children used to call the castle. For weeks after she was ill, the Lintons took her to their manor house, and I was glad. For day by day, the strange influence that Heathcliff had had upon Cathy wore off, and she was happy with Edgar.
Why can't you remain here forever, Cathy?
Oh, Edgar, you and your sister, you've been too kind to me already.
If I can make you happy by just being kind, that should be enough for me. After all, what else can I give you?
What else? You've given me a great deal else, Edgar. You've given me your own self, your strength.
My strength?
You'd understand if you really knew what my life was before. It was like the moors, endless and desolate. And I was lost in them, calling for someone in the darkness to save me, and nobody answered. I couldn't even see the trace of a path. I was so frightened, so terribly alone. And suddenly you were there, Edgar. You held out your hand and led me back to a way of living I thought I'd lost forever. What you said long ago is true. There was a curse on me. It kept me from being myself, or at least what I wanted to be. And that kept me from living in heaven. There. Do you understand now?
Cathy, my darling, let me take care of you forever. Let me guard you and love you always.
Would you? Would you love me always?
Always, Kathy.
Then let's be married, Edgar. Quickly. Quickly.
If the Linton home had seemed heaven to me before, I don't know what to call it after she became its mistress. The only one who did not seem completely happy was Edgar's sister, Isabella. A year or two after the marriage, the three of them sat in the drawing room. Edgar reading, Isabella playing the spinet, Kathy quietly doing petty point, when the door knocker sounded. When I saw who it was, I went back into the drawing room.
Hello, Ellen. Well, what's the matter?
Mistress Kathy. Heathcliff has come back.
Heathcliff. Tell him I'm not at home, Ellen.
Not at home, darling. To whom?
It's Heathcliff.
Heathcliff? Well, does he seem the same, Ellen?
No, sir. I hardly recognize him. Fine clothes. He seems quite the gentleman.
Don't prattle, Ellen. I said I didn't wish to see him.
Oh, nonsense, Kathy. It's been a long time. Bygones must be bygones.
Oh, yes, let us see some kind of caller.
Show him in, Ellen.
Yes, sir.
Edgar, this is a mistake.
Why, Kathy, your hands are trembling.
Are they?
The past is dead, dear. Don't hesitate to smile and be nice to him, because I'll understand it's my wife who loves me who smiles.
Thank you, Edgar. You always understand.
Mr. Heathcliff.
Come in.
Hello, Kathy.
How are you, Heathcliff? Have you met my sister Isabella?
No, I'm sorry. How do you do, Miss Linton?
We are glad to see a guest, sir.
Thank you.
Well, Heathcliff, I must say I've never seen such a complete change in a man. You seem to have prospered. You must have gone to America.
I did.
We wondered where you went.
You must have found at least a gold mine.
No, I merely remembered that my father was an emperor of China, and my mother a queen of India.
I beg your pardon?
So I claimed my inheritance. Kathy will understand. It's an old joke between us.
I see. Are you staying long in the neighborhood?
I'm staying the rest of my life.
Really?
I've just bought the horses, the cattle, and the moors belonging to the estate known as Wuthering Heights.
No!
You mean Kathy's brother Hindley sold out?
Yes. But he doesn't know it yet. I imagine it'll be a shock when Hindley discovers that his gambling and drinking debts were paid up for him by his former stable boy.
Heathcliff, you can't have done that.
That's as underhanded a piece of work as I've ever heard of. If I'd known that his holdings were being stolen by a stranger...
I remind you, Mr. Edgar Linton, that I am not a stranger. I'm merely a neighbor. So now, I'll say good night.
Wait, Heathcliff.
Well?
I want you to know that we sometimes have friends who come here as guests. Edgar and I. You're welcome to come, too. But not with the old scowl on your face or the old bitterness in your heart.
Thank you, my old friend Kathy, for the warning. I just remembered I forgot to congratulate you on your marriage. I've often thought about it, I can assure you. May I now express my delight? Good night.
Edgar, I think you behaved abominably.
What?
And you too, Kathy.
What in thunder do you mean?
You could at least have been civil. You dismissed him as if he'd been a servant.
Well, do you consider him anything else?
Yes, I find he's grown fascinating and distinguished.
Really, Isabella, I hope I misunderstand.
Well, you don't. We see all too few people. And I, for one, shan't be rude, if he ever calls again.
Edgar, I greatly dread what the future will bring.
Oh, nonsense, darling. I tell you, the past is dead.
That's all, Joseph. You'll stay on, of course.
Thank you, sir. Shall I pack Master Hindley's things?
Oh, just move him out of the master's bedroom. He'll remain under this roof.
Master Hindley, sir?
Oh, yes. He gave me a roof once when I needed it. I I take it he's drinking a great deal.
Yes, sir. Though Dr. Kenneth has ordered him not to.
Huh. Well, give him all the drink he wants.
Yes, sir. A lady is waiting to see you, sir.
A lady?
From Linton Manor, sir.
Why didn't you tell me? In the future, announce visitors at once. Oh. Miss Linton.
Are you disappointed, sir?
Oh, not at all.
Well, I was passing by, and my horse went lame.
I see.
Mr. Heathcliff, I want to tell you I'm furious with my brother and with Kathy. They received you most shamefully last night.
Your brother didn't send you with this apology, did he?
Oh, no. No, in fact, he's forbidden me to.
To speak to me, eh?
Well, yes.
And Kathy also forbade you?
Yes.
Ah. Then in all the moorland, you're my only friend, hmm?
Well, I would like to be.
Thank you. Miss Linton, I enjoy frankness. You didn't come here to apologize, and your horse didn't go lame.
Why?
You came because you're lonely, because the house you live in is too heavily wooded for an outsider, and because it's no joy to ride the moors alone. Is that right?
Yes.
Then you needn't be lonely anymore, my dear.
Oh.
What, you think it's strange that I should kiss you?
Well, I don't know.
You hated it?
No.
Huh. I see you like frankness, too.
Oh, come in, Kathy. Wasn't it a lovely dance tonight? Though I think you could have been more gracious to my guest.
Isabella, may I speak to you for a moment?
Well?
You behaved disgracefully.
How, may I ask?
It was bad enough asking Heathcliff here without consulting us or preparing
You'd
us.
have forbidden me.
But to make a spectacle of yourself, to throw yourself at him the way you did.
Well, nobody else would pay attention to him. You refused to dance with him. I had to dance every dance as a result.
Oh, you fool. You vain little fool.
Really, Kathy?
I'm going to open your eyes, Isabella. He's using you. Using you to be near me. To smile at me behind your back. To stare at me until our guests fear his murderous gypsy look. To try to rouse something in my heart that's dead. And I'll not let you help him any longer.
So that's what you mean. It's you who are vain and foolish, Kathy. Heathcliff's in love with me.
It's a lie.
It's not a lie. He told me so. He's kissed me. Yes, kissed me. Held me in his arms. Told me he loves me.
Oh. I'm going to your brother.
Yes, go to Edgar. Tell him Heathcliff asked me to marry him. And that I've said yes. You hear? Yes.
You can't. He's not a man. He's something horrible and dark to live with.
I know why you say these things. Because you love him.
How dare you say that?
Yes, you do love him. You're mad with pain and jealousy at the thought of my marrying him. Because you want him to pine for you, dream of you, die for you, while you're safe as the lovely Mrs. Edgar Linton. You won't have him happy. You want to hurt him, destroy him. But I want to make him happy. And I will. You hear? I will.
Sit down, Kathy. Well, I won't say I'm not surprised to see you.
Heathcliff, is it true?
Is what true?
Did you ask Isabella to marry you? Oh, Heathcliff, you mustn't do this villainous thing. She's never harmed you.
No, but you've harmed
Then
me.
punish me.
And that's what I intend to do.
I don't understand.
Every moment I hold her in my arms, when I kiss her, when I promise her life and happiness, you'll be punished.
You'd marry her to do that?
Yes, to teach you the ways of pain and the hell that I'm in.
Oh, Heathcliff, you can't. If there's anything human left in you, don't make me a partner to this crime. It's mad, it's stupid.
If your heart were only stronger than your dull care for the world and its conventions, I'd live silent and content in your shadow, begging for an occasional word or thought as I used to do. But now, you had to destroy me with that weakness you call virtue. You had to keep me tormented with that cruelty you think so pious.
How have I been cruel?
You wished to be known as the finest lady in the county. You wanted your luxury and your light. And at the same time, you wanted to keep me your despairing lover. Well, now that I am returned, had you given me the smile of love, I might have been content. But you needn't think of me now as your despairing and foolish lover. You can think of me as Isabella's husband. And be glad for my happiness. As I am for yours.
So ends the second act of Wuthering Heights. In a moment, we hear Act 3, and the dramatic way in which the love of Kathy and Heathcliff seeks its own solution. But before we continue, let's listen to a man we all like here in the Lux Radio Theater.
In our brief intermission before Act 3 of Wuthering Heights, starring Barbara Stanwyck, Brian Ahern, and Ida Lupino, I want to remind the women in our audience that keeping as attractive as you possibly can is not only a wise thing to do because it helps you to be more successful, but also because it gives so much pleasure to those who know and love you. However, to make the most of your looks, you must give regular attention to your complexion.
Isn't it true, Mr. Ruick, that to really care for your complexion, you must thoroughly cleanse your pores of dust, dirt, and stale cosmetics? For there's danger in imperfect cleansing?
Yes, that's very true. Pore choking causes cosmetic skin, the dullness, little blemishes, and enlarged pores. But with regular Lux toilet soap care, you can use cosmetics all you wish, because Lux toilet soap's active lather gives your skin the very necessary protection of gentle but thorough cleansing.
I'm always impressed, Mr. Ruick, that 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap. They can afford to spend any price on soap, yet almost all of them use Lux toilet soap.
It's the highest praise a toilet soap can receive, to have the world's most beautiful women so overwhelmingly prefer Lux toilet soap. And clever women everywhere by the thousands use Lux toilet soap, too, for the same reasons the screen stars do, to help keep their complexions as lovely as possible. So I hope you'll buy at least 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap and begin tomorrow your regular Lux toilet soap care. I promise you that before the 3 cakes have been used, you'll thank me. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Once again, Barbara Stanwyck, Brian Ahern, and Ida Lupino in Wuthering Heights. In the crumbling house on Wuthering Heights 100 years ago, the candle burns low in the dreary guest room. There's no sound but the wind outside and the hushed voice of the old maidservant as she tells her story.
It was then that Isabella Linton came into this house as a bride. Yes, Heathcliff married her out of revenge. The same revenge that made him keep Hindley here. A staggering, broken fool, slowly drinking himself into the grave. Isabella learned the reason for her marriage to Heathcliff, but she was powerless to do anything. Then one day, Dr. Kenneth, an old friend, came to see her. He had come that morning from Linton Manor.
I tell you, Isabella, go back where you belong, to Edgar's house.
Edgar disowned me, Dr. Kenneth.
I know, but he needs you now. Kathy's gravely ill.
Really?
Didn't you know? It's a matter of days now, perhaps hours.
She can't be dying.
Fever, inflammation of the lungs, this intense cold, and something else.
Something else?
I'd call it the will to die.
If Kathy dies, I might begin to live.
Isabella.
Begin to live. Ha! In this house with Heathcliff, nothing can live.
No, Hindley. Nothing but hate. Goodbye.
So you think you'll begin to live when Kathy dies? You won't.
Oh, Hindley, what is it? This house. I can feel the hate within it like a crushing weight.
Of course you can. And you. He hates you even more than he does me.
Stop it!
He loathes you. Every time you kiss him, his heart breaks with rage that it's not Kathy. Isabella, why don't you do what I've been too weak to do? Kill him.
Don't talk to me. Get away!
While there's still time to save your immortal soul.
Well, Hindley. Remarkable.
Heathcliff.
Really, Hindley, the first coherent speech I've heard from you in weeks.
Heathcliff, please don't. I tried to stop him.
Thank you, my dear wife. Your loyalty is touching.
Your curses will come home to feed on your own heart. Every agony you've given will return. Laugh now, Heathcliff. There's no laughter in hell.
Heathcliff, why do you have him here? I can't breathe with him in this house.
Oh, existence would be so much less without my boyhood friend under my roof.
Oh, Heathcliff, you poison yourself with paying him back what he gave you. Send him away, and love will come to this house. Kiss me, Heathcliff. Tell me you love me. Tell me, darling.
Why isn't there the smell of heather in your hair?
Heathcliff, let me come near you, please. You're not as black and horrible as they say. It's just you're full of pain. all twisted inside. I can make you happy, my darling. Let me, please. You'll never regret letting me try. I'll be your slave. I'll bring life to you. Life and sunshine and freshness. Put your arms around me. Look into my eyes.
Your eyes are empty, like Linton's.
They aren't empty. If you'll only look deeper, Heathcliff. Look at me. I'm pretty. I'm a woman. Let your heart see me. Just once.
It's no use. Why did God give me life? What is it but hunger and pain? A naked runner in a storm of spears.
Mistress Isabella.
Ellen.
What do you want here, Ellen?
I've come from Linton Manor to speak to Mistress Isabella.
Yeah, you'll do so in front of me.
Her brother's asking that she come home for a visit.
So he's lost some of his pride, has he? Well, there's none gone in this house.
Please, Mistress Isabella. He needs you.
Needs her? Now, what is this, Ellen? Why does he need her?
Let go of me.
Kathy's ill.
Yes.
She's dying. Tell me the truth.
Yes. She's dying.
Die? Joseph!
You're not going, Heathcliff.
Yes, Master Heathcliff.
Saddle my horse at once.
No, she belongs to Edgar.
She belongs to me.
If she's dying, let her die in his arms where she belongs. Let her die. Let her die.
Now, who speaks of hate? Get out of my way.
Heathcliff! No!
And there was a murmur from the height, a faraway and wild, heart-broken moan. The wings of Lucifer beat on the night. The soul of Lucifer wept, all alone. Shall I read some more, darling?
No, Edgar. Will you open the window?
Won't it be too cold?
Please.
Of course, darling.
Oh, now I can smell the heather. And, Edgar, isn't there a south wind? And isn't the snow almost gone?
Yes, quite gone.
Oh. Edgar, will you get me something?
Anything you wish, my darling.
Some heather. There's a beautiful patch near the castle. Will you get it from there?
What castle, Kathy?
The castle on the moors, of course. Bring me some from there.
You're in a fever, dear. There's no castle on the moors.
There is. On the little hill beyond Wuthering Heights.
You mean Penistone Crag?
Yes, please go.
Why do you call it a castle?
Because I was a queen there once. Will you bring me the heather, darling?
If you'll rest while I'm gone and sleep.
You're so kind. So good.
My darling.
You made me the finest lady in the county. Oh, go now, please. Get me the heather so I can have it on my pillow.
Sleep, my dear Kathy. I'll be back with the flower you want.
Where is she? Where's Kathy?
She's not to be disturbed, sir. Master Edgar's gone for the doctor.
Get out of my way. Kathy. Oh, Kathy.
Heathcliff. Come here.
Kathy, my life. How can I bear this?
I dreamed you'd come before I died. And when you came in my dream, you scowled at me once more.
Kathy.
Oh. Does it hurt so much to see me dying?
Please, Kathy, don't hurt me.
Oh. How strong you look, Heathcliff. Oh. How many years do you think you'll live on after me?
Kathy, all my life, my soul.
Oh, my darling, don't let me go. Oh, if only I could hold you till we were both dead.
Please don't speak of death.
Will you forget me and be happy when I'm in the earth?
Never.
Will you say, this is the grave of Catherine Earnshaw. I loved her long ago and wept to lose her. But all is past.
I could as soon forget you as my own life. If you die, Kathy, if you die, there'll be no peace for me, ever.
Poor Heathcliff. I want to die, to escape.
Oh, why did you betray your heart? Kathy, you killed yourself.
My darling, hold me. Just hold me.
No, I'll not comfort you. You deserve this.
Heathcliff, don't break my heart.
I never broke your heart, Kathy. You broke it. My tears don't love you, Kathy. They blight and damn you. You loved me. What right had you to throw my love away for the poor, fancy thing you felt for him?
I found out, Heathcliff.
Misery and death and all evil could never have parted us. You did that alone. You wandered off like a greedy child to break your own heart and mine.
I know, Heathcliff. Oh, forgive me.
Oh, Kathy, your poor, wasted hands. Oh, why didn't someone tell me? I forgive you. I forgive you for what you've done. I love you. I love my murderer.
Carry me to the window. Let me look at the moors with you once more. Oh, my darling, once more.
Yes.
Oh, how lovely the sky looks. And over there is our castle. Remember?
I'll never forget.
The castle, Heathcliff. I'll be waiting there until you come. I'll be waiting there. Goodbye, Heathcliff.
Kathy. Kathy? No!
Heathcliff, they're coming. Master Edgar, oh, for heaven's sake, go away and... Kathy.
You're dead, Kathy. May your soul hear this before I go. May you not rest so long as I live on. I killed you. Then haunt me. Be with me always. Take any form you wish. Only don't leave me when I can't find you. I can't live without my life. I can't live without my soul.
And though that was 20 years ago, I can still hear and see that wild hour, with poor Heathcliff holding the dead body of his beloved, crying out to Catherine's soul to haunt and torment him till he died.
Then the strange hand that gripped my wrist last night, the strange voice that called to me was Kathy, and Heathcliff went to follow her into the storm.
It wasn't Kathy herself, but her love. Kathy's love, stronger than time, sobbing for its unlived days. Who's there?
Dr. Kenneth, open the door.
Dr. Kenneth, what's the matter?
I was just crossing the moor on my way home.
Did you see Heathcliff?
Yes, I saw him from my carriage. He was wandering through the snow with a woman.
A woman, you say?
A young woman, she seemed, and as mad as himself. They were walking through the storm with their arms about each other. I shouted at them, but they didn't hear. I was nearly up to them when of a sudden my horse reared and plunged. And then I found him, alone, lying in the snow. Heathcliff was dead.
Dead? Was it by the castle? By the Penistone Crag?
Yes. However did you know?
Look down, my Heathcliff. This is our castle,
father was an emperor of China. Your mother, a queen of India. And this is our land forever. And our love.
Storm and passion of Wuthering Heights fade into the dimness of 100 years ago. We're back in the present with Barbara Stanwyck, Brian Ahern, and Ida Lupino at our microphones. But it seems to me that they all look just a little bit stirred by the drama they just brought us.
It's a moving play, C.B. But more than that, I think it has a lesson today for every woman. It shows the necessity of holding on to one's ideals.
But Kathy gave up what she really wanted for position and security. That's a common failing among women, isn't it, Mr. DeMille?
On the contrary, Ida. I think women are less likely than men to sidetrack their ideals.
Well, whatever Kathy's faults, she was one of the most real characters I've ever come across.
Yes. If you know the story of Wuthering Heights, I imagine it'd be pretty easy to hear the voices of Kathy and Heathcliff out on those moorlands when the winds begin to howl. What about it, Brian? You've been there.
Well, that wind is one of the weirdest sounds I've ever heard. It's no place to be at night.
No place for my Irish imagination.
No for anybody's without a good big flashlight. You ask me, the safest way to cross those moors is in an aeroplane.
Yes. What have you been doing with your airplane, Brian?
Oh, very useful, C.B., very useful. Last time I used it, I went up to Northern California and got myself a marriage license.
Yeah, that's right. You've taken on a co-pilot. Congratulations and happy landing.
Thanks. Perhaps my co-pilot and I can take you for a ride sometime. Or how about you taking us?
Yes, you're a pilot, too, aren't you, C.B.?
Yeah.
But before we fly away from here, I want to tell you how much I've enjoyed working with you again in the Lux Radio Theater. And that I'm still absolutely loyal to Lux Soap, too. It was a number of years ago that I started using it, and I've been a faithful Lux fan ever since. It does a swell job for my skin.
Well, I agree with Barbara. Lux Soap is a wonderful beauty care. And I know we're all looking forward to the Lux Radio Theater next week, Mr. DeMille.
I see by the rehearsal schedule backstage that you're going to have Ginger Rogers, George Brent, and Edith Fellows next Monday night, C.B.
If you'd read a little further, Barbara, you'd have seen the name of the play, too. She Married Her Boss. A story about a girl who thought the boss's home should be run as efficiently as his office.
Ginger Rogers, George Brent, and Edith Fellows in She Married Her Boss. Well, I'll be waiting for that. And good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. I wish I had you three in a picture. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater stars Ginger Rogers and George Brent with Edith Fellows in She Married Her Boss. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is Melvyn asking you to be sure to listen to the Lux daytime radio program, The Life and Love of Dr. Susan. This human and gripping story of a young, attractive woman doctor is brought to you every afternoon, Monday through Friday. For the time and station, see your newspaper. The Life and Love of Dr. Susan comes to you in addition to the Lux Radio Theater. Also heard in tonight's play were Thomas Freeburn Smith as Edgar Linton, Kemble Cooper as Hindley, Marga Ann Dighton as Ellen. Barbara Stanwyck's current film is the Columbia picture Golden Boy. Brian Ahern will be seen next on the screen in the RKO production Vigil in the Night. Ida Lupino's latest picture is Paramount Studios' The Light That Failed. Louis Silvers is from 20th Century Fox, where he directed music for The Rains Came. Here is important news for those of you who live in communities not operating on daylight saving time. If you live in a community which does not operate on daylight saving time, you will hear this program beginning next Monday night, 1 hour later than heretofore. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I take this opportunity to announce that there's a very great treat in store for you. Tomorrow evening, over the Columbia Network, a full hour of top-notch entertainment. First, Edward G. Robinson, dynamic star of stage, screen, and radio, returns to the air, starring again in a new series of the dramatic expose Big Town with lovely Ona Munson. Immediately thereafter, the Tuesday Night Party, starring Walter O'Keefe, with special guest star Sophie Tucker and Bobby Dolan's orchestra. A half hour of thrills, excitement, and dramatic action, followed by a half hour of laughs, song, and music. See your local paper for the exact time and station. Melville Wright speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Robert Taylor and Barbara Stanwyck in Penny Serenade with Beulah Bondi and Edgar Buchanan. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. One of the leading characters in tonight's play won't say much, although I believe that's quite customary with ladies of her age. She's the baby that Robert Taylor and Barbara Stanwyck adopt in Penny Serenade. But even in her almost silent state, she helps to make it one of those rare stories that strike a common chord with all audiences. When the right director finds such a story, Hollywood knows it can look forward to an extraordinary picture. And that's what happened when George Stevens brought Penny Serenade to the screen for Columbia Studios. Penny Serenade is a love story, but not a simple boy-meets-girl love story. It's a drama of the deepest human emotions. The story of a boy and a girl whose faith and hope are suddenly dashed by disaster, but who have the courage to reach out again for happiness. The kind of story that demands the talents of stars like the two we have tonight. Though it's not easy to catch those two between pictures at the same time. But we saw our chance and took it when Bob finished her cardboard lover at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Beulah Bondi and Edgar Buchanan, from the screencast of Penny Serenade, make tonight's prospect perfect. I see by the papers and hear on the air that certain rules are being laid down about the style of women's clothes, object to help the war economy by saving fabrics. Naturally, every patriotic woman will do her part in a drive like that, and so will Lux Flakes. Like most mere males, I've never professed to understand some of the styles that sweep the country. And if I can't admire, I tactfully hold my peace, or should. But when the style of the moment is conservation, even a thoroughly unstyle-conscious man can understand it. And when you're conserving something that's washable, if Lux Flakes haven't arrived like the Marines and gotten the situation well in hand, they should. I can't tell you how many flakes you get for a penny, but they play a very pretty Penny Serenade. And now here's the play, Penny Serenade, starring Robert Taylor as Roger and Barbara Stanwyck as Julie, with Beulah Bondi as Miss Oliver and Edgar Buchanan as Applejack. Our scene is quite simple. An automobile parked on the main street of a small town. Two people, a man and a woman, sitting quietly in the front seat. The passerby would see nothing wrong here. But in this everyday setting, tragedy is taking place. And the lives of two people are changing course. The man is silent, brooding. With a sudden movement, he opens the car door and gets out.
What's the matter, Roger?
Take the car on home.
What about you?
I'm not coming home. I don't ever want to see anything or anyone that reminds me.
All right. Goodbye. Oh, Roger,
Yeah?
when you do come home, I may not be there.
Where are you going?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Well, I guess Applejack's there. He'll help you if you want anything.
Yes. Goodbye, Roger.
Bye, Julie.
I guess that's everything. Would you call the station, Applejack, make sure they've got my reservation? Then I'd like you to drive me to the train, please.
Miss Julie, you better think this over.
I have been thinking it over, Applejack. I've been thinking it over for days. I'm leaving.
You and Roger have been married a long time.
But we don't need each other anymore. When that happens to two people, there's nothing left.
Miss Julie, I guess I've known you two people better than anyone in my whole life. What with working with the boss on the paper here and seeing everything that's happened, well, somehow it just doesn't seem right.
Applejack, please. I'm leaving.
Yes, Miss Julie. Oh, I meant to ask you. I found these records. You want to take them along with you?
Which records?
Those phonograph records you've been collecting all these years. You made them up into an album, remember? The story of a happy marriage.
A happy marriage.
Yeah, well, you was out before. I played a couple of them. Nice tunes. Remember this one, Miss Julie?
Let me see. Yes, I remember when we bought this record. I remember the first time I ever heard it, the day I met Roger. It was in the phonograph store I worked in 12 years ago. We were playing this tune on the loudspeaker, and Roger was standing out on the sidewalk. I was fixing some records in the window when I looked up and saw him. He was smiling at me. I thought he was pretty fresh. And the next thing I knew, he was inside the store.
Hello?
Yes? Is there anything I can do for you?
Oh, yes. That's a new tune, isn't it?
Yes, we just got it in today.
Be nice to dance to, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would be. Would you like to buy it?
What's on the other side?
Another new one.
Oh, well, could I hear it?
Certainly, right over there, booth 3.
No, I mean, would you play it for me?
If you want.
Oh, thanks. Oh, and wait, as long as we're listening, we might as well hear some of these others, too. I'll just take this stack here. There we are.
Now, just a minute, please.
Oh, it's all right. I can carry them. Get along fine.
You're sure you want all these?
Oh, yes, sure.
27 records at 50 cents. That'll be, $13.50, please.
$13.50, huh? Here you are.
Thank you.
Hey, it's pretty late, isn't it?
Yes, we're closing up.
Oh, no, sorry. Say, you must be tired. Maybe I could take you home. I'll get a cab.
A cab? You certainly like to throw your money around. What are you, a bootlegger?
No, I'm a reporter, and a good one, too.
How nice. Just the same, I think I'll walk.
Oh, all right. Maybe a walk would do us good.
But I didn't invite you.
Oh, no, that's all right. I got nothing to do until 10 o'clock. These records are kind of heavy.
Yes, they must be. Well, thank you very much. Goodbye.
Well, what's the matter?
Nothing. I live here, that's all.
Oh.
Well, good night.
Good night. Oh, wait a minute. Do you mind if I ask you a personal question?
I guess not.
Have you got a phonograph inside?
Yes, why?
Well, would you let me hear this record? Otherwise, I'll have to take it home and imagine how it sounds.
Haven't you got a machine at home?
No.
Then why on earth did you buy 27... Oh.
Silly, wasn't it?
Oh, yes. Every time I've heard that song since, I've thought of that day. There was another one in that bunch of records, too. This one. They were playing it one night in a little Chinese restaurant down near the beach. We had stopped off there for dinner on our way home. Roger was very quiet. We sat there for the longest time, never saying a word. What are you thinking about?
Oh, just wishing we could always be together like this. I mean, I wish every day were a holiday like today. Never have to go home, never have to go to work.
It would be perfect, wouldn't it?
What's that you've got?
A rice cake. It's got my fortune inside.
What does it say?
Oh, nothing. It's silly.
Come on, let's say it.
All right. It says, baby.
These things are a lot of bunk. They never come true.
You don't like kids very much, do you?
Yeah, I like them all right, except when they're pests.
What does your fortune say?
Nothing. Here, read it.
You will be an old bachelor. Oh, very unromantic.
I told you they never come true.
We played this one at my New Year's Eve party. I guess I'd known Roger about 4 months. You remember that New Year's Eve, Applejack? You came to my place, but you weren't very happy about it.
Look, I don't belong here.
Of course you belong here, Applejack. I invited you, didn't I?
Hey, where's Roger?
He's not here yet. I thought maybe you'd know.
Not me. You're pretty crazy about that reporter, aren't you?
Oh, I'm fond of him.
That's bad. I hate seeing a nice girl like you get mixed up with a newspaper man. I never knew one worth a darn when it came to a woman.
Oh, he's a lot of fun to go out with, that's all.
Always running down a story, hanging around a speakeasy, waiting for the proof to come up. At least that's what they say they're doing. But you never know what they're up to. Of course, for a single man, it's swell. But a married man...
Applejack, listen, don't worry about me. I don't need any advice. I never even thought of getting married.
No fooling?
No fooling.
Well, that's fine.
Julie.
Here he is now. Hello.
I've got to talk to you right away. Where can we be alone?
Why alone? I'm having fun.
Come on. We'll go out on the fire escape.
But Roger, I'll freeze.
Now, Julie, dear, don't be angry. I'd have been here sooner, only a lot's happened.
Nice time to come to a party. It's almost 12.
I know, darling. I'm sorry, but I've had a million things to do. Honey, look, I've had a real break. Flynn quit his job over in China. Imagine what a spot that leaves the paper in. One man in the Orient, and he walks out on the job.
Roger, you're going to take his place?
Well, that's what they want me to do. Got a ticket in my pocket for a train that leaves at 3 a.m. I'll get to San Francisco just in time to catch the next boat. I can't believe it, Julie. Imagine them picking me.
Oh, but you're able, Roger. You have ability. Anyone can see that. You're going?
Oh, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. It's a fine salary, 2-year contract. I'm more or less my own boss, and, well, I was wondering...
Now, listen, little boy. Of course I want you to go if that's what's worrying you. Please don't think that
I wasn't worrying about that. No, what I hurried over here to tell you was, Julie, let's get married. Let's get married tonight, right away. I can send for you in 3 months. I'll have the money then.
3 months? Well, why the rush to get married now?
Well, because... What do you think? I want to leave a girl like you running around loose? Suppose somebody else came along. Oh, Julie, I've got to have you.
Oh, Roger, darling.
Julie, is it till death do us part?
Till death do us part. Listen, it's New Year's.
Julie, I've got everything all set. All you have to do is to sign the marriage license. Come on. Get in, Julie.
Roger, there isn't much time.
It's all right, darling. Porter, which is my compartment?
Compartment G, sir.
How much time before the train leaves?
Oh, just about 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Go on in, dear. Well, Mrs. Adams?
Mrs. Adams. Sounds strange, doesn't it?
No, not strange, darling. It sounds great.
It does sound great. You know, there's something about a train. I don't know what it is, the way it looks or smells, but it always makes me want to be off somewhere.
Yeah, I know. I feel the same way.
Oh, Roger, I wish this was our honeymoon.
So do I, dear.
Oh, darling, I can't say goodbye to you.
It isn't really goodbye. It won't be for long. It's just, I'll see you later.
That's it. I'll see you later. Let's never say goodbye.
Yes, dear. Oh, and promise me something, honey. Promise me never to take your ring off.
I won't take it off. No matter what happens.
Thank you, darling.
Roger. Oh, Roger, the train's moving.
All right. Don't worry, dear. I'll get you off the next stop.
How far is the next stop, Roger?
About 3 hours.
Roger went on to China, and I waited for him to send for me. I didn't have to wait long. 4 months later, I was with him. He had a great big house, 4 Chinese servants. Oh, Roger was living like a prince.
Well, darling, what do you think of your new home?
Roger, I didn't expect anything like this. It doesn't seem real. Are you sure we can afford all this?
Oh, now, don't be so practical when I'm romantic. Nothing's too good for my little wife.
Are we going to keep it? I mean, stay here right along?
Well, certainly, it's yours. I bought the lease from an American who went back. Furniture, 4 servants, 3 kids, everything.
Kids? Whose?
Servants, they live here.
I thought you didn't like children.
Who, me? No, they're all right. Anyway, I got the whole shebang for $1,000 American.
But how in the world did you do it? Get the money to send for me and buy all this, too.
I got an advance.
An advance?
Sure, an advance on my salary. Everybody does that out here. That's how you operate.
Oh, Roger.
Oh, now you're not going to be one of those wives always worrying about money and budgets, are you?
No, but I sort of hate to start off in debt, especially now.
What do you mean now?
Roger, remember this?
What? Oh, the fortune. Sure, you got it at the beach. Imagine you keeping that.
You were wrong, darling. Sometimes those things come true.
Sure they do, certainly. Well, let's say it. Baby. Say, if I ever... Hey, wait a minute.
Roger.
Oh, Julie, why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you write me?
But you don't like
Well,
them.
of course I do. Why would I have three of them running around here? And this will be ours. An American kid. Oh, Julie, this is great.
Roger, I'm so glad you want it. We went north after that. Roger had an assignment away from the city, and I went up with him. Roger began to talk about traveling all our lives, never settling down. Well, we were there about 3 weeks when it happened. I can still hear the sound in my ears. At first, it was just a sort of rumbling. And then it grew louder and louder. The floor began to shake. I could hear the crowd outside screaming. I saw the pictures dancing on the wall. I felt myself falling. We came home on the next boat, back to San Francisco. I think I knew then that I would never have my baby. And in the hospital, a few weeks after, the doctor told me.
Well, that's all, Mrs. Adams. Otherwise, you'll enjoy the best of health. Now I've got some good news for you. I'm letting your husband see you today. Oh, come in, Mr. Adams.
Hello, darling.
Hello, Roger.
Oh, gee, I'm so glad to see you.
She's doing very well. You'll be able to take her home soon.
Thank you. Oh, darling, I've been miserable without you. But I've had a chance to do a lot of serious thinking. I've been out scouting around the nearby towns looking for that little paper I once talked about buying. No more silly ideas like traveling around. You're absolutely right about that. And I think I found it, too, honey. A little place just north of here. A place called Rosalia. Ever hear of it?
No.
And best of all, honey, we'll have a home of our own. One that'll always be ours. If I get the paper going good, I can get you everything. Furniture, car, clothes, everything.
You know, it's strange, Roger. But I can't get myself to care about those things now. They don't seem important anymore. What I want, I can't have. The one thing I've ever really wanted, I'm never going to have.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille will bring our stars, Barbara Stanwyck, Robert Taylor, Beulah Bondi, and Edgar Buchanan, back to the microphone for Act Two of Penny Serenade. Now, here's more news about the Lux Flakes Garden Club. Yes, more news about our wonderful flower bargain. 3 first-quality chrysanthemum plants. A whole $1's worth, which you can have for only 10 cents in the opening tab from a large-size box of Lux Flakes. If you haven't sent for yours yet, well, you'd better mail your order in right away. Tonight, or first thing tomorrow. Single and double chrysanthemums, pom-pom, and button types, all are included in our offer, in rich shades of crimson, yellow, golden bronze, and pure white. 1 in each set of 3 blooms in a pure, glowing shell pink. And every one of these Lux chrysanthemum plants has been treated with transplantone, a vitamin product, to strengthen the roots and produce more vivid colors, earlier flowering, and more perfect blossoms. All through the early fall, just when other flowers are through blooming, these beautiful mums will brighten your garden with color, giving you dozens of flowers from each plant. Mums are easy to grow, you know. Even in a city apartment, they'll thrive in flower pots or sunny window boxes. So you can have fresh-cut flowers at a cost of next to nothing. Order as many sets of 3 chrysanthemum plants as you want, but do it now so you won't be disappointed. Your dealer has order blanks for you to use, or write your name on a piece of paper and mail it with 10 cents in coin, no stamps, please,
and the opening tab from a large-size box of Lux Flakes to Lux Garden Club, Hollywood, California. Please allow at least 2 weeks for your plants to reach you. With them, we'll send a leaflet giving planting directions and another telling you how you can get more flower bargains. Remember, for each set of 3 plants you order, send 10 cents in coin and the opening tab from a large-size box of Lux Flakes to Lux Garden Club, Hollywood, California. Be sure to include your name and address. This offer is good only in the United States. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of Penny Serenade, starring Robert Taylor as Roger and Barbara Stanwyck as Julie, with Beulah Bundy as Miss Oliver and Edgar Buchanan as Applejack. An album of old phonograph records, an album of memories. To Julie Adams, each record is a chapter in her life, bringing back the heartaches and the happiness, the sorrow and the joy of years gone by.
Remember this one, Applejack?
Huh?
It was popular just about the time you came to help Roger with the newspaper. It was fun in those days, wasn't it? The linotype machine, running downstairs, the smell of printer's ink in the house. But there was something missing even then. You knew what it was, Applejack. You mentioned it one night at dinner.
Roger's out running down subscriptions, said he might not get home till late.
Well, sit down, Applejack. We might as well have our dinner.
Yes, Miss Jean. You know, Miss Julie, I think we ought to have a kid around this house.
I thought you knew, Applejack.
Oh, sure, I know about that. I'm talking about adopting one. You get some pretty good ones that way. I'm an adopted kid myself. Of course, I know that ain't much of a recommendation. I didn't turn out so bad.
Want some bread, Applejack?
Miss Julie, I wish you could have seen some of those little sons of guns. They was the cutest little rascals you ever want to look at.
I don't think Roger would want a child that way, Applejack. One that wasn't his own.
Well, why not? Say, he's no sucker. He don't want to gamble. How do you know what they're going to be like when they got to be your own? This way you walk in and help yourself to exactly what you want. There's no guesswork.
I've thought about that a lot, Applejack. I want one. But Roger was so disappointed when it... Oh, I just haven't had the courage to suggest it.
Miss Julie, do you want to know something? He's all for the idea. Well, only a few days ago we were working together and I was talking to him.
You were talking to him about this?
Sure, and he was all for it.
Why didn't he say something to me?
Well, he was afraid to say anything to you. He's afraid you might have some fool notions.
Fool notions? What the very idea. My own husband talking about things like this with the printer.
Press manager, please.
All right, press manager. Are you going to be the mother?
No, I just thought...
Fine thing.
Hello?
Roger, come here.
What's going on, a fight?
Hey, Roger, I want you to look at that new ad. Would you come on downstairs?
Wait a minute. Roger, why didn't you tell me?
Tell you what?
What you and Applejack have been talking about.
Miss Julie, I told you in confidence.
Well, what were we talking about? Applejack, what did you say to her?
Well, you know about...
He told me.
Told you what?
Roger, if you wanted to adopt a baby, why didn't you talk to me?
What?
Sure, you should have told her in the first place, not me. I'm not going to be the mother.
Now, wait a minute. Did you tell Julie I wanted to adopt a baby?
Well, I hinted at it. I tried to break it to her gently, and she...
Oh, you told her, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, Roger, I'm so glad you feel that way.
Yeah, she wants it even more than you, Roger.
Well, that's the way we all feel about it.
Yeah, I like it, too.
I suppose it's settled, huh?
Oh, Roger, I'm so glad. If it hadn't been for Applejack letting it slip out, I don't suppose I ever would have known. Sit down, Roger, and I'll get you your dinner.
Well, I guess I'd better go fix that press.
Yeah, you fix everything else, don't you? What's the idea of telling her a thing like that? I never said I wanted a baby.
Well,
Oh, shut up.
Hurry, Roger, hurry. The lady said 3 o'clock.
Yeah, look, Julie, while I think of it, now, when we get to this place, don't get all enthusiastic right off the bat. You know, don't just rush in and grab the first kid you see and go nuts about it.
What makes you think I'll grab the first one they show me? I've been doing the shopping in this family for some time now, and I just don't bring home anything.
Well, you came home with this tie, didn't you?
Well, it's nice. Everybody's wearing bow ties.
Yeah.
Sit
down, Mrs. Adams. I have your letter here. You want a 2-year-old child, blue eyes, curly hair, dimpled chin, sweet disposition.
We prefer a boy.
But we'd like to look at the girls, too.
Now, Julie, you know we agreed on a boy.
But it won't hurt to look, will it?
Well, all right, we'll look. Now, what can you show us, please?
This is the administration building. We don't have any children here.
Oh.
Everybody wants blue eyes, curly hair, dimples. Everybody wants a 2-year-old child. Now, will you tell me why?
Well, you see, in our case, that would have been the age of our own child.
Oh, I see.
Anyway, when they're 2 years old, they're more or less housebroken then, aren't they?
Well, not always. At the moment, we haven't any children available at all. There's a long waiting list. If you get one within a year, you're lucky.
What?
Within a year?
You mean we might have to wait a whole year?
Well, after all, real parents wait almost a year.
Yes, certainly,
But you see, Miss Oliver, we've waited so long already.
I know, my dear, but you're both very young. Then, too, we have to have time to make our investigation.
Investigation?
Yes, you see, we're just as particular about you as prospective parents as you are about the child.
Oh.
Naturally.
Yeah.
What is your business, Mr. Adams?
Oh, I'm a publisher. I run the Rosalia Courier.
Publisher.
That's right.
I see in your letter that you live in the country. I presume that means, then, that you have a house and yard.
Well, you see...
No, we don't have a yard. We live in an apartment over the newspaper office.
But you have a separate room for the child, haven't you?
Oh, sure.
Oh, yes, we have a lovely room. It's practically fixed up now.
Well, that's fine. Now, about income. Approximately, how much do you make a week?
Well, I couldn't tell you just offhand. I imagine about $100 a week. Of course, I'd have to look at the books.
Well, that's excellent. Now, if you'll just take that application home with you and mail it to us so that we'll have all the details, then in due time, one of our investigators will call on you.
Oh, fine.
You'll call us before she comes, won't you?
No, we just drop in. That's our policy. You see, we want to find your house as it really is every day, and not when it's fixed up for company.
Oh, I see.
Goodbye.
Bye, Miss Oliver.
Goodbye.
Oh, Miss Oliver, it doesn't matter if he hasn't got curly hair. It doesn't really matter.
Very well, Mrs. Adams. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, Roger.
Hey, they're darn choosy, if you ask me.
Roger, why do you have to be a big shot?
What do you mean?
You know we don't make $100 a week.
But you want the baby, don't you? Anyway, they can't prove it. We don't keep books.
The day that Miss Oliver came to investigate us, I was cleaning house. I had on an old dress and my hair was a sight. Just to make things a little worse, I had the phonograph going full blast.
Good afternoon. Does Mrs. Adams live here?
Yes, upstairs. I'll call her.
No, don't bother. I'm Miss Oliver from the orphanage. I'll find her.
Oh. Well, I don't think she's home just now. I think she's in church.
In church? This time of day?
Well, you see, she and Mr. Adams go there quite a lot. They just go there and sit. Fine people, the Adams.
Well, I'm sure she won't mind if I just look around a bit.
No, she won't mind.
How do you do?
Oh, Miss Oliver. Oh.
How are you, Mrs. Adams?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all right.
You've come to see the apartment.
That's right.
Well, this is it. It's not very neat at the moment. We're cleaning.
I see.
Hey, Julie, where in place did you put my pants?
Oh, Roger.
I have to go around in a bathrobe all day just because you...
Hello, Mr. Adams.
Well, hello, Miss Oliver. We weren't expecting you.
Mr. Adams was working late last night getting out the paper.
I understand. Well, I think I have a surprise for you, Mr. Adams. A baby came in yesterday.
No.
Miss Oliver, you mean that...
Well, here, come and sit down.
Thank you. That's the reason we came around to see you sooner than we expected. It's a little girl.
Oh, well, we don't want a girl.
5 weeks and 3 days old.
5 weeks?
Well, we did speak of an older child, you know.
Well, sure, 2 years.
You might have to wait a long time. After all, aren't you making too great a point out of the child's age, Mr. Adams? Eventually, this child will be 2 years old.
Yeah, but we don't know anything about such little babies.
Well, no one does until they have them. And this is such an unusual little baby. Actually, there's another couple who has first choice, but somehow I feel she's exactly the child for you. That's why I wanted you to see her first, and I couldn't resist giving you the chance.
Did you bring her with you?
Oh, no, she's in the nursery. You and Mr. Adams will have to come over to the city to see her.
What is she like, Miss Oliver?
Well, I can't describe her exactly, but she's like no other child.
No other child.
Yeah, she isn't a boy.
Oh, Roger, there's no harm in looking at her. If you don't like her, I won't say a word.
What's the use, Julie? We don't want her.
Please, darling, it won't hurt to look at her.
Well, all right. We'll look, Miss Oliver.
Well, that's fine.
Oh, look at her, Roger. She's holding your finger.
Yeah. That's quite a grip, hasn't she? For a girl, I mean.
Would you like to hold her, Mrs. Adams?
Would I? Thank you. Oh, Roger, she's sweet. Oh, look.
Yeah, quite a kid. Well, you've had your look, dear. How about going back home?
Home? You don't mean... Oh, Roger.
Huh? Well, all right. She's yours, I guess.
Darling.
When do we get her?
Now, if you like. She's yours on a year's probation.
Now?
You mean we can just walk out of here with her like this?
It sometimes happens that way.
Well,
But we have no clothes for her. We don't know how to feed her.
She's an awful little baby.
Morgan will take care of everything. She'll give you the formula and so forth.
Well, thank you, Miss Oliver, for being so kind.
Oh, don't thank me. It just happens so. Perhaps before you make up your minds fully to take the child, you'd like to have me go into her history. I can assure you it's an excellent one.
Oh, no, that's okay. We'll take a chance on her.
Put the chairs around the bed.
Look out, you're in the way.
Shh, don't make so much noise. She wakes up again, you know what that means.
Yeah, that'll do.
You think she'll be all right in here?
Sure, it'll be okay.
She?
Yeah. Come on, let's go to bed.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think I'll go to bed. She eats again in a half hour. The directions say so.
Well, I'll set the alarm. Come on.
Oh, no. Maybe I just better sit here and watch her.
Oh, now, don't be silly.
Well, she might wake up.
It won't wake up.
Oh. Roger!
What in the...
Turn it off! Turn it off!
Well, I'm not trying to. It's stuck. I can't move the thing.
Oh, Roger.
Well, I couldn't help it. Look at the baby. Is it awake?
No.
No? Well, what's the matter with it?
Well, I don't know. You think she's all right?
Well, I don't know. Is it breathing?
Oh, yes. Yes, she's all right.
Oh, come on.
She's certainly a good little baby, isn't she?
We were lucky to get her. Now, let's go to bed.
Be quiet, closing the door.
Don't worry. Go ahead.
Roger!
What's the matter? What's the matter?
Oh, Roger!
Oh, dear, do something. Do something.
What do I do?
Well, do something. Can't you see the baby suffering?
I don't know what to do.
Don't just stand there. Do something.
Well, you take her. Pick her up.
Huh?
Oh, go on. You do something. Oh, no, never mind. I'm going to get Miss Oliver.
You can't call her at this hour. I'll pick her up. Come on, baby. Come. Hey, look, it shut up.
Oh. Oh, darling.
Yeah, just wanted her daddy, that's all.
Yeah.
Ugly, 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 ugly. Yeah, just wanted her daddy.
That first year passed so quickly, it seemed like a few short weeks. Roger was happier than I'd ever seen him. Even the trouble he was having with the paper didn't seem to matter. He had trees.
Up she goes. Down she goes. Hey, Julie, look, she's trying to dance. That's a girl. Go ahead.
She's got your smile, Roger.
Why, sure. She's good looking.
Are you still sorry she wasn't a boy?
Uh-huh. A boy? What do you mean a boy? Don't let her hear you say that. You wanted a boy. I didn't want a boy.
Oh, hello, Miss Oliver. Roger, turn that off.
How do you do, Mrs. Adams?
Sit down, Miss Oliver. Thank you so much for letting us know you were coming this time.
Hello, Miss Oliver. Trina, this is your fairy godmother, Miss Oliver.
Say hello, sweetheart. There. She's not very timid, is she?
I can see plainly that she adores her father.
Oh, she means everything to us.
When are we going to get to own her outright, Miss Oliver?
You go before the judge the 27th.
The 27th, huh? Fine.
Now, these are the same questions that you answered last year. You just want to bring them up to date. Let's see. Religion?
Same.
Age?
Oh, 1 year older.
I have that. Profession? Still publisher, isn't it?
Yes.
Income? Income?
Well, you see, Miss Oliver...
None. None? I don't understand.
Well, that's the way it is in the newspaper game, Miss Oliver. You have to close down once before you really get going. Oh, it's only temporary. I'll have it humming by the 27th.
I'm sure you'll find a way, Mr. Adams, but you and I have to prove to the judge that your income is enough to take care of Trina.
Oh, you know we'd give Trina everything she needed, Miss Oliver. No matter who else had to suffer around here.
I realize that. Well, I must go now. That's all we can do today.
Goodbye, Miss Oliver.
Goodbye. Mr. Adams, you'll bring the baby when you come before the judge.
The 27th. We'll be there.
There she is already, Daddy. Roger, don't forget to take her coat off in the train.
I won't.
And you'll call me. You'll let me know what the judge says right away?
As soon as I can.
Goodbye, dear.
Bye. Come on, Trina.
Roger, wait. Her bunny, she may want it. Here, darling, take your bunny with you. Goodbye, dear. Goodbye, Trina.
Mr. Adams, in looking over these adoption papers here, I see that you have no income at present. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is this, Miss Oliver? You know this case should never have come before me.
Well, Your Honor, I feel that this is a special case. I've kept hoping until the last minute that Mr. Adams might be able to resume the operation of his paper. But unfortunately...
Under these conditions, I can't grant the adoption. This child will have to revert to the orphanage. Mr. Adams, will you draw up a chair, please, while I prepare these release papers for you to sign? Just a matter of routine.
Please, Your Honor, it can't be just a matter of routine for people to have their baby taken away from them.
Those are the requirements of the law.
Yes, but you see, we've had her since she was 6 weeks old, and it just doesn't seem reasonable that we should have to give her back now to strangers.
Mr. Adams, you're not here to plead your case. You've had the regular opportunity to prove your fitness to provide.
But we are fit, Judge.
I'm sorry. Without any income, I have no alternative.
Look, Your Honor, she's not like an automobile or an icebox or a piece of furniture or something you buy on time, and then when you can't keep up the payments, they come and take it away from you. Now, Trina, sit still and be a good girl. Well, anyone can give up those things, but I ask you, Judge, how can you give up your own child? And she is our child, just as much as if she'd been born to us. Look, Judge, we've had her over a year now. Why, we've walked the floor with her when she had the colic. We've lost nights of sleep worrying every time she cut a tooth. We've gone through everything. Everything that real parents have with one of their own. And you sit there and say it's a matter of routine for you to take her away from us.
Please, Mr. Adams.
Sorry, Judge, but... Well, you see, we weren't as fortunate as most people. We'd have had one of our own, only... Well, you don't know how badly my wife wanted a child. It wasn't so important to me. I don't know. I suppose most men are like this, but children never meant a great deal to me. Oh, I liked them all right, I suppose, but... Well, what I'm trying to say is... Your Honor, the first time I saw her, she looked so little and helpless. And when she took hold of my finger and held on to it, she just sort of walked into my heart, Judge, and she was there to stay. I didn't know I could feel like that. I'd always been kind of careless and irresponsible. I wanted to be a big shot. I had to be my own boss, that sort of thing. Now here I am standing in front of a judge, pleading for just a little longer so that I can prove to you I can support a little child that doesn't weigh quite 20 pounds. It's not only for my wife and me that I'm asking. It's for Trina's sake, too. She doesn't know any parents but us. She wouldn't know what had happened to her. So many little things about her, and nobody'd understand the way Julie and I do. We love her, Judge. Please don't take her away from us. Look, I'm not a big shot now, but I'll do anything. I'll work for anybody. I'll beg, I'll borrow, Oh, please, Judge, I'll sell anything I've got until I get going again. Only she'll never go hungry, and she'll never be without clothes. Not as long as I've got two good hands to help me. Julie.
Roger, you brought her back.
She's yours, dear.
Ours.
The judge said so. Ours, now, and forever.
Oh, Trina. Oh, Trina.
Nothing can ever take her from us now. Nothing.
For station identification, this is the Columbia Broadcasting System. We'll hear Act 3 of Penny Serenade, starring Barbara Stanwyck, Robert Taylor, Beulah Bondi, and Edgar Buchanan, in just a moment. But now, here's a tune I wonder if you remember. Do you recognize it? It's called Little White Lies. Most of us tell them once in a while, little white lies, that are really not lies at all, but out of kindness we avoid telling the whole story. Like this, for instance.
Say, Mary, did your brother get his leave all right?
Why, Jane, we don't know yet for sure. He'll call you if he does.
But the truth of the matter is...
We're rather expecting Bill home tonight. And Jane is one girl I'm afraid he won't call. It is too bad she's left out of things. It's her own fault, though. I suppose I ought to say something.
But probably Mary won't tell Jane what's wrong, and...
She'll miss out on good times and dates and maybe romance. That's the trouble when a girl takes chances with daintiness. Unless we're sure everything we wear is truly fresh, we may offend other people.
And it's foolish to risk offending nowadays. New Quick Lux Flakes make it so easy to have fresh underthings to put on every day. So easy to keep blouses and sweaters and dresses dainty, too. These gentle suds float away perspiration so fast. And here's something to think about. When you Lux underthings every day, you actually help them to wear longer. That's important these days, isn't it? You see, perspiration does a lot of damage to fabrics. So getting rid of it promptly prolongs their life. Naturally, you shouldn't risk cake soap rubbing or strong soaps, because they're apt to be hard on colors and fibers. Lux is so gentle, it's safe for anything safe in plain water. So for daintiness and thrift, be sure to use Lux every single day. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Curtain rises on the third act of Penny Serenade, starring Barbara Stanwyck and Robert Taylor, with Beulah Bondi and Edgar Buchanan. In the little apartment over the newspaper office, Julie Adams plays her album of old records, the story of a happy marriage. She's almost at the end of the album now. As Applejack watches silently, Julie places another record on the turntable.
We played this one at Trina's 5th birthday. Remember, Applejack? You bought it for her.
Did I?
We played it again last year, on my birthday. That was quite a night, wasn't it? I was really surprised.
Happy birthday, darling.
Well, for heaven's sake.
Happy birthday, Mommy.
Well, thank you, darling.
Come on, sit down. Trina's going to make a presentation.
I'd almost forgotten today was my birthday.
Here, Mommy. This is from Daddy.
From Daddy?
Uh-huh.
Oh, Roger, a wristwatch. Oh, darling, I've always wanted one like that.
And this is from Uncle Applejack.
Uncle Applejack. Oh, I think I know what that is.
It's a handkerchief.
Oh. Oh, it's beautiful, Applejack.
Yeah, I always figure a person can't have too many handkerchiefs. I better tend to crazy.
And this is from me.
From you? Well, I can't imagine what this is. What on earth is...
I got you a record because you love records. And because you and Daddy love each other so much. Come on, play it.
Oh, Trina, you're sweet, darling. Thank you.
I'll turn on the phonograph.
Put the record on, Mommy.
Trina picked it out herself.
Did she?
Nice.
Dance, Mrs. Adams?
Dance? I'd love to.
You dance nice, Mommy.
Thank you, dear.
Dinner's ready. Come and get it or I'll throw it in the crate.
Oh, this is wonderful. Dinner in my own home, and I didn't have to cook.
Well, we sure changed the complexion of that bird.
We certainly did.
What did you do in school today, darling?
Oh, I almost forgot. I was choosed. I'm going to be in the Christmas play.
In the Christmas play?
What are you going to do?
I'm going to sing in the carol.
Hey, that's all right.
Why, Trina, that's wonderful. Oh, it'll be fun making you a carolers costume.
But I don't need any costume. Nobody sees me.
Nobody sees you?
No. All I have to wear is, a clean dress and some sneakers. I'm the echo, and I'm away off behind the scenes. You'll only hear my voice. Miss Hopkins says it gives a faraway sound, like the angels in heaven.
Oh.
Well, why do you have to wear the sneakers?
The sneakers is so I'll be quiet. I have to walk up a ladder behind the scenes and take a big star with me. Then when I get over the manger, I stop, and then the angels sing. And when my turn comes, I sing the echo. Then I sneak off quietly. Next year, when I'm big, I'll get to be an angel and wear an angel suit. I'll get seen then.
Of course you'll get seen then, darling.
Is it a long time until next year, Daddy?
Oh, no, darling. It'll be here in no time at all.
I don't see Trina yet.
You can't see her.
But I don't even see the star. Do you suppose anything's happened?
Oh, what could happen?
She said she had to climb a ladder.
Look. There's the star.
Oh, Roger, she's doing very well, isn't she? Roger! She fell off the ladder. Now, don't you worry, Trina. You did fine.
No, I didn't. I spoiled everything. Now Miss Hopkins won't let me be an angel next.
Oh, yes, she will, darling.
Certainly she
Well, I
will.
was talking to her, and she said you did fine, Trina.
She did?
Sure. Why, you were better than all the rest of them put together.
See, dear?
Honest?
Honest.
Gee, I don't know what people would do without Christmas.
I don't know what we'd do without you, honey. All this past year, Trina was looking forward to this Christmas. She wanted Miss Oliver to come and see her in the play. I wrote to Miss Oliver. Yes,
Oliver, I should have written you sooner, but I could not. Less than 3 weeks ago, Trina was here, looking to Roger and me for food and clothing and shelter, with the helplessness of the very young. Now she does not need us. A sudden, brief, hopeless illness. And she was gone. Quickly. The day so long ago when she became ours, we said, nothing can ever take her away from us. But we had forgotten about death. With that light step of hers, she has outdistanced us. Roger died.
Roger, why don't you speak to me? Roger, don't you hear me?
Yeah. I'm going out for a while.
I wish you wouldn't.
I've got to get out of here, get some fresh air.
There's someone at the door. I'll answer it. Yes?
Oh, may I use your phone, please? Our car is stalled in the snow, and I'd like to call a taxi.
Yes, the phone's right there. Come in.
Thank you. Come in, Tommy.
Thank you.
Is this your little boy?
Yes. Say hello, Tommy.
Hello.
We're in such a hurry, and I saw your light burning. Oh, dear, the line's busy.
I guess cabs work overtime on a night like this. But I do hope we can get one. Tommy's in the Christmas play.
I hope we don't get late, Mommy.
Our car is right out front. I'll drive you over if you like.
Oh, that's very kind of you. If it wouldn't be too much trouble.
No, it's not much trouble. I'll get my coat.
Can't start the car.
Oh.
Battery's dead. I'll have to crank it. This is the nearest I can get.
Oh, thank you. This is fine.
You can go in the side door.
Yes, I know.
Mommy, they're singing already. We're late.
Good night, and thank you again. If you only knew what these things mean to a child. Good night.
Come on, Mommy, come on.
What's the matter, Roger?
Take the car on home.
What about you?
I'm not coming home. I don't ever want to see anything or anyone that reminds me.
All right. Goodbye. That's the last of them, Applejack.
Those old songs really take you back, don't they?
Yes, they take you back.
Did you decide which ones you're going to keep and which ones you're going to leave for him?
Funny, Applejack, I can't seem to divide them. They belong to both of us. I guess I'll just leave them.
Julie.
Applejack, will you get the rest of my things out of the bedroom for me, please?
Sure.
You, leaving, Julie?
Yes, Roger.
Well, I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. You should leave me. I haven't done any of the big things I planned to do for you. Right where we started, still struggling. Let you down all around, honey. All I needed to make it 100% was for you to leave me. I can't think of a reason in the world for you not to. I'm licked, Julie.
You're not licked, Roger. It's just us. We're licked as far as our being together is concerned. When something really came along that hit us hard enough, we couldn't face it together. I've needed you an awful lot these last few days. You've been miles away. I've been entirely alone right here in this room with you.
I know, dear.
It just didn't work out.
Oh, it did work out, Julie. Things were wonderful until this happened to us. I don't know, I just haven't been able to think straight the last few days. She was never sick before, and then all of a sudden it was over. There was only some way that people could know a few days ahead what was going to happen.
Yes.
The day before she was taken sick, she asked me for a quarter, and I wouldn't let her have it. Then she asked me to take her to the movies, and I said, no, run along, I'm too busy.
I know. It was the same with me. I was trying on her angel costume. She was so excited she couldn't stand still. I scolded her. I said, I'll never try another dress on you again. And I never did.
Hello? Oh, it's Miss Oliver. She wants to speak to you.
To me? Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Adams.
Yes, Miss Oliver.
It's a very strange thing, Mrs. Adams, but we have a little boy who is just 2 years old. But it's the oddest thing. He's the exact image of the youngster you asked for when you first wrote me. Do you remember?
Oh, yes. Roger, listen.
Well, I have that old letter here in front of me now. Curly hair, blue eyes, dimples. Now, this is strictly off the record, for really, another couple has the right to see him first. But he's such a remarkable baby that I thought perhaps you and Mr. Adams might want to take a look.
Oh, yes. Yes, we do, Miss Oliver. We'll come down and see you tomorrow, if that's all right. Oh, and Miss Oliver, please don't let that other couple see him until we do, will you?
I won't, my dear. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, if he's only 2 years old, I'd better put up that gate around the stairs again.
Yes.
Wouldn't want the little fella falling downstairs and breaking his arm.
Oh, and I guess we better get out the crib. Oh, but if he's 2 years old, he can sleep in the bed, can't he?
Sure.
We won't have to put the chairs around again, Roger.
Oh, and over in that corner, I can put a little electric train.
Yeah.
And maybe there'd be room in the other corner.
Our stars will be back for a curtain call in just a moment. No matter how you look at it, there's a certain amount of work attached to keeping house. But how you look at it makes a big difference. Take washing dishes, for example. Some people think it's a terrible chore. Yes, they're the ones who make it even tougher for themselves by using strong wash-day soaps that roughen and redden their hands till they look like Cinderella, the little kitchen drudge. But then there are other people who breeze through the dishes. Breeze through the dishes with a smile and a box of Lux Flakes, and end up with hands that are still as smooth and soft as though they'd never washed a dish in their lives. Scores of careful tests have proved that simply changing from strong soaps to Lux will make rough, red dishpan hands grow softer, smoother, and lovelier again, without the use of any creams or lotions. In these tests, there was noticeable improvement in from 2 to 7 days. So if you've let your hands get that ugly dishpan look, buy the thrifty big box of new Quick Lux Flakes first thing tomorrow morning and start using it for your dishes. As you watch your hands grow lovelier again, you'll find a big change in your whole attitude toward that daily job of washing dishes. You'll join the millions of women who... Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
We can't have Barbara Stanwyck and Robert Taylor here every week, though I almost wish we could. But we'll hold them a few moments longer now for a curtain call.
Thank you, C.B. It's always a pleasure to be here. And tonight, of course, you have my favorite leading lady.
Yes. Yeah, that was more or less intentional on our part, Bob. Incidentally, Barbara, I've heard some rather surprising news at Paramount about your picture, The Great Man's Lady.
Better let me know the worst right away, C.B.
Well, they tell me you play the part of a woman 107 years old.
Old enough to be your grandmother, huh, C.B.?
I'm afraid it's true, but only during part of the picture. The rest of the time, I'm somewhat younger. Say, I rather like that idea of yours, Bob.
What idea is that?
Being old enough to be Mr. DeMille's grandmother. Believe me, I'd make little Cecil toe the line.
I'll toe the line for you just as you are, Barbara.
That's very nice, C.B. Now, what play do you have next week?
Changing the subject, eh? Well, next Monday night, we're going to present our adaptation of RKO's Suspicion. And our stars will be Joan Fontaine and Brian Ahern. You'll hear Joan Fontaine repeat the performance that won her an Academy Award in this drama of suspense and mystery. Suspicion is one of the most exciting pictures of the year. So get ready to have your pulse go up a few beats next Monday night.
Well, you've got a full order of thrills and suspicion, C.B. I'll be listening. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Penny Serenade with $1 million tune. Ladies and gentlemen, you have received many appeals for money in the past few months. You will receive many more. But none with a better claim on your generosity than the Navy Relief Society. The men of the United States Navy are giving their lives for their country every day. The least we can do is to help take care of the loved ones they leave behind. Make a contribution today to the cause of freedom by giving to the Navy Relief Society. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Joan Fontaine and Brian Ahern in Suspicion. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Edgar Buchanan appeared through the courtesy of Columbia Pictures and will soon be seen in their picture, The Talk of the Town. Ann Todd appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio.
Heard in tonight's play were Griff Barnett, Dwayne Thompson, Bobby Larson, Warren Ash, and Leon Ledoux. Tune in next Monday night to hear Joan Fontaine and Brian Ahern in Suspicion. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Barbara Stanwyck, Joseph Cotton, and Chester Morris in The Great Man's Lady. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. One day while I was lunching in the studio restaurant, I noticed a woman, a very, very old woman, seated at another table. I thought I knew most of the players in town, but she was so striking in appearance, I asked my casting director to find out who she was and something about her. I found out very quickly. The little old lady was 109 years old, and her name was Barbara Stanwyck. I hadn't even recognized one of my favorite stars. That just goes to show you what a convincing performance Barbara gave in the Paramount picture, The Great Man's Lady. She plays the same part tonight, the woman called Hannah Sempler, from the age of 17 to the age of 109. And with Barbara, we present two leading men, the brand new star, Joseph Cotton, and Chester Morris, who's just made a direct hit in the Pine Thomas production, Aerial Gunner. In the untold story of almost every great man is a great woman. The Great Man's Lady is the drama of one of these, a strange chapter of love and adventure and sacrifice out of the lives of two great people. Think of all the changes that a woman 109 years old might have seen, from the first railroad train to the miracles of the present. Electricity, automobiles, radio, airplanes, and important everyday things like Lux Flakes, which have made life easier and more pleasant for many millions of women. See, 109 years ago, that's 1834, Andrew Jackson was president. Travel was by stage or sailing vessel. Men wore beaver hats. The ladies wore crinoline gowns. And the washing, pity the poor housewife, was usually done by boiling the clothes over an open fire in the backyard. The women of that day would certainly have regarded Lux Flakes as a new form of magic. And it's still magic, but not new to most of you. Now the curtain rises on the first act of The Great Man's Lady, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Hannah, Joseph Cotton as Ethan Hoyt, and Chester Morris as Steely.
Behind the deeds of every great man, you will always find a woman hidden in the shadows, working with him, striving for him, urging him onward. No man is ever really great without a woman at his side.
These are the words of Hannah Hoyt, age 109 years, wife of the long-departed Ethan Hoyt, the great man for whom a great western metropolis was named. On this spring day, in the year 1941, Hoyt City celebrates the memory of its founder. In the park, speeches are made, the band plays, and the people sing. But the Great Man's Lady is not attending the celebration. She's retired behind the drawn blinds of her old house. Here she's lived in peace for the last half-century. Now the quiet is broken by the clamor of the press, reporters from all over the country who invade her parlor.
I'm sorry, gentlemen.
Come on. We want to see Mrs. Hannah Hoyt or Hannah Sempler or whatever she calls herself.
She ain't seeing nobody, sir.
Tell her the president's here.
I done told her, sir.
Well, tell her again. Go on. Here she is. Get a picture, Jerry. Hold it, Mrs. Hoyt. Thank you.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. To what do I owe this peculiar honor?
One more picture, please. Look this way, Mrs. Hoyt.
My name is Hannah Sempler. May I ask why you intrude here?
Well, I suppose you know what day this is.
Yes.
It's Ethan Hoyt Day. The whole city is celebrating. They're unveiling a statue of Senator Hoyt at 4 this afternoon.
Yes.
Will you be there, Mrs. Hoyt?
Miss Hemple.
Sorry. Do you expect to be there, Miss Templar?
No.
Why not? You were his wife, or were you?
Wait a minute. Miss Templar, I'd like to apologize for all of us, for our rudeness in breaking in like
Now,
this.
forget our rudeness. It's the public who's broken in. The public in whose eyes Ethan Hoyt has grown to the size of a national hero.
The public, sir? You are the public?
Miss Templar, we come here seeking the answer to a great human enigma. A matter of history. Were you married to Ethan Hoyt?
And if not, why did he die in your home?
Was his real wife there?
If you and he had any children, where are they?
You see, Miss Templar, if your claims are true, it'd make him a bigamist. We ask you to prove these claims in the public interest.
The public? You aren't the public. The public is made up of millions of private homes like mine. In our homes, we draw inspiration from the memory of our great men, like Senator Hoyt. You want to destroy that memory. You seek nothing but scandal. But you will find none here. I bid you good day.
She can't prove a thing because the story's just a pack of lies. She's an old windbag trying to crash the limelight.
Oh, stop it. You ought to be ashamed of yourselves. Can't you see she's helpless and all alone? She's a very old lady.
Yes, it's true. I am old. Very old. But I've made no claims. I've told no lies. Whatever I know is a matter of my own private history. That is all.
Okay, Miss Templar, let's go, Jerry.
Miss Templar.
Well, you came with the rest of them. What are you waiting for?
Because I...
Yes, I know. You got a public, too?
Not yet, but I will have. I'm a biographer.
A what?
I'm writing the life of Senator Ethan Hoyt.
Oh, nice job. You like your work?
I think he was one of the most wonderful.
Yes, so do I guess I ought to know about that.
Oh, then you have to help me. I've got to know what part you played. Were you married to him? Did you have a child? Oh, I've got to know all sorts of things. That's why I had to see you.
Oh, look away, girl. There's nothing much to see. Just 100 or so years of memories. I ought to have been buried years ago. But I can't really say that. I'd like to live to be 200 years old. And then you and I'd both be old ladies. We could compare notes. You come back in 100 years, then I'll talk to you.
Then you won't help me?
Any good reason why I should?
No. Except... I'm sorry. I'll go now.
There, girl. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, are you crying? Oh, one of the meanest things about growing old is you forget how important everything seems to young people. Here, come over here and sit down.
I'm all right, Miss Templar.
Sit down, I said. You know, girl, you need more gumption and spirit. Yeah. Now, where'd you say you learned about Ethan Hoyt?
In books.
Oh, proof. You'll never learn a man out of books, nor a woman either. Oh, girl. Men were different in those days. Men like Ethan. There was a band playing in his heart and the devil in his eyes. And I was a very young lady in a stuffy Philadelphia house in the year 1848. I'd met Ethan before, once or twice. But the time I remember best was the night he came galloping up to my father's house. I saw him from the upstairs window, galloping back from the west, like a bright bit of the wind.
Evening, Miss Templar.
Hello.
Hello, back.
So I see.
Well, come down and welcome me home. That's what you've been waiting for, isn't it?
I haven't been waiting for you, Mr. Hoyt. I've just been looking at the moon.
There isn't any.
Oh, good night, Mr. Hoyt. Cousin Bettina, did you see him?
Well, I must say, Hannah.
What's the matter?
Making a public spectacle of yourself.
Oh, don't be stuffy, Bettina. Did you see how he smiled?
A gentleman would never have dared.
Gentleman? You mean like my Mr. Cadwallader? I dare say he's never smiled in his whole life.
Hannah!
I almost died laughing when he proposed to me. Miss Templar, I have the great honor to address myself to your favor. Your father and I are thoroughly agreed...
Hannah, that's not very ladylike.
What's not?
Making fun of the man you're betrothed to marry.
Oh, rats, he's really betrothed to my father.
Hannah Simpson.
Well, they made the agreement, not I.
Parents know better.
How do I look, Bettina? You know, I think he likes me. Who? Ethan Hoyt, of course.
Hannah.
Well, he smiled, didn't he? He always smiles. Every time I see him, he smiles.
That's because he's a ne'er-do-well.
A what?
Mama says he lives with the Indians and smells like a buffalo.
Oh, prove it.
Well, he makes his clothes from dead animals.
That isn't buffaloes.
It's all the same.
Well, then I think buffaloes must smell lovely, like the fresh air in the sun. Good night, Bettina. Have a good sleep.
Where are you going?
Downstairs.
But you can't. He's down there.
That's why I'm going.
Hannah Simpler. Where you going, honey?
Downstairs.
Well, don't go in the library, child.
Why not?
Because there's having a big private confabulation in there.
But, Delilah, I need a book.
Now, you're going to need two books when your father catch you eavesdropping, and they ain't going to be in your hands, neither.
Oh, now, don't be quiet. There he is, Delilah.
What it is.
Oh, isn't he handsome?
Come away, child. Come away.
Gentlemen, I wish I had the power to make you see it with my own eyes. Two great rivers of the West coming together like an arrow. Like a sign from the Almighty, gentlemen, pointing out the natural site of a great new city. And the public buildings, gentlemen, all grouped around a great square filled with fountains and trees. And behind the city, a hill. And on the hill, homes. Homes, gentlemen, filled with light and air. And the country itself, the West. Only I had the power to describe it. A virgin land as lovely as an unexpected smile, as beautiful as that young lady in the doorway. Good evening, ma'am.
Hannah,
Good evening.
what are you doing down here?
Oh, I'm sorry, Father. I thought you might like some brandy.
Good evening, Miss Templar.
Mr. Cadwallader.
Mr. Hoyt, this is my daughter Hannah.
Miss Hannah and I have met, sir.
Oh? When?
Well, the last time I was here.
Oh. My daughter is betrothed to Mr. Cadwallader.
Oh, I see. Well, your health, Miss Hannah. I'm sure you'll be very happy.
Oh, thank you.
You may leave, Hannah.
Yes, Father.
You were saying, Mr. Hoyt?
Oh, the truth of the matter is, Mr. Templar, I need your help. Money and supplies. I came to you because, well...
Because no other business firm would carry your risk.
Because you knew my father, Mr. Templar.
Yes, and had respect for his judgment.
He was a man of great vision, sir.
Exactly. Enough vision to say no to a venture like this.
Exactly.
You mean that...
I mean no.
But there's talk of a railroad.
Don't you wild men realize what you're doing? Talk of expanding the country. The country is large enough as it is.
Large enough, I agree.
Yes, well, you listen to me, Mr. Templar. You too, Mr. Cadwallader. This country's going to be bigger, a whale of a lot bigger. There's 2,000 miles of America out beyond the Mississippi, land and riches beyond belief. But it's not going to belong to men like you, men who won't take a risk. It's going to belong to men who aren't afraid, men with luck in one hand and risk in the other.
Oh, you're so right. You're so absolutely right.
Hannah, I told you to... Excuse me, gentlemen.
But, Father,
Come upstairs at once, miss.
Well, what was that he picked up on the way out?
I believe it was a switch, sir.
A switch? You really think he's... Huh?
I do indeed.
You really believe in that sort of thing?
She's a very headstrong young girl, Mr. Hoyt.
Oh. I suppose after you're married, you really intend to...
Oh, yes. It helps maintain the home.
Oh, I see. Of course, out where I come from, a woman is...
You have women out west?
Oh, yes. Some.
Yes, but mostly Indian squaws, I presume.
Mostly. Only the Indians have that.
I've heard otherwise.
Well, don't let me influence you.
Exactly. I suppose that you...
I spend most of my time with cattle.
But the women, I suppose
we rope them. What? Rope them, Mr. Cadwallader, and brand them with hot irons and hang them on forked sticks over a hot fire.
Oh, you're joking. Women?
Cattle, Mr. Cadwallader.
Oh, I thought we were talking about women.
Women? Why, if we had women like you have back here, we'd treat them like queens.
Sorry, gentlemen. Mr. Hoyt, I'd ask you to remain for supper only.
I understand.
Now, just one thing more. About the matter of risk. I don't want you to go away with the wrong impression. We take risks every day. All right, this very year it's a fair risk, as we'll make only 10% profit instead of 12.
All right, gentlemen, I think you've both lost something. My odds are all or nothing. Good night.
He didn't leave Philadelphia right away. I caught a glimpse of him what it was, dressed in his buckskin, galloping about town on his great black horse. And then one night, there was a moon this time. I was lying in bed when I heard a noise at the window.
Who is it?
Hello.
Oh, what do you mean by... Go away.
In the morning.
For goodness sake, will you please...
I mean, I'm going for good.
Oh.
Come down. I want to say goodbye to you.
I can't. You'll wake everyone up.
You don't come down, I'll wake the dead.
Are you crazy?
Yeah.
I believe you are.
Coming down?
Of course not. I can't.
Come up
No,
there.
no, wait. Oh, wait till I get dressed. I'll come down.
Isn't it funny? Ethan thought he was talking me into something that night. There I'd been setting my cap for him. And he didn't even know it. Poor Ethan. He never had a chance.
It's a nice night.
Yes.
I thought it'd be pretty here. Moonlight and everything.
Yes. They say a full moon makes people do strange things.
Yeah, I guess so.
Like it. Not me here at all. Not really.
No, I think we'd better go.
Do you feel strange, too?
Mm-hmm.
You're afraid of something.
Mm-hmm.
Of what?
I don't know. Yes, I do. You shouldn't be here, Hannah.
Well, of all things, did I ask to come?
No. I mean,
Go on.
you know what I mean.
I can't imagine.
You know I'm in love with you.
Oh, no.
Believe me, Hannah.
Maybe.
You've got to. I won't have a chance to say it again. Do you love me?
Maybe.
I think you do, Hannah.
Oh, Ethan, yes.
Hannah.
You know something?
Hmm.
You don't smell at all like a buffalo.
Oh. Don't I?
No.
Why? You're crying.
Oh, I've got a handkerchief.
Here, let me have it. Now look up here. What are you crying about?
I don't know.
Because I'm leaving?
I don't know.
Hannah, may I keep your handkerchief? I'd like to take it with me. Something of you.
Oh, Ethan. Take me with you, too. Take me. Yes. I ran away with him that night. And we joined the wagon train on the west bank of the Ohio. We were married out in the middle of the prairie land with the wagon train passing by. And a storm gathering overhead.
For the good Lord strike the thunder, what men would join, yea, verily. I can't find the place.
Just hit the high spot, Parson. Rain's almost here.
Yep, here it comes. Maybe I can do it without the boat.
Go ahead.
Hold hands, please. Ethan, do you take this woman to be your lawful wedded wife?
I do.
And do you, Hannah, take this man to be your lawful wedded husband, F.W. Park?
I do.
Then let no one put asunder whom God hath joined forever. I pronounce you man and wife.
Whoa there, whoa, boy. I've got to take care of the horses. Whoa.
Well, missus, it's all over.
Yes, of course.
Plain wedding's 2 bits. Pretty one's $1.
Well, we haven't much money. Would a plain one be all right with you?
Sure. Now, let me see. Got the wedding certificate here. Mm-hmm. What's Ethan's last name?
Ethan Hoyt, H-O-Y-T.
H-O-Y-T? Yes.
Hannah Sempler, S-E-M-P-L-E-R.
Templar? There you are, Miss Hoyt. All these.
Thank you.
Come on, let's go.
Coming, Ethan.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Horses going to bolt if they don't get moving. Here. Up you go.
All right.
Get
I'm
up.
ready, Ethan.
Get up. Well, Hannah,
Well, Ethan.
got to kiss the bride, didn't I?
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Forgot other things, too, I suspect. Flowers, a ring.
It's what the man said that counts. He said forever.
That's right.
You and me, Ethan. Forever.
In a few moments, Mr. DeMille presents Barbara Stanwyck, Joseph Cotton, and Chester Morris in the second act of The Great Man's Lady. Now it's intermission time, so let's go along with our reporter, Libby Collins, as she talks to Mary Sue, a wartime bride.
Oh, phew. What a whirl. Oh, your dress is a dream, Mary Sue. Thank you. It's cotton. I chose it especially so I can wear it summer evening. It'll pack beautifully, too. Talk about packing. Let me show you my trunk. My goodness, what are all these things? My home, if you please. Everything I need to dress up one room. Let's see. Colored table linens. Oh, aren't they pretty? And here are curtains. Even a couch cover and pillow covers. And a string rug. And all these other things. See? Why, you can have a home anywhere. Well, that's what I want, with Bill and me on the move all the time. And I can always keep everything spick and span, too, because all these things are luxable. That's right, Mary Sue. Lux makes living out of a trunk or a suitcase a lot easier. You don't have to take so much with you when you can freshen things so easily.
And your things will stay bright and new-looking longer when you stick to gentle, new, improved Lux for their care. It's the mildest, gentlest Lux ever made. Super safe, not only for pretty dresses like Mary Sue's, but for your colored linens and curtains, all your household washables. Lux things last longer. Yes, Lux things last longer, and Lux lasts longer, too. Gives you richer suds, thrifty suds that do more work than ever. Get new improved Lux Flakes tomorrow. It comes in the same blue box you know so well. But now, it's better than ever. New improved Lux Flakes. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of The Great Man's Lady, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Hannah, Joseph Cotton as Ethan Hoyt, and Chester Morris as Steely. From the pinnacle of more than a century of life, Hannah Hoyt looked backward to the year 1848, to the time when she and Ethan rolled westward in a covered wagon to found a great city on the barren prairie land.
Most of the wagons were going through to California for gold. But we left them at Fort Scott and turned off on the trail for Hoyt City.
Whoa there.
Ethan, are we going to stop here?
Well, looks like a good place to camp for the night.
Well, can't we go on?
There's a riverbed just ahead of here. Don't want to risk a flash flood during the night.
No, I mean all the way on to Hoyt City. It's only 6 more miles.
Well, look, Hannah, there's something I've got to tell you.
Won't it wait?
No. I mean, you take the morning. Things look brighter.
What thing?
Well, Hoyt City.
Oh, don't worry about that. The way I feel right now, Hoyt City will look like Philadelphia almost.
Well, that's what I mean.
You mean it won't?
Well, not exactly.
Oh, I don't expect it to. But just imagine, a real bed to sleep in, people, lights, hot water, and clean clothes.
I know, Hannah.
A home on the hill overlooking the city. A public square filled with fountains and trees. What kind of trees, Ethan?
Well,
oh, no, don't tell me. I like surprises.
Oh. Well, that's fine.
I got my surprise, all right. Hoyt City in 1848. One street ankle deep in mud, and a series of ramshackle wooden buildings. That's all. Oh, yes. There were 4 saloons.
Well, here we are, Hannah. This is it.
Yes, Ethan.
Oh, I'm sorry, Hannah. I wanted to tell you before. I know how it must have sounded. Like I'm just a plain liar.
No. You were just seeing it the way it's going to be, that's all. A great city can grow here, Ethan.
You really think so?
We'll build it, you and I.
Sure we will.
People will help us.
That's how I meant it. What it can really be like, a city glittering in the sun with towers like silver and gold.
And people, Ethan. Thousands of people building something all new and shiny. Hoyt City.
I tell you, Hoyt, your city is nothing but a jumping-off point for the gold fields. You ought to see that. You've been here a whole year now. Where's the building that we're going to start? Where's all the people?
Mr. Frisbee, if the railroad came here, we'd...
My dear Mr. Hoyt, railroads cost money. So far, you haven't been able to raise a penny.
You mean you won't put it up either? Is that it?
Well, now, I didn't say that. I've come all the way from the east to look this thing over. I don't enjoy wasting my time, Mr. Hoyt.
All right, what do you want?
I want Hoyt City, a fair share of it, say 3/4 of the land.
You can't, it's mine.
Sit down, Mr. Hoyt. You're in no position to argue. Now, what's that, Indians?
No, my wife. Rabbits again for dinner.
Now look here, Hoyt. I brought all the papers. You just put your signature here and you'll get your railroad.
My wife won't listen to it.
Your wife? What's she got to do with it?
She owns half.
Then get her to see it our way. It's to her own advantage. You see, Hoyt, I happen to know her father. Fine man. Fine Philadelphia home. What'd she be coming out here?
A crack shot, among other things.
And she deserves better. Give her back what she has. A real home, clothes, social position. You don't want her to turn into one of these prairie women, do you?
Evening.
Oh, Hannah, this is Mr. Frisbee, my wife.
Good evening.
Howdy, Mr. Frisbee. I gotta clean these here rabbits, Ethan.
Hannah, Mr. Frisbee wants you to sign this paper. Let the rabbits wait. This is important.
Nothing ain't important as victuals, Ethan.
Hannah, stop this foolishness.
It's just a matter of your signature, Mrs. Hoyt.
The land transfer, Hannah.
You mean you want me to sign it, Ethan?
Yes.
But I forgot how to write.
Mrs. Hoyt.
I'm a prairie woman, Mr. Frisbee. Is this here the paper?
That's right. It's the... Mrs. Hoyt, you're tearing up the agreement, are you?
Now get out.
Look
get
here.
out, scat.
Mrs.
Go
Hoyt.
on, you miserable little sneaky little... You rabbit.
Well, I suppose that settles.
Oh, I don't think your Mr. Frisbee will bother us for a while anyway.
He won't build the railroad either.
Ethan, you mean you really wanted me to sign it?
Not a matter of what we want. It's a matter of fact. White City is a failure.
I can't believe it, Ethan.
Look at it, Hannah.
I can't believe that you can change like this. Give up so easily.
Not me. Here, I'll show you. Look at your hands. A year ago, they didn't look like that.
But I don't mind.
I wanted to fill them with diamonds and gold.
You will. Ethan, I had a dream.
So did I.
No, I mean a dream about gold.
Gold?
Oh, maybe it sounds silly, but I really did. A misty sort of dream about a mountain of gold. A black mountain with a sunny peak like a beckoning finger in the sky. Seemed to be California.
You mean you want to go?
Tomorrow.
Hannah.
And we'll come back, Ethan.
With our pockets bulging, gold flowers for your hair.
We'll come back to Hoyt City to finish what we've begun. We had $100 to our name that night. We needed 1,000. Ethan went down into town to see how much he could raise. He got as far as the second saloon. And then he ran into Steely Edwards. Steely ran a Montague.
Right over here, friends. Try your luck with Steely Edwards. You can't lose without trying. It's all in the cards, 3-card Monty. The game's crooked, the cards are fixed, you can't win. Step right up. I take no bets from paupers, widows, orphans, or cripples.
Go ahead, Ethan. Take a chance.
Well, who's Ethan? Well, Ethan, want to lose your money?
I've got $100 on the ace.
Eye on the ace, friend. Now watch closely. Here it is. Now here. Here. And now where?
Here.
No, friend. Here.
Oh.
I told you can't win, friend. You're beaten before you start.
I'll try it again.
Yeah, for what stake?
My horse.
Your horse. Very foolish. Eye on the ace, friend. Now watch closely. Here it is. Now here. Now here. And now where?
Here.
Oh, too bad, mister. It's here. Now suppose we try it once again.
I've got a workhorse.
A workhorse? Well, here we go again. Now watch the ace and watch it close.
guess you took that fella for about everything he had, Steely.
Did you go up and collect those horses?
Yep, got the rest of the stuff, too.
Well, check it off against the list. 2 horses.
2 horses.
2 cows.
That's right. Chickens.
And a voice.
What? Oh, well. I wasn't counting on you, madam, but I assure you, after I get the animals bedded down for
I
the
didn't
night...
come here to talk nonsense, Miss Edwards.
You better be careful. You know that gun might go off.
Yes, it might.
You're a very frightening young lady.
I want everything you took from my husband. I want it all back.
Well, naturally. But that's contrary to the sport.
Sport? You call it sport to cheat a man, to take advantage
Oh,
when
no. He was only slightly, madam. Besides, he enjoyed losing. You know, that's what Monty is for. To give enjoyment to the working man.
I want everything he lost.
Would you really shoot?
Try, miss.
No, sir. Oh, madam, you're welcome to the livestock, but as for the money, I don't see your viewpoint.
I want that, too. We need it.
Oh, so do I. I'll tell you what. I won't give you the money back, but I'll play you for it.
Against what?
Against, what have you got to offer?
Nothing.
Oh, don't be so modest. You know, a pretty woman always has something to offer. Let's say a kiss, shall we?
If you think you...
Otherwise, you'll have to shoot me. Very unprofitable. Well?
All right. But I'll shuffle the cards.
Certainly. Your deal, madam.
Well, I got everything back. Of course, Tilly let me win. And then Ethan and I went to California. For 8 wonderful, terrible years, we wandered up and down the Pacific coast. Wonderful times when Ethan and I were together. Terrible times when he was away. And every time he came home, there was Tilly Edwards. Yes. He tagged along after me for 8 years. I can't say I minded much. There was something wonderful about stealing. But that's as far as it went. I loved Ethan too much.
Come on, Hannah, get your hat. I bought 2 tickets for the concert tonight.
I can't go, Steely, but thanks.
Oh, thanks. You know, that's what you always say.
By this time, you ought to know what I mean.
I don't know. All I know is...
Steely, do me a favor.
Anything.
Go down to the Faro house and leave me alone.
I thought you said you didn't like gambling.
Well, I don't call it working for a living.
I suppose Ethan never gambled in his life.
That's got nothing to do
Well,
with
that's
it.
just the point. For 8 years, he hasn't had anything to do with anything but himself. Except when he comes home for a bath or to change his clothes. Oh.
I'm sorry, Steely, but you deserve that.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I did.
Anyway, those 8 years are over. Things will be different now with Ethan and me. You see, I'm going to have a child.
A baby, huh? Well, that's fine, Hannah. That's great. I guess you won't be going anyplace for a while.
No.
Well, I'll run along. Good night, Hannah.
Good night, Steely.
Leaving, Edward?
Who's that? Oh, is that you, Hoyt?
Yeah.
So you're back, huh? Well, welcome home.
Thanks. I figured you'd be glad to see me.
Did you have luck this time?
No, did you?
I'm not so sure I get that.
Suppose I explain it, or maybe you'd better explain how it is I happen to run into you every time I come home.
You better get inside. Hannah's waiting.
Come here.
Now, you take your hands off, friend.
We're going to settle this thing right now.
Well, that's all right with me. But I think I ought to tell you, I never carry a gun.
Well, lucky for you. Now get out of here and stay out.
Some more coffee, Ethan?
No, thanks.
Oh, it's wonderful to have you back. I've got so much to tell you. Ethan, I'm...
Hannah, we'll keep...
Oh, I suppose so.
Then save it till morning, will you? I'm tired. Dog tired. Got a spare bed for a miner down on his luck, Mrs. Hoyt?
Yes, of course.
Good.
Your bed's all ready. I've just got to turn down the covers.
Oh.
Was there anything doing this trip, Ethan?
No. Same old story. A little gold, but you can't get it out of that blue stuff. Dick is pitch. Blue stuff. Some people claim it's silver, but they're crazy. Just gets in the way.
Lie down, darling. I'll take off your boots.
Watch out. It's all over the blue clay.
It's messy, isn't it?
Yeah. Strange country up here. Virginia City, a black hill called the Sun Mountain. Like a finger beckoning from the sky.
Sun Mountain?
Yeah. A mountain of blue clay.
Ethan. Ethan, are you asleep? Sun Mountain. Like a finger beckoning in the sky. My husband, it was on his boots. I thought I'd take a chance and have it assayed right away.
That was no chance. This stuff is silver.
Silver?
Literally solid. It'll run $5,000 to the ton.
If Steely Edwards here, I've got to see him right away.
Right over there at the bar.
Thanks. Steely! Steely!
Why, Hannah. Well, at your service, madam.
Steely, listen, we're rich.
Well, good. Who?
Ethan and me. He found silver, Steely, tons of it.
Tons of silver?
I've got to get him out of town now, tonight. The word's going around. They'll mob him to find out about it. Can you lend me some money?
For him?
For me, to buy the mines. I'll pay it that. Oh, please, Steely, every cent I'll scrub, I'll cook, I'll pay it all back.
And you're going to stay here?
Yes.
And he'll let you stay?
Oh, he doesn't know about the baby. I can't tell him. He wouldn't go, not if he knew. You wouldn't go, Steely.
No.
Oh, don't you see? It's his chance. It's what he's been looking for, grubbing and digging his way through the mountains for 8 years. He's got to go, Steely. Alone.
If some woman ever felt like that about me, if her name was Hannah, how much do you want?
Oh, Steely, thank you. Ethan, wake up.
Huh?
Ethan, listen.
What is it? What's the matter?
Get dressed quick. The whole town's on its way here. You've got to get out.
What?
Silver, that blue stuff on your boots.
Silver?
Solid silver. Here, put them on quick. They'll be here any minute. Go out the back way. Here, take this.
What is it?
Money to buy the mine.
Money to buy... Where'd you get it?
Oh, hurry, Ethan. Don't stop to argue.
Where did you get it?
Steely Edwards.
Yeah. That's what I thought. You're coming with me, Hannah.
No.
Why not?
I can't.
Why not?
I can't tell you, Ethan.
You can't tell me. Well, maybe I can guess. Look at me.
Yes, Ethan.
You can't tell me.
No.
Then I know.
Oh, Ethan, please.
Well?
You can't go like this thinking what you do.
What else am I to think? What else?
Ethan, they're here. You have to go.
All right. Tell Edwards he'll have his money inside a week.
Oh, no, you can't come back in a week. You'll have to stay.
I'll send the money. I'm not coming back myself at all. Goodbye, Hannah.
Ethan! Goodbye, Ethan. Good luck.
Pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Before Mr. DeMille presents Act 3 of The Great Man's Lady, starring Barbara Stanwyck, Joseph Cotton, and Chester Morris, here's another round of our conservation quiz. Questions on how to help clothes last longer by caring for them correctly. Here's our first contestant, Sally, Mrs. William Johnson of North Hollywood.
And our first question, Mrs. Johnson, is, should a girdle be luxed once a week, several times a week, or once every 2 or 3 weeks? Several times. Several times a week is best if you want to get the best kind of wear from it. If soil and perspiration are left in the fabric, they tend to weaken its elastic qualities. Luxing takes away soil and perspiration very gently, helps girdles last and keep their fit longer.
And, Mrs. Johnson, you'll find this box of new improved Lux Flakes will last a long, long time, too. It's very thrifty.
Well, that leads right into our second question, Mr. Kennedy.
And Mrs. John Sutherland of Los Angeles will try to answer it, Sally.
Now listen carefully, Mrs. Sutherland. If 2 tablespoons full of Lux will wash a day's underthings and stockings, just 2 tablespoons full, how long will a large box of Lux Flakes last? 14 days, or 28 days, or almost 2 months? If you're not sure, take a guess.
28 days?
Oh, no. One big box of new improved Lux will do stockings and undies every single day for almost 2 months. That's practically all the rest of the summer. Don't forget that your slips and other undies will wear better, look new longer when you wash them the gentle Lux way.
Follow the directions right here on the box, Mrs. Sutherland, and you won't make any slips in washing. You'll save 2 ways. Lux things last longer, and Lux lasts longer, too. It comes in the same familiar box, but it's better than ever before. New, improved Lux Flakes. Now Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
You're invited to meet our stars in person after the play. But now the curtain rises on the third act of The Great Man's Lady, starring Barbara Stanwyck, Joseph Cotton, and Chester Morris. Hannah Hoyt has paused in her story, dreaming of the past, her eyes closed as if in sleep. The girl reporter waits for a moment, then gently touches the old lady's hand.
Mrs. Hoyt, I'm not asleep, girl.
Mrs. Hoyt, the baby, was it ever born?
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed. Young Ethan was born in November of 1858. He was just 2, the year of the Sacramento flood.
The flood? You were in that?
Yes, we all were. The people started to desert the town one night in December. I'd just finished packing when Steely Edwards came to the house.
Steely!
Get out of the rain.
Oh, you're a godsend, Steely.
I had no idea it was this bad.
Take the baby. Help us down to the boat.
The boat?
We're going to San Francisco. That's where you're going, isn't it?
Yes, but...
Well, then come on. You always said you wanted to take me on a trip. If you wait any longer, it'll be too late.
It's been too late ever since I met you the first time, Hannah.
What do you mean?
You're not going to San Francisco. You're going to Virginia City, where he is.
Oh, no, Steely, I can't.
Why not?
I've never even heard from him.
Now, look, Hannah, you love him. That's all that matters. All your life, you've gone back to him. Come on, swallow your pride. Do it once more. You see, young Ethan's never heard from him either.
He had the tickets for me on the stage to Virginia City. All night we traveled through that storm, the horses floundering in mud to their knees. And then towards dawn, we reached the bridge.
Yes, sir! We'll never get across this bridge. The foot underwater right now. Let's dive in swim.
Oh, Ethan, hush, baby. Mother's here. But if you don't, it's all right, Ethan.
Mother, come back.
We're going to see Daddy, Ethan. You're going to see your daddy.
Get back! Get off the bridge! Hurry up! Hurry!
If my son were alive today, he'd be 83 years old. He died that morning in the flood. There was no use in going on to Virginia City. Ethan had heard about the child, and he thought I was dead, too. A year later, I found out that Ethan had married again.
I know now what you meant when you said, come back in 100 years. 100 years of greatness and heartbreak, of sorrow.
I went to San Francisco then to work in Steely Edwards' place, the Crystal Palace. I was still there in 1868 when a gentleman playing at one of the tables asked to see me. The gentleman was my father.
Steely's office.
Hannah?
I'm so glad to see you, Father. I thought of you
Stop
so...
it, Hannah. I came here with a business proposition, nothing more.
Oh, what?
Everyone thinks you're dead. So did I until today. I want you to remain dead, legally.
I don't know what you mean, Father.
You still call yourself Hannah Hoyt.
Yes, I'm married to Ethan.
But he's married to J.B. Dawson's daughter back in White City. He has a fine reputation, a fine home, a son.
A son?
Hannah, I want you to change your name and go away, far away somewhere. I'll make it worth your while. It means everything to me, everything. And if you don't do it for me, do it for Ethan. He's in trouble enough now, and the least breath of scandal would ruin him. Dawson and I need him in Congress. He's running against a hothead from White City, a dreamer who thinks that building a White City is more important than building a railroad. Why, great Scott, if Ethan's not elected, I hate to think what it would mean for all of us.
Please go.
What?
Please go, Father.
For the last
time,
Hannah.
please go.
Well, very well, Hannah.
The house wins, gentlemen. The house always wins. Place your bets, please.
Steely, I want to speak to you.
What's the matter?
I'm going back to Hoyt City.
No more bets, gentlemen. Is it Ethan?
Yes, he's in trouble. He needs me.
Double, gentlemen. The game is against you. Better luck next time.
Better luck yourself, Steely Edwards.
Yeah. Thanks. Goodbye, Hannah.
Goodbye. You know where I found Ethan? In our little cabin. The house he had built for me. He had come back to our home to be alone and think.
Hannah. Hannah, is that you?
Yes, Ethan.
This afternoon, I thought I saw you in the crowd when I was speaking.
Yes, I didn't die. I was bringing you your son.
My son?
Yes, Ethan.
Forgive me, Hannah. I failed you. I've always failed you.
No, you've gone forward the way you were supposed to go. That's what I wanted for you.
I'm like a blind man now, Hannah. Man in the dark.
No, you'll see again. You'll see what you yourself used to see better than any man on earth. A fine, bright world. We started to build it once.
Not as simple as that. I've changed. I came back here alone and tried to build what we dreamed together, you and I. It was no good, Hannah. My heart was gone out of me. I took the easy way just like I've always done. Except when you've been around to keep me straight.
And now you're in trouble.
I'm in just as deep as the rest of them, corrupting judges and legislators to get what we want. Money is the great power, Hannah, and my money is tied up with the railroad. If I fight the politicians now, I'll be fighting myself.
But that's right. That's what you must do.
You've got to help me, Hannah. I can't do it alone.
You're not alone. You have a family.
Yes. As you too, Hannah. No, I'm all mixed.
No, you're not. I've divorced you.
When?
Before I came here. Or not because I don't love you. I always will. But because our marriage was the only weapon they could use against you.
I won't let you do
You've
this,
got
Hannah.
to. And you've got to work for all the things we dreamed together. Speak for the truth and fight for it. Speak for all the people to hear. Help them to build something fine and free. A country that your little boy, that all our children will be proud to inherit and live in.
If only we were beginning all over.
Spring never comes again, Ethan. Ethan went on from there. Went on into greatness and glory. He used his greatness like a beacon to give men hope. Men building cities and a nation.
Do you mind if I say something?
No, speak ahead, girl.
I think that statue in the park is the wrong person. It ought to be you.
Oh, nonsense, girl. Behind the deeds of every great man, you will always find a woman hidden in the shadows, working with him, striving for him, urging him onward. No man is ever really great without a woman at his side. But the woman is only a helping hand. What Ethan did, he did alone. I never saw him again until he came back home in 1906. He stood in the doorway one spring morning, his hair all silvery in the sunlight. He was holding out his hand, smiling at me, so sadly.
I've come back, Hannah. I've come home. to die.
The people heard he was there in my house. They came to pay him homage.
Hannah, I do all right?
You did just fine, Ethan, fine.
You gave me the strength and the courage.
But you did it alone, Ethan. All alone.
No, Hannah. You were with me every step of the way. I wanted you to be proud of me.
I am proud of you, Ethan. Prouder than a cat with a dozen of kittens.
Hannah.
Yes, Ethan.
Come closer.
Yes.
Closer. I want to tell you. I'm in love with you, Hannah. You must believe me. I won't have a chance to say it again.
Yes, Ethan. Yes. There now on that statue, and no one's ever going to pull him down. No one. I have our marriage certificate here. See? On the 20th of March, 1848, Ethan Hoyt and Hannah Hemple united in the holy bond.
I'm not going to write his life, Mrs. Hoyt.
I knew you wouldn't. Now, run along, girl. You've got 100 years of your own to live. If you can take it.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, girl. "20th of March, 1848. Ethan Hoyt and Hannah Hemple were united. Forever, Ethan. No one can change it. Forever.
Our stars will be back for a curtain call in just a moment. Tonight, in North Africa, in the South Pacific, the Aleutians, all over the globe, Americans are fighting. If by doing one small thing here at home, you could send them more ammunition, more medical supplies, would you do it? Are you doing it? The thing I mean isn't exciting. It isn't glamorous, but it is important. It's collecting waste fats and greases from your kitchen and turning them in for salvage. Every spoonful of waste fat you can spare is needed. It contains glycerin, one of the things used in making war materials. 1 tablespoonful of waste fat saved a day adds up to 1 pound a month. Enough to fire 4 anti-aircraft shells at an enemy bomber.
Well, here's what we do at our house. First, of course, we use what fats we can for frying and so on. Then, when we're through with them, we strain them into a clean tin can. Any kind of a fruit or vegetable or soup can. Then we take them to the butcher, and he turns them in to be made into gunpowder and other things our army needs.
The cans you turn in will be salvaged as well as the fat. So don't use glass or paper containers that break or leak. Remember, every spoonful of waste fat you turn in is important. Save every bit. Turn it in promptly. Your butcher will pay you cash for it. And within 21 days, the fat you turn in will be helping to provide both ammunition and medical supplies. for our men on the fighting front. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
3 good troopers troop back to our microphone now. As curtain call time comes for Barbara Stanwyck, Joseph Cotton, and Chester Morris.
How does it feel to play the part of a woman 109 years old, Barbara?
Wonderful, Joe. Just think I could be Cecil B. DeMille's grandmother.
Well, what beautiful eyes you have, Grandma.
The better to see that Stevie is blushing.
I'm just sunburned. See, Barbara, when the tip of my head gets sunburned, it's rather obvious.
Things like that could break up a whole play, Mr. DeMille.
I remember a story my father once told me about an actor who was playing a very tragic scene on the stage about 50 years ago. The audience was weeping copiously, including a small boy with long golden curls who watched the play from the wings. But in addition to crying, the boy was eating taffy, and the tears and the taffy were running down his face together. And just as the star said goodbye forever to his leading lady, he saw the tears and the taffy, and he couldn't stand it. He giggled right in the leading lady's face.
Who is the actor, Chester?
It was my father, William Morris.
And a great artist, too.
I wonder whatever happened to the kid with the long curls.
Well, I don't know. Joe, I think he went into pictures or something. His name was Cecil DeMille.
And he had long curls? Are you kidding?
Times have changed. You know, Barbara, a lovely lady who was actually in that scene is here in our theater audience tonight. Chester's mother, Mrs. William Morris.
Oh, I wonder if she recognizes you, C.B. Maybe I better change the subject. What's next week's play?
One of the biggest comedy hits Broadway and Hollywood have seen in years, Barbara. It's My Sister Eileen. And our stars will be Rosalind Russell, Brian Ahern, and Janet Blair. My Sister Eileen is the story of 2 girls from the Middle West and their adventures in the wilds of New York. The play ran for 2 years on Broadway, and next Monday night we'll have the same 3 stars you saw in the Columbia picture. Rosalind Russell, Brian Ahern, and Janet Blair.
Sounds like standing room only, Mr. DeMille.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. I hope you all live to be 109. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lux Radio Theater has again been named as radio's best dramatic program in Movie Radio Guide's annual poll of listeners. To you, our audience, who gave us this honor, and to the editors of Movie Radio Guide, we send our thanks and a promise. A promise that the Lux Radio Theater will continue on the same standards that won this distinction. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Rosalind Russell, Brian Ahern, and Janet Blair in My Sister Eileen. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Barbara Stanwyck's next picture is the Universal production For All We Know. Joseph Cotton appeared tonight by arrangement with David O. Selznick and will soon be seen in the Universal picture Hers to Hold. The Great Man's Lady has been presented tonight through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current production is Dixie, with Bing Crosby, Dorothy Lamour, and Marjorie Reynolds. Heard in tonight's play were Fay McKenzie, Norman Field, Catherine Wiley, Roland Drew, Ruby Dandridge, Charles Calvert, Ernestine Wade, Leo Cleary, Fred Mackay, Charles Seal, Robert McKenzie, and Leon Ledoux. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear Rosalind Russell, Brian Ahern, and Janet Blair in My Sister Eileen.
Folks, if you're not taking vitamins, summer's a good time to start. And here's your chance to start absolutely free. Just send your name and address to this station for your free sample of Vim. VIMs are the amazing vitamin mineral tablets that give you all the essential vitamins and all the minerals commonly lacking. Remember, for your free sample, send your name and address to this station. Ask for your free VIM. Offer good in USA only. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players in Paramount Pictures' smash dramatic hit, Double Indemnity, from the novel by James M. Cain. It stars Barbara Stanwyck as Phyllis, Fred McMurray as Walter, and Walter Abel as Keyes. The Lady Esther Screen Guild Players in Double Indemnity. Downtown Los Angeles is dark and deserted, but high above the quiet street, one window shows a splash of light. Walter Neff, star agent for Pacific All Risk Insurance, is in his private office typing a report.
Office memorandum to Barton Keyes, claims manager. July 16th, 1938. Dear Keyes, well, you old buzzard, you did it again. I mean, you were right on that Dietrichson claim. Accident and double indemnity. You said it wasn't an accident. Check. You said it wasn't suicide. Check. You said it was murder. Check and double check.
He pauses, fumbles for a cigarette with his right hand. Now we see that the other hand hangs limp and useless at his side. And spreading from below his shoulder, a dark red stain discolors his shirt. He takes a long drag on the cigarette, crushes it out, and then goes on.
I'll admit it, Keyes. You can always smell a phony claim. And you were pretty good on this one for a while. Only you made just one little mistake. You picked the wrong guy for the murder. And that's where I want to set you straight. I'm going to tell you who it was. It all started one afternoon about the end of May. I'd stopped at this house over on Los Feliz to check up on some auto renewals. The maid who answered the bell was kind of nasty, and as I was trying to talk my way in...
What is it, Nettie? Who's at the door?
That was her. That was the first time I ever saw her. She was up on a little balcony, standing there wrapped in a beach towel, showing plenty of curves. And I guess I must have goggled a bit because she sort of smiled. And then...
I'm Mrs. Dietrichson. What is it, please?
It's about the renewals on the automobiles, Mrs. Dietrichson. The insurance ran out on the 15th. I'd hate to think of you getting a smashed fender or something while you're not fully covered.
I think I know what you mean. I've just been taking a sun bath.
No airplanes around, I hope. Look, Mrs. Dietrichson, about these policies...
Would you mind going into the living room, please? I'll slip something on and be right down.
That was all, Keyes. Except the way she looked at me. Sort of giving me the come on, if you know what I mean. I know. Especially after she came downstairs.
I hurried so. I hope my face is on straight.
It's perfect for my money, Mrs. Dietrichson.
Won't you sit down, Mr.
Neff. Walter Neff. With 2 F's like in Philadelphia. If you know the story.
What story?
The Philadelphia story. Let's see. What were we talking about?
Insurance?
Oh, yeah. Well, you see, it's on both cars, Miss Dietrichson. The policies are... Say, that's a honey of an anklet you're wearing.
Maybe I ought to cover it so you can keep on talking about insurance.
Well, I've been trying to get in touch with your husband. He never seems to be at the office.
He's been very busy down at Long Beach in the oil fields.
Well, maybe I could catch him at home some evening.
I suppose so, but he's never home before 8.
Well, that's swell. I'll... Say, I wish you'd tell me what's engraved on that anklet.
Just my name.
As for instance?
Phyllis.
Phyllis, huh? I think I like that.
But you're not sure.
I'd have to drive it around the block a couple of times.
Let's say tomorrow night at 8:30. He'll be in then.
Who?
My husband. Didn't you want to talk to him?
Oh, sure, but I'm kind of getting over it, if you know what I mean.
Mr. Neff, there's a speed limit in this state, 45 miles an hour.
How fast was I going, officer?
I'd say about 90.
Well, suppose you get down off your motorcycle and give me a ticket.
Suppose I let you off with a warning this time.
Suppose it doesn't take.
Suppose I have to whack you over the knuckles.
Suppose I bust out crying and put my head on your shoulder.
Suppose you try putting it on my husband's shoulder.
Well, that tears it. I'll drop in tomorrow night.
I'll see you to the door.
About 8:30. Will you be here, too?
I usually am.
Same chair, same perfume, same anklet?
I wonder if I know what you mean.
I wonder if you wonder. Maybe you can't understand that, Keys. You've got an insurance policy where your heart ought to be. But I tell you, I couldn't wait to get back to see her again. And when she phoned the next morning and changed the appointment to the afternoon, I almost broke my neck getting over there. She met me at the door herself, explaining it was the maid's day off. Then she told me her husband couldn't make it either. So there we were, alone. Well, we sat around and had some light palaver, and pretty soon we were Phyllis and Walter. And then when she thought I'd taken the hook, sort of casual like, she started pulling me in.
Walter, I'm a little worried about my husband.
Should I be, too?
Oh, silly. I mean, he's always down in those oil wells with the drilling crews. It's very dangerous.
Sure, but it's mighty profitable.
Why, only last week a crown block fella caught the foreman and broke his back.
Oh, that's bad.
Don't you think he should carry accident insurance?
The foreman?
No, my husband. What kind of a policy could he get?
Oh, say $125 a week cash benefit. Around $50,000 capital sum.
Oh, capital sum? What's that?
That's if he got killed. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have said that.
Oh, I suppose you have to think of everything. Walter, could I get an accident policy for him without bothering him about it?
How's that again?
Well, I have a little allowance of my own. I could pay the premium and not even tell him about it.
Why shouldn't you tell him?
Well, because I know he doesn't like accident insurance. He's superstitious.
A lot of people are. That's funny, isn't it?
Yes, if there was a way to get it like that, why, all my worries would be over. You see what I mean?
Sure, I've got good eyesight. He wouldn't know about the policy. And the insurance company wouldn't know that he doesn't know. Isn't that the setup?
Well, is there anything wrong with it?
No, I think it's lovely. And then if some dark night that crown block fell on him...
What crown block?
Of course, it doesn't have to be a crown block. A car can back over him or he can fall out of a window. Any little thing like that, just so it's a morgue job.
Are you crazy?
Not that crazy. Good afternoon.
Walter, what's the matter?
Look, baby, you can't get away with it.
Get away with what?
You want to knock him off, don't you, baby?
Oh, that's a horrible thing to say.
What did you take me for? A guy that walks up to a good-looking dame and says, "Hello, I sell accident insurance on husbands. You got one that's been around too long?" Not me, baby. I'm getting out of here. I'm getting out of here, but quick. That's the truth, Keys. I walked right out. She didn't fool me for a minute. No, and I didn't fool myself either. Back in my apartment that night, I knew I hadn't walked out on anything. She had the hook in me too strong. And when the doorbell rang a little later, I didn't have to guess. I knew who'd be there when I opened the door.
Hello. Don't you want me to come in?
Sure, why not? How'd you know where I live?
It's in the phone book.
How'd you get out? Your husband away?
He telephoned from Long Beach, said he wouldn't be home till late. You know, it's about time you said you're glad to see me.
I knew you wouldn't leave it like that.
Like what?
Like it was this afternoon.
Oh, Walter, you must have misunderstood. You must never think anything like that about me.
Okay.
No, it's not okay. Not if you don't believe me.
What do you want me to do?
Be nice to me. Like the first time you came.
It can't be like the first time. Something's happened.
I know it has. It's happened to us. Maybe I oughtn't to have come.
Maybe you oughtn't.
You want me to go?
If you want to.
Right now?
Come here, baby. I wanted to do this from the minute I saw you.
Walter.
How are you going to do it, baby?
Do what?
Kill him.
Oh, Walter, for the last time. Why do you keep on saying that?
Come on, pull yourself together. Just stop thinking about it, baby. So we just sat there, and she kept on crying. Maybe after a while she forgot about it. Maybe she did. But me, I couldn't. I'm not trying to alibi myself, Keys. I fought it, only maybe I didn't fight it hard enough. And pretty soon I was in it so deep, I didn't even hear her when she said...
I've got to go now, Walter. Will you call me? Walter.
Huh?
hate him. I loathe going back to him. You believe me, don't you, Walter?
Sure, I believe you.
I can't stand it anymore. Sometimes I think it would be better to hang.
You're not going to hang, baby. Not ever.
Walter.
Because you're going to do it the smart way. Because I'm going to help you.
You?
Me.
Do you know what you're saying?
Sure I know. We're going to do it together. And we're going to do it right.
Walter, my arm. You're
Call me
hurting
tomorrow.
me.
Call me, but not from your house. From a booth. And watch your step every single minute. It's got to be perfect, you understand? Straight down the line.
Okay, Walter. Straight down the line.
The first step looked like the tough one, Keys. To get her husband's signature on an accident policy. But that turned out to be a cinch. He thought he was signing the auto renewals. And after that, everything seemed right in the groove. Phyllis told me he was going north at the end of the month to a college reunion. That suited me fine. There was a little clause in the policy, double indemnity for death by train. $100,000 instead of 50. And then, with only a week to go...
Walter, he had an accident at the well. He broke his leg. The trip is off.
And that's how it stood till a few days later. I guess you remember that afternoon, Keys. You'd come into my office and you were kind of hot.
Can you imagine a stupid lunk like this Golopsis trying to put a fast one over on me?
I guess he didn't figure on your little man.
Yes, my little man, right here inside of me.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Walter, you can kid me about my little man, but he ties my stomach up in knots every time a phony claim comes in. Know what we found at Golopsis' place? Wood shaving, soaked in kerosene. So I hauled him in here and... Go ahead, take it. It's probably for you.
Oh, why not? It's my phone. Hello, Walter Knapp speaking.
Walter, I had to call you. It's terribly urgent. Are you with somebody?
Yes, I am. Can't you call me back, Margie?
No, Walter, I've only got a minute. I can't wait. Listen, he's going tonight on the train. Are you listening? Walter.
Sure, I'm listening, Margie.
He's on crutches. The doctor says he can go if he's careful. Oh, it's wonderful, Walter, just the way you wanted it. Only with crutches, it's ever so much better, isn't it?
Yeah, 100%. Hold the line a minute. Say, Keith, suppose I join you in your office, huh?
I'll wait. Tell Margie not to take all day.
Hello, Margie. Go ahead.
It's the 10:15 from Glendale. I'm driving him to the station. Is it still that same dark street?
Yeah, sure.
I'll leave the garage door open. You can hide in the back of the car. The signal is 3 honks and the horn. Is there anything else?
What color did you pick?
Color? Oh, yes. The blue suit, Walter. And the cast is on his left leg.
Yeah, I like that fine.
This is it, Walter. I'm shaking like a leaf, but it's just like you said. Straight down the line.
The curtain falls on Act One of the Lady Esther Screen Guild Players. And now, the lights go on. Do you welcome those bright lights, or would you rather sit in darkness, kind, concealing darkness that hides little blemishes? Now, if you want to be proud of your skin, if you want to look and feel radiantly attractive in any light, listen to this message from Lady Esther.
Do you know the mistake many women make in the care of their skin? They use too many different kinds of preparations. They use one thing to open the pores, another to close the pores. One thing working against the other. Any doctor will tell you that's wrong. That under such treatments, the pore openings finally refuse to function at all. They remain wide open and make the skin look coarse and rough. That's why, for a good many years, I've refused to make any other cream than Lady Esther Four-Purpose Face Cream. For I know it's the only cream you need. All any skin needs is a cream that cleans it thoroughly, that removes not only the dirt and waste which clog the pore openings, but the dry, dead particles of skin nature is constantly throwing off. And Lady Esther Face Cream does just that. It leaves your skin so smooth and fresh, so free of dry, flaky particles, that when you apply your face powder, it looks fastidiously clean and radiant. It has a translucence, a clarity it never had before. And you can prove all this in just 30 seconds with a patch test. Just rub a little Lady Esther Face Cream on one cheek. Wipe it off. Then compare that side of your face with the other. Run your fingers over it and feel how the dry, rough flakes are gone, how smooth and silky that patch of skin has become. Then apply your face powder and see the difference. See the fascinating new clarity of your skin. You see, Lady Esther Face Cream does the 4 things your skin needs most for beauty, and does them by itself, working with nature, not against nature. Prove it with the patch test. It takes only 30 seconds, half a minute. So get a jar of Lady Esther Face Cream at the very first opportunity and make the patch test, tonight if you possibly can.
And now, Lady Esther presents the second act of Double Indemnity, starring Fred McMurray, Barbara Stanwyck, and Walter Abel. We're back in Walter Neff's office again. We can see the dark red stain on his shirt. It's larger now, and the pain lines cut deeper into his face. For a somber moment, he stares at the wall, then hunches over the typewriter again.
We killed him, Keyes. In the car on the way to the station, just the way we planned. I don't think he ever knew what hit him. We stopped at a place I had all picked out. We shoved him into the back of the car and tossed an automobile robe over him. Then I wrapped some stuff around my leg, made it look like I was wearing a cast. And that's how I got on the train, wearing that and a pair of crutches. Do you get it now, Keyes? Do you see how carefully I'd worked it out? Dietrichson's body was in the back of the car, and still he was getting on that train. Phyllis kissed me goodbye at the train and told the porter to make up my berth. I said I'd go back to the observation platform. And that's where I had the first hint of trouble. There was somebody out on the platform already. Name of Jackson, he told me. The type that always introduces himself. I had to think fast. We were moving now. I didn't have much time, so I started fumbling around in my pockets. And then he noticed it and grinned.
I bet you forgot something. You know, I always do.
Yeah, my cigar case. I must have left it in my topcoat back on the seat.
You can't roll yourself a cigarette, Mr.
Dietrichson. Thanks, I really prefer cigars. Maybe if I could get the porter.
Oh, no need to bother. I can fetch your cigars for you. I'd be glad to.
Oh, that's very nice of you. It's car 11, section 4. Are you sure it's not too much trouble?
Don't mention it, Mr. Dietrichson. No trouble at all.
That gave me my chance to hop off the train. Luckily, it was just about the spot we'd picked, and Phyllis was waiting there in the car with all the lights off. We dragged the body out and dropped it on the tracks. The crutches, too. Then we got in the car and started the motor and got away from there fast. You'd better drop me off here. I'll walk the extra block back to my place, just in case.
All right.
Good night.
Walter.
Yeah?
Aren't you going to kiss me?
Okay.
It's straight down the line, isn't it? Isn't it? Walter, what's the matter?
Aren't you nervous at all?
No. Are you?
Yeah.
You mustn't be. I love you, Walter.
Yeah, I love you too, baby. You know what happened after that, Keyes. They found the body on the tracks. The autopsy showed a broken neck. They figured he'd fallen off the train. Even you, Keyes, you thought so, too. And if we got by you, the worst was over. I was really beginning to feel relaxed, and then the following night...
Walter, I had to come. I had to see you.
You're sure nobody noticed you?
I'm sure. I looked all around first and... Walter.
Get in the bedroom. Don't make any noise. All right, just a minute. Hello, Walter. Hello, Keyes. What's on your mind?
Say, Walter, you got any bicarbonate?
No, I'm sorry. Anything wrong?
That broken leg. The guy broke his leg.
What are you talking about?
About Dietrichson. He had accident insurance, and then he broke his leg.
So what?
He didn't put in a claim. Why didn't he?
What the dickens are you driving at?
Walter, I ate dinner 2 hours ago. It's stuck halfway down. That little man is acting up again. There's something wrong with the Dietrichson case.
Oh, maybe Norton was right. Maybe it was suicide.
No, not suicide. But not an accident either.
What else? Murder?
I'll tell you better when I've checked on his wife.
His wife?
She's the beneficiary.
Oh, that's crazy. You haven't got a thing to go on, Keyes.
No, not too much. 26 years experience, all the percentage, and this lump of concrete in my stomach. Say, I've got to get to a drugstore. I'll see you tomorrow. Can you imagine? No bicarbonate in the plate.
Walter.
Be careful.
How much do you think he knows?
No, that's not what he knows. It's those stinking hunches of his. Baby, from here on in, we've got to really watch it. I knew you, Keyes. I knew how you worked. I felt like I was holding a time bomb in my hand without knowing what time it was set to go off.
Say, Walter, I picked up something today from Mrs. Dietrichson's maid. She saw Mrs. D trying on a hat, a black hat, like a widow might wear. Only it was a week before Dietrichson died. Walter, I heard from Jackson today. You know, that fellow on the train, he sent back those pictures of Dietrichson with an affidavit. He swears it isn't the man he talked to that night. Walter, it's coming apart at the seams. When I knew it wasn't Dietrichson on the train, I knew that dame must have had some help. She's got a boyfriend, Walter. He's been dropping in there every night around 12. I'm going to pick them both up any time I want to.
It's funny, but that's the thing that hit me the hardest, Keyes. That boyfriend of hers. I'd killed a man. I'd killed him for money and for a woman. And now I wouldn't get the money and I wouldn't get the woman. All along she'd been dealing with a crooked deck. I did a lot of thinking that afternoon. And then I knew what I had to do. That night I called up Phyllis and said I was coming over. I told her to keep the lights off and to leave the door unlocked. I was all set now. Yeah, that's what I thought. What I didn't know was that she was set too. And when I let myself into the house that night...
In here, Walter. The living room.
Hello, baby. Anyone else in the house?
No, we're all alone.
What's that music?
A radio up the street. Sit down, Walter.
Just like the first time I was here, isn't it? We were talking about automobile insurance. Only you were thinking about murder. And I was thinking about that anklet.
And what are you thinking about now?
I'm all through thinking, baby. This is goodbye.
Goodbye? Where are you going?
Nowhere. It's you that's going, baby.
So you've got it all arranged, Walter.
You arranged it for me. You and your boyfriend. It's been you and him all along, hasn't it?
That's not true.
Well, that's what Keyes thinks, and what Keyes thinks is good enough for me. It's simple when you figure it out. The boyfriend will be here in 15 minutes, with the cops right behind him. I fixed that. They'll just charge another one off to him.
Maybe I don't figure it that way.
Maybe I do. Say, I don't like that music anymore. It's too close. You mind if I shut this window?
Walter.
Yeah? So you crossed me again. What's the matter? Why don't you finish me off? Maybe if I came a little closer. How's this? No, huh? All right, I'll take the gun. Why didn't you shoot again, baby?
Walter.
Don't tell me it's because you loved me all this time.
No. No, I never loved you, Walter. Not you or anyone. Until a minute ago, I didn't think anything like that could ever happen to me.
Sorry, baby. I'm not buying.
I'm not asking you to buy. Just hold me close.
Sure. Sure. Goodbye, baby.
No! What?
Now I'm back here in the office, Keys. It's pretty late. Maybe they found her by now, but I had to make my report. I had to tell you all the...
It won't be necessary, Walter.
Hello, Keys. How long you been standing there?
Long enough.
What happened? Your little man pull you out of bed?
No, the janitor. Seems you leaked a little blood on the way in here. You're all washed up, Walter.
Oh, no, not yet, Keys. Look, you don't have to find this report till tomorrow morning. By then, I can be across the border.
You'd never make it.
Sure I can make it. If I started right now, that's all I'm asking, Keys. Just this one break. Just a chance.
Hello? Headquarters? This is Barton Keyes over at Pacific All Risk. Better send a couple of your boys over here. Yeah, they'd better bring an ambulance. A friend of mine just reached the end of the line.
Thank you, Barbara Stanwyck, Fred McMurray, and Walter Abel, for your deeply moving performances. And now, before we tell you about next week's show, here's a word from one of America's best-known beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
It's easy to make claims, but it's not always easy to prove claims. Now, I say that Lady Esther face cream will give your skin new life and freshness. Will give your skin a smooth clarity and translucence on which your face powder looks beautiful. And I prove it. In just 30 seconds, half a minute, with the Lady Esther patch test. Here's all you do. Just rub a little Lady Esther face cream on your forehead, chin, or one cheek. Wipe it off completely. Then see and feel the difference. Run your fingers over that patch of skin and feel how the dry, rough flakes are gone. Apply your face powder and see the vibrant color and freshness of it on the smooth, new beauty of your skin. Now, that will happen to your entire face when you apply Lady Esther face cream. For 1, it thoroughly cleans your skin. 2, it softens your skin. 3, it helps nature refine the pores. And 4, it leaves a smooth, perfect base for powder. Remember, you can prove all this in the time it takes to count 30. So get a jar of Lady Esther face cream and make the test that has thrilled and convinced so many women.
Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild players will present So This Is Washington, starring Edward Arnold and Lum Abner. Be sure to listen. Barbara Stanwyck can soon be seen in the Warner Brothers picture My Reputation. Fred McMurray can soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox Technicolor production Where Do We Go From Here? Walter Abel will soon be seen in Paramount's Hal Wallace production The Affairs of Susan. Double Indemnity was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, producers of Practically Yours, starring Fred McMurray. Music on tonight's program was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. You save enough on the largest size jar of Lady Esther face cream to buy a box of Lady Esther face powder. Remember, ask for the largest size. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Barbara Stanwyck, George Brent, and Richard Conte in The Other Love. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Looking through the records, I find that tonight's Lux Radio Theater play is the first American motion picture ever to have had an international premiere. This enterprise picture, The Other Love, opened in London to a distinguished audience of peers, critics, and celebrities. Last month, it made an equally successful debut in New York, and we are soon to see it in Los Angeles. But tonight, we give it its first coast-to-coast premiere in this, the largest theater of them all. And we're proud to have Barbara Stanwyck, Richard Conte, and Joan Loring from the original screencast, and George Brent as the important Other Love. George, by the way, is one of the top names on our Roll of Honor, which lists the stars who have appeared most frequently on our stage, and Barbara Stanwyck isn't far behind. We hope we'll be privileged to act Dick Conte's name in the years to come. Of course, there's a Roll of Honor in your home, too, one that expresses your daily preferences, your shopping list. And I'm confident that Lux Flakes gets top billing on that honor roll. Because, quoting from your many letters, Lux Flakes help keep things nice and lovely longer. And those same Lux Flakes help bring you such inspiring dramas as tonight's play, David Lewis's production of The Other Love, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Karen Duncan, George Brent as Tony Stanton, and Richard Conte as Paul Claremont, with Joan Loring as Celestine. Our curtain rises on Act One. High in the mountains of Switzerland, there's a noted clinic for pulmonary ailments, the Mount Vier's Sanatorium. In the office of a staff physician, a new and celebrated patient, the concert pianist Karen Duncan discusses her case with Dr. Stanton.
I don't know what's the matter with me, Doctor. All of a sudden, I feel dizzy.
It's traditional with all new patients, Miss Duncan. It's nothing but the altitude. Now, tell me, when did you first notice you were ill?
I really don't remember. It just kept getting worse.
And that's when you went to Professor Lineker?
Yes.
He sent me a very nice letter about you. Warned me to take the very best care of you.
That was kind of him. When will I know the results of all these tests and x-rays?
In a day or so, Miss Duncan.
How long will I have to be here, Doctor?
Let's see. You've been on concert tours the past 2 years, a night here, a night there. Eating on the run, hurrying to catch trains. Barely time to sleep.
Barely time for anything.
You should be very tired.
Yes, I am.
You know, I'm quite overwhelmed meeting you. I have a great many of your records.
Thank you. May I go to my room now, Doctor?
Of course. Huberta?
Yes, Doctor.
Please take Miss Duncan to Suite 17. This is your nurse, Miss Duncan. This is Huberta. I'd be quite helpless without her.
How do you do? How do you do?
We'll have to start building you up a little, Miss Duncan. How's your appetite?
What appetite?
Oh, well, we'll change that. By the way, on your first night here, you ought to dine with your doctor. So, shall we meet at lobby at 7?
Thank you.
Notify the kitchen, Huberta. Grade A, stimulation diet for number 17.
I'm impressed with the suite, Huberta. It's lovely. And that view from my balcony.
That is Mount Vierge, Miss Duncan. And there below us is the town.
It's like a toy town from here. Like something in a fairy book.
Oh, not when you get used to it. I've lived there all my life.
Who had this suite before me?
A lady. She left us yesterday.
Did she go home?
Oh, I imagine so. Well, I've hung up your clothes. You're on your own now for a while. Just ring if you want anything.
2 hours until dinner?
Just time for a nice nap.
A nap? Well, I'll try.
Please, Miss Duncan. It will do you so much.
One of the things we take great pride in here is our dining room. You enjoyed dinner, Miss Duncan?
Oh, very much. This place is almost like a hotel, isn't it?
Why not?
Dinner, music, even orchids.
Hmm?
I should have thanked you for these before, Doctor. It was sweet of you to send them.
Well, I'm chagrined. I didn't send them.
You didn't?
To my shame, no.
But who could have?
Well, we have quite a number of gentlemen here. It could have been anyone who saw you. Well, would you care to walk around the grounds?
Can you spare the time?
I'll check my office first, and while you're waiting for me, I'll have Huberta get your coat.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening, madame.
I didn't know there was a florist shop here.
Oh, yes, madame. There are several little shops here at the sanatorium. You are new, then?
Yes. These orchids came from here?
You are in Suite 17?
Yes.
We have a standing order to send white orchids every night.
But there was no card.
No card? Suite 17? Oh, I am very sorry, madame. There has been a mistake. The lady left us last night.
I see. Then the gentleman who sent them?
The gentleman? He left us several months ago.
I'll leave the orchids here. Thank you.
Well, there you are, Miss Duncan. Come in the office, won't you?
I found out who sent me the orchids.
You did?
A man who died months ago. Except they were intended for a woman who died yesterday.
Oh, now, Miss Duncan, you're really jumping at conclusions, aren't you? The lady who formerly occupied your suite went back to Copenhagen. She went there to join the gentleman. They were both cured.
Do you always lie so considerately?
I'm not lying.
No, of course not. You call it therapy. Protect the patient from fear. Keep bad associations away. But I'm not fooled, Doctor.
And I just got through telling Professor Lineker what wonderful hopes I have for you.
What do you mean, Professor Lineker?
He telephoned from Zurich. He wanted to make sure that you'd arrive safely. You see, a lot of people are interested in you, Miss Duncan. They want you to be well again. And he said that you were to stay quiet and take orders. And to do what people think is best for you. Now, what about our walk?
If you don't mind, I'd rather go straight to bed. I can't sleep.
Oh,
but
you'll
then
sleep. I'll have Huberta give you a sedative.
Just as you say, Doctor. Hello, Dr. Stanton, please.
Is the doctor expecting you to call?
Yes, he said I could.
Hello?
Doctor, this is Karen Duncan. Can you come to my rooms quickly, please?
Now, what is it, Miss Duncan? A bad dream?
I don't know. I don't seem to get enough air. The mountains are pressing against me.
Well, you're not acclimated yet. People often react oddly to sudden changes in altitude. But you mustn't worry.
I know. But I heard strange noises, like someone knocking out there on the balcony. There it goes again.
Well, look out there. See that pine tree? Whenever the wind blows, the pine cones tap against the balcony. Now, that's not so mysterious, is it?
Well, there was another noise, too, out in the hall, like the clanging of an iron door.
Well, you must have been dreaming.
I was awake. Hearing it was what made me call you.
Well, there are stages in sleep when one is neither awake nor actually asleep. I've had that thing happen to me many times. Please, Miss Duncan, try to go back to sleep. Try counting sheep or pretend that you're on a merry-go-round. That's worked with me.
Well, what if I get the brass ring?
You can give it to me in the morning. Good night.
Good night. I'll be all right. Thank you.
Now, you're to lie on the lounge, Miss Duncan, here on the balcony.
Oh, but I just got out of bed, Huberta, and I'm starving.
Wonderful. I'll have your breakfast tray in a minute.
May I eat out here?
You not only may, it's ordered.
Good morning. Well, did you finally get to sleep?
Oh, yes, Doctor, thank you.
Then where's my brass ring?
Missed it. I didn't lean over far enough. Cigarette?
No, thanks. Oh, I'll take your lighter, please. You won't be needing it for a while.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
But you saw me smoking
But
yesterday.
today you're not smoking. Has Huberta told you about your schedule?
Yes.
Good. I'll see you later on.
Your tray looks very tempting, Miss Duncan. Now, if you would
Just set it down, Huberta, maybe later.
But I thought you were hungry.
I've lost my appetite.
Well, it's always hard the first day or two. In a week, you'll see a great change. Would you like a book?
No, I'll just lie here and think.
Think about what?
About what's going to happen.
Only one thing's going to happen. You're going to get well.
How do you know?
You'll get well if you do as the doctor says. Keep those blankets on you.
Oh, don't pay any attention to her.
Oh.
Here I am, the next balcony. I'm your neighbor.
Oh, good morning.
We don't take ourselves too seriously here. Oh, excuse me, I'm Celestine Miller.
I heard you last night
Heard me?
when Tony came in.
Tony?
Dr. Stanton. You're really quite ill, aren't you?
I suppose I am.
Well, I'm not. I'm only playing sick. My husband thinks he's in love with another woman, and my being here makes him feel guilty. Would you like a cigarette?
No, thank you.
Well, what do you think of him, Tony?
Oh, I think he's charming.
Oh, the first day he's always charming. Would you like to go to the village this afternoon?
The village? Oh, I'd love to. Will he let me?
Probably not, but there are means of getting away. I'll go ahead and... Miller! Uh-oh, Nursie's caught me again. See you after the rest period.
And I wish I could say yes, Miss Duncan, but I can't. No trips to the village for some time.
But it doesn't make sense. If I can go for a walk
A
with
very
you...
short walk. See? You've already arrived at our destination.
This house?
Yes,
Well, it's very charming.
and very small.
Part of the sanatorium?
In a sense, it's where I live. Come on in.
Oh, it's lovely. So removed, and yet just a few steps from the...
Whenever you want to get away, come here. Doors are always open.
Well, the piano's very inviting. I didn't know you played.
I don't. Well, not really. Although when I was about 7, I toyed with the idea of being a concert pianist myself.
What made you change your mind?
Well, when I was 8, I met a little girl who had a doll that was always sick. And she was a singularly beautiful little girl, so I decided that a doctor's life must be a singularly happy one. And here I am.
What happened to the little girl?
I don't know. She probably married a pianist. Please don't play.
Oh, don't tell me this is forbidden, too.
For the moment.
But why?
Music has demanded too much of you already.
But I must play. Playing the piano is my life.
It was your life, and it will be again. But for the moment, you must try to think of yourself as being in a deep sleep between today and tomorrow. Before you know it, the darkness will be gone. Just the way it went last night.
Is there anything that isn't forbidden?
Many things. Amongst them, hope.
Hope. Yes, you're right. There isn't any need of me trying to fight you, is there?
Why, I didn't know you were fighting me.
Oh, it was only fear. I didn't realize how frightened I was until last night, and then when you came to see me, I'm not frightened anymore. There's a nice quality about you, Doctor. You make me forget my sickness.
Oh, never use that word. All you have is a tiny puncture in your lung.
Like a tire?
Like a tire.
How many miles left in me?
Many, if you don't speed.
Well, I'll try to go slowly. When may I go to the village?
Speeding already?
No, I only
Well,
want...
I'm afraid there'll be some delay about that, Miss Duncan. Starting tomorrow, you've got to spend a whole month in bed. If you need anything from the village, I'll have it sent from there.
A whole month in bed? Oh, no.
That will be a month well spent, if you're a good girl.
Is it necessary to refer to me as a child?
Well, up here, in a way, you are a child. You have no responsibilities, you make no decisions.
And who will make my decisions?
I will. And your first day up, I'll take you to the village myself. All right?
It has to be. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way. Yes, it's all right, Doctor. It's fine.
Karen, hey.
Celestine.
Out on the balcony. Come here.
Oh, hello.
Well, how was your afternoon in
Oh, wonderful. Do you know how we went? A horse and buggy.
Oh, naturally. Nothing as fast as a car. Slow down, says the good doctor. Well, have you fallen in love with him yet?
Oh, don't be an idiot.
It's case history, darling. Every woman here goes through it. And they learn to hate him.
Hate him?
Oh, no, of course not. But we soon find out his concern is purely professional. It's part of the treatment, keep the patient happy.
Well, it's a very sound principle, isn't it?
Well, at least he divides his charm equally. He's fair about it. 10 drops with every meal.
Oh, he isn't always so methodical. Excuse me, Celestine. I have a room full of packages to open up.
Well, come in, Karen. Had your lunch?
Uh-huh. Huberta said that you...
Yes, your new x-rays. And as long as you're here, take a look.
Well, they all look alike to me.
They're not, though. The only thing they have in common is that they're you. A part of you, anyway.
Not a very flattering one. How am I getting along?
I'll tell you tomorrow.
Oh, you say that every time you examine me. Don't you ever think about today?
Of course I do. Very much.
Well, what do you think of me today?
I think you're a very lovely and talented young woman who still has some distance to go.
Well, that's a concession. I'm a lovely, talented woman.
Yes, who's taking up more of my time than she should.
Oh, don't throw me out, Tony. I feel so good, so at one with everything.
It's a gift from the mountains. Just high metabolism.
Oh, I prefer a musical term. Harmony. Strange how the days here melt together. Like a perfect chord.
That's the charm of living without a calendar and living quiet.
Oh, you can't say I'm not living quietly.
And see that you stay that way?
Yes, Doctor.
Oh, I'll meet you in the house at 3 o'clock.
Yes, Doctor. 3 o'clock.
What are you looking for, Karen?
Oh, I didn't hear you come in.
Sorry I was delayed. Need any help?
Well, in your absence, I was going to start the fireplace, and since I had no matches, I was looking for some in this table drawer.
Quite a collection, isn't it?
Dozens of cigarette lighters plundered from patients.
None of those work. Here, try this one.
Oh, it looks familiar.
Odd it should have your initials.
I'm flattered you kept it.
Now I have a little present for you. Here.
A snuff box?
Yes, but since I forbid the use of snuff, use it for your pills. It's quite old, I think. I found it in the village.
Oh, it's lovely.
Oh, careful. It's full. You know when to take those pills, don't you?
Hubert had told me. If and when I have an attack. Thank you, Tony.
Hey, where did those come from?
The flowers? Oh, I didn't bring the flowers to you.
Oh, you didn't?
No, I brought them to the piano. That vase on top looks so empty. I don't suppose you'd let me play, would you?
No, I don't suppose I would.
Uh-huh. All right, then you play it.
Oh, that would be slightly horrible.
Oh, please.
Oh, I couldn't possibly. Well, not with you standing next to me.
Well, then I'll walk over here. I played that when I was 16. I can see myself now, my hair in braids, very serious and very determined.
Oop.
That's where my music teacher tried to kiss me.
Any other memories like that?
Oh, a few. There have been a lot of men in my life, Doctor. Brahms, Beethoven, Mozart. All very possessive. They demanded all of me.
Did you give them all?
Well, I thought so then. But I don't think so now.
Uh-oh, there goes the bell. Rest period.
I didn't hear a thing.
I did. It was paging Miss Duncan, I'm afraid. Come on. I'll walk over with you.
If I'm very good, may I go to the village soon again?
Tomorrow, if you like. Just you and the horse this time. I'll be pretty busy.
Hey, how about a lift?
What? Whoa, boy, whoa.
I said, how about a lift? Look what happened to me.
That's your car in the ditch?
Yes, I've always had difficulty with curves.
That's a racing car, isn't it?
Of a sort. It's going to be a long walk into town for a tow car unless I can get a lift.
Well, climb up.
Thanks.
You're going to find this a little slow after a racing car.
I like extremes. Oh, my name is Claymont. Paul Claymont. Like a cigarette?
Oh, no, thank you. Not just now.
The air has a bite up here. It's nice.
Mm-hmm. It's the new snow on the mountains. Where did you come from?
Monte Carlo. I came up for the race.
What race?
Next Sunday. Haven't you heard about it?
No, I haven't. How is life in Monte Carlo?
Oh, the way it always is. The wheels spin, the pawnbroker retires young, and I always lose. Why don't you come down to Monte Carlo and bring me some luck? I could have you there in 95 minutes.
With a broken neck? No, thank you. I like it too much up here.
So do I. I never ran off a road with such interesting results before. How soon will we be in the village?
A few minutes.
Ah, it's a pity.
Oh? I gathered you'd like to get places in a hurry.
Well, speed isn't necessarily movement. It can be a philosophy, a pattern for living.
For winning races, yes. Do you want me to drop you off at a garage?
Whither thou goest, there goest I.
Oh, well, that would be hard for both of us. A garage.
But I won't have time to thank you. I could do it much better at dinner.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have an engagement. I'm going shopping.
Well, there's a hotel in town. If we met there,
I am meeting someone there now.
Oh. Well, lunch tomorrow.
Engagement.
Dinner tomorrow.
Engagement?
Sounds terribly monotonous.
It isn't.
Well, this can't go on forever. You're going to see the race, of course.
No.
I'll get you a box, then after I've won it, we'll have cocktails, then dinner.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to the race.
Well, I don't blame you, but I'll meet you just the same. The bar at the hotel will start at 6, and then perhaps I can convince you that snow is for the cold and hot.
The warm-hearted live by the sea.
I prefer the snow.
Then I'll let you convince me. What are we stopping for?
Here's the hotel. You'll find the garage just around the corner. Goodbye, Mr. Claremont.
Thanks, and don't forget Sunday at 6 o'clock.
It's a pity you have to leave so soon, Professor Lineker. Karen will be heartbroken.
But she didn't know I was coming, and perhaps it's just as well.
I can't tell you how I appreciate your visit.
When I sent Karen to you, Doctor, I had one regret. The world was losing a fine artist. We have too few that we can afford to be reckless with them. But now, after seeing the X-rays, this is hard, Stanton.
It's more than that.
I wish I could be of help to you, but all I can say, you've already found out for yourself. She has a chance, a very slim chance. How is she bearing up?
She's been wonderful.
Does she know how ill she is?
No, she doesn't. I've only...
Professor Lineker!
Karen!
Oh, what a wonderful surprise. What a delight to see you.
Careful, Karen. I'm not that old.
When did you get here? How long are you staying?
About 2 hours ago. I'm leaving right now.
Oh, and I thought you came up here to take care of me.
Let Dr. Stanton take care of you.
Dr. Stanton's a jailer.
Good.
He doesn't know what the word leniency means, and I feel so strong now, so ready for anything.
You do what he tells you, Karen. He knows how strong you are. Well, the car's waiting for me. Goodbye, Stanton.
Goodbye, Professor, and many thanks.
Goodbye, Karen. Write to me.
Goodbye, I will. Oh, what a sweet man. Why didn't you tell me he was coming?
I didn't know myself.
Oh, I've had a glorious afternoon.
So I notice.
How can you tell?
You're flushed. Come in my office, will you? What happened this afternoon?
Oh, nothing spectacular, and yet, in a way, something miraculous.
Sit down.
I was doing some shopping in the village, just a few little things, when suddenly I had the feeling that everything bad was over. I could pick up the threads of my life again. I was no longer different, no longer sick. I was as I had been. And something else, too. I've met someone, a very attractive man.
Oh?
Oh, Tony, it was so good for my morale. After the full impact had struck me, I knew I was well again.
You'll be well. But you must go slowly.
Oh, I'm growing to hate that word.
Karen, I have to ask you not to go to the village for a while.
Why not?
Because I think it's best.
That's not the reason.
Now, don't be too much of a woman.
You know it's not.
Well, let's not argue about it. Give me your hand. I have an idea of
Oh,
your pulse.
how can you be so everlastingly professional? Why must you deny any joy I have? I go to the village. Someone talks to me. I come back here singing inside, and you put on a long face and say, stay here and take my pulse and act like a pompous... Oh, leave my hand alone.
Too much excitement for one day, Karen. Here, one of your pills. Take it. Karen, take it. Did that help? Smashing the glass?
Yes, Dr. Stanton. It helped lots. Good night.
Our stars, Barbara Stanwyck, George Brent, and Richard Conte, will return in a moment with Act Two of The Other Love. What's that you're knitting, Libby? A sweater?
Uh-huh. Jane Wyman gave me the directions. She made one just like it while she was on location in Arizona filming Cheyenne.
You mean that new thriller of Warner Brothers? I hear it's the most lavish Western they've ever made.
The outdoor scenes are really magnificent.
Well, if Jane went to Arizona to work, when did she get time to knit?
Oh, she and Janice Page had a lot of free time while the big crowd scenes were being filmed.
Did Dennis Morgan and Bruce Bennett wind the wool for the girls?
No, they went off fishing when they weren't needed on the set.
Nice work.
Well, living in the desert country wasn't all fun for the cast of Cheyenne. The days were very hot and the nights bitter cold. The dust on the high plateaus got into everything. The girls' blouses and sweaters and cotton dresses had to be luxed over and over.
Well, as long as they had plenty of Lux Flakes along, there was nothing to worry about.
That's right. The girls were delighted with the good care the wardrobe department took of their things. In spite of all that washing, their things still looked lovely when they got back.
Well, naturally, with Lux. After all, tests by a well-known independent laboratory proved that with Lux Care, colors stay lovely up to 3 times as long. It's wrong washing, using strong suds, hot water, or handling nice things roughly that does the damage. Often streaks and fades colors.
Well, that's important, whether you've spent money buying nice things or time in making them.
It's no wonder to me that stars appreciate Lux Care just as much as girls everywhere.
And don't forget, it costs so little to Lux a summer dress or a sweater, and colors stay fresh so much longer. Lux Care is really thrifty. We return you now to William Keighley.
It's curtain time for Act Two of The Other Love, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Karen Duncan, George Brent as Tony Stanton, and Richard Conte as Paul Claremont, with Joan Loring as Celestine. It's Sunday afternoon. On the grounds of the sanatorium, Karen suddenly encounters the patient from the suite next door, Celestine Miller.
Karen, I've been looking all over for you. I'm leaving here. I'm well.
Celestine.
He told me this morning, Tony. I'm leaving tomorrow.
Oh, I'm so happy for you.
Darling, come into town with me. Help me celebrate.
Oh, I wish I could. I can't, Celestine.
Oh. Doctor's orders?
Uh-huh.
What about your romantic interest, Mr. Claremont? He's in that automobile race today, isn't he?
I turn over all rights to you.
Oh, then give me a message for him. I'd love to meet him. You said the hotel bar, didn't you?
There's no message. Run along, Celestine. Have a good time.
Where are you going?
I feel like some music. Maybe Tony will let me use his phonograph if I don't overexcite myself.
Not much danger of that, darling. Tony's gone.
Gone?
He went to the village, too. Won't be back till late.
Oh. Well, I still feel like some music. Tchaikovsky Piano Concerto No. 1 in B-flat minor. Karen Duncan, pianist, and the London Symphony Orchestra. An album of Chopin waltzes. Karen Duncan, soloist. Don't be angry if I play, Tony. Just this once. I can't.
Karen, so you came after all.
Hello, Celestine.
What are you doing here at the bar? Looking for me or Paul Claremont?
I'm not looking for anyone.
Incidentally, he lost the race. His car broke down.
He wasn't hurt.
Oh, no. He's been here a dozen times looking for you.
And he has no right to be sure I'd come.
Darling, please. Oh, I've got something for you. I'm going to make you my heir.
Do you feel all right?
Just slightly delirious, wouldn't you, if you were going home? Here. It's a key. It comes in very handy.
A key to what?
Passkey to the sanatorium. I got it months ago from the night watchman. Anytime you stay out after hours, just use the servants' entrance.
That's sweet of you, but I won't be out after hours.
Oh, take it, please, Karen. And promise me no matter how late you come in tonight, knock on my door. I'm going back now. I've got to pack 3 big trunks. Oh.
What's the matter?
There he is, Paul Claremont, just when I have to leave.
Oh, Celestine, no, don't go.
Goodbye, darling. Have yourself a time.
Hello.
Hello.
I'd just about given you up.
Too bad about the race, Mr. Claremont.
Oh, you saw it?
No, I didn't see it. You're going back to Monte Carlo now?
I was. Now I can phone and cancel it.
Aren't you a bit previous breaking a date?
Oh, he'll be there tomorrow, too.
He?
Yes, the croupier at the roulette table.
You're giving him up for me? This is the ultimate sacrifice.
See how serious I am about you? I'm even neglecting my vices. Besides, the croupier has become routine. I'd like to avoid routine. Let's go inside and have dinner. What are you smiling about?
You? You don't even know my name.
What's that got to do with dinner?
Nothing. Thank you. I'd love to have dinner.
But she must be here, Huberta. What about outside?
No one's seen her, Doctor. Not since this afternoon.
Well, if you should see her, I'll be in Celestine Miller's room.
Mrs. Miller?
Yes, she's been taken ill. Quite sudden.
More coffee?
No, thank you, Paul.
How about a brandy?
Oh, this is exhilarating enough. Look, through the window, the ski run. They go so fast, like shooting stars. How fast do they go?
Well, it's about a quarter of a mile from the ski hut to the first jump out there. I did it yesterday in 23 3/10 seconds. Not good, not bad.
I see you're a second splitter.
It's the only way to be.
Why?
Because it's in that split second that we really live.
Oh, that makes for a short life.
It's the best way to measure time. Look at my watch.
I'm looking.
I love you. Those 3 words took exactly 9/10 of a second. But there are years in them.
A remarkable watch.
Where would you like to go?
You mean there are other places?
Well, there's a city called Paris. A very beautiful city. There's also London, Cairo, Athens, all beautiful cities. And not one of them wouldn't be graced by your being there.
Another man once told me that.
Who?
A clerk in a travel bureau.
I'm not a clerk in a travel bureau. My tour will be more encompassing. It's time to stop.
You want to leave right now?
Oh, do you think I was joking?
Well, you can't mean it.
I never meant anything so much in my life.
Well, it's insane. I couldn't possibly go.
Why not?
Well, I've so much to do. You just can't revise your whole life in a split second.
Of course you can. You mustn't be frightened at speed. When you're going real fast, you don't dare look back.
Well, if that's the way it is, that's the way it is. But there's one thing I can't do. Face an unknown future with an unpowdered nose. Do you agree?
Go ahead. I'll wait for you here.
A message for Mr. Claremont, madame? But I believe Mr. Claremont is in the dining room now.
Yes, I know he is. Just tell him his watch goes too fast for me.
His what?
Please, he'll understand. Celestine, are you awake?
Miss Duncan.
Oh, I know I have no right coming in at this hour, Hubert. I'll go to bed just as soon as I've seen Mrs. Miller.
Please don't go in there. Mrs. Miller has left.
What do you mean she's left? Oh, no. No.
Miss Duncan, wait. Dr. Stanton, Miss Duncan is back, but she's leaving. She's going down the stairs now. You can stop her in the lobby.
But how could it have happened? You said Celestine was cured.
I never told her that.
But you did. She said you did.
I told Celestine the truth, or most of the truth, that we'd done all we could for her here.
When my time comes, how much of the truth will you tell me?
Oh, you're different, Karen. You're someone else. Your time isn't going to come.
How am I different? You lied to me the same way you lied to Celestine. You lied the first night I came here about that noise I heard. I did hear an iron door. Tonight I saw it. They were wheeling her through it.
Karen, please, I'll take you to your room.
No.
If you don't, you may be very ill.
How ill am I now?
You have every chance.
That's what you've said all along.
And I'll continue to say it, but you must help yourself.
Why was Professor Lineker up here? You sent for him.
Yes. I was afraid for you.
How much time have I got? A year? A month? 3 months?
You have your whole life, but it's got to be a careful life. For a long time, you've got to rest. You've got to sleep. You've got to be an automaton. Not acting on impulse, Karen, but always under control. You can't afford to have a free will anymore.
An automaton. That's how you treat human beings. Like machines. You try to keep them running, and if one stops, you go on to the next. Well, I'm tired of resting and sleeping. Don't you see what I am, what I want to be? Don't you realize I've never really lived?
I didn't either, until you came up here.
What does that mean?
It means that I love you.
I don't believe it.
What will you believe?
Nothing. Nothing anymore. I feel well now. I felt well for a long time.
Karen, that's a deception.
If it is, we're even.
All right. I can't keep you here. Forget what I just said. But you're important to music. Stay here and get well for the sake of music.
Which treatment is this, Doctor? Love didn't work, and now you try music. The music that brought me here. Well, that won't work either. Faith in your ability is the most you ever gave me, and now even that's been taken away. No, Doctor. No, I can't stay here any longer. Don't look at your watch, Paul. I know how long I've been gone.
Did you powder your nose?
Yes. Yes, I powdered my nose.
Everything all right?
Everything's fine. How did you know I'd be back? Didn't you get my message?
Yes, I got your message. My car's at the curb. Let's go. You look tired. Why don't you go to sleep? I'll wake you when we reach Monte Carlo.
I think I will. Oh, by the way, there's something I think you should know. My name is Karen Duncan.
Not the Karen Duncan.
Yes, the.
If Chopin could see me now.
Hello?
Good afternoon, remember me?
Oh, I seem to faintly. Paul, did you say afternoon?
It's 2:00.
Oh, no.
I had lunch sent up to your room. Didn't you eat it?
Oh, I thought it was breakfast.
Go over to the window. Open it up.
What?
Don't ask questions. Just do as I say.
Very well.
Hello.
Hello, I didn't know your room was so close.
What are you doing in half an hour?
Oh, something very important.
More important than me?
Much. I'm buying clothes.
What time then?
About 7?
You know how many hours there are till 7?
I'll try to make the waiting worthwhile.
Karen.
7 o'clock. Buy that watch of yours. Come in.
At the tone, it will be exactly 7. Well, what a gown. A shock like that can kill a man.
But not you.
What a wonderful way to die. Here, the finishing touch.
Oh.
What's the matter? Don't you like orchids?
Oh, no. Not white orchids.
Well, why not?
Nothing. I once had a bad dream about
Oh, this is no place for a bad dream. Close your eyes. Now what do you see?
nothing.
This will take their place.
Don't hold me, Paul, please.
Karen, one kiss.
Paul, Yes, of course, darling. Of course.
Aren't you coming inside, darling? I've got a stack of chips that high. I've never had so much luck in my life.
A likely story. You've lost every night since we've been here.
Who's talking about roulette? You're my luck.
Paul, sit here for a moment. This is a beautiful room. Why do they have music rooms in gambling casinos?
So you can play for me? Please.
How long have we been here? Is it 5 days or 5 seconds?
Is that important?
No. Look out there. The waves are white. From the mountains, the sea appeared so near. And now from the sea, the mountains seem so far away.
I want them to seem that way.
So do I.
I want every place except where we are to be unbelievably distant. I want everything except this place, this moment, to vanish in a mist. Nothing else exists. Nothing.
Paul.
Darling, what is it? I kiss you and it's like kissing a dream. Who are you? What are you? I don't know. You appeared suddenly. For all I know, you may disappear again.
No.
I feel that I must hold you, that if I don't, you'll vanish. Karen, love is the easiest and the hardest word to say. This time it's hard because my whole heart's behind it.
You don't have to say it.
Oh, Karen.
I'll be back.
Karen.
Wait here, Paul. I'll be back.
Madame, is something wrong?
Oh, please. Water. A glass of water.
Yes, madame.
Oh, please. Oh, God, not now. Not now.
I am coming, madame.
My purse here, the little box with a pill.
Oh, here, madame, here. And now the water.
Oh, thank you.
Karen, are you all right?
Yes, of course. Well, what about all those chips you bought?
Well, if you're ready, let's watch them disappear.
Oh, you run along, dear. I'd like to be alone just for a moment.
All right, I'll see you later, darling.
Oop. Hello, Karen. The nocturne. That's where he kissed you, your piano teacher.
Tony.
It wasn't easy finding him.
And such a waste of time.
I don't think so.
I'm my own doctor now. I make my own diagnosis. It's very simple. I have morning temperatures and evening chills. I'm losing weight, and I don't care.
You must care.
Why? So I can go back to the mountains? Be a patient again filled with pity and false hopes? I'm on the highest mountain in the world right now. But you wouldn't understand that. No, Tony, I won't go back.
I haven't asked you
But
to.
you will if I give you the chance. When I left, I made a deal with myself. I made it even if I had to pay days of time for every second of happiness.
And you're happy?
Happier than I've ever been before.
I don't believe it.
I didn't ask you to come here. I want you to leave me alone. Please, go away. Go away.
Yes, Karen.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of The Other Love, starring Barbara Stanwyck, George Brent, and Richard Conte. Hollywood talent doesn't often arrive by mail, but young Patricia Alphen, our guest tonight, did. She delivered a letter to a Hollywood producer, and that brief personal appearance led to a contract with Universal International. What are you doing now, Pat?
Studying dramatics, Mr. Keeley, and watching other actors and actresses around the studio.
An excellent way to gain experience. Did you see anything of Sam Wood's production, Ivy?
Oh, yes. Joan Fontaine is a special favorite of mine, so I was on the set a lot.
Joan, Patrick Knowles, and Herbert Marshall add up to a splendid cast in Ivy.
What thrilled me especially was seeing Joan's studio bungalow.
Decorated with a vine in honor of the picture's title, I understand.
Yes. And then one night it was damaged by fire. Joan lost a lot of lovely things, but not her nylons.
How was that?
Well, she had just ordered 24 new ones, but they had been delivered to the wardrobe room instead of to her directly.
That was lucky. But John Kennedy here can tell you another way studios take care of nylons.
With Lux Flakes, naturally. Of course, Lux won't make nylons fireproof. But with ordinary wear and Lux care, nylons can last twice as long.
Oh, I think Lux is wonderful for stockings. I always use it myself, and mine do last an amazingly long time.
Strain tests prove that's true. A famous laboratory took dozens of pairs of stockings, nylon, silk, rayon, and cotton. They washed them different ways, some with Lux, some with a strong soap, and rubbed some with cake soap. Then subjected them to the same kind of strains they get in ordinary wear. Believe me, the results were amazing. The Luxed ones far outlasted the others. In fact, lasted twice as long. So you see how easy it is to cut down runs. Just use Lux Flakes for your stockings always.
Well, I can tell you, Mr. Kennedy, from my own experience, I wouldn't be without Lux.
Thank you, Pat Alphen, and thank you for coming tonight. Good luck. Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
Presenting Act 3 of The Other Love, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Karen, George Brent as Tony, and Richard Conte as Paul. It's a few minutes later. Paul Claremont has just received a message. In an anteroom of the gambling casino, he meets the man who sent it.
Dr. Stanton?
Yes.
The attendant said you wanted to see me. I don't know you, do I?
No. But you know Karen Duncan. How long have you known her?
Now, just a minute.
I'll answer for you. Not very long. You met her while you were racing up in the mountains. Am I right?
What if you are?
Did she tell you what she was doing up there?
I didn't ask her. That was her business. And I'm not so sure it's yours. Now, would you mind coming to the point, whatever it is?
All right. If she didn't see fit to tell you what's the matter, then I have to. Miss Duncan is very ill.
She looks very ill, doesn't she?
That's one of the tricks of her illness. She is a patient that has not been discharged from Mount Fier's sanatorium.
How do you know?
I was her doctor.
She never said a word. Why didn't she tell me?
Well, I can think of several reasons. While she was up there, she suffered a severe shock. I think it was that, more than anything else, that drove her down here. She's trying to turn her back on the past.
Let me get one thing clear. As far as Karen is concerned, who am I talking to? To a doctor or the past?
To her doctor.
Why didn't you leave the choice up to her?
I did, a few minutes ago.
Well, you've seen her? You've asked her to go back?
She refused. You're my last court of appeal, Claremont. The choice is up to you.
Yes, and a very small choice it is.
I'm not asking you to force her back to Mount Fier's. Take her to any mountains. Take her to the desert. Egypt, Arizona. Anywhere the climate will help her. If you don't, you'll kill her.
Kill her?
Until tonight, she's been committing suicide. But now that you know, and if you don't try to stop her, you're committing murder.
So. Now, if you'll excuse me, Doctor, good night. Go, Alex. Alex, just a minute.
Paul, where have you been? Come and have a drink.
I have something for you better than the drink. I've just been talking to Alex Errol.
Oh, your friend with the yacht?
Yes, he's leaving the casino. He's throwing a big party on the yacht. Come on, there's a launch waiting for us at the pier. Well, how do you like the yacht?
It's a little breathtaking. But don't you think we ought to join our host?
Not yet. I've something else to show you. This stateroom. Like it? It's yours.
What do you mean it's mine?
Oh, I forgot to tell you. We're leaving Monte Carlo in the morning. Sir El's taking us on a cruise.
Paul. No, I can't.
I'm having your luggage sent up from the hotel. We're going to Egypt.
Egypt?
I'm taking a 6-month lease on a pyramid.
Paul.
I saw Dr. Stanton, Karen. He asked me to take you to Egypt. It's true, isn't it?
Yes.
I was angry when he told me. I hated you. And then when I saw you at the bar throwing yourself away, I was suddenly full of pity. I feel differently now. Now I want to take care of you. I want to be with you always.
Pity?
Now I know I'm in love with you.
Oh, that puts things in a true light.
For both of us. Remember I told you I was afraid you'd disappear? I don't want that to happen. Go to sleep now, darling. Tomorrow morning we'll be well out to sea and well out of sight of the past, too.
Yes, Paul.
There are some things I want to talk over with Sir El. I'll look in on you in a little while.
For a moment, think of yourself as being in a deep sleep between today and tomorrow. Before you know it, darkness will be gone. Just the way it went last night. I feel that I must hold you. That if I don't, you'll vanish. You're different, Karen. You're someone else. Your time isn't going to come.
Steward! Take me ashore, please, at once. How is she, Doctor?
Her pulse is stronger since we're using the oxygen tent.
I don't know how she ever got back here alive. She must have crawled half the way. Oh, I found this in her coat.
The snuff box.
Empty. She'd used them all.
You better get some sleep, Huberta.
What about her?
I don't know. Don't ask me now.
You need some sleep yourself.
Oh, I'll get it eventually. Run along.
Tell me.
It's better if you don't talk, Karen.
Why did you let me hurt you?
It's all over now. You're back where you belong.
He wanted to take me to Egypt. I couldn't have gone that far from you. I hurt him, too.
You never hurt anyone. Yourself a little bit, maybe, but...
I couldn't lie to myself any longer.
Karen, try to sleep, dear. Please.
Don't go.
I won't, darling. I'll be here. Always.
You, Doctor, but he insists.
All right, Claremont. What is it?
Karen's here, isn't she?
Yes, she's here, just down the hall.
I want to see her.
I don't think you should. She's critically ill.
She certainly wasn't critically ill last night.
Where were you last night?
We were aboard a yacht. For some reason or other, she suddenly went ashore. I intend to find out what happened, not from you, from Karen.
Well, you have every right in the world to see her. Come along.
Close the door. I've seen enough. She's unconscious.
She was. She's sleeping now.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
It's really bad.
Yes. When she felt it coming on, she reached out for the only straw she could grasp. She'd never have lived to reach Egypt.
And there's more to it than that, isn't there? more to it than just her coming back here for treatment.
Yes.
When I asked you if you were the doctor of the past, you said you were the doctor. I think it's time I said I was the past.
You don't have to leave.
I'd better. Tell her I came, though, to wish her luck. Tell her I had to leave without seeing her because I've got to sublet a pyramid. She'll understand.
Good morning, darling. How do you feel?
Warm and rested. It's so long since I felt warm and rested. How were the x-rays?
Better than I'd hoped for. Much better.
Tony, I've been thinking why I ran away.
Woman, you talk too much.
But there's so much I want to tell you.
And there's something I want to tell you. Karen, please marry me.
Marry you? Now, the way I am?
Now. Today. This afternoon.
Oh, suppose I left you again, for good.
Darling, I need you. I want you near me in my house.
Your house?
Where I can be close to you. And if we have that, you'll never leave. You belong there, you know.
Yes, I belong there. I belong wherever you are.
How is she?
No change. I think she's dozing.
Good.
She's in there by the fireplace. She just had her supper.
You better get yours, Huberta. I'll be here.
I'm not asleep, darling.
Hello, Mrs. Stanton.
You've been gone a long time.
Only 2 hours.
A very long time. Oh, look, it's snowing. The lights are going on in the village.
Would you like a light here, darling?
No. The dark comes very quickly. A moment ago it was light, and now everything is in shadows. When I first came here, I couldn't bear it. I was so afraid of losing time.
But you're not afraid anymore.
I'll never be afraid again. The world seems so safe now. The lights and the snow and the little houses. This is the only house I've lived in since many years ago.
I think it's always been waiting for you. Who would have thought that the pianist from Chicago and the doctor from Toronto would be together, watching the snow come down in the Swiss mountains?
When I'm well, we can do such wonderful things in this house.
What would you like to do first?
First? Oh, I'd like to be able to meet you at the door.
You will, Karen. Very soon.
And then as I begin to get better, we could start taking walks. And someday we'll walk right to the top of Mount Verge.
Oh, darling, you just don't walk to the top of a mountain.
We will.
Well, if you say it like that, I guess we will.
I've thought so much of what we'll do.
And so have I.
Darling, do you ski?
It's debatable, dear. A little.
Would you teach me?
I'd love to. But I have my price as an instructor.
What is it?
You'll have to help me improve my piano playing, and that could take 50 years.
Oh, you played very well yesterday.
Oh, now, I saw the expression on your face. Divorce was written right across it. You were thinking, as soon as I get out of here, off to the lawyer.
No, you hit only 6 wrong notes.
3.
Well, then play for me now, and I'll check you more carefully.
Now?
Now. Oh, you're doing beautifully, darling.
It really isn't my best day, you know. Sunday's my best day. In fact, I'm thinking of having a private recital next Sunday with an audience of 1. Will you come?
Sunday? Yes, I think I'll be free Sunday, and I promise to applaud all your numbers.
Karen.
Yes, darling.
You will be here.
Yes, of course I will. There's no pain anymore. It's a glow that fills and fills. I'll be here weeks and months of Sundays.
Years of Sundays.
Years of Sundays. But time is not in years and hours, darling. Time is within us. And it stands still when we love.
Our stars will return for their curtain calls in just a moment. I hear you're planning a vacation trip by air, Sally.
That's right, Mr. Kennedy. And right now I'm making a list of just what I really need so I don't end up with excess baggage.
Just how does a girl cut down on her travel wardrobe?
Well, shoes and hats and pocketbooks are awful space takers, so I'll plan to wear ones that will go with most of my outfits.
Well, that's a good start, but what about dresses for the trip?
Oh, well, a suit's an asset anywhere, so with a couple of lightweight sweaters and one frilly blouse, I've clothes for lots of occasions.
Even underthings take up room, I suppose.
Oh, but that's where I save a lot. I take only a very few and a box of Lux Flakes. Every night I Lux my undies and stockings so I have a fresh set to wear. And to save ironing, I'm taking those nice tailored knitted rayon slips and nighties that don't need any ironing.
And I predict, Sally, that when you come back, they'll look just as nice as when you went away.
Well, naturally, Mr. Kennedy. Didn't all our washing tests prove that Lux Care keeps undies lovely looking for a long time?
3 times as long, Sally. You should have seen the slips and nightgowns that were washed the wrong way. After just a few washings, they looked faded and drab. In many cases, shoulder straps were frayed or seams split. But the Lux garments were still color fresh and attractive after 3 times as many launderings. That's why smart girls put a box of Lux Flakes at the top of their vacation clothes list. Then they're sure they'll come back with washables just as pretty as when they went away. Back to your producer, William Keeley.
Once again, it's time for that happy tradition of the theater, a curtain call. And here are tonight's stars at the footlights, Barbara Stanwyck, George Brent, and Richard Conte. After tonight's performance, I can readily understand why David Lewis and Enterprise are so proud of The Other Love.
Well, we've been gratified, Bill, at the way the New York audience has received the picture.
And as for London, I understand they pretty nearly mobbed you.
You must have been reading Barbara's column, George.
You mean Barbara has a newspaper column?
Oh, I did have, Dick. During our trip through Europe, I wrote a special feature for the Chicago Daily News. Barbara Stanwyck finds.
What's that, Stanwyck?
Well, that's how they said Stanwyck in England. Stanwyck, it rhymes with Zanuck.
Oh, and if Zanuck... and if Zanuck went over there, they'd call him Stanwyck.
Well, hardly. You know, that's the first time in my recollection, Barbara, that a movie star has been a foreign correspondent.
Well, what sort of items did you write about, Barbara?
Oh, human interest stories, mostly. There were plenty of them. The London shops, the people on the streets, our visit to Buckingham Palace.
Buckingham Palace? Hey, that's stepping kind of high.
Oh, we went in the back way. Saw the gardens, the stables, and all the king's horses.
And all the king's men, I imagine.
Well, now that you're back in California, Barbara, I can see that you're looking very tanned and glowing.
Thanks, George. That comes from 2 hours of tennis every day. The first chance I've had between picture making.
Speaking of pictures, what are you doing next week, Bill?
Next Monday night, we're presenting a heart-tugging story to delight all members of the family, young and old. It's Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's current screen hit, Cynthia, with its original, delightful cast. Elizabeth Taylor, George Murphy, and Mary Astor.
You have all 3 of them, Bill?
Yes, with Elizabeth Taylor in the title role. Having her first romance, her first kiss, a nostalgic drama full of tenderness and warmth. The joys and struggles of teenagers, the dreams of all of us.
I'm sure your listeners won't want to miss it, Bill. Good night.
Good night, and many, many thanks. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Elizabeth Taylor, George Murphy, and Mary Astor in Cynthia. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Richard Conte appeared by arrangement with 20th Century Fox, producers of The Miracle on 34th Street. Heard in our cast tonight were Frances Robinson as Huberta and Bill Johnstone as Professor Lineker, with Regina Wallace and Charles Seal. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is rebroadcast to our servicemen and women overseas through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Cynthia with Elizabeth Taylor, George Murphy, and Mary Astor. And why not tune in to Joan Davis Monday night over most of these stations? This is CBS. the Columbia Broadcasting System.